Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Under Disya's overwhelming presence, Zhou ultimately chose to retreat with his men. However, before leaving, Zhou still harbored hostility toward Guan. Though not to the point of deep hatred, he was certainly displeased and wanted to teach him a lesson. Afterward, Disya finally revealed his true identity to Guan. Then, under Guan's shocked expression, he turned and walked away. With countless disciples watching from both sides of the street, he let out a faint sigh. From now on, it would be difficult for him and Guan to remain friends. Their differences in status and cultivation were undeniable. Even if he sincerely wished to maintain their friendship, wouldn't Guan feel pressured by it? Disya chuckled self-deprecatingly. Guan, on the other hand, continued riding the blood prison great saint through the bustling streets. After wandering for nearly 2 hours, they finally left the city. On the way to the Third Medicine Valley, Guan introduced the Taixuan Sect and various influential families to the blood prison great saint. The blood prison great saint listened carefully. After all, Guan had promised to release him in 1,000 years. Once he was free, he would need to understand this world better, so he might as well start learning now. Do you know why I captured you? Guan asked casually. The blood prison great saint wasn't foolish. He figured it had something to do with those two half-human, half-demon beings. You may think this world is nothing special, but it is far more dangerous than you imagine. That's also why I hide my cultivation. Serving me for 10 years is not only to atone for your past but also to temper your mindset. You should cherish this opportunity, Guan said lightly. If the blood prison great saint performed well, he wouldn't mind teaching him the innate reincarnation technique. In a way, the innate reincarnation technique and the primordial return divine path were a perfect match. He might as well experiment with the blood prison great saint to see if it worked. Amen. The blood prison great saint responded in a low voice. Though he couldn't speak human language, Guan could understand his submissive intent. In truth, the blood prison great saint's mindset had already changed. He had thought about it before following Guan might actually be a stroke of fortune. At the very least, Guan could be his backing? Had it been another cultivator of the same level who subdued him, he might have already been dead. Putting himself in Guan's shoes, if someone had harmed his disciples or juniors, he wouldn't have shown mercy either. There was an old saying among spirit realm grand cultivators. It is better to provoke the blood prison great saint himself than to oppress his juniors. The blood prison great saint walked at a steady pace, and Guan did not rush him. As they traveled, Guan spoke as if to himself, but the blood prison great saint never found it annoying. For some reason, he felt that Guan had changed. Even a casual remark from him carried an indescribable sense of calm. This wasn't an illusion. He was certain it had something to do with Guan's cultivation. Perhaps, if he continued following Guan, he might truly learn something. After the lively spring festival, Guan resumed his peaceful life. During this time, the Zhou family made no moves against him, perhaps deterred by Disya, or perhaps due to his connection with Liu Beitian. Regardless, Guan wasn't concerned. At this point, he no longer saw the Zhou family as a threat. If Zhou ever developed true killing intent toward him, he would eliminate him without hesitation. Month after month passed. Guan made routine visits to Inner Sect City to sell his medicinal herbs and accumulate spirit stones. He had already located an even more prosperous cultivation city overseas and planned to purchase a large quantity of high-grade medicinal herbs to cultivate in his personal realm. His days were busy but fulfilling, never dull. In the blink of an eye, over half a year had passed. Guan was now 97 years old. In the northern regions, the demonic aura was becoming increasingly dense. Within a few years, the dread demon would likely break free. Meanwhile, the world's #1 Sword Deo tournament was in full swing. Guan was simply enjoying the spectacle. In the same underground space where Hao and Xian Tianyi once parted ways, Ji Xianling stood at the edge of a cliff, staring down at the lava below, his brows tightly furrowed. Several 7-star spirit realm cultivators stood behind him. Below should be the dread demon's sealed location, right? The demonic aura here is terrifying. We need the elders to handle it. The message has already been sent. We'll hold the area to prevent reckless cultivators from ruining the plan. But when exactly will the dread demon break free? If it happens suddenly, we won't be able to stop it. Ji Xianling ignored their discussion. His gaze was fixed on a distant section of the cavern wall, where deep cracks spread across the surface. These cracks told a story, one of an intense battle in the past. Among them, one particular crack made Ji Xianling frown. Could it be him? He wondered, thinking of Xian Tianyi. He had fought Xian Tianyi countless times and knew his combat style well. The idea that Xian Tianyi had died here inexplicably irritated him. Wait, the seal isn't broken yet. Then how was there a battle here? Was someone trying to stop Xian Tianyi? But who could have arrived here before the 7-star spirit realm? A terrifying thought formed in Ji Sunling's mind, making his expression darken. In a grand hall, Hao stared intently at Liu Beitian, who sat at the head seat. Liu Beitian, too, had a grave expression. Master, what should we do? Hao asked, feeling a strong sense of unease. Contrary to his expectations, Liu Beitian wasn't enraged but remained silent. Senior Xian is our sect's only known Grand Ascension cultivator. We can't abandon him. And Hao gritted his teeth. Liu Beitian met his gaze and said, you said it yourself, he's the only one. If even he can't win, how can we fight? Unless the sword sovereign of the righteous path intervenes, but we have no idea where he is. Are we supposed to beg him for help over a single person? And Hao's face twisted with uncertainty. The night he fled, he had tried calling out to his master for help but received no response. He had assumed his master didn't want to get involved. After that, he never tried reaching out again. He had simply rushed back to the Taixuan Sect. His master wouldn't intervene. The sect wouldn't either. What should he do? And the worst part was he couldn't blame anyone. If he were strong enough, he wouldn't need to beg for help. The Taixuan Sect had countless disciples. It couldn't risk them all for one person. Even his master owed him nothing. He owed nothing to the sect. Why should he keep cleaning up after him? And Hao suddenly had a thought. He turned around and removed his robe, revealing his back. This was left by Senior Xian. It seems to be some kind of restriction. My divine sense can't see through it. Liu Beitian's eyes widened in shock. He instantly appeared behind An Hao, gripping his shoulders tightly. So that's how it is. Hearing his words, An Hao was puzzled but didn't interrupt his master's study of the seal. By mid-autumn, the world's #1 sword Dao tournament concluded. The champion was a grand sword cultivator from the Gu family, with Disya placing second. Guan had watched their final battle. If Disya hadn't insisted on using only his sword, he might not have lost. Though he was in the profound mind realm, his swordsmanship was still too immature. The tournament captivated the entire cultivation world, and the Taixuan Sect profited greatly. 2 months later, a surge of demonic energy erupted in the northern lands as terrifying as the aura of the demon ancestor from before. The world trembled. In the third medicine valley, Guan stopped harvesting herbs and turned his gaze northward. The blood prison great saint also looked over, his heart pounding. What terrifying demonic energy! This world truly hides unfathomable dangers. Meanwhile, Guan merely glanced at it then resumed picking herbs. The blood prison great saint stared at him in awe. Come to think of it, I still don't know just how strong Guan truly is. The world is in peril. How can we cultivators sit idly by? This has nothing to do with cultivation level, it's about integrity. Li Ya spoke without turning his head, his voice firm and resolute, making Zhang Bukui feel a bit ashamed. In terms of awareness and responsibility, he truly fell short compared to Li Ya. Of course, if there happens to be an opportunity for fortune, that'd be even better. Let's give it a shot. The more people there are, the easier it is to blend in. At least we won't be immediate targets. Li Ya's tone shifted as he continued. Zhang Bukui's mouth twitched, but he didn't argue. Stretching his arms, he said, Li bro, I think my old injury is acting up again. Hold it in. You think your injuries are worse than mine? A real man doesn't fear a scar the size of a bowl. If you're scared, you'll lose for life. Li Ya snorted, his gaze piercing through the gaps in the leaves, staring at the rolling demonic clouds in the sky. Zhang Bukui pursed his lips, all bark and no bite. After being companions for so long, he knew that if he were to abandon Li Ya now, he wouldn't be able to live with himself. Forget it, he only had this one brother in life. If they had to march into hell together, so be it. Convincing himself, Zhang Bukui asked, Li bro, do you think that blood prison great saint we met before is still around? He's an ascended being, shouldn't he be looking for a sect to settle in? Li Ya replied casually, of course. No one can survive in the cultivation world alone. The Grand Ascension stage may sound powerful, but it's far from invincible. With his abilities, I'd bet he's already being worshipped as an elder somewhere, living far more comfortably than us. True. Zhang Bukui sighed in amazement. Without a sect backing him, he knew how difficult it was to survive in the cultivation world. The two chatted as they continued forward. Overhead, the demonic clouds spread further, as if an impending catastrophe was sweeping across the mortal realm. Guan rode atop the blood prison great saint, heading toward the pavilion district, his divine sense already locked onto the depths of the demonic lands. On a barren wasteland, the earth had cracked like a spider web, thick demonic energy seeping from the fissures and rising into the sky. It was a magnificent yet oppressive sight, as if an unparalleled demon was about to break free from the ground. Near the dread demon's sealed land, about 50,000 miles away, a group of cultivators was constructing a teleportation platform atop a cliff. Guan recognized them as 7-star spirit realm cultivators, among them Ji Xianling. At the edge of the cliff, Ji Xianling frowned deeply. A woman in white approached him with a playful smile. What's wrong? Are you scared? Ji Xianling glanced at her coldly and replied indifferently, no matter how strong the dread demon is, can it be stronger than the sword sovereign of the righteous path? I've been to the Taixuan Sect. That's different. Those two have never fought. Besides, when you went to Taixuan Sect, the sword sovereign had no reason to strike you down, the woman in white countered, shaking her head. Ji Xianling ignored her and continued gazing forward. She went on, Elder Lin is here too. He's a scattered immortal. With him, this calamity should pass. Elder Lin. Ji Xuanling's frown deepened, and his unsettling suspicion grew stronger. All his life, he had believed the 7-star spirit realm was the ultimate holy land and took pride in being born there. But lately, more and more things were making him doubt its secrets so dark they could overturn the realm's reputation as a sacred land. This realization was devastating to him. What tormented him even more was that he had guessed the truth, yet he didn't dare expose it. Instead, he had to follow orders. Boom! Thunder rumbled within the demonic clouds above, as if an ancient demon god was growling, unsettling all living beings. Guan watched for a long time before dismounting when they arrived at the Pavilion district. Though cultivators from all over the world were heading north, including the demon clans, who were mobilizing troops, Guan remained unhurried. He suspected that the Seven-Star Spirit Realm wanted to personally destroy the dread demon to bolster their reputation. However, the demon's growing strength might disrupt their plan. Unless the Seven-Star Spirit Realm sent out a roving immortal, they might not be able to subdue the demon. This was a perfect opportunity to test their true strength. Within a month, the three dynasties' cultivators had gathered en masse, while the dread demon's aura neared the roving immortal realm, leaving all cultivators terrified. Not only did no one dare to investigate personally, but even divine senses avoided probing the demonic land. On the barren land beneath the cliffs, the Taixuan Sect cultivators had gathered, erecting towers and forming protective arrays. Liu Beidian stood on a tower, gazing at the Seven-Star Spirit Realm stronghold in the distance. Unlike the three dynasties' sects, who clustered together below, the Seven-Star Spirit Realm remained aloof, perched above all others. Ji Hantian approached Liu Beidian and whispered, "There's still no sign of Xian Tianyi. Could he have truly fallen in the demonic land?" He frowned deeply. Xian Tianyi was the Taixuan Sect's most exceptional talent in millennia, their strongest known cultivator. Losing him would be like shattering half of the sect's foundation. "No matter what, we must prepare for the worst," Liu Beidian said gravely. Ji Hantian scrutinized him. After a long silence, he finally asked, "Sect Master, are you hiding something from me? If Xian Tianyi is truly dead, why are you so calm?" Liu Beidian shook his head and turned to leave. In the distance, Li Ya and Zhang Bukui entered the Taixuan Sect encampment. Zhang Bukui scanned the surroundings, brimming with curiosity. "I heard the Taixuan Sect is accepting demon clan disciples now. Why don't you join? I can introduce you," Li Ya chuckled. Zhang Bukui's face lit up. "Really?" Seeing his excitement, Li Ya raised an eyebrow. "Why are you so eager? When I introduced you to King Heaven Sect cultivators, you weren't this thrilled." Taking a deep breath, Zhang Bukui admitted, "To be honest, my father was an outer sect errand disciple of the Taixuan Sect. I grew up listening to his stories about it, so I've always admired the section." Knowing Zhang Bukui's tragic past, Li Ya had never pressed him on personal matters. But now, he asked, "What was your father's name?" "I also started as an outer sect errand disciple. I might have known him." Zhang Bukui turned to him and said, "His name was Zhang Chunkayu." "What?" Li Ya stopped in his tracks, stunned. Zhang Bukui grew excited. "Li bro, you know him." Li Ya's shock quickly turned to sorrow. Zhang Chunkayu had passed away long ago. "Your father worked in Medicine Valley as an errand disciple?" "When I entered the valley, he was my senior brother," Li Ya said with mixed emotions. Zhang Bukui was even more excited. "I can't believe we had this connection all along. By the way, you once mentioned having a martial uncle. What's his name?" "My senior brother never told me about him," Li Ya asked. Then, suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. "Wait, wouldn't this mess up their seniority?" Zhang Bukui answered, "My martial uncle's name is Guan. Do you know him?" "Gu. Junior brother Gu." Li Ya was dumbfounded. Zhang Bukui didn't find Guan at the Taixuan Sect's outpost, as Guan was still busy planting seeds. He had arrived early in his personal cave dwelling, scattering a batch of ordinary medicinal herb seeds to cultivate the soil. Once the matter with the sealed demon was settled, he planned to purchase a large quantity of high-grade herb seeds from overseas. Decades had passed, and Guan had amassed an enormous fortune, enough for him to spend lavishly. The demonic pressure from the north had been ongoing, affecting all beings under heaven. No matter where Guan went, he could hear people expressing their concerns about it. At the same time, another rumor had been circulating. Many were promoting the Holy Land, claiming that as long as the Holy Land intervened, this calamity would not reach human territories. When Guan used his divine sense to cover the land of the three dynasties, he saw many people deliberately spreading this message. From their karmic connections, he could tell they were instructed by Seven-Star Spirit Realm cultivators. As expected of the Holy Land, their methods were something the Taixuan Sect couldn't hope to match. After realizing that dealing with the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path was difficult, the Seven-Star Spirit Realm had acted swiftly. Additionally, Guan noticed waves of cultivators arriving from the ocean, including powerful Nirvana stage grandmasters. They infiltrated the land of the three dynasties, gathering intelligence. Some were investigating the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path, while others focused on the Seven-Star Spirit Realm. Guan didn't pay them much attention so long as they didn't appear before him. He had no reason to care. Time continued to pass. Another half-month went by, and autumn was nearing its end. Guan was leisurely riding the Blood Prison Great Saint around the Third Medicine Valley when his divine sense turned northward. The Seven-Star Spirit Realm was making its move. Guan saw that among them, a rogue immortal had appeared. His aura was no weaker than Lin Jingtian's, even without releasing his full pressure. "All disciples, prepare for battle." A bold voice resounded through the Taixuan Sect's outpost, mobilizing every disciple. It wasn't just the Taixuan Sect, other sects were also following suit. The Seven-Star Spirit Realm had sent disciples to various sects to guide them in battle strategies. Even a powerful sect like the King Heaven Sect dared not refuse, as the Seven-Star Spirit Realm had Grand Masters at the Immortal Deo Realm. As the 7-star spirit realm's cultivators flew toward the depths of the demonic land like an arrow barrage, dozens of sects dispersed to encircle the area from different directions. Among them were Anhao, Liya, and Zhang Bukui. The Taixuan Sect had only sent one profound mind realm cultivator ancestor Xian Quan. Other sects had done the same, with the strongest sect, King Heaven Sect, only dispatching a Dao Lord, not even a Grand Master of the profound mind realm. They all understood the key to this battle lay with the Holy Land. Anhao furrowed his brows as he watched the 7-star spirit realm's cultivators move ahead, lost in thought. Over 10,000 Taixuan Sect disciples followed Lu Badian into the sky, their expressions tense. Even with the Holy Land taking the lead, they still felt uneasy. After all, the Holy Land had previously stated that the sealed demon was an entity they could not completely eradicate. Among the 7-star spirit realm cultivators, Ji Sunling's gaze fell on the leading elder, his expression complex. That elder was Lin Lu, a rogue immortal of the Lin family and a highly respected figure in 6-star cave. Not only was his cultivation profound, but he had also lived for nearly 10,000 years. Lin Lu wore a wide purple robe, his white hair neatly bound beneath a crown. His weathered face carried an imposing radiance, and his sharp gaze exuded power. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. Following his line of sight, the barren land ahead was riddled with cracks, from which billowing black demonic energy poured out as if something utterly malevolent was being born. Above, dark thunderclouds churned, lightning crackled, and the entire sky was filled with a suffocating pressure. Lin Lu raised his right hand, summoning a golden umbrella into his palm. With a flick, the umbrella soared above him, rapidly flying forward. In the blink of an eye, it reached the densest area of demonic energy, hovering 10,000 feet above the ground, nearing the stormy thunderclouds. Boom! The umbrella suddenly opened, unleashing golden light beams that surged outward like divine radiance from another dimension. The ocean like Luoyu trembled, the clouds rolled, and the lightning dispersed, transforming the dark sky into an illusionary yet magnificent spectacle. From the umbrella, torrents of golden rain poured down, covering the cracked ground in glowing golden runes. The runes rapidly spread, covering a 1,000-mile radius in just 2 breaths, and they continued expanding. The golden runes suppressed the demonic energy seeping from the cracks. As they ceased spreading, the outermost runes erupted with golden light, shooting into the sky and piercing the clouds, forming golden pillars that isolated the entire area. Meanwhile, the sects stood outside the golden barrier. What kind of artifact is that? It formed a formation by itself. This is terrifying. That array seems stronger than our sect-protecting formation. As expected of the Holy Land, they truly live up to their name. Looks like they plan to handle the sealed demon alone. We're just here for support. Fine by me. Let them take the lead who wants to die first. The disciples of various sects murmured in admiration, their respect for the Holy Land growing. Ji Xianling gazed at the golden umbrella and muttered 4 words, rogue immortal treasure. Lin Lu accelerated forward alone, soon hovering over a massive abyssal chasm. The chasm was pitch black and bottomless, with countless cracks extending outward from its depths. The demonic energy inside surged wildly, resisting the golden array and threatening to shatter it at any moment. Then, 7-star spirit realm, heh. A chilling voice echoed through the heavens, heard clearly by every cultivator beyond the formation. On the Taixuan Sect's side, all the Grand Masters Lu Badian, Ji Hantian, and ancestor Xian Quan were visibly shaken. Anhao's eyes widened in disbelief. Xian, impossible. The voice belonged to Xian Tianyi. Anhao instinctively looked at Lu Badian. Ever since Lu Badian had inspected the restriction on his back, he had ordered Anhao never to speak of it. Lu Badian had also promised to handle the matter personally and would never betray Xian Tianyi. Now, Lu Badian's face was grim as he stared deep into the demonic land, ignoring Anhao's gaze. Sealed demon, after 10,000 years, have you still not awakened? Lin Lu's voice was indifferent but carried immense pressure. Sealed demon? All cultivators tensed up. Many who had seen Xian Tianyi before furrowed their brows and turned to the Taixuan Sect. At that moment, the ground trembled violently. Lin Lu remained unfazed. He raised his hand, reinforcing the formation. The demonic energy surged stronger, madly resisting the golden runes, as if countless vengeful spirits were about to break free. A mournful cry echoed like the wail of dragons and phoenixes, yet also like the howls of malevolent ghosts, sending chills down every spine. Boom! A terrifying force suddenly shattered the golden runes, sending an overwhelming demonic aura into the sky. The golden umbrella was sent flying. Lin Lu was caught off guard and forced to retreat. Regaining his footing, he grimly drew a redwood longsword. The hundreds of 7-star spirit realm cultivators fanned out, surrounding the demonic pillar of energy, each brandishing their weapons. Ji Xianling gripped a large golden fan, his pupils dilating as he stared at the emerging figure within the pillar. It's him. So it was all true. With just a casual grasp, Xian Tianyi made all the cultivators feel an overwhelming terror like the sky was collapsing. The earth trembled violently, and deafening roars filled the air. The 7-star spirit realm cultivators were struggling to resist. Their cultivation was high compared to the sect cultivators outside the formation, but in front of Xian Tianyi, they were utterly insignificant. Boom, 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 the ground shattered continuously as torrents of demonic energy erupted like volcanic eruptions. Lightning coiled like intertwined dragons and serpents, gathering in the palm of Xian Tianyi's right hand. At that moment, his aura reached its peak. His white hair danced wildly, his expression manic like a demonic god reborn into the world. Lin Lu steadied himself, his hands rapidly forming seals. With a mighty push, his spell surged forward, carrying heaven and earth's spiritual energy, intertwining wind and fire, sweeping across the fractured land toward Xiantianyi. Before this vast force, everything seemed insignificant. Xiantianyi raised his hand. Facing the torrential storm of wind and fire, he slammed down a single palm, tearing it apart, dispersing the elements into countless shattering fragments. Formation: exterminate the demon. Lin Lu roared, and the 7-star spirit realm cultivators immediately leaped away, distancing themselves from Xiantianyi. Suddenly, the billowing dust behind Lin Lu was violently dispersed. Xiantianyi had already appeared at his back in a single step, standing sideways. His eyes burned with pure killing intent. With a single palm strike, black demonic flames ignited in his hand, piercing straight through Lin Lu's chest. Blood splattered into the sky. Lin Lu's eyes widened in shock and fury. With a sweep of his arm, Xiantianyi slammed Lin Lu into the broken earth, then savagely pummeled him over and over. The brutality of the scene made the 7-star spirit realm cultivators panic. Even the distant Grand Masters from various sects felt chills run down their spines. Though the sealed demon lacked the towering physical size of the demon ancestor or great demon kings, the aura he radiated was far more terrifying. Lin Lu erupted into a mist of blood. But in the next instant, his true body reappeared dozens of miles away, his robes in tatters, his body drenched in blood, all traces of his former composure gone. Xiantianyi stepped out of the blood mist, raising his head. Silver sword shadows descended from the heavens, instantly engulfing him like a storm of divine blades. Boom, boom, boom. Countless sword shadows rained down upon the earth, shaking the land with violent tremors. The attack came from dozens of 7-star spirit realm sword cultivators, suspended in midair, each holding their sword before them. Their blades hummed with resonance, releasing piercingly sharp cries. Witnessing the immense power of the sword formation, the surrounding sect cultivators were both exhilarated and horrified. They instinctively retreated, expanding their encirclement. The difference in cultivation was too vast. Even trying to hover in the air was difficult for them. They could only back away to avoid being caught in the battle. Liu Badian grabbed An Hao, pulling him to retreat swiftly. "Master, is there no hope?" An Hao gritted his teeth, his voice filled with despair. Hearing that Xiantianyi had been possessed had torn him apart inside. Liu Badian stared at the chaotic and apocalyptic battlefield ahead and said grimly, "Right now, the priority is to exterminate the demon." Li Yai and Zhang Bukui were also retreating. Their cultivation was too low. Facing Xiantianyi's demonic aura, they felt as if they were suffocating. "Brotherly, there's no chance to exploit this chaos," Zhang Bukui muttered anxiously. He had a terrible feeling as if the Holy Land wouldn't be able to hold back the sealed demon at all. Li Yai remained silent, his heart pounded. In his eyes, the Holy Land was supposed to be the strongest force in the world. With them leading the charge, the burden should have been much lighter for the rest. But the moment the sealed demon appeared, the situation reversed completely. Even the Holy Land was being overwhelmed. Lin Lu soared high into the sky, rapidly drawing one artifact after another, forming a new formation as he continued casting spells to attack Xiantianyi. What's going on? He shouldn't be this strong. Lin Lu's heart pounded with fear. He could sense that Xiantianyi was still growing stronger. He was approaching an even higher realm beyond the rogue immortal stage. In 6-star cave, only one person had ever reached that level, but that person was no longer in this continent. After reaching the immortal Dao realm, most cultivators left the continent entirely, exploring the vast seas and beyond. Lin Lu himself spent most of his time at sea. Had it not been for a family crisis, he wouldn't have returned. Before he could dwell on the thought further, a blade-like surge of demonic energy erupted from the sword formation below, instantly shattering it. Dozens of 7-star spirit realm sword cultivators were blasted away, coughing blood as they tumbled through the air. The demonic energy shot upward, too fast for Lin Lu to react. He barely managed to raise his defenses. Boom! The demonic energy swallowed Lin Lu whole, piercing straight through the clouds above, leaving a gaping hole where sunlight now streamed down. When the dust settled, all his artifacts lay shattered before him. Though he had barely managed to withstand the attack, his body was drenched in blood, his injuries severe. Damn it! Lin Lu roared in fury. His spiritual energy exploded, shattering the ground below as he gathered his strength for another assault. Meanwhile, Xiantianyi suddenly appeared behind a 7-star spirit realm cultivator. Before the man could react, Xiantianyi grabbed his head, ripping out his soul and swallowing it whole. The cultivator's lifeless body collapsed. The sight made the remaining 7-star spirit realm cultivators tremble in terror. They turned and fled. Xiantianyi vanished again in an instant. He reappeared behind a female cultivator, repeating the process. None of the Grand Ascension cultivators could even resist him. Seated at his desk, Guan continued practicing his calligraphy while observing the battle. The sealed demon-possessed Xiantianyi was single-handedly crushing the 7-star spirit realm forces. Lin Lu unleashed divine techniques one after another, shaking the heavens, but it was useless. He could not hurt Xiantianyi, only watch as he devoured one soul after another. Guan's divine sense detected 10 rogue immortals speeding toward the battlefield. They were rushing in from the northern seas, arriving at terrifying speed. Reinforcements from the 7-star spirit realm? Strange. I can still sense Xiantianyi's original soul within him, Guan pondered. It doesn't feel like a possession. The two seem too perfectly merged, as if they were always one entity. He had originally planned to intervene as soon as the sealed demon broke free, but Xian Tianyi's presence forced him to wait. The seven-star spirit realm wanted to use the sealed demon to bolster their holy reputation while also dragging Xian Tianyi into their plans, weakening the Taixuan Sect's forces and tarnishing its name. A ruthless scheme. But they hadn't expected the sealed demon to break through to the roving immortal stage. That was beyond their calculations. And now, Guan was determined to save Xian Tianyi. For now, though he would let the sealed demon keep weakening the seven-star spirit realm. After all, the world needed to see that the Holy Land was not invincible. Boom, boom, boom. Dark thunderclouds loomed over the Taixuan Sect, casting an oppressive sky as if an apocalyptic storm was about to descend. The sudden change in the heavens alarmed the disciples still busy within the third medicine valley. They hurriedly sped up their tasks. Guan descended from the pavilion, his divine sense keenly detecting that Xian Tianyi had already stepped half a foot into the roving immortal realm. This realization piqued Guan's interest in the sealed demon's prison. What exactly lay beneath that could allow the sealed demon to break through all at once? There had to be a mystery hidden in the depths. Surely, the sealed demon didn't also possess lifespan cultivation abilities like him, right? Guan's thoughts wandered as he prepared to act. He planned to wait until Xian Tianyi had finished dealing with the 11 rogue immortals from the 7-star spirit realm, then he would make his move. Above the battlefield, heavenly might was condensing, a sign that Xian Tianyi was about to face his tribulation. Is a rogue immortal's tribulation always this vast? Guan silently pondered as he gazed at the churning thunderclouds. This gave him a clearer understanding of immortal tribulations. Xian Tianyi's tribulation had enveloped the entire continent. The sheer magnitude of it was beyond reason. If the transition from rogue immortal to roving immortal was already this terrifying, then what about the tribulation from roving immortal to celestial ascension? Far away, the aura of one rogue immortal vanished clearly, another had fallen at Xian Tianyi's hands. And where there was a first, there was always a second. The successive deaths of 2 rogue immortals made Lin Lu, who was still healing, unable to sit still any longer. He immediately plunged into the depths to support his allies. Meanwhile, Guan focused on the heavenly tribulation. He could sense the spiritual energy of the 5 elements being drawn toward the thunderclouds, merging rapidly before surging back down toward the tribulation site. It was a gathering of heaven's will, a power that accumulated endlessly. The 3rd rogue immortal fell. Having devoured their souls, Xian Tianyi's aura soared even higher. Somewhere in the mystic void, Guan could feel 2 demonic energies struggling within a single body. Could Xian Tianyi and the sealed demon be fighting for control? Guan remained cautious. If Xian Tianyi's soul was about to lose, he would intervene immediately. For mortals, the distance from the Taixuan Sect to the demonic land was a journey of a lifetime. For Guan, it would take only a single step. Back in the third medicine valley, the gathered disciples discussed the ominous thunderclouds. Lu Lingjun remained secluded in the pavilion, cultivating in silence. Since her return, she had not stepped outside even once. Boom, boom. Watching the flashes of lightning above, the cultivators of the Taixuan Sect grew anxious. They could feel the tribulation's range expanding. They, too, might be caught in its destruction. Sect Master Liang Kenghai acted decisively. Retreat immediately. Since they were powerless to assist the 7-star spirit realm, they might as well preserve themselves. After all, their presence here was only due to the Holy Land's summons. Had they stayed at the 3 dynasties border, they could have gathered more forces. Liu Beitian also led the Taixuan Sect disciples away. At this moment, Ji Hantian sidled up beside him. I just remembered something. Didn't Xian Tianyi fall into demonization when he was younger? Ji Hantian whispered. Liu Beitian shot him a cold glare, instantly silencing him. Ji Hantian shrank back but muttered begrudgingly. I thought you two were at odds. Turns out it was all an act for me. Liu Beitian was the sect master, while Ji Hantian was the vice sect master, and Ji Hantian had ambitions for leadership. But Xian Tianyi stood in his way. Many elders supported Xian Tianyi as the next sect master, which had naturally soured Ji Hantian's opinion of him. Years ago, Liu Beitian had confided in him, expressing dissatisfaction with Xian Tianyi, instantly earning Ji Hantian's trust. From then on, their friendship deepened, and Ji Hantian worked tirelessly whenever Liu Beitian avoided his responsibilities. After all, Liu Beitian had promised if he stepped down, Ji Hantian would take his place. But in truth, it had always been a struggle for power. Outside, they were polite fellow disciples, but within, it was a game of strategy and deception. Nonsense? Is this the time to discuss such matters? Liu Beitian scolded, shutting Ji Hantian down. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted behind them. Liu Beitian and Ji Hantian instinctively turned their heads. But the distance was too great, they couldn't see what had happened. Still, the terrifying demonic aura radiating from the battlefield made their blood run cold. Then, look at the sky. A disciple's shout drew everyone's attention upward. They froze in shock. Within the thunderclouds, a golden radiance emerged reflecting the battlefield below. Countless figures clashed like divine lightning, moving faster than the eye could follow. Each magnificent technique and mystical art shook the heavens, engraving the battle into every cultivator's soul. Sect members slowed their retreat, their eyes fixed on the celestial spectacle above. And Hao, Li Ya, and Zhang Bukui also paused to watch. Zhang Bukui's eyes burned with longing. Could he ever reach such heights? Meanwhile, and Hao's heart was filled with concern. He still believed there was hope for Xian Tianyi to break free. As all cultivators watched, every time Xiantianyi stopped to devour a soul, the sky projection zoomed in, displaying the grisly process in vivid detail. His face was split into two expressions, his left side cruel and ruthless, while his right side winced in pain. It was horrifying. One by one, the rogue immortals perished, until only Lin Lu remained. As the last of his allies fell, despair overtook him. He turned to flee, but Xiantianyi caught him. You can't. Lin Lu trembled, his soul unable to escape, his body paralyzed. Before he could say more, he collapsed lifelessly. Xiantianyi devoured his soul. Then he soared into the sky, sitting cross-legged in midair. Beneath him, dust storms billowed like dragons, swallowing the world in a sea of turbulence. The illusion in the sky expanded, covering the entire continent. Every living being, human or demon, stared at it in horror. For the first time, the name Xiantianyi was seared into the hearts of all under heaven. Xiantianyi, have you forgotten your righteous path? A furious voice roared. Ji Xianling emerged from the storm of dust, his face twisted in anger. Xiantianyi's right eye twitched, his expression conflicted. But then his left eye opened. His gaze locked onto Ji Xianling, filled with murderous intent. A divine voice boomed across the world. The innate five elements divine thunder tribulation? How dare you, foul beast, attempt to withstand one of the 10 great tribulations of the ages. The heavens split apart and a blazing divine figure descended, its presence crushing Xiantianyi into the ground. For the first time, terror flashed across Xiantianyi's face. Boom, 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 thunder rumbled through the heavens as Li Xianling crashed to the ground. But unlike Xiantianyi, who was bearing the immense suppression beyond the rogue immortal realm, Li Xianling merely stumbled a few steps before steadying himself. He immediately looked up, his gaze locking onto the mysterious figure standing before Xiantianyi. That was a radiant figure, enveloped in a dazzling glow. He recognized him instantly. Cave Master, Ji Xianling exclaimed in excitement. The master of Six-Star Cave, the mighty Divine Soul Lord. Divine Soul Lord stood tall, clad in a wide black daoist robe, with a gold-threaded white tunic underneath. A jade-inlaid blue sash wrapped around his waist, and 3 small swords were coiled around his long black hair. His expression was ice-cold as he gazed at the fallen Xiantianyi, his eyes exuding a chilling aura that seemed to freeze time itself. In the heavenly projection above, which had been following Xiantianyi's every movement, the image of Divine Soul Lord was now reflected across the entire continent, allowing all living beings to witness his divine presence. Even the Grand Masters of the 3 dynasties, upon seeing Divine Soul Lord for the first time, instinctively felt an overwhelming sense of reverence. His mere presence emanated an undefeatable aura. The world trembled with excitement. The once invincible sealed demon was now crumpled on the ground before Divine Soul Lord, his unstoppable momentum shattered. At that moment, Xiantianyi was not refusing to rise, he simply couldn't. The gap between rogue immortal and roving immortal was like heaven and earth, mud and cloud. Xiantianyi's eyes filled with horror, and for the first time, a pleading look surfaced in his gaze. 10,000 miles away, and Hao stared at Divine Soul Lord's figure in the sky projection and panicked. Before his very eyes, Divine Soul Lord raised his right hand, his solemn voice reverberating across the continent. Today, I shall slay this demon for the salvation of all beings. His words were like a decree from the heavens, accompanied by thunderous roars that shook the very fabric of the world. No. And Hao roared desperately, attempting to leap into the sky to stop it. But before he could move, a hand suddenly pressed on his shoulder, and his entire spiritual energy collapsed, rendering him unable to fly. Zhang Bukui, Li Ya, and the disciples of the Taixuan Sect only saw a blur of motion, so fast they wondered if they had imagined it. Divine Soul Lord's palm was about to strike Xiantianyi down. Li Xuanling's expression changed drastically. He opened his mouth to plead. Slap. Suddenly, a hand landed on Divine Soul Lord's shoulder, instantly dispersing the divine radiance surrounding him. His face contorted in shock, and his raised palm froze in midair. Even Xiantianyi, in his weakened state, saw the figure that had appeared behind Divine Soul Lord, his face twisted in disbelief, followed by visible struggle. Li Xuanling's mouth fell open, his eyes locked onto the figure behind Divine Soul Lord, utterly shocked. At that moment, the entire world saw the same scene through the heavenly projection. 3rd Medicine Valley. Lu Lingjun pushed open her door just in time to witness the sky projection. Her face changed drastically. Outer Sect City Heavenly Mending Platform. Zhou Yujian, standing beside the heaven-splitting axe, gazed at the sky and murmured, "The sword sovereign of the righteous path." Even Disye, in the midst of his sword comprehension, tensed up. The sword sovereign was confronting the strongest forces of the 7-star spirit realm, and Hao's eyes lit up with excitement. His master had finally come to save him. Li Ya, too, was overjoyed their ancestors had arrived. Zhang Bukui, on the other hand, was simply curious who was this mysterious arrival. Meanwhile, Liu Badian exhaled in relief. The sect leaders of other factions, however, were confused. Why had the sword sovereign intervened? Within the sky projection, Divine Soul Lord slowly lowered his right hand. His peripheral vision flickered toward the figure behind him. Are you, the sword sovereign of the righteous path? Behind him stood a shadow wreathed in dark purple demonic energy, both mysterious and ominous. Before Divine Soul Lord could react, Guan suddenly pulled him backward. With a single step forward, Divine Soul Lord was forcefully shoved away. His face drastically changed. He had been pushed back uncontrollably. Guan arrived before Xiantianyi, extending 2 fingers and pressing them against his forehead. Boom, The power of a celestial ascension cultivator erupted, forcibly expelling the sealed demon's soul from Xian Tianyi's body. Dark demonic energy collapsed and dissipated. Xian Tianyi's face contorted in pain. The world gasped in shock. This wasn't a possession. Before the sealed demon could retaliate, Guan's palm opened, grabbing hold of it, sealing it within his grasp. At that moment, the oppressive demonic aura that had blanketed the continent vanished. A collective sigh of relief spread across all living beings as if a massive weight had been lifted from their chests. You, Divine Soul Lord's expression darkened in rage. As the master of Six Star Cave, he naturally knew the true origins of the sealed demon. Though he had not orchestrated it himself, he had allowed it to happen. And now, the Sword Sovereign had completely humiliated him? Guan turned sideways, his cold gaze cutting toward Divine Soul Lord. Xian Tianyi coughed up blood, his weak body collapsing forward, his forehead falling against Guan's leg. Before losing consciousness, he muttered weakly, "Sword Sovereign." Then, he blacked out entirely. The world held its breath. Everyone could sense the standoff between Divine Soul Lord and the Sword Sovereign. And they all understood the Sword Sovereign had not come to protect the sealed demon. He had come to save the one possessed by it. The three dynasties' cultivators near the battlefield did not dare breathe too loudly. Blood Prison Great Saint, still lying on the ground, stared at Guan in awe, so domineering. He had said nothing, yet his presence alone made his intentions clear. The Blood Prison Great Saint suddenly felt his past arrogance was pathetic. Compared to true powerhouses, he was just a loudmouth. Across the world, cultivators sensed Divine Soul Lord faltering. He had been overpowered with a single move, and even the seven-star spirit realm's greatest expert hesitated before the Sword Sovereign of the righteous path. Ji Sunling's heart pounded. He had never imagined Divine Soul Lord could be so easily suppressed. And now, Divine Soul Lord faced a dilemma. Who exactly are you? Don't tell me you're from the Taixuan Sect. This continent could never produce someone like you. Divine Soul Lord's voice was low and heavy, a stark contrast to his earlier declaration. This time, he didn't let his voice echo across the continent. Only he, Guan, and Li Xianling could hear it. Guan didn't respond. Instead, he raised his right hand, extended a single finger, and pointed it directly at Divine Soul Lord's face. For some reason, Divine Soul Lord felt an inexplicable sense of dread. Too domineering? The other party had no intention of talking. There was only one meaning behind that gesture: leave. Otherwise, Divine Soul Lord understood immediately. Just the sheer power emanating from this man, power he couldn't even resist, made one terrifyingly clear possibility surface in his mind. He might die. He was a roving immortal, not just on this continent, but across the surrounding seas. He stood among the pinnacle of cultivators. Yet now, in front of this mysterious and overwhelming presence, his thoughts raced like lightning, assessing every possibility. And in the end, with a cold snort, he flicked his sleeve and turned away. In just a few steps, he vanished. He left gracefully, but in the eyes of the world, it was still an act of retreat in fear. No matter how straight his back was, the perception had already been decided. He had yielded. Guan hadn't killed Divine Soul Lord. Not because he couldn't, but because he shouldn't. The entire world was watching. The seven-star spirit realm was considered a holy land, known for its mission to protect humanity. If he killed Divine Soul Lord, he might attract other high-ranking cultivators from the Star Caves. Sometimes, not killing was more terrifying than killing. By sparing him, Guan both suppressed and left room for fear. If he had killed him, it would have been an irreconcilable blood feud. But by letting him live, the seven-star spirit realm would forever live in the shadow of his power. Guan glanced up. The heavenly tribulation was beginning to fade. With the sealed demon sealed away, there was no longer a target to undergo the trial. Thus, the tribulation itself ceased. His figure vanished in an instant. Without Guan's support, Xian Tianyi's weakened body fell forward. Just before his forehead hit the ground, Li Xianling appeared and caught him. Lu Badian immediately called out, summoning the Taixuan Sect disciples to follow him in aiding Xian Tianyi. Over 10,000 disciples soared into the sky, rushing forward without hesitation. None of them feared death. Every single one of them had excitement written all over their faces. With the Sword Sovereign of the righteous path here, what was there to fear? The sect masters of the other factions exchanged uncertain glances. This entire sequence of events had far exceeded their expectations. There was too much to process, too much that challenged everything they thought they knew. Finally, Liang Qinghai took a deep breath and declared, "The three dynasties shall stand together." Then, without hesitation, he flew toward King Heaven Sect's forces. The other sect masters quickly regained their composure and issued their own orders. They now had a new priority: winning over the Sword Sovereign of the righteous path. This battle had solidified a terrifying truth. The Sword Sovereign was stronger than the Holy Land itself. In the Third Medicine Valley, Lu Lingjun watched as the sky projection slowly faded. Her thoughts returned to reality. For a moment, she instinctively wanted to find Guan, to talk to him, to share the emotions she felt from witnessing this monumental battle. But then, she realized something. Guan's presence was no longer in the valley. Instinctively, she extended her divine sense, scanning toward Xian Valley. She found him checking herbs in the nearby mountain forests. Only then did she let out a breath of relief. A helpless smile formed on her lips. Such an earth-shattering event, and all you care about is your precious plants? You really have no ambition at all. Elsewhere, within the intersect city, Ji Xiao stood atop a rooftop. Even as the heavenly projection faded, she didn't look away. She had never met Divine Soul Lord before, but she could feel his status was exceptionally high within the 7-star spirit realm. Yet even he had been forced to retreat. Her expression turned complicated. Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path, just who are you? This battle would change everything. Ji Xiao could already foresee it. The 7-star spirit realm would be forced into submission, their previous unchecked arrogance shattered. Before, even without the Sword Sovereign, they had restrained their darker ambitions, unwilling to act too openly. Now, with the Sword Sovereign proving himself superior to their greatest expert, they would be forced to act even more cautiously. But Ji Xiao was certain of one thing. The 7-star spirit realm would do everything in its power to uncover the identity of the Sword Sovereign. And when that happened, the Ji family, being part of the Taixuan Sect, would be the first weapon they wielded. Family head, was this the outcome you foresaw? Ji Xiao smirked as she turned away. She had barely taken a step. Boom! A thunderous cheer erupted from the inner sect city. The entire city was celebrating. But it was only a fraction of the world's reaction. At that moment, the entire world erupted into an uproar. The 7-star spirit realm, a holy land of legend, had been shamed before the entire continent. And in contrast, the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path had ascended to an untouchable height. Over the vast ocean, Divine Soul Lord sat cross-legged atop a massive gourd, arms folded across his chest as the sea breeze ruffled his hair. His eyes remained shut, his brows tightly furrowed. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became, and an increasing sense of unease gnawed at him. After this battle, the prestige of the Holy Land would surely plummet. How could he not be furious? Yet, he found it difficult to gauge the attitude of the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path toward the 7-star spirit realm. From what he could tell, the Sword Sovereign didn't seem hostile to the 7-star spirit realm. The ones he had killed, like Lin Jingtian, had all brought it upon themselves. Even Li Xianling had gone to Taixuan Sect without any incident. And this time was no different. The Sword Sovereign had merely forced him to retreat, without actually dealing a fatal blow. He couldn't tell if the Sword Sovereign was wary of the 7-star spirit realm or if he simply had no intention to kill. Truthfully, when the sealed demon attacked the roving immortal stage, Divine Soul Lord had sensed it, yet he deliberately chose not to intervene. He had allowed the Lin family's scattered immortals and disciples to be devoured by the sealed demon for 2 reasons. First, he wanted to shape the sealed demon into a terrifying threat. After all, the stronger the sealed demon, the greater the prestige he would gain when he eventually destroyed it. Second, he saw it as an opportunity to eradicate the Lin family, thus erasing any lingering karmic ties with the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path. If his plan had worked, the 7-star spirit realm would have maintained the Holy Land's prestige while also resolving its grievances with the Sword Sovereign. A win-win situation. But things had gone terribly wrong. The Sword Sovereign had acted too soon. So, the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path is connected to Xian Tianyi. The more Divine Soul Lord thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Before Xian Tianyi joined the Starcy Sect Alliance, Taixuan Sect had never had such a formidable Grand Master. He suspected that Xian Tianyi, having foreseen the coming demonic cataclysm, had reached out to the Sword Sovereign for aid in advance. Yes, that must be it. Divine Soul Lord had even learned that Xian Tianyi had written a book called The Sword Sovereign, a myth. Raising his right hand, he retrieved a command token. After hesitating for a moment, he probed it with his divine sense. Soon, a surge of spiritual energy resonated from within the token, and he began to relay the recent events along with his own speculations. Moments later, his expression turned grim. He was clearly being reprimanded. Far away in the forests of Xian Valley, Guan watched in silence. Ever since Divine Soul Lord had left, Guan had kept his divine sense locked onto him, ensuring no unexpected incidents occurred. When he saw Divine Soul Lord take out the command token, he immediately deduced that the man was contacting a superior within the 7-star spirit realm. As Divine Soul Lord finally stored the token back into his spatial ring, Guan exhaled a deep breath, his gaze turning cold. Watching his shifting expression, Guan hesitated. His lifespan perception ability could only sense hostility directed at his true body. However, his 9 extremes yin-yang body could perfectly conceal his true form and even obscure karmic divinations. Unless someone linked the Sword Sovereign directly to his true identity and harbored ill intentions, he would remain undetected. Previously, the mountain god puppet had resembled his true form too closely and lacked divine concealment, which allowed him to be noticed. Similarly, Hatred Heaven Ancestor had sensed his presence through sword intent alone. After an incense stick's worth of time, Divine Soul Lord descended onto a remote island. The moment he entered a cave, Guan detected the presence of restrictive formations and chose not to follow any further. Just remember the location of the island. Guan stood up and returned to Xian Valley. The disciples within the valley were still buzzing with excitement, fervently discussing the celestial illusion they had witnessed earlier. The image of the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path had been deeply ingrained in their minds, and they, too, believed that the figure confronting Divine Soul Lord had been none other than the Sword Sovereign. Guan joined them for a while, casually chatting along. This battle had an even greater impact than when the Sword Sovereign had slain the demon ancestor. Not only had it secured lasting peace by eliminating the sealed demon, but it had also shaken the Holy Land itself. When Guan returned to the Third Medicine Valley, the place was as lively as a bustling marketplace, filled with chattering disciples. Lu Lingjian, who had been waiting for him, immediately pulled him into the loft, eager to discuss the Sword Sovereign. Seeing how much she revered the Sword Sovereign, Guan felt immensely satisfied. Of course, he had to act just as excited after all. Mutual admiration was key to social bonds. For the next month, Taixuan Sect remained in an uproar. The entire sect was buzzing with excitement, and rumors spread like wildfire. Guan visited the outer sect city twice, each time lingering for 2 hours, listening to the streets filled with praise for the Sword Sovereign. One noteworthy observation was that more and more cultivators were arriving from overseas. Among them were even experts at the immortal Dao realm. These individuals scattered across the cultivation world, trying to gather information on the 7-star spirit realm and the Sword Sovereign of the righteous path. Guan speculated that they might belong to another major faction. He recalled that Hatred Heaven Ancestors' enemies came from the Star Sea Sect Alliance, a colossal force at sea. At least, in Hatred Heaven Ancestors' eyes, the Star Sea Sect Alliance and the 7-star spirit realm were on equal footing. Could it be that the Star Sea Sect Alliance was preparing to make a move against the 7-star spirit realm? Though Guan indulged in these idle speculations, he remained unfazed. After all, no one knew that the Sword Sovereign was him. As winter snow fell, the Taixuan Sect cultivators who had battled the sealed demon gradually returned. Notably, both Li Ya and Zhang Bukui had also come back. Sensing their approach toward Xian Valley, Guan waited there in advance. The two of them were still riding the Northern Sea heavy sword. Zhang Bukui, gazing at the snow-covered forest ahead, looked visibly nervous. He was returning to the Medicine Valley where his father had once lived. He was about to meet Uncle Gu again. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. Li Ya, on the other hand, sternly warned him not to mention their injuries to Guan. He was to follow Li Ya's lead when speaking. Zhang Bukui had no choice but to nod in agreement. It wasn't like he hadn't hidden things from Li Ya before. Now that Li Ya wanted to conceal something from Guan, they were even. Soon, Li Ya and Zhang Bukui descended into Xian Valley. Their arrival immediately caught the attention of the errand disciples. Senior brother Li Lujujia approached excitedly, his face filled with joy. Among those who had left Xian Valley, the strongest was undoubtedly Li Ya. Even though Li Ya had lost his battle against An Hao and failed to make it onto the golden ranking, his strength had already been recognized by the entire Taixuan sect. He was the pride of Xian Valley. Looking at Lujujia, Li Ya, knowing he was Guan's junior, nodded slightly. I'm here to see your senior brother. Before Lujujia could respond, a voice drifted from the loft. Senior brother Li Bukui, come on up. Hearing Guan's voice, Zhang Bukui was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. Li Ya shot him a warning glance before leading him upstairs. Lujujia watched Li Ya's confident stride with envy. Li Ya was living the life he had always dreamed of. Inside the room, the moment Zhang Bukui saw Guan, he immediately knelt down. Startled, Li Ya hurriedly shut the door. His sworn brother kneeling before his junior? That would be a scandal if word got out. What are you doing? Get up already. Guan sighed in exasperation. Li Ya quickly pulled Zhang Bukui up, shooting him a glare. Zhang Bukui, however, simply grinned at Guan like a fool. Guan motioned for them to sit while he poured them tea. Senior brother Li, how have you been these years? Guan asked casually. Li Ya immediately launched into a grand tale, boasting about his experiences and rapid progress in cultivation. Meanwhile, Zhang Bukui repeatedly hesitated to speak. Zhang Bukui mentioned that when the Sword Sovereign acted earlier, he saw a fleeting shadow and suspected that it was him, meaning the Sword Sovereign had passed right by them. Li Ya also claimed he saw the same thing, and both of them were convinced. Guan found it amusing. He had done it on purpose, making sure that An Hao and the others caught a glimpse of him. More precisely, he wanted Taixuan Sect cultivators to sense that he had rushed over from their sect. With his infinite free step, Guan could teleport instantly to Divine Soul Lord's side in a single stride. The three of them chatted for another hour before Li Ya and Zhang Bukui finally bid their farewell. Li Ya planned to formally induct Zhang Bukui into the sect, and there was much to be done, so Guan did not insist they stay. Watching their figures disappear into the vast snowfall, Guan lingered for a while before finally heading back inside. As the end of the year approached, the New Year festival drew near. With humanity's complete victory over the demonic cataclysm, the world now appeared to be entering an era of peace. In response, Lubadian declared that this year's festival would be a grand celebration. Even before the new year arrived, various cities had already begun their preparations, and this festive atmosphere extended to Xian Valley and the Third Medicine Valley as well. To mark the beginning of a new era, Lubadian issued several decrees, increasing benefits for disciples at all levels, even errand disciples, filling the entire sect with joy and excitement. Guan, riding the Blood Prison Great Saint, wandered through the outer sect city, taking in the lively sights. He could sense numerous individuals concealing their cultivation within the city. There were over 20 cultivators at the Profound Mind realm, 3 at the Grand Ascension stage, and even 1 at the Nirvana stage. These individuals had all come from overseas. Over the past year, they had been gathering intelligence mainly regarding Taixuan Sect's stance on the 7-star spirit realm and the Sword Sovereign of the righteous path. Since they posed no threat to Guan, he paid them little attention. As he wandered, Guan encountered several familiar faces, disciples from Medicine Valley, fellow cultivators he had befriended at the Library Hall and Alchemy Hall. Engaging in casual conversations, he found amusement in hearing about their cultivation journeys. The festive atmosphere permeated every street, and even the blood prison great saint glanced around curiously. Unknowingly, Guan found himself in front of the heavenly mending platform once again. The vast platform was packed with people, voices blending into a vibrant chorus. Numerous outer sect disciples stood guard along its edges. First, the demon ancestor was slain. Then, the sealed demon was vanquished. The sword sovereign of the righteous path's prestige had reached its peak. Even disciples from other sects would climb the platform just to pay homage to the two inscribed characters, righteous path. The entire cultivation world was discussing the sword sovereign. Notably, Xiantianyi's book, The Sword Sovereign, a Myth, had become wildly popular. In the book, the sword sovereign was described as someone who liked to tap his enemies on the shoulder under the cover of night, coincidentally mirroring the moment when he had placed a hand on Divine Soul Lord's shoulder. This led many to wonder, could the green hero actually know the sword sovereign? Guan merely observed from below. There were many like him, mostly cultivators at the foundation establishment and chi refining stages, content with simply watching from afar. Then, patting the blood prison great saint, he signaled for it to move on. With the festival approaching, he needed to prepare gifts for his disciples. This year's New Year celebration carried special significance. Taixuan Sect was poised for rapid expansion. Events like the Golden Ranking Tournament, the Alchemy Tournament, and the world's #1 Sword Deo Tournament had amassed immense wealth for the sect. Now that the world was at peace, it was time to make a bold move forward. Guan also needed to gather high-grade medicinal herbs for his celestial realm. Suddenly, a system prompt appeared before his eyes. Divine Soul Lord has developed hostility toward you. He harbors killing intent. Would you like to use lifespan perception? Guan frowned. Interesting. Taking a deep breath, he chose to activate lifespan perception once again. He had already checked before, but this time, he was looking at his own fate. Divine Soul Lord, Roving Immortal Stage, Level 3 28,098/130,000/180,000. With roughly 100,000 years of remaining lifespan. He could steal at least 10,000 years. Changing plans, Guan had the blood prison great saint leave the outer sect city, not towards the inner sect, but toward a secluded forest outside the city. Inside a secluded palace, soft light reflected off the polished floors. Spirit stones embedded in the stone pillars emitted a radiant glow, illuminating the grand hall. At the far end of the hall, Divine Soul Lord sat at the highest seat, reading a scroll. Slowly, he opened his eyes and glanced at the black-clad figure kneeling before him. "You may leave," he commanded. Without hesitation, the black-clad man turned and exited. As the doors shut, Divine Soul Lord furrowed his brows, propping his left hand against his cheek while holding the scroll in his right. His gaze lingered on the contents of the scroll. "Xiantianyi," he murmured under his breath. Although he had feared the sword sovereign of the righteous path, he hadn't given up. After leaving the mainland, he had ordered spies within Taixuan Sect to investigate all of Xiantianyi's connections. The scroll in his hands contained detailed records of everyone closely linked to him. The sealed demon's rise in strength? Surely tied to Xiantianyi. The sword sovereign's intervention? Clearly to save him. No matter how he looked at it, Xiantianyi was to blame for his defeat. Thus, his killing intent toward Xiantianyi and everyone associated with him only grew stronger. However, he dared not act rashly. Who knew if the sword sovereign was hiding among them? Just the mere thought of the sword sovereign made Divine Soul Lord uneasy. Luckily, Samsung Cave had rarely contacted him in recent years. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how to explain himself. Sigh. Letting out a long sigh, Divine Soul Lord stood up, preparing to retreat into small spirit realm for secluded cultivation. Right now, the 7-star spirit realm needed to focus on maintaining its image and concealing its dark deeds from the surrounding major factions. As the realm's lofty cave master, all he had to do was issue orders. He had no intention of personally handling the details. He took 2 steps forward, just about to descend the staircase, when suddenly, a hand landed lightly on his shoulder. Though it was just a gentle tap, his heart stopped cold. That feeling. He would never forget what it felt like to have the sword sovereign of the righteous path touch his shoulder. Fear instinctively gripped his heart. Just as he was about to speak, an overwhelming surge of divine power flooded his body. In an instant, his flesh turned to ashes. His soul was utterly annihilated. The difference between a 9th-level Celestial Ascension stage cultivator and a 3rd-level Roving Immortal stage cultivator was simply too vast. Before Guan, Divine Soul Lord was no different from an ant. Even the scroll in his hands was reduced to nothingness. The 9 extremes yin-yang body cloaked Guan vanished without a trace, as if he had never been there. In less than 10 breaths, he was back at Taixuan Sect, emerging from the bushes to reunite with the Blood Prison Great Saint. As if nothing had happened, the Blood Prison Great Saint, unaware of his brief absence, merely stood up upon seeing him return. Guan casually plucked a wildflower and placed it on the beast's horn. "Let's go," he said, guiding it back toward Xian Valley. Though outwardly composed, his heart raced with excitement. Glancing at the system notification again, he smirked. "By killing Divine Soul Lord, you have obtained 10,500 years of lifespan." Roving Immortal stage cultivators really were worth more. When Guan executed Divine Soul Lord, he didn't even dare to search his soul. Divine Soul Lord had surely encountered many high-level immortals, and Guan feared that soul-searching might inadvertently alert those powerful beings. He could already glimpse the workings of karma, and if he deepened his understanding of the Dao of karma, it would be equivalent to unlocking a permanent lifespan perception ability. Thus, he didn't even bother investigating the cave dwelling. It wasn't uncommon for a Grand Master like Divine Soul Lord to disappear for decades or even centuries. The real question was whether the 7-star spirit realm had any spiritual artifacts capable of detecting a disciple's demise. Guan had read about certain maritime sects possessing unique magical artifacts that could instantly sense when their members perished. But it didn't matter. This was a gamble. One thing was certain: Guan would never allow someone harboring killing intent toward him to continue living. The longer he delayed, the greater the danger. After the new year, Taixuan Sect began preparations for a grand tournament, the First World Cultivation Tournament. But what exactly was this tournament about? The idea came from Liu Beitian's study of the Heaven-Splitting Axe, a competition where participants would wield a single mystical artifact using their spiritual power. Once the announcement spread, it sent shockwaves through the cultivation world. Such an event had never been held before. Liu Beitian planned to take 5 years to prepare it, even publicly inviting cultivators from overseas to participate. Since eliminating Divine Soul Lord, Guan had kept his divine sense scanning the 3 dynasties daily. So far, everything was peaceful, and his lifespan perception had yet to be triggered again. By mid-March, Liu Beitian visited Guan. The two of them sat in Guan's room, drinking wine. Guan listened carefully as Liu Beitian spoke of his ambitions, occasionally adding his own thoughts. He wasn't well versed in sect management, but he could offer insights. So far, Liu Beitian's approach has aligned with his expectations. Liu Beitian had focused all his energy on expanding the sect's influence, and as a result, internal conflicts had greatly diminished. For the first time in its history, Taixuan Sect was truly united. Even though the world is at peace now, Liu Beitian sighed, putting down his wine bowl, I still feel uneasy. It's like back when we fought the sealed demon. That mysterious cultivator, his strength was terrifying. That man is already dead. Guan answered in his heart but replied, didn't they say he was an immortal from the Holy Land? The Holy Land shouldn't bring calamity, should it? Liu Beitian scoffed. Who knows? Then, shaking his head, he said, forget it. In any case, my goal is for Taixuan Sect to produce a cultivator who surpasses the Grand Ascension stage within my lifetime. I will do whatever it takes to make that happen. Guan nodded. Then you should focus on how his talent is extraordinary. He's your best bet. Yes. A rare smile appeared on Liu Beitian's face. After surviving the sealed demon cataclysm, his opinion of Anhao had clearly changed. Good. Let him set his sights on Anhao. Guan had no interest in becoming sect master himself. The two of them continued chatting for a long time before Liu Beitian finally departed. Even before the First World Cultivation Tournament had begun, he was already planning his next grand event. After Liu Beitian left, Guan didn't linger in the Third Medicine Valley. He returned to Xian Valley, then quietly slipped away. Activating Infinite Free Step, he swiftly distanced himself from the mainland. After just a few dozen steps, he arrived at a vast oceanic island. The most prosperous island in this region, home to over 5 million cultivators, with people constantly coming and going. Guan made no attempt to disguise himself. This place was too far from Taixuan Sect. Even Grand Ascension cultivators would need a significant amount of time to travel here, and the sea was crawling with countless sea demons along the way. No one here would recognize him. His purpose this time? To purchase medicinal herb seeds. His celestial realm would only cultivate herbs of the 7th grade or higher. Before coming here, Guan had already used divine sense to survey the island. The strongest cultivator present was a bit more powerful than Divine Soul Lord, but not by much. If there were Celestial Ascension stage cultivators, then there might be even stronger beings hidden in the shadows. But with roving Immortal stage as the apparent peak, there likely wasn't anything far beyond Celestial Ascension lurking unseen. Even if there was, as long as Guan kept a low profile, there shouldn't be any trouble. He made his way to the Sea Protectorate, intending to register an identity token, a requirement for conducting business and accessing major buildings. This was something he had already confirmed through his divine sense. The Sea Protectorate was immense, spanning 100 miles, with a constant stream of cultivators coming and going. Just as he stepped inside, a young attendant approached him. Senior, what business do you wish to handle today? I need an identity token. Understood, please follow me. The attendant was both respectful and enthusiastic. There were many attendants like him, all dressed in plain yet tidy clothing. From the colors of their robes, one could roughly gauge their status in the Sea Protectorate. The attendant chatted amicably as they walked, introducing both the Sea Protectorate and the island itself. This island is called Seeker's Island. It's a renowned neutral ground on the ocean, where transactions can be conducted with peace of mind. If disputes arise, the island lord personally upholds justice and can even call upon major sects like the Starsea Sect Alliance, 7-Star Spirit Realm, and Deep Sea Spirit Palace. Despite speaking of such formidable sects, the attendant remained humble and composed, a quality that Guan appreciated. When Guan asked for his name, the attendant looked genuinely flattered and quickly introduced himself. Of course, Guan already knew, but formalities mattered. Hu Xiaojian, Nascent Soul Stage, Level 2 480/860/2200. For someone with this lifespan, Hu Xiaojian would be considered a genius in Taixuan Sect. But here on Seeker's Island, he was merely a servant. Such a vast difference in standards. Senior, have you reached the Immortal Dao realm? Hu Xiaojian cautiously asked. Guan's presence felt profound, not overbearing, but possessing a natural aura of refinement, making him seem like a reclusive grandmaster. Yes, Guan replied casually. Hu Xiaojian's excitement skyrocketed. Half an incense stick later, under Hu Xiaojian's guidance, Guan arrived at a grand hall. The cultivators entering and exiting were all at the Grand Ascension or Nirvana stages. Those at the Nirvana stage were likely outsiders, like himself. Meanwhile, the Grand Ascension cultivators seemed to be affiliated with the Sea Protectorate. As for scattered immortals, they were far rarer. Hu Xiaojian led Guan to an elderly cultivator and explained his purpose. The elder immediately rose and escorted them to a side chamber. Chu Feng, Nirvana stage, level 5 3860/15,000/17,000. Guan glanced at the lifespan data but said nothing, following Chu Feng's lead. From a redwood cabinet, Chu Feng retrieved a white jade token, blank and unmarked. Handing it to Guan, he instructed, infuse it with your spiritual power and silently recite your name. This will finalize the registration. Guan took the token, adjusted his aura, and infused it with his spiritual power. A few breaths later, he raised the identity token, showing it to Chu Feng. Meng Lang, 6th level of the scattered immortal stage. Chu Feng's expression shifted instantly. He hurriedly clasped his hands and bowed deeply. Senior. Hu Xiaojian, even more ecstatic, followed suit with a respectful bow. Guan withdrew the token indifferently and asked, I heard that a high-rank identity token comes with certain benefits. Chu Feng nodded and respectfully explained the privileges. Reduced transaction fees. Permanent access to a private cave residence. Authority to command 5 personal attendants. Satisfied, Guan directly assigned Hu Xiaojian to be his guide. Hu Xiaojian was both shocked and thrilled, while Chu Feng merely smiled and encouraged him. Thus began Guan's shopping spree on Seeker's Island. First, he traded for spirit stones. It was worth noting that the island's currency standard was 1 high-grade spirit stone. Lower-grade spirit stones mid or low weren't even accepted. Low-level cultivators couldn't even set foot on the island. Brutal, but practical. After all, what cultivator below nascent soul stage could even traverse the ocean to reach Seeker's Island? The island was millions of miles from the nearest land mass, with no other islands nearby. For someone like Hu Xiaojian, the 7-star spirit realm was an incredibly distant power. The sect he had heard about most was the Starsea Sect Alliance, the undisputed ruler of the seas. By dusk, Guan returned to Xian Valley. Purchasing medicinal herbs took time. It wasn't something that could be done in one visit. Fortunately, Seeker's Island had an abundance of high-grade herbs. Even 9th-grade medicinal herbs were available. There were even rumors that once every few decades, Seeker's Island would auction off immortal Deo spirit trees. After greeting the Valley disciples, he went upstairs to continue writing his book. Once his purchase was complete, it would be time to publish Journey to the West. His trip to Seeker's Island had left him in a great mood. Using the alias Meng Lang was a tribute to an old friend. And he wasn't worried about being recognized. Most people who knew Guan would never set foot on Seeker's Island in their entire lives. As for Xian Tianyi and Hao, even with their talent, they wouldn't reach the immortal Deo realm anytime soon. If Xian Tianyi really was connected to the Starsea Sect Alliance, he might visit Seeker's Island one day. Still, Guan couldn't help but imagine a future where he and Xian Tianyi met overseas. Wouldn't Xian Tianyi's reaction be interesting? 1 month later. Now 98 years old, Guan visited Nianchu cave dwelling. Finding Tianyao, he led her into his celestial realm, then took out a massive collection of medicinal herb seeds and handed them over. Seeing the sheer quantity of seeds, Tianyao's eyes widened in shock, her breathing growing rapid. How long would it take to plant all these? Guan had completely emptied his fortune, and yet, he had only taken out a quarter of his stock. Chuckling, he said, these seeds are 7th grade at minimum. You better be careful. If you mess up, I will hold you accountable. 7th grade? Tianyao gasped. Then, moments later, her excitement exploded. If all these high-grade herbs thrived, the spiritual energy in this realm would overflow. Wasting no time, she began planting immediately. Meanwhile, Guan channeled his spiritual power into the earth, converting it into 5 elements spiritual energy. Letting the realm absorb natural energy was far too slow. Thankfully, his primal heaven and earth art contained methods for converting spiritual power into energy. A long road lay ahead. Guan and Xian Tianyi talked for 2 full hours. Before Xian Tianyi left, Guan gave him half a copy of Journey to the West. Over the years, Guan had long finished writing the book, but he had deliberately delayed its release, refining the manuscript over and over again to perfect his handwriting. He only gave Xian Tianyi half of it. He couldn't risk him spoiling the entire story. A little suspense never hurts. After seeing Xian Tianyi off, Guan headed downstairs, mounted the Blood Prison Great Saint, and rode to Xian Valley. Yalan was already waiting for him in the loft. Leisurely dismounting, Guan made his way upstairs. The two exchanged pleasantries as usual. Yalan had been incredibly busy over the past year and only had time to visit him during the New Year festival. Senior brother, you're turning 100 this year, shouldn't we celebrate? Yalan asked with a smile. Guan shook his head. What's the point? Cultivators don't celebrate birthdays. It's just a hassle. Yalan nodded, not pressing further. After all, turning 100 was a major milestone for any cultivator. But if Guan didn't care, she wouldn't force the issue. Their conversation drifted between Taixuan Sect, the cultivation world, and the mortal realm. For the most part, Yelan did the talking while Guan simply listened and nodded along. At one point, Guan asked about her progress with innate reincarnation technique. Yelan assured him that she practiced it every day. Although her cultivation realm hadn't improved, she could feel the technique's gradual accumulation. Satisfied, Guan handed her a collection of top-tier alchemical pills, urging her to hurry up and consume them. In 20 years, she would have to unseal the technique, and by then, who knew how much her lifespan limit would increase. Yelan happily accepted his gifts, her face glowing with joy. Seeing her expression, Guan suddenly shuddered. Junior sister, don't get the wrong idea, I'm always your senior brother. Yelan simply laughed. She stood up, walked over to him, and placed her hands on his shoulders. He was always the one putting hands on other people's shoulders, only junior sister could do it to him. Sigh. Who told her she was my junior sister? Sit down. Stop touching me, Guan grumbled. Aya, senior brother, I won't do anything. Just like last time. You dare bring up last time. What's wrong with a little touching? I promise I won't put my hands inside. Stop talking nonsense and sit down. I have something serious to discuss. Go ahead, I just like standing next to you. Riding the blood prison Great Saint, Guan arrived at Outer Sect City and made his way to the library hall. There, Grand Elder Feng Shang personally greeted him. After they sat down, Feng Shang grinned and asked, so, Shattering the Void is finished, do you have a new book in the works? Even though Shattering the Void hadn't reached the same legendary status as Romance of the Gods, it was still wildly profitable. Not only had Feng Shang benefited, but the entire Outer Sect city had prospered as well. Currently, their city ranked first among the 8 Outer Sect cities. In martial strength, they had the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path. In literature, they had Panin. Every time Feng Shang reread Romance of the Gods, he couldn't shake the suspicion that Guan was actually the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path. But then he'd remember Guan was barely 100 years old. Ridiculous. Still, perhaps Panin and the Sword Sovereign were connected. Maybe that's why Panin refused to write about the Sword Sovereign, he was afraid of revealing something. Without a word, Guan pulled 5 books from his storage bag. They contained the first half of Journey to the West. Feng Shang picked up the top book, reading the cover aloud. Journey to the West. The title sounded too plain. A little disappointed, he thought to himself, maybe this one won't be as interesting. Still, with Pan An's reputation, he had to give it a chance. Flipping through the pages, his expression gradually changed. A few breaths later his posture straightened. As time passed, his hand began to tremble. Then he reached the scene where Sun Wukong wreaked havoc in the Celestial Court. Good, good, good. He slammed his leg in excitement. Guan chuckled and stood up. The book is yours. I'll leave the rest to you. He had worked with the library hall for years, there was no need to worry about being cheated. Feng Shang shot up from his chair, his face flushed with pure exhilaration. Journey to the West is going to be a sensation? This isn't just as good as Romance of the Gods, it's even better. The narrative was stronger. The characters were more engaging. Seeing Sun Wukong awaken, claim his title as the Monkey King, and set out to find immortality, Feng Shang was hooked. The Heavenly Court's mistreatment of Sun Wukong only made him anticipate his rebellion even more. Then, Sun Wukong rebelled. He rampaged through the Celestial Court. He fought gods and immortals alike. Too strong? Feng Shang was in awe. How did Guan come up with all of this? Even the spells, treasures, and factions described in Journey to the West felt eerily realistic because they mirrored real legends. Underwater dragon palaces. Immortals in the celestial realm. Reclusive deists beyond the seas. Could these really be just stories? Guan simply smiled and left without another word. Watching him walk out into the sunlight, Feng Shang found himself momentarily dazed. Truly an immortal among mortals. Mounting the blood prison Great Saint, Guan rode off. As he made his way through the Outer Sect city, he greeted familiar faces along the way. The Ji family had withdrawn from Taixuan Sect. The Zhou family had defected to King Heaven Sect. If this had happened decades ago, Taixuan Sect would have suffered immense losses. But now, their departure barely made a difference. In fact, Taixuan Sect had grown even stronger. And yet, new powerful families were already rising to take their place. This was Taixuan Sect. For everyone who left, another rose to replace them. The sect was flourishing. Still, Guan wondered. How long before Taixuan Sect reaches the level of the 7-star Spirit Realm or the Starsea Sect Alliance? By then, how many of his old friends would still be at his side? As the ox beneath him trotted along, his thoughts drifted toward the distant future, 10,000, 100,000 years ahead. Taixuan Sect's first world cultivation tournament was fast approaching. But the hottest topic in the cultivation world? Journey to the West. The moment Pan An's Journey to the West was released, the entire cultivation world shook. Many had expected another simple novel like Taixuan Immortal Venerable or Shattering the Void. Instead, they got a masterpiece on par with Romance of the Gods. And at its center, Great Sage, equal to Heaven Sun Wukong. The most famous name in all of the 3 dynasties. Panin was once again elevated to legendary status. With the release of Journey to the West, the accusations of him running out of ideas were completely crushed. Some people even began to say that Journey to the West was superior to Romance of the Gods. Liu Badian seized the hype surrounding the book, announcing that the champion of the First World Cultivation Tournament would earn the title Great Sage. This fueled even greater anticipation for the tournament. Thanks to Journey to the West, Pan An's fame within Taixuan Sect even briefly surpassed the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path. Pan An had started a literary movement in the cultivation world. Now, he had once again overshadowed the Sword Sovereign with his stories. Although many new cultivation novels had appeared after Pan An's rise, most cultivators still believed that Pan An was the best. Guan personally thought this was nostalgia bias. There were many talented writers in the cultivation world. That day, Guan rode the Blood Prison Great Saint into the outer sect city. He had a feeling there would be some entertainment today. Sure enough, the streets were overflowing with cultivators, their voices merging into a deafening roar. It felt like another New Year festival. Many cultivators wore exotic outfits, and even transformed demons could be seen walking around freely. Taixuan Sect had begun accepting demon disciples, with great success. Every year, over 10,000 demons came to seek admission. Since the protagonist of Journey to the West was a demon, this made the entire demon race view Taixuan Sect more favorably. Arriving near the heavenly mending platform, the Blood Prison Great Saint came to a halt. All around, Guan could hear the chatter of cultivators. Did you read Journey to the West? The library hall stocked a new batch yesterday. I just managed to grab a copy. Lend it to me? The one I read wasn't an official copy. It didn't have Pan An's original handwriting. More and more people are trying to pull the heaven-splitting axe lately. They say that if you can lift it, you'll be the top contender for the first World Cultivation Tournament. What a joke? Even if you win the tournament, there's no way you're lifting that axe. Some were talking about Journey to the West. Some were discussing the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path. But most were focused on the upcoming First World Cultivation Tournament. Guan quietly counted down in his mind. 3, 2, 1. Here he comes. A domineering aura suddenly engulfed the heavenly mending platform. A voice as loud as rolling thunder echoed across the city. I am Xiao Dai, the strongest cultivator of Lingxia. Step aside, I challenge the heaven-splitting axe. Boom! The entire city shook. All eyes turned toward the sky above the platform, where a figure radiating overwhelming might hovered in midair. It was a man in a golden robe, with a crown of gold atop his head and a python-patterned belt around his waist. The energy swirling around him coiled like golden dragons. Guan activated lifespan perception. Xiao Dai, Grand Ascension Stage, Level 9898/8900/8900. 8,900 years of maximum lifespan. Among those below Nirvana Stage, only An Hao and the Blood Prison Great Saint surpassed him. Even Xian Tianyi couldn't compare. Guan could sense that Xiao Dai's lifeblood energy exceeded that of an ordinary Grand Ascension cultivator. However, that was it. He couldn't reach Nirvana Stage. Even the weakest Nirvana cultivator was stronger than the most powerful Grand Ascension cultivator. This was the true divide between mortals and immortals. The crowd instantly parted, making way for Xiao Dai as he descended toward the heaven-splitting axe. Many in the crowd were whispering, "Where is Lingxia?" Guan already knew. Lingxia was a dynasty in the far north, created by the Seven-Star Spirit Realm. All of its citizens were descendants of Seven-Star Spirit Realm cultivators. For now, the three dynasties had yet to make contact with Lingxia. Standing beside the heaven-splitting axe, Zhou Yujian studied Xiao Dai carefully. Xiao Dai radiated the aura of an emperor. With each step he took, a faint dragon's roar could be heard sending a chill down Zhou Yujian's spine. Approaching the axe, Xiao Dai did not immediately attempt to lift it. Instead, he looked at Zhou Yujian and said, "Get lost. I don't want to accidentally hurt you." Zhou Yujian was furious. He squeezed his copy of Journey to the West so tightly that it crumpled in his hands. At that moment, a grand elder at the integration stage appeared and spoke calmly. "Listen to him. Everyone, step back." Zhou Yujian had no choice but to retreat. The cultivators meditating near the inscription Righteous Path also rose to their feet, including Disye. In the crowd, Ji Hantian silently observed Xiao Dai, his expression grim. The Ji family had deep ties with the Seven-Star Spirit Realm. Ji Hantian had even encountered Xiao Dai there years ago. Back then, he was just a young cultivator, while Xiao Dai was already the most famous genius in the Seven-Star Spirit Realm. Although most of the Ji family had now joined the Seven-Star Spirit Realm, Ji Hantian personally detested the sect. Because of this, he naturally disliked Xiao Dai as well. Unable to suppress his irritation, Ji Hantian sneered. "If you haven't reached the Immortal Dao, don't embarrass yourself." Xiao Dai ignored Ji Hantian's provocation and fixed his gaze on the heaven-splitting axe. Everyone's eyes turned toward him. Over the years, countless cultivators had come to challenge the heaven-splitting axe, but few carried such an imposing presence. The strongest cultivator of Lingxia, just the title alone was intimidating. Though Xiao Dai appeared calm, inwardly, he was nervous. The Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path had built an unrivaled reputation over the years. Even in the spirit realm, his name was widely known. Xiao Dai knew he wasn't a match for the Sword Sovereign, but the heaven-splitting axe was merely a treasure the Sovereign had left behind. He was confident he could lift it. He raised his right hand and gripped the axe handle. The moment his hand made contact, he felt an unimaginable weight press down on him. His brows furrowed as he exerted force. Rumble. The heavenly mending platform trembled, and all eyes were locked on him. Regardless of sect or faction, none of the cultivators present wanted him to succeed. The disciples of Taixuan Sect were concerned about their sect's honor, while the other factions desired the opportunity for themselves. Who wouldn't want to inherit the Sword Sovereign's legacy? At this point, the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path had become a revered figure among all sects in the three dynasties. Beneath Guan, the Blood Prison Great Saint was inwardly shocked. Truth be told, he had also considered trying to lift the heaven-splitting axe. Aside from the one sitting on his back, he had yet to meet anyone truly stronger than himself. But Xiao Dai was different. The Blood Prison Great Saint could tell that this man's cultivation was slightly higher than his own. If even Xiao Dai couldn't budge the axe, then he stood no chance. This realization deepened his reverence for the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path. To think that the sovereign had casually left a treasure here, and yet, after so many years, no one had been able to move it let alone lift it. The sheer level of power required was beyond comprehension. Xiao Dai began channeling his secret arts, his aura surging to new heights, causing the outer sect city to tremble. More and more figures appeared on the heavenly mending platform, all of them high-ranking members of Taixuan Sect. They watched Xiao Dai with apprehension, but after observing him for a while, they began to smile. His aura was terrifying, but so what? If he couldn't lift it, then he couldn't lift it? Zhou Yujian smirked as he watched Xiao Dai strain. You act so arrogantly, yet you came here with nothing to show for it? Ultimately, Xiao Dai did not lose himself in frustration like Xian Tianyi or Li Xianling. After holding on for only a few breaths, he suddenly withdrew his aura. Straightening his posture, he let go of the axe and said, "The Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path is truly extraordinary. I, Xiao Dai, admit defeat." His voice echoed throughout the entire city. Although his words carried an air of grandeur, many people felt like saying, "Who even are you?" No one had heard of him before. But given the power he had just displayed, no one dared to provoke him. Since they couldn't afford to offend Xiao Dai, they turned to praising the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path instead. In an instant, the heavenly mending platform was abuzz with discussion about the sovereign's might. Xiao Dai turned to Ji Hantian and snorted, "Where is your sect master? I want to see him." Ji Hantian nodded and gestured for Xiao Dai to follow him. The two quickly departed from the outer sect city. Guan patted the Blood Prison Great Saint on the back, signaling him to move. Once outside the city, Guan spoke leisurely, "In a few years, I'll let you reach the second rank and gain the ability to speak." Upon hearing this, the Blood Prison Great Saint's eyes gleamed with excitement. Not being able to speak was absolute torture. He was already looking forward to the day he could curse out those damn ants that kept touching him all the time. But remember, Guan warned, there are things you can say, and things you must never say. The Blood Prison Great Saint quickly nodded. In truth, he wouldn't have much to say anyway. He still had no idea how powerful Guan truly was. Time passed day by day, and summer drew to a close. Atop a mountain peak north of Xian Valley, Guan was sparring with Chu Jingfeng in sword play. Even as he swung his sword, Guan's divine sense drifted outward, scanning the world beyond the continent. In the far eastern sky, he saw a celestial ascendant soar across the heavens and descend upon the mortal world. Over the years, Guan had seen many figures coming and going from heaven and earth. Celestial ascendants were rare, but at his current level, he could spot at least one a day, proof of how vast this world was. Celestial ascendants weren't even the strongest. Even at their level, Guan's divine sense couldn't cover the entirety of the mortal world. No wonder it was called the Heavenly Great Realm. This world was simply too vast. For Guan, the larger the world, the better. The larger the world, the smaller he seemed. Just then, Guan sensed an immense surge of energy erupting in the far east, beyond the continent, even farther than Seeker's Island. This energy sent chills down his spine. It was powerful. Yet it did not feel like the aura of a living being. It felt more like some kind of supreme treasure. Could it be that the person descending from the heavens had come for this mysterious treasure? Guan thought it was highly possible. At that moment, Chu Jingfeng sheathed his sword and panted heavily. "I'm exhausted. I can't beat you." His expression toward Guan grew even more complex. Every time he felt his swordsmanship had improved, he would challenge Guan, only to find himself on the verge of victory yet always losing. Their duels involved no spiritual energy, only raw strength. And if he failed to defeat Guan before exhausting his strength, it meant his swordsmanship still wasn't superior. Guan chuckled. "You're so close. You've improved a lot." Chu Jingfeng wiped the sweat from his forehead and stared at Guan. "Are you saying you're also improving? Or have you been holding back this whole time?" He was beginning to feel that Guan was truly unfathomable. Back when they first met, he had only felt gratitude toward Guan. But now, he was starting to wonder, was Guan a peerless genius or a hidden master? He suddenly recalled the greedy wrath demon ghost's rampage. At the time, it had died inside Guan's residence. Even now, no one knew who had saved Guan. Could it have been Guan himself? Guan smirked. "Come on, I'm a 9th level core formation cultivator. I'll reach the golden core stage soon. Of course, I should be able to beat you. Don't forget I'm ranked 500th on the golden ranking." Seeing his smug expression, Chu Jingfeng couldn't help but chuckle. Yeah, why overthink it? After chatting a bit longer, Guan descended the mountain with his Tiangzu sword, while Chu Jingfeng remained on the cliffside, meditating on their sparring session. The next morning, the first World Cultivation Tournament officially began. It was said that over 50,000 cultivators and demons had registered across all realms, including mysterious Grand Ascension cultivators. Guan didn't participate. Instead, he traveled to Horizon Valley to harvest medicinal herbs. This year, he had to reach 7 million years of lifespan. Only by surpassing 10 million years could he look forward to 100 million years. And 100 million years would unlock new abilities. Brushing past Nine-Fingered Divine Lord, Guan quickly left Seeker's Island. Although he wasn't afraid of Nine-Fingered Divine Lord, the fact that the man was 170,000 years old made him reluctant to associate with him. Guan had no interest in befriending powerful figures, he simply wanted to avoid trouble. Upon returning to Taixuan Sect, he would visit the First World Cultivation Tournament every few days, finding it quite entertaining. Taixuan Sect had crafted various heavy treasures for different cultivation realms. It was said that the materials had been brought back from overseas by Xian Tianyi, with the heaviest being a Grand Ascension grade treasure heavier than a mountain. To accommodate it, Taixuan Sect had even opened a new arena with multiple restrictive formations to prevent the ground from collapsing. Since the tournament did not involve combat, it lasted much shorter than previous ones. In less than half a month, Xiao Dai claimed first place and was granted the title of Great Saint of Tianyu by Taixuan Sect. Shortly after, Xiao Dai announced his decision to join Taixuan Sect as an elder, which caught Guan off guard. What is 7-Star Spirit Realm up to? Why would they send a Grand Ascension cultivator to Taixuan Sect for no reason? Or, was this a strategic infiltration? Guan didn't bother asking Liu Beitian. Even if Xiao Dai had ulterior motives, Guan wasn't concerned. Killing a Divine Soul Lord only took him one move. The same would apply to Xiao Dai. As autumn arrived, Ji Hantian brought Xiao Dai to meet Guan, who happened to be available and received them in his residence. Xiao Dai sat at the table, looking around the room before asking, "Your Panon?" Guan carried over a cup of tea and replied, "I am. May I ask what brings you here, senior?" The Ji family had aligned itself with the 7-Star Spirit Realm, and now Ji Hantian was bringing Xiao Dai to meet him. This made Guan think deeply. "Sit, let's talk," Ji Hantian said with a warm smile as he poured tea for everyone. Guan sat down, his gaze settling on Xiao Dai, who was scrutinizing him with an intense pressure in his eyes. "What is your impression of the Holy Land 7-Star Spirit Realm?" Xiao Dai asked. Guan blinked in surprise and replied, "The 7-Star Spirit Realm is hailed as a holy land. Naturally, I respect it. Why do you ask?" Xiao Dai continued, "In your book, Journey to the West, you wrote that the Buddhist master Bodhi Patriarch resided in the Oblique Moon 3 Stars Cave. Was this a homage to the 7-Star Spirit Realm?" Bodhi Patriarch, the master of Sun Wukong, had become a widely discussed figure after Journey to the West gained immense popularity. Some people even believed the Oblique Moon 3 Stars Cave and Lingtai Fankin Mountain truly existed. Guan nodded. Since the Ji family had pledged loyalty to 7-Star Spirit Realm, and Xiao Dai was from there, Guan decided to play along with their assumptions. If these two still suspected him, then he would have to call upon the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path to intervene. However, Xiao Dai did not seem pleased with his response. Instead, he frowned and said, "Actually, the 7-Star Spirit Realm is not as great as you think." Guan raised an eyebrow. What does he mean? Did Xiao Dai hold resentment toward 7-Star Spirit Realm? Ji Hantian followed up. The previous demonic calamity was connected to 7-Star Spirit Realm. "We came to speak with you because we fear you might hold the Holy Land in too high regard. There are some things you should know." Without waiting for a response, Ji Hantian proceeded to reveal the origins of the demon ancestor and sealed demon, leaving Guan stunned. Of course, Guan already knew everything, but he had to put on an act while pondering their true intentions. Once Ji Hantian finished speaking, Xiao Dai added, 7-Star Spirit Realm's actions disgust me. Since the day I embarked on the path of cultivation, I have dreamed of becoming an immortal who saves the people. That's why I initially joined 7-Star Spirit Realm. But my closest friend uncovered their crimes. He was from the Lin family. Guan's eyes flickered. The Lin family? Their patriarch had once attacked Taixuan Sect and was slain by the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path. Later, during the siege against the sealed demon, the Lin family suffered massive casualties. Xiao Dai continued, while the Lin family was at its weakest, their enemies within 7-Star Spirit Realm took the opportunity to wipe them out. Before my friend escaped, he left me a letter exposing the heinous crimes committed by the upper echelons of the 6-Star Cave. It took me years to accept the truth. Guan sighed in mock sympathy. Of course, the Lin family's fate wasn't unjustified, just a case of villains devouring villains. He furrowed his brows and said, "I am merely a small foundation establishment cultivator. Why tell me all this? I can't help you, and if you want me to expose the Holy Land as Panon, that's impossible. I cannot afford such trouble." Ji Hantian chuckled, "Relax, we're not that reckless. Right now, 7-Star Spirit Realm is too powerful. Even if all 3 dynasties joined forces, we couldn't shake them. We just hope that in the future, you will stop glorifying them in your books." Xiao Dai nodded, "Exactly. Your influence is far greater than I initially thought. I used to scoff at it, but after reading Romance of the Gods and Journey to the West, I realized your impact. However, my favorite is Taixuan Immortal Venerable. The story of a great reversal fascinates me the most. So that's what this is about." Guan chuckled to himself. It was just a coincidence. In truth, he had subtly hinted that 7-Star Spirit Realm was akin to Western Buddhism. Feigning contemplation, he reluctantly agreed. Seeing his hesitation, Ji Hantian and Xiao Dai weren't offended. It had taken them years to process this truth themselves. Revealing the dark side of 7-Star Spirit Realm was one thing, but bearing the burden of defying them was another. After all, 7-star spirit realm was undeniably the strongest force on the continent. Guan suddenly asked, if they truly want to enslave the world, why go through all these convoluted schemes? Even if all 3 dynasties combined their power, they wouldn't be able to resist, right? Xiao Dai explained, not everyone in 7-star spirit realm is evil. On the oceans, it is still regarded as a righteous holy land. Our continent is only one of their territories, governed by 6-star cave and 7-star cave. After thousands of years, the higher UPS of 6-star cave have resorted to extreme methods in pursuit of breaking through fate. Karma and faith exist in the unseen forces of the world. If the people of the continent were to collectively hate 7-star spirit realm, the other star caves would take notice. And if the people were to be wiped out entirely, it would draw attention from surrounding factions. Even within 7-star spirit realm, the majority of cultivators are unaware of this. They believe themselves to be righteous disciples. After parting ways, Guan wandered the outer sect city. As winter set in, snow blanketed the world. While strolling through the outer sect library, he noticed a lone figure reading Journey to the West beneath an ancient tree. Curious, Guan approached. Brother, why read outside? You could go in and sit comfortably. The person looked ordinary. Their cultivation was only at the 8th level of foundation establishment, but Guan felt something off about their aura. Using lifespan perception, he checked. Yu Yingying, foundation establishment, 8th level 124/400/5000. Huh? A max lifespan of 5,000 years, yet such low cultivation? And, that's a woman's name? Yu Yingying looked up at Guan and hesitated before asking, are you? Guan. Hearing Yu Yingying's question, Guan hesitated briefly before responding, I am. Do you know me, fellow deist? Yu Yingying's eyes lit up. My name is Yu Yingying. Senior brother Xian recommended that I come find you. I originally planned to go directly to your medicine valley, but I couldn't resist stopping by to read Journey to the West first. Senior brother Xian Tianyi. That's right. We were fellow disciples in the Starseed sect. You might not be familiar with it. It's a major sect located in the vast ocean. She began explaining the history of the Starseed sect, and Guan listened intently while pondering why Xian Tianyi had sent her here. The more he observed, the more convinced he became that Yu Yingying was actually a woman. She must have used some kind of mystical technique to disguise her aura and appearance as male. Such an ability was truly remarkable. Even without using divine sense, she had fooled a 9th level celestial ascendant like Guan. But since she came from the Starseed sect, this was understandable. Given its long history, the sect likely had techniques that could deceive even celestial ascendants. Throughout their conversation, Yu Yingying repeatedly praised Romance of the Gods and Journey to the West, clearly a fan of his works. After a while, Guan asked, you didn't come all this way just to see me, did you? Traveling all the way from overseas just for 2 books? He didn't buy it. She must have had another purpose. Yu Yingying nodded. To be honest, senior brother Xian asked me to stay in Taixuan Sect as a guardian. But to keep me from getting bored, he recommended I meet you. I really do enjoy your books, though. A guardian. Guan's curiosity deepened. Senior brother fears that 7-star spirit realm might move against Taixuan Sect. With me here, at least they wouldn't dare act recklessly. That powerful? This foundation establishment cultivator must have an extraordinary background. What kind of status could deter the 6-star cave? Guan's thoughts raced, but when he pressed for more details, Yu Yingying refused to elaborate. Shortly after, Guan invited her to visit the 3rd Medicine Valley, but she politely declined. She had already rented a residence in the outer sect city and would visit when she had time. Guan had only extended the invitation as a courtesy. Since she declined, he wouldn't insist. Suddenly, Yu Yingying flicked her sleeve, and her entire appearance changed, revealing a slender woman in blue robes, with fair skin, delicate features, and bright, mischievous eyes. Her jet black hair flowed down to her calves, tied at the end with a red ribbon. Guan wasn't particularly stunned. She was indeed beautiful, but the most breathtaking women he had seen were still Tian Yaoer and Ji Xuanyu. Their beauty was unmatched, but their different temperaments made it impossible to compare. Remember, this is my true appearance. Yu Yingying winked at him, then flicked her sleeve again, transforming back into her disguised male form. Guan put on an exaggerated look of shock, greatly satisfying her vanity. After leaving her residence address, she turned and left. Watching her retreating figure, Guan smiled to himself. Hopefully, this woman would truly become a hidden trump card for Taixuan Sect. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Taixuan Sect remained stable, steadily growing without any major trouble. Guan's life remained the same, traveling between various medicine valleys and visiting Seeker's Island about once a year. He had successfully formed his golden core, officially becoming a core formation disciple, a moment that had once caused an uproar in the 3rd Medicine Valley. At dusk, Guan rode atop the Blood Prison Great Saint, making his way back to Xian Valley. From today onward, you will have the cultivation of a 2nd-rank demonic beast. As he spoke, he activated a sliver of his primordial return divine path, releasing the seal on the Blood Prison Great Saint, allowing it to regain its 2nd-rank power equivalent to the Foundation Establishment stage. The Blood Prison Great Saint felt its spiritual power surging within, and excitement coursed through its veins. It wanted to roar toward the heavens, but held itself back. Thank you, Master. The Blood Prison Great Saint said with a hoarse voice, the first words it had spoken in years. It had been holding back for far too long. Guan, still sitting on its back, continued offering advice, which the demonic beast listened to carefully, fearing that one misstep could anger its master. When Guan finished speaking, he placed a hand on its head and began transmitting the innate reincarnation technique directly into its mind. The blood prison great saint's eyes glazed over, its consciousness momentarily fading as its massive bull-like body came to a halt. Guan was in no hurry and took the moment to enjoy the surrounding scenery. They were traversing a sparse mountain forest, situated on a ridge. Looking to the side, he could see majestic peaks stretching into the distance. Suddenly, he noticed a powerful aura approaching Taixuan Sect. It was the nine-fingered Divine Lord again? Guan was intrigued. The 80,000-year lifespan limit of nine-fingered Divine Lord had left a deep impression on him. Why had such a powerful figure come to this backward continent? Compared to the surrounding oceans and continents, the land where Taixuan Sect resided was indeed underdeveloped, all thanks to seven-star spirit realm. Every 10,000 years, they orchestrated a demonic calamity, ensuring that human cultivators could never truly rise to power. Now that the demonic calamity had ended, seven-star spirit realm had stayed relatively quiet, simply sending more disciples into the secular world to expand their influence. Because of this, they still held immense prestige in the cultivation world, and many sects sought to establish alliances with them. Guan pondered the situation in silence. After some time, the blood prison great saint awoke. Such a domineering technique. Master, if I cultivate this for 1,000 years, can I break into the immortal Dao? Since it was Guan's mount for 10,000 years, its cultivation had been sealed. This period was perfect for refining the innate reincarnation technique. That depends on your effort, Guan replied with a smile. The blood prison great saint wanted to say more, but Guan patted its head and sent a transmission, warning that someone was approaching. It immediately fell silent. Keep moving, Guan instructed. As they exited the forest, a lone figure approached from the distance. Nine-fingered Divine Lord, still wearing his bamboo hat, looking weary from travel. Stopping before them, Nine-fingered Divine Lord asked, "Brother, are you a disciple of Taixuan Sect?" The blood prison great saint halted, trying to gauge the man's strength but failed. Guan raised a hand in greeting, smiling as he replied, "I am Guan, a disciple of Taixuan Sect. May I ask what business you have with us, fellow deist?" Nine-fingered Divine Lord had sought out Guan because he was the strongest cultivator nearby, making him the most likely Taixuan Sect disciple. As their eyes met, Nine-fingered Divine Lord felt an odd sense of familiarity. But Guan was only at the core formation stage, and he had encountered countless cultivators at that level in his travels. So, he dismissed the feeling and said politely, "I am Nine-fingered Deist, a wandering cultivator. I have heard of Taixuan Sect's reputation and wish to join. Would you be willing to introduce me?" Guan readily agreed. Little did Nine-fingered Divine Lord realize he had just stumbled upon one of the greatest opportunities of his life. Early the next morning, Nine-fingered Divine Lord brought Chu Jingfeng to meet Guan, expressing his intention to take Chu Jingfeng as a disciple. Guan was delighted and immediately urged Chu Jingfeng to bow and acknowledge his new master. Chu Jingfeng was deeply moved. The thought of restoring his cultivation with Nine-fingered Divine Lord's help was extremely tempting. However, over the years, Guan had done so much for him that he felt conflicted about the decision. Nine-fingered Divine Lord took note of Guan's genuine joy for Chu Jingfeng, making him regard Guan even more highly. In truth, Guan was indeed happy. Although he was powerful, his knowledge and experience couldn't compare to a cultivator who had lived for 170,000 years. If Nine-fingered Divine Lord was truly willing to guide Chu Jingfeng, then it would be a life-changing opportunity for him. Without hesitation, Guan directly instructed Chu Jingfeng to formally acknowledge Nine-fingered Divine Lord as his master. The atmosphere was harmonious. Half an hour later, they used a teleportation formation to travel to the Third Medicine Valley before flying toward the Intersect City. Nine-fingered Divine Lord had already observed the Third Medicine Valley from afar, but he hadn't expected it to belong to Guan as well. By midday, Guan returned alone to the Third Medicine Valley, while Nine-fingered Divine Lord and Chu Jingfeng settled in the Intersect City. Although he wasn't entirely sure of Nine-fingered Divine Lord's true intentions, the fact that a celestial wanderer had joined Taixuan Sect was undoubtedly beneficial. If Nine-fingered Divine Lord ever caused trouble, Guan could deal with him. Is Taixuan Sect's luck finally turning around? Sitting in his courtyard, Guan silently pondered. First, Xian Tianyi had sent Yu Yingying from the Starseed Sect. Then, Xiao Dai from Seven-Star Spirit Realm had defected to Taixuan Sect. And now, a mysterious celestial wanderer had appeared. Even Guan couldn't help but marvel at how much Taixuan Sect's fate was shifting. After a brief thought, he began refining pills. Deep into the night, Guan arrived at Tianhuang Mountain. He first visited his own celestial cave, then made his way through a tunnel to Nianchu cave dwelling. Inside, two cat demons had already grown significantly. Though they had yet to fully transform into humanoid form, they had grown to the size of panthers, lying on the ground, seemingly asleep but actually absorbing spiritual energy. The moment Tian Yaoer heard Guan's footsteps, she flashed out of the house in an instant. Just as she was about to throw herself into his arms, Guan pressed a finger to her forehead, stopping her in place. Too slow. Not fast enough. He was referring to her execution of the infinite free step. Tian Yaoer pouted. Did you go to the celestial cave first? Yeah. Guan gave a simple response and walked past her. The medicinal herbs in his celestial cave were all at least 7th grade, meaning their maturation time far exceeded that of lower grade herbs. He couldn't harvest them yet, but when the time came, he would undoubtedly gain a massive lifespan boost. Even without the celestial cave, Guan was accumulating nearly 3 million years of lifespan annually. Tian Yaoer caught up to him and curiously asked, "Master, when are we moving in?" The celestial cave was far spacious, while Nianchu cave dwelling was too stuffy for her liking. "You can move in whenever you want, just don't forget about Nianchu cave dwelling," Guan replied. Disappointment flickered across Tian Yaoer's eyes. She had been looking forward to moving in with Guan, especially given the high-grade medicinal herbs planted there. Still, she didn't press the issue and instead chatted about recent events. 2 nights ago, a fierce battle between powerful demons broke out in Tianhuang Mountain, causing massive tremors. It had made her extremely nervous, fearing that some rogue demon might break into Nianchu cave dwelling. As they chatted, the 2 cat demons, Tianqing and Tianbei, woke up. Seeing Guan, they were overjoyed and immediately pounced toward him. "Master! Master, you finally came." Their voices were sweet and melodious, like young girls acting spoiled. Guan nearly got goosebumps. Had Tian Yaoer corrupted them? Sitting at a stone table, Tian Yaoer took out some fine wine and asked, "Master, do you have more journey to the west? I just read the chapter where Sun Wukong fights Baekyu Jing 3 times, and Tang Santang is driving me crazy." Guan retrieved the latest volume from his storage bag, set it on the table, and teased, "Why, shouldn't you be on the demon's side? Sun Wukong is a demon too. I support him." Tian Yaoer huffed. "Tang Santang may save demons, but he has no sense of right and wrong. Master, is there really a journey to the west tradition among humans?" "No, I just made up the story." "Really? It feels so real. When you become a great demon one day, you can rule Tianhuang Mountain yourself." "Hehe, that's exactly what I was thinking. I'll call myself the Magnificent Phoenix King and gather my own 7 great saints." As the conversation continued, Guan suddenly sensed a powerful surge of energy from afar. Instinctively, he extended his divine sense, but the aura vanished instantly. Was it from a hidden small world? Given its concealment, the first thing that came to mind was 7-star spirit realm. Guan could detect the general location of 7-star spirit realm's hidden world, but its barriers were incredibly strong. If he tried to forcefully investigate, it would definitely alert their cultivators. Are they up to something again? While entertaining Tian Yaoer, Guan pondered the situation. As autumn arrived, the weather remained scorching. By midday, Guan rode the Blood Prison Great Saint to the outer sect city, where he overheard cultivators discussing a shocking rumor. The Supreme Immortal Treasure. "Have you heard? Signs of an Immortal Deo Supreme Treasure have appeared in the demon lands." "What exactly is an Immortal Deo Supreme Treasure?" "I'm not sure, but they say it's a relic of the immortals. Whoever obtains it will gain their power." "I heard about it too, but no one knows exactly where it is yet." "Could it be stronger than the heaven-splitting axe?" Guan remained silent, but the Blood Prison Great Saint couldn't contain its curiosity. "Master, do supreme immortal treasures really exist?" Guan didn't respond. He was already looking ahead. Yu Yingying approached, hands clasped behind her back, a bright smile on her face. "It's real. Want to know more?" The Blood Prison Great Saint eagerly nodded, but Yu Yingying rolled her eyes at it before turning to Guan. Guan chuckled. "Of course, I'd like to know more. Follow me to my residence. I was planning to look for you anyway." With that, she turned and left. Guan patted the Blood Prison Great Saint, signaling it to follow. Half an incense stick's time later, in Yu Yingying's courtyard, she explained. "There are artifacts, magical treasures, and immortal treasures. Immortal treasures can only be wielded with immortal Deo energy, but supreme immortal treasures are different. They contain awakened immortal spirits. Even in ruins, supreme immortal treasures retain immense power and are immune to the erosion of time." As she spoke, a thunderous dragon roar suddenly erupted in the distance. Yu Yingying's face changed. "The dragon-slaying spear has descended from the 9 heavens." Dragon-slaying spear descends from the 9 heavens? Slaying a dragon? Such arrogance? Upon hearing Yu Yingying's words, the Blood Prison Great Saint couldn't help but reveal a hint of curiosity in his eyes. He looked up and saw a golden radiance spreading across the southern sky, growing more and more spectacular as if the heavens themselves were changing color. Guan also turned his head to look, though he had already caught sight of the approaching figure. Nirvana stage, 9th level? Golden light gradually enveloped the sky above Taixuan Sect. More and more people soared into the air, looking up in anticipation. The sound of dragon roars echoed continuously, growing louder and louder, signaling the rapid approach of the newcomer. Before long, a 5-clawed golden dragon, 1,000 feet long, soared from the horizon. Its majestic and domineering presence sent tremors through the outer sect city. Guan noticed that within the dragon's head was a long spear, golden from tip to shaft, entwined by a golden dragon. The dragon's mouth spat out the spear blade, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. That's no ordinary treasure. Perhaps this was the so-called immortal treasure that Yu Yingying had mentioned? This golden dragon was not a real dragon but was instead condensed from the immortal treasure itself. Atop the dragon's head stood a man clad in a white robe embroidered with golden patterns. A red sash was wrapped around his waist, his shoulders were broad, and his posture upright. His confidence was impossible to conceal. His handsome features were framed by long hair gathered beneath a crown, with 2 strands of black hair hanging at his ears, swaying in the wind. High above, Gui Juxiao looked down upon Taixuan Sect, the corner of his lips curling into a smirk, his eyes radiating wild arrogance. Guan locked eyes on him and activated his lifespan perception. Gui Juxiao, Nirvana Stage, 9th level 998/25,000/7000000. 700,000 years of lifespan? That's insane. This guy hasn't even reached 1,000 years old? A Nirvana Stage cultivator under a millennium? No wonder he's so arrogant. The hell is this guy's background? The Blood Prison Great Saint couldn't help but ask. He could sense that this person was definitely beyond the Grand Ascension stage. Yu Yingying gazed at the sky and softly said, "He's a disciple of the Starcy Sect, a peerless prodigy who stepped into the immortal Dao at just 500 years old. The golden dragon beneath his feet is the embodiment of the dragon-slaying spear, an immortal treasure forged by an ancient immortal. Though it's not a supreme immortal artifact, even a scattered immortal would struggle to kill him with it." Above, Gui Juxiao's gaze swept the heavens, locking onto Yu Yingying. His eyebrows twitched slightly before he suddenly leaped down. The Taixuan Sect's protective array was instantly triggered, but before it could fully materialize, he had already torn through it effortlessly. Like a crashing thunderbolt, he landed directly in Yu Yingying's courtyard, startling both the Blood Prison Great Saint and Guan, who immediately got up. Gui Juxiao ignored them both, his eyes fixed on Yu Yingying as he chuckled. "Little girl, what are you doing here? Little girl, where the hell did your master teach you manners? Haha, so this is the Taixuan Sect, where Xian Tianyi hails from. What a weak section. I heard he wants to challenge the 7-star spirit realm, and your master has been pulling strings non-stop, but no one up there seems to care." Gui Juxiao chuckled softly. Seeing Yu Yingying frown, he continued, "How about I scout out the 7-star spirit realm for you guys first?" Yu Yingying looked at him and snorted. "With your cultivation? Don't get yourself killed there. Ha 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 ha, then watch me snatch the supreme immortal treasure." With that, Gui Juxiao leaped into the air. The golden dragon transformed into a brilliant streak of light, streaking across the sky before vanishing without a trace. From start to finish, Gui Juxiao never once spared Guan a single glance. Yu Yingying huffed coldly. "That guy is ridiculously arrogant. He's going to suffer one day." Guan sat back down, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "What's your relationship with him?" "We're just fellow disciples. I have nothing to do with him." Yu Yingying shook her head, clearly unwilling to talk about her personal matters. A foundation establishment stage, 8th level cultivator saying she wasn't the same as a Nirvana stage, 9th level cultivator? Technically true, but why did it feel a bit off? Guan felt that Yu Yingying was far from ordinary. No wonder Xian Tianyi had invited her to Taixuan Sect. He glanced at the karmic threads surrounding her, attempting to peek into her past 20 years. However, all he saw were images of Yu Yingying throwing tantrums and acting spoiled, with even Xian Tianyi going out of his way to appease her. Letting him stir up trouble is fine. You Taixuan people dislike the 7-star spirit realm anyway. Yu Yingying smirked. Guan remained silent, unwilling to get involved. Yu Yingying noticed his reluctance. Xian Tianyi had already warned her about his cautious nature. "Let's continue talking about journey to the west." She grinned playfully. Meanwhile, the entire Taixuan sect was in an uproar. Every disciple was discussing Gui Juxiao. Within the sect main city, on the eaves of a grand residence, Xiao Dai stood with a furrowed brow. The dragon-slaying spear. Why is he here? Has a supreme immortal treasure truly appeared in the 7-star spirit realm? But why bring it to this continent? Xiao Dai was filled with doubt. He felt this wasn't just a coincidence. The 7-star spirit realm must have an ulterior motive. Gui Juxiao's arrival was just the beginning of the battle for the supreme immortal treasure. In the following days, powerful cultivators continuously passed by Taixuan Sect. Occasionally, divine senses swept over the sect, keeping everyone on edge, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. Liu Badian sought out Guan. The two spoke in secret, cloaked in a concealment formation. Liu Badian sighed. "Lately, more and more powerful cultivators have been arriving from overseas. I fear this continent's peace is about to shatter." He felt utterly frustrated. These overseas cultivators acted as if Taixuan Sect didn't even exist, scanning the area without any regard. Worst of all, Taixuan Sect had no choice but to endure it. And it wasn't just Taixuan Sect. The 3 dynasties and other sects felt the same. After barely surviving the demonic cataclysm, they were just starting to recover, but now a wave of immortal Dao powerhouses had barged in, making them feel utterly insignificant. "Before the demonic cataclysm, I lived for hundreds of years without ever seeing a Grand Ascension cultivator, let alone an immortal Dao powerhouse. Now they're everywhere." Liu Badian grumbled. Guan reassured him. "Don't worry. No one is targeting Taixuan Sect for now. Their focus is on the immortal treasure." Liu Badian nodded. "I just needed to vent. Right now, the Elder Hall is in full panic mode, fearing yet another catastrophe." Boom! A deafening explosion rocked the distant horizon, cutting Liu Badian off mid-sentence. Guan's divine sense swept out far beyond Phoenix Mountain. A battle had erupted between Gui Juxiao and a Nirvana stage powerhouse from the 7-star spirit realm. The Blood Prison Great Saint felt Lu Lingjun's gaze upon him and couldn't help but glare at her. "Stupid ox." Lu Lingjun shook her head with a soft chuckle and started walking toward Guan. The Blood Prison Great Saint couldn't hold back. "You're the stupid one." Lu Lingjun shot him a warning glance, and an overwhelming sense of oppression locked onto him, causing his massive bull-like body to freeze in place. Guan also glanced at him, his eyes shimmering with a radiant glow. The Blood Prison Great Saint was forced to lower his head. He was utterly humiliated. A Grand Ascension stage powerhouse, reduced to being scolded by a profound mind stage cultivator, and he couldn't even talk back. This woman? In that moment, the Blood Prison Great Saint swore vengeance in his heart. 1,000 years from now, I swear I'll never join your Ascension Sect. Hell, I'll even compete with you for disciples. Lu Lingjun, satisfied, smiled and stepped in front of Guan. Why are you even arguing with him? Guan sighed in mock frustration. Lu Lingjun grinned. Upset? Fine, I'll apologize. How was I supposed to know he had such a short temper? She had been in seclusion for cultivation most of the time and had no idea what the Blood Prison Great Saint had been through. Guan shook his head. Forget it. Just be nicer to him in the future. He is, after all, my mount. The Blood Prison Great Saint felt deeply touched upon hearing this. And then, Lu Lingjun smirked. This bull is too weak. If you want a proper mount, I can catch you something much stronger. The Blood Prison Great Saint's rage flared up again. Seeing this, Guan quickly grabbed Lu Lingjun's arm and dragged her away, afraid the Blood Prison Great Saint might actually drop dead from anger. Lu Lingjun had sought out Guan simply to ask about recent events. Guan didn't hide anything and shared the rumors about the supreme immortal treasure. The moment Lu Lingjun heard about it, she became incredibly interested, so much so that she immediately took off toward the north. How reckless? Are all ascended cultivators like this? Guan thought helplessly. His divine sense locked onto Gui Juxiao, who was already facing off against a scattered immortal. That scattered immortal seemed to be the master of the Nirvana stage cultivator Gui Juxiao had just defeated, repeatedly warning him to back off. But Gui Juxiao was as arrogant as ever. After exchanging only a few words, he immediately launched an attack. There was no denying it, the dragon-slaying spear was incredibly powerful. It was both offensive and defensive, preventing the scattered immortal from taking him down easily. That being said, Guan could tell that the scattered immortal was holding back and not going for a killing blow. Eventually, Gui Juxiao was still forced to retreat. The immortal treasure could only protect him from death, but it couldn't help him overcome the vast power gap between himself and a scattered immortal. As the battle ended, Guan withdrew his divine sense and turned back to his residence. Under the cover of darkness, Anhao walked through the forest, holding a map in his hand. He had come across this by chance, and according to rumors, it marked the location of an ancient cultivator's cave dwelling. As he walked, he suddenly sensed something. His expression changed instantly, and he quickly stashed the map away, becoming highly alert. A sword appeared in his hand. Footsteps echoed from the darkness. Anhao focused his gaze and saw a man approaching. It was Gui Juxiao. Anhao didn't recognize him, but he could feel his immense power. Gui Juxiao's expression was grim as he looked at Anhao and asked, "Hey, what's your name? Which sect are you from?" Anhao frowned. "I am Anhao, from Taixuan Sect." Gui Juxiao muttered, "Taixuan Sect? Well, that's somewhat relevant. One of my junior sisters is in Taixuan Sect." Then, his eyes gleamed. "Since we have this little connection, hand over the 8th grade natural treasure in your storage pouch to heal my injuries, and I'll make sure you're compensated." Anhao's face drastically changed. How did this guy know he was carrying an 8th grade natural treasure? Gui Juxiao noticed Anhao's nervousness and casually raised his hand, tossing a scroll toward him. Anhao instinctively caught it, and then he heard Gui Juxiao say, "Take a look. This is a divine ability I happened to obtain." With that, Gui Juxiao sat cross-legged on the ground and began healing his injuries. Anhao hesitated for a moment but ultimately sent his divine sense into the scroll. Moments later, his expression changed drastically, his hands trembling as he gripped the scroll tightly. Retracting his divine sense, he reached into his storage pouch and took out an 8th grade natural treasure, a bright red spiritual flower. He offered it to Gui Juxiao without hesitation. Gui Juxiao raised a hand, and the spiritual flower flew into his grasp. Then, he took out a massive alchemical cauldron, towering over 10 feet high, and tossed the flower inside, along with several other rare medicinal herbs. Lighting a fire beneath the cauldron, he produced a small bottle and poured water into the cauldron. The bottle seemed to contain an endless supply of liquid, as it never emptied. Once the cauldron was full, Gui Juxiao sealed the bottle and stored it back in his spatial artifact. He glanced at Anhao and said, "You can leave now." Then, with a leap, he entered the cauldron himself. Anhao hesitated but didn't leave. Instead, he sat beneath a nearby tree and began studying the divine ability Gui Juxiao had given him. The 9 transformations of the soaring dragon. Just reading the description made Anhao's blood boil with excitement. Gui Juxiao leapt out of the cauldron. His robe, soaked with alchemical liquid, rapidly dried as wisps of white steam curled around him. He shrank the cauldron and stored it away, casually pouring out the remaining residue, using his spiritual energy to cleanse it. At the same time, he gazed into the distance. Through the gaps in the trees, he spotted a green dragon soaring through the sky outside the forest. This kid's comprehension is something else. Gui Juxiao was shocked. In just a few days, Anhao had already mastered the divine ability. Such talent was rare, even in the Taixuan Sect. After storing away his cauldron, Gui Juxiao vanished from the forest. The next second, he reappeared in midair, blocking the green dragon's path. The dragon was only about 10 feet long, not particularly large, but its aura was immense. Upon seeing Gui Juxiao, the dragon instantly reverted back to Anhao. Excitedly, he said, "This divine ability is incredible. After transforming, I feel like a real dragon, and my speed has increased tremendously." Gui Juxiao grinned proudly. "Of course, I am Gui Juxiao, wielder of the dragon-slaying spear. Why would I deceive you? Kid, this divine ability is worth far more than an 8th grade natural treasure. You should be thanking me." Upon hearing this, Anhao immediately bowed in gratitude. Gui Juxiao's smirk widened, though deep down, he was a little annoyed. He had originally thought that even if he gave Anhao the technique, Anhao wouldn't be able to learn it. That way, he would appear generous without actually losing anything. But reality had proved him wrong. Gui Juxiao studied Anhao carefully. "Kid, join the Taixuan Sect. Taixuan Sect is too small for you. With your talent, you could reach the Grand Ascension stage within 500 years. Anhao frowned slightly. "You think 500 years is impressive?" He had always considered himself unparalleled in talent, so he didn't see reaching the Grand Ascension stage in 5 centuries as a big deal. After all, Xiantianyi was only a few centuries old. Gui Juxiao continued boasting about the Taixuan Sect, but it wasn't until he mentioned Xiantianyi that Anhao began paying attention. He and Xiantianyi were close friends, but according to Gui Juxiao, Xiantianyi was merely a decently talented fellow disciple from Taixuan Sect. Hearing this, Anhao simply shook his head. "Forget it. I'm staying in Taixuan Sect." Gui Juxiao didn't insist. He wasn't the sect master, after all. Recruiting a few talents was just a bonus. "Why are you even in this area?" he asked. Anhao didn't hide anything. "I was training when I heard rumors about a supreme immortal treasure, so I came to check it out." Gui Juxiao chuckled. "Wanna team up? We'll each rely on our own strength." Anhao hesitated. "Can I even help you with my current cultivation?" "I don't know much about this continent," Gui Juxiao admitted. "Tell me about recent events here, and in return, I'll guide you in mastering the 9 transformations of the soaring dragon. How about that?" Anhao's eyes lit up. "Deal? Thank you, senior." Truthfully, he hadn't left precisely because he wanted to learn more from Gui Juxiao. And so, the two soared off toward the north. As autumn set in, the searing heat of summer faded, and the influence of the supreme immortal treasure continued to intensify. More and more cultivators were heading north in search of opportunities. Guan, however, remained unaffected. He continued his simple and leisurely life, occasionally visiting the outer sect city to chat with friends about the chaos unfolding across the cultivation world. One day, Yelan came looking for him, bringing up a shocking event. A sect from the Tianwei Empire was completely wiped out by an overseas cultivator, causing widespread panic in the cultivation world. Fortunately, our Taixuan Sect has the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path protecting us, so those overseas cultivators don't dare to act recklessly. This battle had occurred late at night, and Guan had sensed it, but he hadn't intervened. He had no ties to Tianwei, so he simply didn't care. Events like this weren't uncommon in the cultivation world. The invading Grand Ascension cultivator was strong enough to wipe out a sect with millions of disciples, and no one could stop him. Guan advised, "You should stay in the sect and focus on cultivation." Yelan nodded. "I'm stationed at the law enforcement hall now. Most of my time is spent taking pills and meditating." She was 101 years old, but her lifespan limit was only 130 years. Time was running out. Unlike Xiaochuan, Yelan was diligent and ambitious, which made Guan willing to support her cultivation. As they continued chatting, their teacups began trembling. The ground itself started shaking, alarming the entire city. Guan turned his gaze toward the depths of the continent, where a massive city was rising from the earth. It spanned 10 miles, shrouded in a colossal dust storm, its presence overwhelming. That is, Guan could feel the immense power emanating from it. It was a treasure, an immortal treasure? A booming, ancient voice echoed across the continent. "Divine Anomaly City has awakened? All living beings may enter and seek their immortal fate." At that moment, all the top cultivators across the land, including Gui Juxiao, Anhao, Li Ya, and Zhang Bukui, rushed toward the city. The emergence of Divine Anomaly City stirred up an uproar comparable to the demonic cataclysm of the past. Countless rumors spread throughout the cultivation world and mortal realm alike. Divine Anomaly City houses immortals. Divine Anomaly City contains an elixir of eternal life. Divine Anomaly City is a gateway to another world. The sheer variety of tales was endless, even Guan found some of them amusing. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. This year's spring festival was far quieter than usual, as many Taixuan Sect disciples had ventured out in search of opportunities. Fortunately, the Third Medicine Valley and Xian Valley remained unaffected. Meanwhile, Divine Anomaly City continued to attract cultivators from all over the world. Even Nine-Fingered Divine Lord, who had been staying at Taixuan Sect, had gone, bringing Chu Jingfeng along with him. Yet, while many had entered Divine Anomaly City, not a single person had emerged with any treasures. As spring came to an end, Guan rode atop the Blood Prison Great Saint, heading toward Horizon Valley. To his surprise, Li Sundao was also there. It had been many years since Li Sundao had returned to Horizon Valley. Guan greeted him respectfully, expressing his gratitude for the golden core he had received. Li Sundao stroked his beard and smiled. "It seems Taixuan Sect has treated you well. Someone even helped you form your core. I was planning to send someone to assist you myself." Guan simply thanked him and avoided discussing Taixuan Sect further. Over the years, Li Sundeo's cultivation had reached the second level of the integration stage. At only 314 years old, his progress was astounding. Guan suspected that within 5 centuries, Li Sundeo would likely reach the Grand Ascension stage. Across this entire continent, only An Wu and Xian Tianyi had talent comparable to him. Even his lifespan exceeded 6,000 years, meaning that reaching Nirvana stage would be effortless for him. Li Sundeo summoned Ji Ruolei, Luo Hun, and Lu Xian, inviting them to sit together for a discussion. He brought up Divine Anomaly City, stating his intention to lead a team to explore it. Based on the information I've gathered, Divine Anomaly City itself is an immortal treasure, containing countless pocket dimensions. The opportunities within are limitless. Who wants to join me? All 3 immediately expressed their willingness to go. Then, Li Sundeo's gaze landed on Guan. Guan hadn't expected to receive an invitation and hurriedly shook his head. I'll pass. With my current cultivation, I'd only hold you back. Besides, I'm not interested in so-called immortal opportunities. I know my limits, such things are beyond my reach. Li Sundeo smirked. But I'm only at the core formation stage myself. Are you saying I shouldn't go either? A core formation cultivator? You're an integration stage powerhouse? Stop pretending? Guan sighed helplessly. Even among core formation cultivators, there's a vast difference in strength. I am nowhere near your level. Li Sundeo simply pointed at him with a playful grin, not pushing any further. Lu Xian wanted to say, both of you, stop acting. But he held his tongue. He couldn't afford to offend either of them. As the discussion continued, Ji Ruolei shared additional intelligence on Divine Anomaly City. Apparently, even the 7-star spirit realm had failed to control the city. The city's immortal spirit remained elusive, hiding somewhere within. With no other choice, the 7-star spirit realm had left Divine Anomaly City open, hoping that cultivators from all over the world would seek out the immortal spirit themselves. Ji Ruolei had also learned that more overseas cultivators were on their way, potentially disrupting the entire cultivation world. The 7-star spirit realm calls itself a holy land, yet it cares nothing for us. Aren't they just bringing trouble to the 3 dynasties' cultivation world? Lu Xian snapped. Luo Hun nodded in agreement. During the demonic cataclysm, the 7-star spirit realm had refused to intervene, only appearing after the sword sovereign of the righteous path had slain the demon ancestor, claiming credit for saving the world. Now, only a few years after the demonic cataclysm, they had invited countless overseas cultivators, further destabilizing the region. Could such a sect really be called a holy land? Li Sundeo remained silent. Ji Ruolei also refrained from commenting. Guan, however, couldn't help but wonder what the 7-star spirit realm was really planning. This wasn't just about endangering the 3 dynasties. If all these foreign cultivators perished, the consequences would be immense. An hour later, Li Sundeo led the team into Divine Anomaly City. Horizon Valley fell silent once more. At dusk, Divine Anomaly City loomed over the barren wilderness, its presence majestic and towering. Countless cultivators and demons gathered outside the 4 main gates, some choosing to fly directly into the city. The moment they entered, ripples spread through the air, and the cultivators vanished without a trace. In the sky above, Zhang Qiang and the Nightshade Ghost Mother observed from a distance, their eyes filled with astonishment. Despite hearing numerous rumors, seeing the city in person left them deeply shaken. More than just visual grandeur, the city exuded an ancient, indescribable aura. Divine Anomaly City. They say its master can summon ghosts and spirits to sweep across the heavens and earth. I never thought I'd witness such a legendary treasure in my lifetime. The Nightshade Ghost Mother sighed. Zhang Qiang furrowed her brows. Why has no one left the city? The Nightshade Ghost Mother replied, the city contains countless small worlds. It takes years to find an exit. Just then, boom, a thunderous chime echoed across the land, shaking souls to their core. Zhang Qiang instinctively turned her gaze toward the horizon, where a golden streak of light shot across the wilderness, piercing into Divine Anomaly City at unimaginable speed. Nobody saw what it was. Zhang Qiang muttered, what realm was that expert in? The Nightshade Ghost Mother fell silent. She had no answer. Within one of the city's countless pocket dimensions, An Hao and Gui Juxiao sat meditating beside a crumbling wall. Both looked worn out and injured. Suddenly, roar! A deafening beastly howl shook the heavens, causing the walls behind them to tremble. An Hao opened his eyes, frowning. Senior, is there really an immortal opportunity here? Maybe we should try somewhere else. For months, they had wandered this desolate world, encountering only powerful immortal beasts instead of treasures. Even Gui Juxiao had sustained injuries. Gui Juxiao remained calm. The presence of strong beasts proves this place holds great treasures. If we can find the immortal spirit of Divine Anomaly City, we will rise above all others. An Hao sighed. Even if we find it, can we actually keep it? Before Gui Juxiao could reply, boom, the city began shaking violently. A cold voice echoed through the air. Gui Juxiao, long time no see. Gui Juxiao's expression darkened. Qin Sunyan? So, you've come too. From the swirling dust emerged a young man in blue, his aura cold and arrogant. Behind him loomed a colossal black elephant demon, its blood-red eyes gleaming with malice. Gui Juxiao gripped his dragon-slaying spear tightly. Last time, you knelt before me in defeat. Have you forgotten that humiliation? Qin Sunyan's eyes turned icy cold. We'll see who kneels today. After Li Ya's sudden disappearance, Zhang Bukui panicked. He leaped into the air, scanning the vast temple complex, only to find endless courtyards stretching beyond the horizon. No matter how hard he searched, Li Ya was nowhere to be seen. Not just Li Ya, he couldn't see a single living soul. His panic deepened as he began flying around in search of his missing companion. Li Ya, he shouted at the top of his lungs but received no response. The eerie sense of dread around him intensified. No matter which direction he flew, he saw no people, no exit, and worse, the same courtyards seemed to repeat. Gradually, even his mind felt sluggish. Before he knew it, he stumbled into one of the courtyards. The world spun. His eyelids grew heavy. A wave of overwhelming drowsiness struck him. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, barely holding himself up with his hands. Damn it. No, I can't pass out here. He struggled to keep himself conscious. Then, he heard footsteps approaching. With great difficulty, he turned his head and saw a blurred, shadowy figure walking toward him. It appeared to be an old monk dressed in ragged robes. The monk squatted beside him. Zhang Bukui still couldn't see the old monk's face, only his skeletal, ghostly hands with overgrown fingernails. A primal sense of terror seized Zhang Bukui. At that moment, a faint, distant chirping sound reached his ears. It sounded familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. The old monk's body suddenly trembled, turning toward the sound as if he were shouting at something unseen. Then he vanished into thin air. At the same time, Zhang Bukui felt something land on his shoulder. His consciousness snapped back to clarity as his vision steadied. Regaining full awareness, he quickly stood up and looked over his shoulder, only to find a sparrow perched on him. "It's you?" Zhang Bukui exclaimed in surprise. This was the same sparrow that had led him to an ancient cave, helping him acquire a demon core and learn the axe techniques. He would never forget it. He instinctively reached out to grab the sparrow, but it fluttered away, landing atop the courtyard wall and chirping non-stop. Though he didn't understand bird language, he could tell from its gestures that it wanted him to follow. Without hesitation, he chased after it. Eventually, the sparrow perched atop a stone statue. Zhang Bukui stepped closer and was shocked to discover that the statue's face belonged to Li Ya. The statue's body was that of a Buddha draped in a monk's robe, but with Li Ya's face. It looked incredibly unsettling. Zhang Bukui immediately tried to wake Li Ya, but no response came. Meanwhile, the sparrow, who was actually Guan, watched in silence, sighing inwardly. This kid has a strong body and decent cultivation, but his divine sense is still too weak. He needs more training. Guan flapped his wings and began pecking at the statue's face, hoping to give Zhang Bukui a hint. Sure enough, Zhang Bukui caught on. "I got it. Step back," he said. Guan flew away, and Zhang Bukui clenched his fist. With a powerful punch, he shattered the statue's head. Rumble. The ground trembled violently, and the sky shifted. The once clear blue sky was suddenly replaced by a blood-red night, filling the air with a haunting and oppressive aura. Zhang Bukui looked around and found that all the stone statues had transformed into skeletal remains, their empty eye sockets radiating eerie malice. Looking up from above, he saw that the previously endless temple complex had shrunk. It was now only 100 meters across. Not far ahead, Li Ya was tied to an ancient tree, a ghostly hand covering his mouth while another pressed against his chest, preventing him from breaking free. These two ghostly hands extended from behind the tree, making it impossible to see the full entity. "Li Ya!" Zhang Bukui roared in anger, summoning his stone axe as he leapt forward. Just as he entered the courtyard, the temple doors swung open. "Impressive. To see through my formation. Not bad, young human." A hoarse, ancient voice echoed from the darkness within the temple. Then, an old monk emerged. He was skeletally thin, his skin dark and covered in corpse spots, and his lifeless white eyes stared straight at Zhang Bukui. Without hesitation, Zhang Bukui swung his axe. Mountain Cleaver. A single swing split the temple in two, continuing through several walls and extending beyond the temple grounds. Guan, still in sparrow form, perched on a distant rooftop, silently observing. He wouldn't fight directly, but he could assist Zhang Bukui using his divine sense. Thus, the battle began. The entire temple was soon reduced to rubble, as waves of spectral entities emerged from underground, swarming toward Zhang Bukui. "Who is interfering?" the old monk suddenly roared. Every time he nearly struck Zhang Bukui down, an invisible divine force would disrupt him, throwing his mind into disarray. Guan, of course, remained silent. Meanwhile, Zhang Bukui fought on, completely immersed in battle. While assisting Zhang Bukui, Guan's divine sense also scanned other parts of Divine Anomaly City. The city's powerful restrictions couldn't stop his infinite free step. He could lock onto Zhang Bukui's aura and step in or out freely. Upon entering, he finally understood just how massive Divine Anomaly City truly was. There were at least 1,000 pocket dimensions, with some as vast as the Taixuan Empire. If one combined all the city's internal space, it would be larger than the entire continent itself. In one such world, Gui Juxiao and Anhao were being pursued, their attackers from the 7-star spirit realm, led by a scattered immortal. Elsewhere, Nine-Fingered Divine Lord battled an endless army of spectral entities, his powerful techniques unmatched. Curious, Guan killed one of the ghosts yet gained no lifespan. Immediately, he abandoned any notion of exploring the city further. These ghosts seemed bound to a power beyond his comprehension. Whoever created Divine Anomaly City was definitely beyond the celestial ascension stage. Half an hour later, Zhang Bukui finally managed to kill the old monk, though in truth, it was Guan's divine power that finished him off, while Zhang Bukui's axe strike followed through. Yet, even after killing the monk, Guan gained no lifespan. Zhang Bukui landed on the ground, breathing heavily. He rushed to Li Ya, cutting away the ghostly hands binding him. Li Ya collapsed, but Zhang Bukui caught him. Turning back, Zhang Bukui saw that the sparrow had vanished. He didn't have time to dwell on it. His priority was to help Li Ya recover. Li Ya, wake up. As he channeled his spiritual energy to heal him, he kept calling his name. Back in Xian Valley, Guan sat before his pill furnace, preparing to refine elixirs. For cultivators like Zhang Bukui and Li Ya, Divine Anomaly City was an incomprehensibly distant place, but for Guan, it was merely a single step away. He had just returned from the mysterious city after helping his friends, and now he waited in Xian Valley, anticipating further developments. As he placed medicinal herbs into the furnace, his thoughts drifted. The immortal spirit of Divine Anomaly City. Moments ago, he had sensed something peculiar. Something beyond mortal comprehension. In a dimly lit corridor, Anhao and Gui Juxiao moved swiftly, their footsteps echoing. Suddenly, Gui Juxiao stopped, leaning against the ancient stone walls. We can stop here for now. He spoke in a low voice. Anhao scanned their surroundings. Where are we? Earlier, they had escaped from one of the city's smaller worlds, only to plunge into this seemingly endless passageway. They had passed through dozens of crossroads, becoming utterly lost in the labyrinthine structure. Even worse, they couldn't break through the walls or ceiling. Even their divine senses failed to penetrate them. This unnerving reality made Anhao uneasy. Gui Juxiao sat down, producing a small cauldron and setting it before him. Then, he lit 2 incense sticks and placed them inside. Anhao frowned. What are you doing? A trickle of black blood seeped from the corner of Gui Juxiao's lips. Yet, he forced a grin. The 7-star spirit realm bastards fight without honor. They sent 2 scattered immortals to deal with me. Of course, I couldn't win, but if Qin Sunyan can call for reinforcements, so can I. Anhao's eyes widened. Wait, you're from overseas. Who can you even summon? Gui Juxiao snorted. Heh, my master surpasses scattered immortals. The moment this incense burns, he'll sense my distress and come to our rescue. Anhao froze. Someone beyond the scattered immortal stage? That level of power was unimaginable. After a brief moment, Anhao sat down beside him and smirked. Well, if you're calling your master, then I'll call mine too. Gui Juxiao scoffed. Your master? Please. There's no one in Taixuan Sect strong enough to compare to mine. Anhao replied firmly. My master is definitely stronger than yours. Gui Juxiao glared at him. Kid, don't disrespect my master. Anhao almost retorted, then why are you disrespecting mine? But before he could speak, the corridor trembled. A massive killing intent surged from the shadows. Damn it, they're already here. Gui Juxiao jumped up, grabbing the small cauldron containing the incense. Then, he grabbed Anhao with his other hand and shot forward at full speed. Despite being at the 9th level of the Nirvana stage, even Gui Juxiao couldn't break through the walls or ceiling. All he could do was fly low, weaving through the passageways. From behind, Qin Sunyan's voice rang out, twisted with manic glee. Gui Juxiao, you can't escape. Liu Baidian stood with a group of Taixuan Sect cultivators, staring at the city's towering ancient gates. They discussed their strategy for entering the city. Then, a sudden, earth-shattering aura swept across the land. The pressure was so overwhelming that everyone outside the city turned to look. In the distance, a streak of radiant light tore across the sky. Faster than a shooting star, it pierced through the heavens and vanished into Divine Anomaly City. It was so fast that nobody saw what was inside the light. Egg Juxiao fled quickly with Anhao, darting through dozens of intersections before suddenly flying into a vast palace. The immense hall was so large that its length and width were impossible to estimate. Dimly lit, it housed rows of towering stone pillars, each adorned with oil lamps, most of which had long since burned out. As soon as they entered, Anhao felt an eerie, cold wind rush at him, sending shivers down his spine. Before he could process the sensation, a terrifying killing intent surged from behind. A dark red silk ribbon lashed out from the shadows, sweeping past the two before circling ahead, attempting to ensnare them. Egg Juxiao pulled out his dragon-slaying spear and hurled it forward. A deafening dragon's roar echoed as a golden dragon materialized from the spear's energy, illuminating the entire palace. The golden dragon clashed fiercely with the dark red silk ribbon, stirring up a violent storm that raged across the hall. Anhao felt as if he was about to be swept away, barely managing to hold on as Egg Juxiao kept a firm grip on him. Even so, he was barely able to endure the force. Egg Juxiao leaped into the air, stepping onto the dragon-slaying spear mid-flight. With a nimble flip, he vaulted over the red ribbon and turned back to look. The dark red ribbon slithered away like a crimson river, disappearing into the depths of the darkness, its end nowhere in sight. Suddenly, shadows descended from all directions, rapidly encircling them. From the front, Qin Sunyan flew in and landed just 10 meters away, smiling as he taunted, Egg Juxiao, where do you think you're running off to? Egg Juxiao set Anhao down and replied coldly, want to kill me? Fine. But let this kid go first. Anhao started, but Egg Juxiao raised his hand to stop him. Qin Sunyan chuckled disdainfully, do you think you're in a position to negotiate? As he spoke, another figure appeared beside him, a white-robed elder with a frosty expression, holding a jade lantern. Egg Juxiao tilted his head slightly, his peripheral vision catching another figure behind him. Another scattered immortal had silently taken position. Master, Anhao murmured through gritted teeth. Hearing this, a smirk played on Egg Juxiao's lips. Anhao, it seems your master can't hear your call, but mine should be arriving soon. Egg Juxiao chuckled lightly. At his words, the expressions of the 7-star spirit realm cultivators shifted subtly. The white-robed elder beside Egg Juxiao instinctively turned to look behind him. Just then, a chilling voice resounded through the palace, laced with a murderous edge that made everyone feel as if they had plunged into an ice-cold abyss. You dare to bully my disciple? Has the Divine Soul Lord given his approval? Egg Juxiao's expression twisted into a wild grin. His gaze toward Qin Sunyan was no longer one of fear, it was the gaze of a predator eyeing its prey. Outside, autumn winds whistled, lifting fallen leaves only to let them settle once more. Meanwhile, in the third Medicine Valley, Guan was sweeping the ground. Beside him, the Blood Prison Great Saint watched curiously. Master, there are so many disciples in the valley. Why are you sweeping the floor yourself? All around, other disciples were also engaged in the same mundane task. But compared to the vastness of the Medicine Valley, even hundreds of people seemed sparse. Guan answered casually, sometimes, doing simple things like sweeping lets you connect with the earth. Who knows? Maybe I'll gain some insights. His tone was nonchalant, but to the Blood Prison Great Saint, his words carried deep wisdom. The Great Saint began pacing back and forth, trying to sense the ground's essence. Guan, however, turned his gaze toward Divine Anomaly City, where 4 roving immortals had already gathered. 2 were from the 7-star spirit realm, one being Egg Juxiao's master, the other, the 9-fingered Divine Lord. The 9-fingered Divine Lord was accompanying Chu Jingfeng in search of an immortal spirit, while the other 3 roving immortals were already locked in a chaotic battle. Egg Juxiao's master had slain 2 scattered immortals and more than a dozen 7-star spirit realm disciples, drawing the ire of 2 opposing roving immortals. The situation was dire. Egg Juxiao's master was already at a disadvantage. But Guan remained in no rush to intervene. He would let Egg Juxiao's master fight a while longer. After all, he had to finish sweeping this area. Moments later, Guan lifted his gaze toward the west. Yet another roving immortal had arrived. What a lively affair. He sighed inwardly, though concern flickered in his eyes. With more immortal Dao cultivators descending upon this continent, the 3 dynasties' cultivation world teetered on the brink of catastrophe. He could only hope the storm would pass soon. In a secluded pocket realm within Divine Anomaly City, yellow sands churned in the howling wind. In the midst of a desert, Anhao stood in front of Egg Juxiao, a faint golden light surrounding him, shielding them from the sandstorm. Egg Juxiao sat cross-legged in meditation, healing his injuries. His gaze, however, was fixed ahead, where deafening booms echoed. Heat waves, flying leaves, and golden flames intertwined in a chaotic surge. In the far distance, streaks of magical radiance clashed violently, shaking the heavens. A battle between roving immortals, a terrifying spectacle? Anhao couldn't even make out their figures. Despite the protective barrier, his body felt like it was on the verge of crumbling to dust. The sensation was unbearable. Egg Juxiao, on the other hand, could barely keep up with the battle. But precisely because he could see it, his face grew darker. His revered master was losing ground, and now, he had dragged both Anhao and his master into this mess. His fists clenched tightly. D*MN. For the first time, Egg Juxiao fully grasped the power of the 7-star spirit realm. In the past, he had mainly roamed within the Taixuan Sect alliance, where even when he encountered 7-star realm cultivators, he rarely suffered losses. Now that he had stepped into their territory, he finally realized the truth: they had never feared him. They had feared the Taixuan Sect. Anhao turned anxiously. Senior, how's the battle going? Egg Juxiao remained silent, his eyes locked ahead. Seeing his grim expression, Anhao's heart sank. Eggbei, your disciple must die today. If you insist on dying with him, then prepare to perish together. A commanding voice thundered through the air. Then, a haunting zither melody arose. Inside the barrier, Anhao's vision spun. Everything around him swayed as dizziness overtook him. Egg Juxiao took a deep breath and stood up. Anhao frowned. Senior, what are you going to do? Egg Juxiao ignored him and instead raised his voice. I take full responsibility for my actions. Spare my master, and I will accept death in exchange. Humph, you don't get to make demands here. An aged voice snapped impatiently. Master, shut up. A violent roar erupted as the sands churned. From the horizon, streaks of black lightning crackled, ripping the sky apart. The battle intensified. The protective formation around Anhao trembled violently. His body wavered as he looked ahead. And then, through the storm, a silhouette emerged. A purple-robed man. His hair was stark white, yet his face showed no signs of aging. His serpentine gaze carried an unshakable chill. His eyes locked onto Egg Juxiao. Willing or not, you will die, and your master will follow. Egg Juxiao's fury ignited. He longed to charge forward and fight the man 300 rounds, but he knew he wasn't even worth a single strike. Just then, a hand landed on the purple-robed man's shoulder, and everything stopped. Seeing Guan effortlessly suppress 2 roving immortals, Dan Juxiao was dumbfounded, while Anhao trembled with excitement. Guan turned his gaze to the purple-robed man in his grasp and cast a lifespan inspection. 9-star True Lord, roving immortal stage, 5th layer 42,089/150,000/160,000. He then looked down at the red-robed man beneath his feet and performed the same technique. Kang Yi True Lord, roving immortal stage, 6th layer 56,803/160,000/190,000. Both of them had considerable lifespans. They both carried the title of True Lord. Could it be that in the 7-star spirit realm, True Lord was an official rank or title? As Guan pondered, the severely injured Kang Yi True Lord struggled to speak. Who are you? If that brat is truly your disciple, just take him and leave. Boom! A sudden explosion of sand and wind erupted behind Guan. And how in Dan Juxiao's vision darkened as a colossal black scorpion, the size of a towering mountain, lunged at Guan, its massive pincers snapping toward him. The devouring immortal scorpion. It moved at an astonishing speed so fast that Dan Juxiao and An Hao couldn't even react. All they saw was the scorpion bursting out, and before they could get a clear look, it instantly exploded. Black venom splattered across the sky and earth, followed by an even more terrifying roar. Boom! A vast dust storm surged behind Guan, consuming the airborne black venom. How is this possible? The 9-star True Lord, gripped tightly by Guan, widened his eyes in utter disbelief. That devouring immortal scorpion was also a roving immortal tier existence, yet it had died instantly? He hadn't even seen Guan make a move just the moment the scorpion's pincers touched him, its entire body blew apart. You have successfully seized 57,009 years of lifespan from the devouring immortal scorpion, roving immortal stage, 2nd layer. Seeing the notification, Guan was somewhat satisfied. The devouring immortal scorpion had perished under Dao Gang Qi, a divine ability derived from the Ji family's heaven and earth Dao Gang. Anyone who struck Guan's physical body would automatically trigger this ability and be shattered by its force. Kang Yi True Lord couldn't extend his divine sense, nor could he turn his head. But at the moment Dao Gang Qi erupted, he felt as if he, too, would be obliterated. Never in his life had he experienced such despair. This man had to be beyond the roving immortal stage. But how could such a terrifying existence appear in this backward land? The 9-star True Lord had witnessed the explosion of Dao Gang Qi firsthand. His entire body shuddered with terror. At that moment, both roving immortals lost all will to fight, only boundless fear remained. The longer one lived, the more they feared death. Senior, please. Kang Yi True Lord trembled. Although Guan did not receive a hostility notification, Kang Yi True Lord had dared to command the devouring immortal scorpion to attack him. He was courting death. Guan stumped down hard. Kang Yi True Lord's body shattered instantly, exploding into a mist of blood. Only his storage pouch remained. The 9-star True Lord's eyes widened in sheer despair. Guan raised his palm, unleashing a surge of Dao-breaking divine light. The 9-star True Lord vanished in an instant, reduced to nothing but dust. His storage pouch also fell to the ground. Just like that, two mighty roving immortals had perished without even putting up a fight. And Hao and Dan Juxiao stood in shock. They knew exactly how powerful those two True Lords were. That was why they were so utterly stunned. Two notifications popped up before Guan. He had successfully seized a total of 20,000 years of lifespan. Just then, a figure flew toward Guan and landed behind him. The man cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, "Thank you, Senior, for saving me." It was Dan Juxiao's master Dan Bei. At this moment, Dan Bei looked utterly miserable, his entire body oozing black blood. "Do not reveal what happened here to anyone. Otherwise, you too will become my enemy." Leaving those words behind, Guan vanished into thin air, taking both storage pouches with him. Dan Bei looked up, but his divine sense could no longer detect Guan's presence. He sighed deeply. Dan Juxiao rushed out of the formation and supported his master. "Master, are you okay?" he asked anxiously. Dan Bei weakly responded, "Bring out the medicine cauldron. I must expel the poison." Dan Juxiao hurried to comply. Before long, Dan Bei entered the cauldron to begin detoxifying himself. He took out pre-prepared medicinal herbs and infused them with spiritual water. An Hao stood nearby, cautiously asking, "What exactly is the devouring immortal scorpion?" Dan Juxiao gazed at the cauldron and sighed. The devouring immortal scorpion is one of the 9 ancient deadliest poisons of the ocean, the strongest venomous creature still alive today. Even immortals who are swallowed by it will instantly dissolve into toxic blood. If it stings you once, your cultivation disperses, and not even gods or Buddhas can save you. That terrifying? An Hao was horrified and didn't know how to comfort Dan Juxiao. Dan Juxiao turned to him and asked, "Who exactly is your master?" Guan's performance earlier had been far too monstrous. Even though Dan Juxiao had been saved, he couldn't help but fear Guan's power. This was fear born from witnessing something beyond comprehension. "I can't tell you my master's name. He forbids me from speaking it." And Hao shook his head, his voice filled with pride. Every time he encountered an unfathomable powerhouse, he would wonder, what realm does my master truly stand in? Yet every single time, his master shattered his expectations. It seemed that no matter how powerful an enemy appeared, before his master, they were nothing but ants. For the first time, he doubted whether his own exceptional talent even mattered. Perhaps, the only reason he was so gifted was because his master favored him. Dan Juxiao fell into silence. He recalled Guan's commanding presence, his eyes flashing with deep admiration. A true cultivator should be like that? Elsewhere, Guan did not return to Taixuan Sect. Instead, he took a single step and arrived at a remote island in the ocean. Standing within a dense forest, he swiftly sorted through the two True Lord's storage pouches, destroying anything suspicious and keeping the treasures. His own storage pouch couldn't hold everything, so he refined one of the pouches into his own. Only after doing so did he leave. Taking another step, he entered his personal cave realm. After emptying the items and burning the 9-star True Lord's storage pouch into ashes, he finally returned to Taixuan Sect. Standing atop a mountain near Xian Valley, Guan gazed into the distance. Although slaying 3 roving immortals had been effortless, his heart was not at ease. He knew this matter would soon escalate. But he had no regrets. He could not let his enemies live. There was one more thing he could do. Find the immortal spirit of Divine Anomaly City and hand it off to someone else, ending this battle before it even begins. Guan had no interest in Divine Anomaly City. Even though it possessed immense power, its karma was too great, and he wanted no part of it. He had already visited twice and had a faint grasp on the immortal spirit's whereabouts. A few days later, within the small world of Divine Anomaly City, the raging sandstorms had finally settled. Dan Juxiao helped Dan Bei out of the medicine cauldron and sat him down. Dan Bei had changed into a clean white robe, but his face was pale, his hair disheveled. He had completely lost the air of a roving immortal. Seated, he sighed. I never expected Divine Anomaly City to attract a celestial ascendant. Hearing this, Anhao's curiosity was piqued. Celestial ascendant? You mean that legendary realm where one can roam beyond the heavens? Dan Juxiao's eyes lit up with excitement. Dan Bei nodded. It should be. If he were merely another roving immortal, he could not have defeated those 2 true lords so effortlessly. He turned to Dan Juxiao and said, since that senior saved us, we must honor our promise. We cannot reveal anything about him. Just say the Star Sea Sect was responsible. Understand? Dan Juxiao nodded solemnly. Dan Bei then turned to Anhao, studying him carefully. He could see that Anhao's natural talent was extraordinary, and he couldn't help but ask, is your master also from Taixuan Sect? Though Dan Bei could perceive Anhao's karma, he could only see the past 10 years there was no trace of his connection to that senior. As for Liu Badian, he completely ignored him. A mere integration stage cultivator wasn't even worth considering. I'm not sure. Probably not, Anhao replied cautiously, keeping his guard up. He did not fully trust Dan Bei. Dan Bei chuckled. You're quite fortunate, kid. With such a master, your future is limitless. Have you considered joining the Star Sea Sect? Anhao hesitated. I already have one master, and my other master is the sect master of Taixuan Sect. I have a duty to strengthen my section. Dan Bei's smile grew even warmer. I'm not asking you to leave Taixuan Sect. You can train at Star Sea Sect for a while and forge a bond between the 2 sects. Star Sea Sect can help you grow stronger faster. Once you're powerful enough, you'll be able to better protect Taixuan Sect. And when Star Sea Sect faces difficulties, you'll be able to return the favor. It's a win-win situation. Hearing this, Anhao found it difficult to refuse. He turned to look at Dan Juxiao. Dan Juxiao scoffed. You think my master would lie to you? Look at Xian Tianyi, he's proof enough. Having traveled together for so long, Dan Juxiao had learned about Xian Tianyi's relationship with Anhao. He was also trying to recruit Anhao because recruiting Anhao meant forging a connection with the Celestial Ascendant from before. A Celestial Ascendant? Even Star Sea Sect had produced Celestial Ascendants before, but they were merely legends. Dan Juxiao had never witnessed one with his own eyes. Anhao hesitated for a while before finally nodding in agreement. Dan Bei and Dan Juxiao both smiled. Dan Bei's expression then turned serious. I still haven't completely purged the devouring immortal scorpion's venom. We should leave Divine Anomaly City before the 7-star spirit realm starts hunting us down. But Divine Anomaly City? Dan Juxiao hesitated. Dan Bei shot him a glare and snapped, that place contains celestial ascendants and numerous roving immortal tier experts. Do you really think you have what it takes to compete for the immortal spirit? Dan Juxiao immediately backed down, scratching his head with an awkward smile. Anhao, too, felt a pang of regret. But he wasn't leaving empty-handed. He had already gathered plenty of treasures while traveling with Dan Juxiao. With that, the 3 of them began searching for an exit. A dimly lit grand hall. One side of the hall had a wall lined with brass oil lamps, though many had already gone out. Standing in front of the lamp wall was a woman in a purple dress, wearing a veil over her face. Her long hair was styled into an elegant bun. Though her exposed brows and eyes were stunning, there was a chilling coldness in her gaze, adding an air of mystery to her presence. Suddenly, a young boy wearing only a belly band appeared on her shoulder, tilting his head as he asked, Mother, what are you looking at? If one looked closely, they would notice that the boy's feet were not actually resting on the woman's shoulder. He was a soul projection, not a living being. Mother is watching to see who has fallen again. The woman in the purple dress spoke slowly, her ethereal voice echoing through the hall, like the murmuring of a hidden mountain spring. The young boy on her shoulder asked in confusion, what's there to see? People die all the time, don't they? As long as half of the lights on this wall haven't gone out, the fate of the 7-star spirit realm remains unbroken. The woman in the purple dress replied, 3 roving immortals have died recently, all from the same place. That place is near the Star Sea Sect. I don't know whether this is the Star Sea Sect's doing or if someone else is stirring up trouble in the shadows. The boy followed her gaze to the wall of oil lamps, falling into thought. Just then, footsteps echoed from the darkness behind them, followed by an aged voice. Cave Master, the spirit mirror is showing divine sense fluctuations. Upon hearing this, the woman in the purple dress turned and walked into the shadows. The boy on her shoulder turned his head to look, his clear eyes drawn to the flickering oil lamps on the wall. Under the dark night, within a ruined city, Nine-Fingered Divine Lord sat cross-legged before a campfire, with Chu Jingfeng seated beside him. Chu Jingfeng occasionally glanced into the distance, where dense fog churned under the moonlit sky, faintly revealing eerie ghostly shadows. Do you feel it? Nine-Fingered Divine Lord suddenly asked. Chu Jingfeng snapped out of his thoughts and cautiously asked, Master, feel what? Nine-Fingered Divine Lord spoke softly, it's getting closer. It? Who is it? The immortal spirit of Divine Anomaly City. Chu Jingfeng's eyes widened, his breathing quickening. Ever since arriving in Divine Anomaly City, he had learned from Nine-Fingered Divine Lord about the immortal spirit. Whoever could make it recognize them as its master would gain control over the immense power of Divine Anomaly City. The process wasn't solely determined by cultivation, it could also be based on fate. That was why so many beings below the immortal Dao realm risked their lives to venture here. Chu Jingfeng didn't dare to dream of claiming Divine Anomaly City for himself, but he hoped his master could succeed. The stronger his master became, the more he would benefit. More than that, he was deeply grateful to Nine-Fingered Divine Lord. It was his master who had given him a second chance at life. Nine-Fingered Divine Lord said no more and continued his breathing exercise, while Chu Jingfeng began imagining what would come next. After following Nine-Fingered Divine Lord into the city, he had witnessed countless battles. No matter how terrifying the demons or ghosts were, they crumbled before his master. He firmly believed that if the immortal spirit appeared, his master would surely seize control of it and command Divine Anomaly City. As the moon set and the sun rose, a blazing sun ascended outside the eastern gate of the city. Chu Jingfeng was cultivating when he suddenly felt the ground tremble. His eyes snapped open, and he saw the surrounding buildings shaking violently. Across from him, Nine-Fingered Divine Lord slowly stood up. Before Chu Jingfeng could ask anything, his master raised a hand, and the two of them soared into the sky. Chu Jingfeng looked down and was immediately struck with fear. From all directions, an endless tide of demons and ghosts surged forward like a black tsunami, devouring the city's structures. The sheer chaos overwhelmed his senses. This is the true power of Divine Anomaly City spirit wraiths. Over countless lunar cycles, an endless number of these spirits have accumulated here. This is a force that could overturn the mortal world. Nine-Fingered Divine Lord gazed into the distance with an indifferent expression. Before Chu Jingfeng could respond, Nine-Fingered Divine Lord raised his right hand and pressed down. Boom! The city below instantly collapsed. Countless spirit wraiths dissipated into ghostly mist. The earth itself seemed to cave in, sending dust billowing skyward, turning the world murky. Amid the swirling dust, Chu Jingfeng faintly heard a child's eerie laughter, sending chills down his spine. Divine Anomaly City, Eastern Gate. The massive gate creaked open. From the outside, the streets within appeared empty and deserted. Suddenly, ripples spread through the air inside the gate, and three figures emerged: Dan Bei, Qi Juxiao, and An Hao. The three of them walked forward 10 steps before An Hao turned back, glancing at the towering city gates of Divine Anomaly City. A sigh of relief escaped him. Finally, we're out? An Hao. A voice called from the distance. An Hao squinted and saw a group of cultivators in the distance, among them Lu Baitian. Master. An Hao called out, about to rush forward when Dan Bei stopped him. From now on, do not acknowledge any ties to Taixuan Sect, Dan Bei said in a deep voice, his gaze fixed ahead. An Hao frowned. Why, they're here. Dan Bei's expression turned serious as he pulled out a magical artifact, ready for battle. Qi Juxiao likewise drew his dragon-slaying spear, cursing under his breath, troubles never end in the 7-star spirit realm. These bastards move fast. It's been 7 days. With 2 roving immortals dead, there's no way the 7-star spirit realm wouldn't notice, Dan Bei said calmly. Qi Juxiao turned to him and asked, Master, what do we do? Dan Bei scoffed. If the 7-star spirit realm makes a move, then so will the Taixuan Sect. Upon hearing this, Qi Juxiao's face lit up with excitement. He turned back toward the distance, grinning in anticipation. So it's you, Dan Bei of the Dan family from the Taixuan Sect. Killing our disciples in the 7-star spirit realm. Do you have any idea what consequences await you? A cold voice echoed across the land, carrying such murderous intent that even those outside the city shivered. The disciples of Taixuan Sect quickly stood up, tense and alert. From all directions, terrifying auras erupted, making the mountains and earth tremble. An Hao looked around, realizing they were completely surrounded. Such overwhelming pressure. Could they also be roving immortals? He was secretly alarmed and turned his gaze toward Dan Bei, wondering if this senior could hold his ground. And how long would it take for the roving immortals of the Taixuan Sect to arrive? Oh, so this land belongs to the 7-star spirit realm? I was under the impression that you had long abandoned it. A bold voice rang out, directly challenging the 7-star spirit realm's roving immortal. Dan Bei immediately recognized the voice and smirked. The real battle of the roving immortals was about to begin. The land lay desolate, thick ghostly mist spreading across the ground. Chu Jingfeng stood on a floating gourd, enveloped in a faint protective light, his gaze fixed ahead. Nine-Fingered Divine Lord stood bare-chested, flames of energy swirling around him. His hair, dry and wild, danced in the wind, his posture radiating the dominance of a war god. Before him hovered a crimson phoenix, its wings spanning 1,000 feet. Every flap sent waves of fire surging like raging dragons toward Nine-Fingered Divine Lord. Ting, since you refuse to bow, then I have no choice but to suppress you, Nine-Fingered Divine Lord declared, his eyes cold, his body covered in black sigils that pulsed eerily. As his words fell, he suddenly charged toward the phoenix. The phoenix let out a piercing screech, its wings shaking violently, sending shockwaves that scattered dust clouds in all directions. From the haze, colossal ghostly figures emerged, each clad in armor and wielding massive weapons, exuding an ancient, unstoppable might. In an instant, Nine-Fingered Divine Lord was swallowed by the terrifying spirits. Boom! A ferocious wind blast scattered the wraiths as Nine-Fingered Divine Lord reached the phoenix in a single stride, throwing a punch that shook the heavens and the earth. A mighty clash was about to unfold. Nine-Fingered Divine Lord's punch shattered space itself. From within the spatial rift, an ancient bell emerged, drifting toward the phoenix like a celestial artifact from the depths of the river of lunar years. Compared to this bell, the massive phoenix looked no bigger than a mere sparrow before a towering tree. The phoenix let out a piercing, agonized cry. Sigils and chains surfaced from the ancient bell, swiftly wrapping around its body. No matter how violently it struggled, it couldn't break free. A frenzied aura surged through the heavens and earth as more and more spirit wraiths swarmed from all directions. They varied in size and form, some even thousands of feet tall, descending from the sky. Alone against this endless army, Nine-Fingered Divine Lord's punches and kicks moved like a storm, shaking mountains and rivers, unstoppable. On the floating gourd, Chu Jingfeng watched, his blood boiling with excitement. Though he couldn't clearly see Nine-Fingered Divine Lord's movements, the sight of the spirit wraiths perishing one after another filled him with awe. Too powerful? In that moment, Chu Jingfeng even doubted whether the sword path was truly the ultimate path. Could it be that the path of the physical body was the strongest of all? The heavens rumbled, dust and debris rising endlessly. No matter how many spirit wraiths Nine-Fingered Divine Lord eradicated, more surged forth in an unending tide. Boom! From the horizon, a colossal shadow loomed, rising like a mountain tearing through the earth, a sight that shook the soul. Chu Jingfeng stared wide-eyed into the distance, sensing an overwhelming aura that sent chills down his spine. What is that? His heart trembled with fear. Before he could process it further, the shadow emerged from the swirling dust, a titan, over 10,000 feet tall, its body jet black, wild hair draping over its shoulders. It wore nothing but battle-scarred armor over its legs, and in its hands, it wielded an enormous battle axe. With both hands, it raised the axe and swung. Though the blade was still distant, the sheer force of the strike sent gales sweeping across the battlefield. Even the floating gourd beneath Chu Jingfeng's feet was violently overturned. Nine-Fingered Divine Lord instantly appeared before him, raising a fist to meet the axe. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. Nine-Fingered Divine Lord, using sheer physical force, blocked the titan's axe. Both were forced back simultaneously. Nine-Fingered Divine Lord furrowed his brows, feeling his right fist go numb from the impact. The titan took a few steps back, then steadied itself and lifted its axe once more. This time, a mysterious force gathered along the axe's edge, swirling with primordial energy. As it swung again, it carried the power of creation and destruction itself. Nine-Fingered Divine Lord raised his right hand, missing its fifth finger, and extended his two middle fingers. A golden beam of light shot forth, cutting through the murky sky, obliterating all in its path. Boom! The titan, standing at 10,000 feet tall, was split apart by the golden beam. A massive, empty void formed in the air, and below, an enormous canyon carved itself into the earth. The sheer spectacle left Chu Jingfeng in utter shock. Nine-Fingered Divine Lord swiftly turned and flew toward the phoenix. The ancient bell still bound the phoenix tightly. Just as Nine-Fingered Divine Lord was about to reach it, a shadowy figure materialized out of thin air. With a single gesture, the phoenix shrank to the size of a palm and was whisked into the figure's grasp. The one who had taken the phoenix was a man exuding a profound aura. Nine-Fingered Divine Lord narrowed his eyes, stopping his advance. He could not gauge this man's depth. Who are you? Nine-Fingered Divine Lord asked coldly, voice edged with caution. The man turned, revealing himself to be Guan, who had activated his 9 extremes yin-yang body. He looked at Nine-Fingered Divine Lord and spoke calmly. The immortal spirit is mine. Hearing this, Nine-Fingered Divine Lord's expression darkened instantly. His eyes flashed with fury as he bellowed. Arrogant fool. Facing the enraged Nine-Fingered Divine Lord, Guan remained calm. Holding the phoenix, he spoke leisurely, if you carefully sense it, you will understand that this karma is not something you can claim. Hearing this, the Nine-Fingered Divine Lord, who was just about to attack, instinctively spread out his divine sense. A few breaths later, his expression changed drastically, his eyes flashing with fear. All around them, countless soul ghosts continued to emerge, recklessly throwing themselves at them, their shrill howls echoing across the heavens. Suddenly, Guan crushed the phoenix in his hand. In an instant, all the soul ghosts disintegrated into ashes, and the chaotic uproar came to an abrupt halt. From afar, Chu Jingfeng, standing atop a gourd, turned his head and caught sight of Guan. His face paled in shock. Dark purple demonic shadows coiled around the figure. Fu. He had barely uttered a syllable when an overwhelming divine sense locked onto him, silencing him in terror. The Nine-Fingered Divine Lord took a deep breath to steady himself. He gazed at Guan and asked, what do you intend to do? Even he could sense that beneath the earth, an even more terrifying presence was brewing. Just from its aura alone, he knew it was beyond his power to resist. Guan gave no reply. Instead, he flipped his palm and pressed it downward. Boom! The ground shattered. Chunks of rock soared into the sky, and the entire world seemed on the verge of collapse. The overwhelming force radiating from Guan made even the nine-fingered Divine Lord tremble. Just how strong is he? The Divine Lord wondered, feeling an unexpected sense of relief. Had he recklessly attacked earlier or had the opponent launched a sneak attack instead, his fate would have been grim. From above, Chu Jingfeng also looked downward anxiously. Massive boulders levitated around him, soaring toward the heavens. Looking into the distance, he saw the land itself fracturing at the horizon, stretching endlessly beyond sight. The sheer scale of the destruction made him hold his breath. Suddenly, his eyes widened in terror. As the land crumbled, an immense black entity emerged from below, vast and boundless. Just looking at it made his scalp tingle with dread. Beneath the daylight, that absolute blackness was beyond terrifying. From above, it was clear that the black entity was shifting and writhing, but it was too massive to discern its form, let alone identify what it was. Guan fixed his gaze on it. Divine Anomaly Spirit, Celestial Ascension Stage, 3rd Layer 0/0/0. There was no lifespan value, only a cultivation realm. Without hesitation, Guan clenched his suspended right hand. Below, the colossal Divine Anomaly Spirit began to shrink at a visible speed. This was a Divine Ability Pocket Universe in the palm. Earlier, he had used this same technique to capture the Phoenix. Now, he was going to seize a Celestial Ascension level Divine Anomaly? The Divine Anomaly Spirit struggled wildly, but once ensnared by Guan's magic power, it had no chance of escape. Before the astonished gazes of Nine-Fingered Divine Lord and Chu Jingfeng, the gigantic black entity shrank at an alarming rate. Eventually, the Divine Anomaly Spirit was compressed into a small mass of black mist, endlessly twisting and morphing within Guan's grasp. Then, Guan disappeared, leaving the two men behind, standing in stunned silence. For a long time, neither spoke. Finally, Chu Jingfeng flew beside his master and asked nervously, "Master, what do we do now?" He knew that the figure he had just seen was the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path, but he chose to keep that a secret. To all disciples of Taixuan Sect, the Sword Sovereign was the most revered existence. Time and time again, he had saved Taixuan Sect and the three dynasties. Chu Jingfeng felt that he owed the Sword Sovereign his life. So, he chose to protect him. Even if he revealed the Sword Sovereign's identity, it would only drive the Nine-Fingered Divine Lord into deeper despair. From what he had just witnessed, it was clear his master was no match for the Sword Sovereign at all. At this realization, Chu Jingfeng was overwhelmed with emotion. During his time following the Nine-Fingered Divine Lord, he had thought his master was superior to the Sword Sovereign. He had believed himself to be incredibly fortunate. But now, his worldview shattered. He couldn't help but wonder just how powerful was the Sword Sovereign? One thing was certain, the Sword Sovereign was not a true disciple of Taixuan Sect. He was merely hiding there, shielding the sect as a favor. The Nine-Fingered Divine Lord took a deep breath. "We leave." Having his Divine Anomaly Spirit stolen angered him. But Guan's display of Pocket Universe in the palm was enough to kill any thoughts of pursuing it. Besides, the aura of that Divine Anomaly Spirit had been beyond his control. Had the mysterious figure not intervened, he might have been devoured, transformed into a soul ghost himself. Hearing his master's words, Chu Jingfeng secretly sighed in relief. He had been worried that his master might be too stubborn. Having spent so much time exploring Divine Anomaly City, he had already gained plenty of opportunities. Now, he just wanted to return to Taixuan Sect and enter seclusion. Elsewhere, in an isolated minor world, Guan arrived at a secluded realm devoid of living beings. The sky was dim, and the land was covered with trees resembling twisted ghosts. He gazed at the Divine Anomaly Spirit in his hand. It no longer resisted. Instead, it trembled in fear. Just as Guan hesitated over what to do with it, it suddenly burst apart and drilled into his palm. The process happened in an instant. By the time Guan thought to stop it, he suddenly felt its emotions. It was begging. Silence fell over Guan. Soon, he realized that his own magic power was merging into the Divine Anomaly Spirit, a sensation he had never experienced before. He was taking control of it. And in doing so, he was also taking control of Divine Anomaly City. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, the Divine Anomaly Spirit reformed in Guan's palm. From now on, Guan was its master, and the true ruler of Divine Anomaly City. A complex feeling rose in his heart. Had he forcibly resisted, the Divine Anomaly Spirit would have perished. So, he had no choice but to accept it. Of course, if he wished, he could now easily obliterate it. But as its new master, Guan gained a deeper understanding of Divine Anomaly City. Even if the Divine Anomaly Spirit was destroyed, so long as the city remained, a new one would eventually be born. Whether it would still be the same Divine Anomaly Spirit was another question. Because this one was terrified of dying. "Master." A childish voice suddenly echoed in Guan's mind. It sounded like a young boy. Guan asked, "Can you share your power with others while hiding my identity as your true master?" The Divine Anomaly Spirit wriggled in his palm before morphing into a small, pitch-black figure, a child-sized doll with no hair, no facial features, standing only about 10 centimeters tall. It tilted its head, pondered briefly, and responded, "I can, but won't that make you unhappy?" Guan smirked. "No, I need you to protect someone for me." Then, he disappeared once more. Guan arrived in another realm, a dense forest. Among the trees, Li Ya and Zhang Bukui were resting, sitting cross-legged in meditation. Through his divine sense, Guan instructed the divine anomaly spirit to seek out Li Ya. Immediately, the divine anomaly spirit leaped from his hand and hopped towards Li Ya. Among everyone in Divine Anomaly City, the person Guan cared about the most was undoubtedly Li Ya. Though Li Ya had encountered many opportunities, he was clearly not on the same level as geniuses like Anhao and Lu Xian. That was why Guan had chosen to help him. As for Anhao, with or without Divine Anomaly City, he was destined to rise. If he joined the Starcy Sect Alliance, he would eventually obtain an immortal treasure on par with the dragon-slaying spear, even without a pseudo-supreme immortal treasure like Divine Anomaly City. After all, the dragon-slaying spear was immensely powerful, allowing Egg Juxiao to display combat strength comparable to a scattered immortal. The divine anomaly spirit hopped along merrily, its aura so faint that Li Ya and Zhang Bukui had no idea it was approaching. They remained focused on their meditation. When the divine anomaly spirit finally landed on Li Ya's shoulder, he instinctively opened his eyes in alarm. Changle, 1, 2. The divine anomaly spirit called out in a strange voice before diving straight into Li Ya's face. Startled, Li Ya jumped to his feet. What was that? He frantically touched his face, but found nothing there. Beside him, Zhang Bukui was also startled and quickly rushed over. When he heard that something had entered Li Ya's body, Zhang Bukui panicked. The two of them searched frantically, using their divine sense to scan Li Ya's body, but they found nothing. After a long moment, Li Ya suddenly froze, his expression turning strange. Brother Ji, are you okay? Zhang Bukui asked anxiously. Taking a deep breath, Li Ya looked at Zhang Bukui, his expression complicated. Brother, I think I've been recognized as the master of an immortal spirit. What? Zhang Bukui's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you serious? Yes. Why you? What do you mean? You think I don't deserve it? You deserve it. You show some respect. I can now command the soul ghosts. If you want to leave, you'd better watch your tone. Brother Ji, we're in this together. Zhang Bukui quickly backpedaled. You damn bastard, always talking nonsense. From a distance, Guan listened to their bickering, a smirk forming on his lips. Surrounded by demonic energy, he turned and vanished once more. He was the true master of Divine Anomaly City. While inside, he could perceive every minor realm, as well as the soul ghosts hidden beneath them. The sheer number of soul ghosts was staggering. Even now, Divine Anomaly City was in a state of restoration. Once fully recovered, it would become even stronger, eventually regaining its status as a true supreme immortal treasure. Such treasures were eternal. Even if heavily damaged, they could restore themselves over time, a fact that made Guan view them in a new light. But before that, Guan planned to harvest all the natural treasures within the city. Everything inside Divine Anomaly City now belonged to him. Why should he let others benefit from it? Elsewhere, beneath the rolling thunderclouds, Zhang Qing sat meditating at the edge of a cliff. Below her, a roaring river of magma surged, sending waves of heat crashing against the mountains on either side. She opened her eyes, her brows furrowing. Why isn't she back yet? She muttered to herself. She had arrived in Divine Anomaly City 2 days ago alongside Nightshade Ghost Mother. While Zhang Qing tended to her injuries, Nightshade Ghost Mother had left to investigate. But 2 days had passed, and she had yet to return. A flicker of worry crossed Zhang Qing's heart. She had never fully trusted Nightshade Ghost Mother, but after spending so much time together, she had grown to rely on her capabilities. Could something have happened to her? She was always extremely cautious. So what could possibly be keeping her? Zhang Qing fell deep into thought. If Nightshade Ghost Mother had really gotten into trouble, then with Zhang Qing's current strength, not only would she fail to seize the Divine Anomaly Spirit, she would have trouble even escaping. Zhang Qing grew increasingly uneasy. She took out a pill and accelerated the recovery of her spiritual energy. The world was dim, with only the sound of magma slapping against the mountain walls echoing, making the atmosphere feel oppressive. Half a day passed. Zhang Qing had recovered a good amount of spiritual energy. She stood up and flew in the direction where the Nightshade Ghost Mother had left earlier. At the same time, Li Ya had fully grasped the power of Divine Anomaly City. Though he couldn't yet perceive every corner of the city, he could feel that he had become ridiculously strong. Before entering Divine Anomaly City, he had been skeptical of the legendary Supreme Immortal Treasures. How could anything be that mystical? Let's go. There's a big battle outside the city. Let's go watch the show. Li Ya stood up with excitement all over his face. Zhang Bukui got up as well, staring at him in silence. Li Ya shook his shoulders, and the Divine Anomaly Spirit jumped out from his body, landing on his shoulder, hands on its hips, looking full of pride. Seeing the Divine Anomaly Spirit, Zhang Bukui's expression turned strange. It was hard to believe that this little thing was actually the spirit of a supreme immortal treasure. Li Ya raised his right arm, and the Divine Anomaly Spirit immediately mimicked him. Boom! The earth trembled, and the sky changed color, startling Zhang Bukui as he nervously scanned the surroundings. One by one, spirit wraiths burst out of the ground, sending massive trees flying into the sky. The same scene occurred in all directions. Zhang Bukui and Li Ya stabilized themselves with their spiritual energy. Li Ya laughed smugly. This is my divine army? Prepare to follow me as I conquer the world. Zhang Bukui looked at him, just about to speak when, boom, the ground beneath them suddenly surged upward. A terrifying, colossal figure stood up, holding a massive piece of land in one hand. On that land was a forest, and within that forest stood Zhang Bukui and Li Ya. Compared to this terrifying giant, they were as small as ants. This was the same enormous figure that had once fought against the nine-fingered divine lord. One hand held the land, the other gripped an axe. It was like a primordial god splitting heaven and earth, exuding boundless divine might. Zhang Bukui looked down and was utterly stunned. Li Ya, on the other hand, was exhilarated. With this divine army, what enemy could stand in his way? He could sense the terrifying battle outside Divine Anomaly City, but more importantly, he saw disciples of the Taixuan Sect among them. He had to step in. Ancestor, this time, I'll be the hero. Watch closely. Li Ya trembled with excitement. He suddenly thought of Guan. If only junior brother Gu were here. Then again, if Guan was here, he'd have to worry about his safety. Forget it. After this battle, he'd go back and brag to him. Li Ya began pondering what treasures he should bring back for Guan. Divine Anomaly City was vast, filled with countless treasures. Grabbing just a few would be enough for Guan to defy fate itself. Meanwhile, Guan was harvesting natural treasures inside a small pocket dimension, his lifespan continuously increasing, making him quite pleased. He saw the four great gates of Divine Anomaly City swing open as Li Ya led an endless army of spirit wraiths charging out, instantly shifting the battlefield's momentum. Over 20 roving immortals from the Taixuan Sect Alliance and 7-star Spirit Realm were caught off guard, quickly pulling back. That colossal figure leaped from the city, landing on the wasteland with a furious, earth-shaking roar that resounded across the entire continent, making all living beings tremble in fear. Just the sound of its roar was enough to crush one's spirit. Guan wasn't worried about Li Ya. After all, the Divine Anomaly Spirit itself had the ability to traverse the Celestial Ascension Realm. He continued harvesting treasures. He had already gained 800,000 years of lifespan today. He didn't plan to take everything. He'd leave some behind for the Divine Anomaly Spirit to cultivate further. Divine Anomaly City was already his. He decided to have the Divine Anomaly Spirit set up a rule for Li Ya. No randomly pulling up natural treasures. They would naturally ripen and be prepared for Li Ya. He believed Li Ya wouldn't suspect a thing and would only be thrilled to receive them. Looking at Li Ya's exuberant expression, Guan couldn't help but chuckle. Once this battle ended, Li Ya would surely come bragging to him. Guan started imagining a scenario thousands of years from now where Li Ya, believing Guan was nearing the end of his lifespan, would bring Divine Anomaly City to bid him farewell. That would be quite a sight. Amused by his own thoughts, Guan suddenly sensed something. His brows furrowed, and he instantly disappeared from where he stood. In another domain, thunderclouds rumbled, covering the sky. In a mountain basin, Zhang Qiang slowly stood up from the ground, clutching her injured right shoulder with her left hand. Blood continuously dripped from her lips as she looked forward. On the slopes stood numerous black-robed figures. Seated at the highest point was an old man with a wooden staff beside him, wisps of black energy spiraling from the staff, enveloping the Nightshade Ghost Mother in midair. At this moment, the Nightshade Ghost Mother had already become a soul form, looking incredibly weak. She struggled to open her eyes and looked down at Zhang Qiang. Little girl, you've got quite the fighting spirit. Perfect, you'll make good bait for the Hell Ghost King, the black-robed elder said mockingly. The other black-robed cultivators all looked down at Zhang Qiang with indifference, as if she were already dead. Hell Ghost King? What exactly are you looking for? Zhang Qiang gritted her teeth, trying to figure out a way to escape. The gap in cultivation was too immense. Any one of these people could crush her with ease. The Hell Ghost King is the strongest Ghost King hidden within this realm. It guards a supreme immortal treasure, the black-robed elder said casually. One of the black-robed cultivators began descending the slope, step by step closing in on Zhang Qiang. Just as she was growing desperate, a fierce gust of wind swept in from the distance, making her instinctively shut her eyes. As the wind howled past, she suddenly felt her injuries healing. She quickly opened her eyes, only to find that the mysterious cultivators had vanished without a trace. The Nightshade Ghost Mother's soul body hovered in midair, slowly descending. Before Zhang Qiang could react, a whistling sound came from afar. A blood-red pagoda dropped from the sky, landing before her with a loud crash, startling her into stepping back. The blood-red pagoda unleashed a powerful energy, turning into a crimson mist that quickly wrapped around Zhang Qiang, pulling her toward the tower. Zhang Qiang's face filled with terror. Just then, a voice sounded in her ear. Do not fear. Hearing this, Zhang Qiang immediately felt at ease. The sword sovereign of the righteous path? He was here too? She was pulled into the blood-red pagoda, vanishing from sight. The Nightshade Ghost Mother landed on the ground and turned to look, her face filled with worry. At dusk, the majestic Divine Anomaly City stood towering over the wasteland. The four great city gates were wide open, with countless cultivators being thrown out by some unseen force. Li Ya stood atop a high slope at the ruin's edge, the Divine Anomaly Spirit perched on his shoulder, guarding him. Two figures appeared beside him. One was Dan Bei, the master of Dan Juxiao, while the other was a middle-aged man in luxurious white robes, exuding an aura of authority. I am Nan Fengtian, the Sea Lord of the Taixuan Sect Alliance. After this battle, the 7-star Spirit Realm will surely hold a grudge against you. You wield a supreme immortal treasure. Relying solely on your own strength won't be enough to protect it. Come back with us to the Taixuan Sect Alliance. We will train you as a true legacy disciple, with even better treatment than Xian Tianyi, the white-robed man said. Danbei followed up, the Taixuan Sect Alliance is a righteous sect with many Taixuan Sect cultivators among its ranks. They are your seniors. You can join without worry. Li Ya looked toward Divine Anomaly City and said, thank you both for your kindness. I am willing to join the Taixuan Sect Alliance. But before that, may I return to the Taixuan Sect for a visit? He wasn't foolish. After this battle, he had to choose a faction to align with. Liu Baitian had also sent him a message, advising him to maintain a good relationship with the Taixuan Sect Alliance. Nan Fengtian smiled and said, of course, no problem. We were planning to visit the Taixuan Sect as well. I hear that they have a grand cultivator even stronger than scattered immortals, the sword sovereign of the righteous path. That proves the Taixuan Sect is quite extraordinary and a land of great fortune. Li Ya smirked inwardly. The sword sovereign of the righteous path is my ancestor. It's not that the Taixuan Sect is lucky, but that my Li family brings them good fortune? Of course, he wouldn't say such things aloud. He didn't want to cause trouble for his ancestor. As the three continued their conversation, Li Ya mentioned that he wanted to bring two people along, Zhang Bukui and Guan. Upon hearing that Guan was only at the foundation establishment stage, Nan Fengtian advised him against it. Guan's cultivation is too low. If he joins the Taixuan Sect Alliance without reaching the nascent soul stage first, he'll only suffer setbacks. You won't always be able to protect him. As for Zhang Bukui, his powerful vitality made him an excellent candidate. Li Ya frowned, clearly displeased. Danbei had to step in and elaborate on the Taixuan Sect Alliance's environment, talking at length until Li Ya finally relented. Far away in the Third Medicine Valley, Guan couldn't help but sneer. Foundation establishment stage? Please, I've already reached the core formation stage. He scoffed to himself. Of course, he had no intention of joining the Taixuan Sect Alliance. That place was crawling with old monsters, not safe at all. The Taixuan Sect, on the other hand, was perfect. Guan was already the strongest here. As long as he stayed, he had absolute confidence in his safety. Now that Li Ya had aligned himself with the Taixuan Sect Alliance, Guan could finally stop worrying. During his time in Divine Anomaly City, he had harvested an additional 1.5 million years of lifespan, pushing his total lifespan past the 100,000-year mark. This put him in an excellent mood. He decided to revisit Divine Anomaly City in the future. Even if Li Ya traveled overseas, Guan's spiritual sense could still track him with ease. After all, he had already formed a soul bond with Divine Anomaly City. No matter how far away it was, he would always be able to sense its presence. Li Ya had begun driving out all the remaining intruders from Divine Anomaly City. Guan, meanwhile, had gifted Zhang Qiang and Zhen Qin each an immortal treasure. Immortal treasures could be fused with the body, making them nearly undetectable. Once Yalan was unsealed and her maximum lifespan extended, Guan planned to give her one as well. Divine Anomaly City contained an abundance of immortal treasures. Controlling it meant unimaginable rewards. Unable to suppress his joy, Guan started humming a tune. Even though he was simply hiding out in the Medicine Valley, he was making sure his friends benefited greatly. He felt like a truly noble and selfless person. A hidden hero? Someday, when his friends finally realized the truth, how grateful would they be? Guan began to imagine it. Night fell, and a new day arrived. Early the next morning, Guan saw Li Ya absorb Divine Anomaly City into his body before setting off under Nan Fengtian's lead, heading back to the Taixuan Sect. They wanted to leave the continent as soon as possible to avoid any unexpected troubles. Guan, on the other hand, had already arrived at Xian Valley, blending in with the disciples as they performed their morning training. Just as they finished their exercises, Li Ya flew in from the distance, heading straight into Xian Valley. Xian Valley, inside the loft. Thud. Li Ya slammed a small city onto the table. The miniature city, no larger than a palm, was intricately detailed and complex in its internal structure. It was none other than a scaled-down version of Divine Anomaly City. With his chin raised, he looked extremely smug. Guan stared at the tiny Divine Anomaly City and curiously asked, is this some kind of carved artwork? Li Ya's mouth twitched as he glared. This is Divine Anomaly City. Hearing that, Guan's expression turned to one of shock, which immediately made Li Ya feel pleased. But Guan's next words nearly made him explode with anger. Amazing, senior brother? You actually managed to create a replica of Divine Anomaly City. What do you mean, a replica? This is the real thing? If you don't believe me, I'll summon the Divine Anomaly Spirit to show you. With that, Li Ya began calling out to the Divine Anomaly Spirit in his mind. However, no matter how much he called, there was no response. He started panicking. What the hell? Why are you playing dead at a crucial moment? Network error. Refresh and try again. Guan nearly burst out laughing, but thankfully, his years of refined acting skills held firm. Feigning confusion, he reached out to pick up Divine Anomaly City, only for his expression to change drastically. He pretended that he couldn't lift it. The entire loft trembled, and yet, he still couldn't raise the miniature city. Could it really be real? Guan muttered. Li Ya had no time to scold the Divine Anomaly Spirit in his heart, he was too busy basking in his triumph. Do you know how many Grand Masters reside within Divine Anomaly City? He then launched into a grand tale, conveniently omitting the part where the Divine Anomaly Spirit had sought him out on its own. Instead, he claimed that he had endured countless trials before finally earning its recognition. Guan listened with admiration. Who would have thought that his acting skills were this good too? If I hadn't personally handed it over to him, I might have actually believed he won it through trials. Of course, Guan only ridiculed him in his heart. Outwardly, he played along, fully indulging Lia's vanity. Lia went into great detail about his battles against the 7-star spirit realm immortals, making Guan exclaim in awe from time to time. They talked for 2 full hours before Lia finally, and reluctantly, stopped. Damn, that felt good. Bragging is the best when you have a good brother to listen. If it were an ordinary sect member, he wouldn't have even bothered. As he watched Guan pour him tea, Lia's smile never faded. He retrieved a jade ruler from his storage pouch, nearly 2 feet long, with a bluish-white hue. This is a top-tier magical artifact. I originally wanted to give you an immortal treasure, but your cultivation is too low. That kind of treasure would only bring you trouble. He then took out several natural treasures and placed them on the table, explaining each one as he handed them over. Guan was genuinely touched. Even though Divine Anomaly City was technically his, Lia, without knowing the truth, still went out of his way to take care of him. That was proof of how much Lia valued their friendship. Guan had always been generous with those close to him, but most of the time, his kindness cost him nothing. True reciprocity was rare. I need to leave for the Star Sea Sect Alliance soon. I probably won't be back for at least 100 years. You better not miss me too much. Lia smirked, though deep down, he felt reluctant. 100 years was a long time. No one could predict what might happen by then. He worried about Guan, but he had his own path to follow. Guan nodded. 100 years later, as long as you return, I'll still be here waiting for you. Living for 1,000 years is difficult, but now that I've reached the core formation stage, a few hundred years shouldn't be an issue. Lia smiled, reminiscing about their childhood before he finally left through the window after another hour. Guan stared at the footprints Lia left behind and suspected he had done it on purpose. No way, I have to get the Divine Anomaly Spirit to mess with him a little. Call it a lesson? Guan made his decision and issued the command mentally. Evening. Zhang Bukui arrived to visit Guan. He and Lia had planned in advance to meet Guan separately. Zhang Bukui had things he wanted to say privately, while Lia didn't want to disrupt the seniority order. Plus, 3 people in one room would have been too cramped. As expected, Zhang Bukui immediately exposed Lia's bluff. He revealed that Lia had simply been lucky the Divine Anomaly Spirit had approached him on its own. However, Zhang Bukui bore no resentment. In fact, he was genuinely happy for Lia. In his words, if Lia weren't strong enough, I'd be worried we'd all die on our adventures together. By the end of their conversation, Zhang Bukui also gifted Guan a considerable amount of natural treasures as a token of gratitude. Guan tried to refuse, but Zhang Bukui insisted, leaving him no choice but to accept. Being able to repay Guan made Zhang Bukui truly happy. He then started reminiscing about his childhood, how he wished his father could see his achievements today. Unfortunately, they talked until nightfall before Zhang Bukui finally left. Winter snow falls, Taixuan Sect's main force returns. The first person to visit Guan was Zhen Qin, bringing numerous treasures along. Guan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he didn't refuse either. 4 days later, at night, another visitor arrived. It was Zhang Qiang. The two of them entered the 8 Views celestial realm for a private conversation. It's been years. How have you been? Guan asked softly, sitting beneath the spirit tree, as 2 vines emerged and began massaging his shoulders. Seeing his relaxed expression, Zhang Qiang rolled her eyes and tossed him a look of disdain. She took out a pill cauldron, lit a fire, and poured in water before responding, not bad. I recently went to Divine Anomaly City and had quite the haul. She began adding medicinal herbs to the cauldron. Guan immediately congratulated her. Do you know who I serve now? Zhang Qiang asked casually. Guan shook his head. How would I know? I'm just a nobody in the cultivation world. I hardly know any grandmasters. The sword sovereign of the righteous path. What? Guan was stunned. He cursed internally. Didn't I tell you not to say anything? If she casually mentioned this today, who knew how many more people she'd tell tomorrow? This wasn't a problem for him, but Zhang Qiang might attract trouble, possibly even death. I'm only telling you. Don't let it slip, Zhang Qiang warned, her fierce gaze locking onto Guan. Guan sighed. You shouldn't have told me in the first place. If the sword sovereign overhears, won't I be in trouble too? Zhang Qiang chuckled. Relax. The sword sovereign doesn't waste time killing nobodies. I just wanted to chat. She then shared her perilous adventures in Divine Anomaly City, explaining how she had barely survived thanks to the sword sovereign's intervention. Guan comforted her, but the conversation soon took a strange turn. Zhang Qiang sighed. It was a disaster. I nearly died multiple times. If the sword sovereign hadn't stepped in, you'd never have seen me again. Guan reassured her, but you made it back, didn't you? You have good fortune on your side. Who knows? Maybe one day, you'll become an immortal. Zhang Qiang shook her head. Immortal? Do you know how hard that is? The higher you climb, the more terrifying the dangers become. Then, her gaze turned playful. Speaking of which, why do you think the sword sovereign is treating me so well? You don't suppose he has an eye on my looks, do you? As she spoke, she watched Guan closely, eager to see his reaction. Guan frowned. I doubt it. Someone like him renowned across the world wouldn't lack female admirers. I only took care of you because you taught me so many spells. How could you even think that way? That's just insulting. Guan felt a little offended. There was no way the sword sovereign would be that shallow. Noticing his frown, Zhang Qiang felt somewhat relieved, but his words made her displeased. There may be plenty of women in the world, but have you ever seen one more beautiful than your master? Zhang Qiang huffed, stepping forward until she was just inches away from Guan. Their faces were barely 10 centimeters apart. Sitting on the ground, Guan instinctively scooted to the side. Zhang Qiang raised her left foot and braced it against the spirit tree behind him, blocking his retreat. What are you dodging for? Do you find your master so unbearable? She grumbled. Guan felt awkward. Of course not. I'm just worried about offending you. His eyes briefly flicked downward. Zhang Qiang was wearing a dress. Although she had pants underneath, her posture was still rather improper. Offend me. Zhang Qiang suddenly crouched down and started tugging at Guan's clothes. What are you doing? Guan gasped in alarm. Zhang Qiang smirked. If that sword sovereign really does take an interest in me, how could I refuse? But before that happens, maybe I should let you have me first. Though the sword sovereign was powerful, in Zhang Qiang's heart, Guan was more important, perhaps the most important. Guan immediately scrambled backward, but Zhang Qiang pressed down harder. He couldn't reveal his true cultivation level, leaving him momentarily helpless. Stop. This isn't right. Guan's robes were already in disarray, and even his long hair had come loose. His face was flushed with embarrassment. Zhang Qiang burst into laughter and finally let go. Relax. Even if you refuse, it's too late. I'm going to force myself on you tonight. You. Guan panicked. Is she actually serious? I haven't even touched my junior sisters, and now my own master is trying to. Guan was just about to summon the sword sovereign to intervene. But then, Zhang Qiang abruptly stood up and rolled her eyes. Look at you, such a coward? Hurry up and strip, then get in the cauldron. You really thought I was going to do something to you? I just prepared some top-grade body refining medicine. Guan froze for a moment before exhaling in relief. He quickly stood up. As he walked past Zhang Qiang, she suddenly kicked him on the backside. Hurry up and take off your clothes, she snapped impatiently. She was actually feeling a little annoyed. Just now, she genuinely felt an impulse, but seeing Guan's horrified expression, she couldn't go through with it, which made her even angrier. This brat really looks down on me, huh? Or is it because of his sense of propriety? Zhang Qiang reminded herself that Guan had grown up in the righteous path, where strict etiquette was observed, whereas she was from the demonic path, where such things were more flexible. The thought made her feel better. Still, if he didn't feel anything at all, why did his eyes wander just now? Zhang Qiang smirked. Guan stood before the pill cauldron, quickly undressed, then leaped in. Water splashed everywhere. It's a little hot, he muttered. Zhang Qiang scoffed. Bear with it. What kind of man is afraid of a little heat? Guan wisely kept his mouth shut. The 8-view celestial realm fell into silence. After adding the final ingredients, Zhang Qiang took out a blood-colored tower and sat down, carefully examining it. Guan peeked out of the cauldron. What kind of treasure is that? Zhang Qiang's eyes remained fixed on the blood-colored tower as she replied, this is the soul-suppressing tower of the blood domain. It's an immortal treasure, incredibly powerful. I was lucky to obtain it. Zhang Qiang gave a brief introduction to the terrifying might of the blood domain soul-suppressing tower. This tower could suppress enemies, and once trapped inside, they would become lost within its confines, making escape nearly impossible. Furthermore, they would constantly be burned by the blood flames inside the tower. If they were reduced to mere souls, escaping would be completely out of the question. According to the Divine Anomaly Spirit, the Blood Domain Soul-Suppressing Tower was ranked among the top 3 immortal treasures within Divine Anomaly City. This was also why 7-star Spirit Realm cultivators had been desperately searching for it. Most of the treasures within Divine Anomaly City were acquired through plunder. Some were seized by their previous owners after slaying their enemies, while others were left behind by adventurers who had perished. However, the Blood Domain Soul-Suppressing Tower had long been a legendary supreme immortal treasure, its reputation well known across the seas. Guan gasped in amazement from time to time, making the corners of Zhang Qiang's lips curl into a smile. She wasn't annoyed by his curiosity, in fact, she found it amusing. Elsewhere, her cultivation might be insignificant, but in front of Guan, she was a grand cultivator. Even if many looked down on her, as long as Guan admired her, that was more than enough. Zhang Qiang then shared her experiences from the past years, including how she founded Gathering Flower Sect. Guan listened attentively. Although he often used divine sense to check on Zhang Qiang, hearing her tell the story herself was far more engaging. The next day at noon, Guan leaped out of the alchemy cauldron, quickly putting on his robes. Zhang Qiang approached him, examining him closely before exclaiming in surprise, I didn't expect your absorption speed to be so fast. Guan controlled his vital energy and blood with precision, ensuring that Zhang Qiang couldn't detect any abnormalities. Thank you, Guan said sincerely. Zhang Qiang secretly mused that this brat still refused to call her master grandmother. In the past, she would have been furious, but now, she felt a trace of joy instead. Tilting her head slightly, she said, keep practicing your swordsmanship. Your talent in the sword path is outstanding. As for your cultivation, I'll find a way to help you improve. This isn't right. You should keep it for yourself. Giving it to me is a waste. Guan hesitated, his gratitude toward Zhang Qiang genuine. The thought alone was enough. There was no need for her to actually do it. If combat power could be measured numerically, then thanks to Zhang Kaiying's assistance last night, his combat power had increased from 10 billion to 10 billion plus 1. There was indeed an improvement, but such a minuscule boost was far more valuable to Zhang Kaiying than to him. Zhang Kaiying snorted, "Don't worry, I won't neglect my own cultivation." Guan had no choice but to accept. Zhang Kaiying then asked about Guan's experiences over the years. He didn't hide anything, but as she listened, her expression darkened. Planting herbs, why are you always planting herbs?" Zhang Kaiying glared at him. Guan pouted. "Yeah, just planting herbs. What else do you expect me to do? Don't underestimate herb cultivation. Different spiritual herbs require different techniques." He then launched into a long-winded, enthusiastic explanation of his herb growing methods. Zhang Kaiying fought the urge to scold him and forced herself to listen. Gradually, she calmed down. Surprisingly, listening to Guan talk about farming life had its own unique charm. It even brought back memories of her childhood. Time flew by. By nightfall, Zhang Kaiying finally bid farewell and left. Guan, however, remained in the 8 Views celestial realm, planning to leave early the next morning. The rise of Li Ye and Taixuan Sect. Throughout the winter months, discussions about Divine Anomaly City spread across all of Taixuan Sect's cities. Li Ye's name had now resounded throughout the cultivation world, completely overshadowing even the sword sovereign of the righteous path and Panan. Many people believed that with Divine Anomaly City under his control, Li Ye was destined to become an immortal. Since he was still young, some even hailed him as the #1 genius of his generation, surpassing An Hao. However, Li Ye's fame had no impact on Guan's daily life. With Divine Anomaly City seized, most of the grand cultivators from overseas departed, though some chose to stay and join various sects, with the majority flocking to Taixuan Sect. After all, Li Ye himself was from Taixuan Sect. Owning Divine Anomaly City, Li Ye no longer needed to wait for the future. He already possessed power surpassing that of scattered immortals, and even roving immortals were no match for him. A new year arrives. With the arrival of another new year, the spring festival celebrations in Taixuan Sect were even grander than before. Rumors spread that Taixuan Sect was preparing to venture south in search of an island to establish a new city, backed by the Starseed Sect alliance, making the endeavor much smoother. After the spring festival, Taixuan Sect began recruiting disciples for the Southern Sea expedition, offering 10 highly coveted slots with generous rewards. Every city eagerly competed for them. Guan, however, remained busy harvesting spiritual herbs, though he occasionally worried about 7-star Spirit Realm making a move. During the power struggle over Divine Anomaly City, 7-star Spirit Realm suffered the greatest losses, yet they remained strangely silent, which only made Guan more uneasy. March. A new chapter begins. By March, the matter of Divine Anomaly City had gradually faded from the minds of Taixuan Sect disciples. That day, Guan arrived at the Outer Sect Library Hall, submitting the final volume of Journey to the West. Despite Grand Elder Feng Shang's repeated attempts to persuade him to stay, Guan made an excuse and left. Not long after exiting the library hall, a figure blocked his path. It was Yu Yingying from the Starseed Sect Alliance, disguised as a chubby man with an innocent, foolish look. "Brother Gu, how have you been lately?" Yu Yingying grinned, transmitting her real identity to Guan via voice transmission. Guan smiled. "Not bad. And you?" He never understood Yu Yingying's obsession with disguises. What was the appeal? In Taixuan Sect, she wasn't even famous. This whole act seemed pointless. "I've been alright. But lately, I'm bored. I want to be your assistant in Medicine Valley. What do you think?" Yu Yingying asked. Guan hesitated briefly before agreeing, leading her toward the third Medicine Valley. The conversation shifted to immortal treasures, and Yu Yingying excitedly described their power. Guan listened with keen interest. One day, when he reached that level, he too wanted to craft an immortal treasure. It was never too early to plan ahead. Spring passed, autumn arrived, and 5 years flew by. Ever since Li Ye took control of Divine Anomaly City, the continent had entered an era of peace. Taixuan Sect successfully established its overseas city, and even the Outer Sect had constructed a teleportation platform leading to the Southern Sea City. More and more disciples began venturing into the ocean for training, and news from the seas frequently made its way back to the sect. With the completion of the Southern Sea City's teleportation array, every time Guan visited the Outer Sect city, he encountered new and fascinating things, giving him the thrill of exploring a lively marketplace. Early summer, Guan arrived at Seeker's Island. Led by Hu Xiaojian, a servant from the Sea Protectorate, Guan strolled around Seeker's Island while listening to the latest news about the ocean's turmoil. The Starseed Sect Alliance and 7-star Spirit Realm are clashing more and more. 7-star Spirit Realm has gone mad, constantly invading the Starseed Sect Alliance's territories. They say it all started 5 years ago because of an immortal Dao Supreme Treasure. In a distant continent, 7-star Spirit Realm released a supreme treasure for others to fight over. In the end, a small-time cultivator managed to obtain it. Later, the Starseed Sect Alliance took him in, completely offending 7-star Spirit Realm. Hu Xiaojian sighed as he spoke. Guan asked, why would 7-star Spirit Realm release an immortal Dao Supreme Treasure in the first place? He had wondered about this before. It seemed too suspicious. Even the Divine Anomaly Spirit couldn't figure it out and had assumed that 7-star Spirit Realm cultivators simply couldn't find Divine Anomaly City because Guan was too powerful. That was why they had chosen to release the city instead. But looking at it from 7-star spirit realm's perspective, even if they couldn't control Divine Anomaly City, it still didn't make sense to release it, essentially giving rival forces a chance to seize it. Hu Xiaojian pondered for a moment before saying, it doesn't quite add up. Maybe 7-star spirit realm needed an excuse to declare war on the Star Sea Sect Alliance? But using an immortal Deo Supreme treasure as bait is a bit excessive. As they walked, the two continued their discussion. Guan wasn't worried about their conversation attracting trouble after all. Nearly every passing cultivator was talking about the conflict between the two oceanic powerhouses. Half a day later, Guan left Seeker's Island and made his way to Phoenix Mountain's Nianshu cave dwelling, bringing Tian Yaoer, Tianxing, and Tianbei into the celestial realm within the cave. He took out the seeds he had purchased earlier that day and handed them to the 3 demonic spirits for planting. Though Tianxing and Tianbei had yet to take human form, their claws were nimble enough to handle the sowing process. While they were busy planting, Guan walked to the entrance of the celestial realm, gathering his mana to conjure a stone tablet. Then, with a flick of his sword chi, he carved 3 words into it. World outside celestial realm. Its meaning was simple: this place would forever remain separate from the world. From now on, Guan wouldn't bring anyone here to live. This would always be his hidden medicine valley, a secluded sanctuary solely for cultivating lifespan-extending spiritual herbs. Since all the seeds planted in this world outside celestial realm were 7th grade and above, none of the herbs had matured yet. But Guan wasn't in a hurry. He was willing to wait patiently. Once the first batch of herbs matured, they would provide him with an incredible amount of lifespan, something he eagerly anticipated. 2 hours later, Guan left the world outside celestial realm with his 3 demonic spirits, making his way back through the underground tunnels toward Nianshu cave dwelling. I've prepared transformation pills for you. In a few days, you'll be able to take human form, Guan said as he walked ahead. Upon hearing this, Tianxing and Tianbei were overjoyed. They quickly rushed up to him, expressing their gratitude for their master's gift. Demonic beings could transform into human form through their own cultivation, but taking a transformation pill greatly accelerated the process and increased their success rate. If they attempted to transform on their own and failed, the consequences were dire, either death or serious injury, much like undergoing a tribulation. Master, what about me? Tian Yaoer lifted Tianbei in her arms before squeezing in beside Guan, looking at him pitifully. Guan replied, I've prepared a batch of qi and blood-enhancing pills for you. The pills for Tian Yaoer weren't ones he had refined himself. Instead, he had purchased them on Seeker's Island, an exorbitantly expensive batch made by Purple Pill Palace, the most prestigious alchemy sect on the seas. Guan didn't personally oversee Tianxing and Tianbei's transformation. With Tian Yaoer around, he believed the 2 cat demons wouldn't run into any trouble. Tian Yaoer's cultivation had already reached the 9th level of the core formation stage, making her capable of handling things independently. Guan first returned to Xian Valley, took a stroll around, and then headed to the 3rd Medicine Valley. The number of errand disciples in the 3rd Medicine Valley had grown to 800. The moment he stepped out of the teleportation platform, he heard a commotion. Looking around, he saw disciples sweeping the ground, patrolling the garden, and practicing spells. Under a distant tree, some were playing chess and Go. Guan's management was quite lenient. As long as the disciples completed their daily tasks, they were free to arrange their time as they pleased. Not everyone in the 3rd Medicine Valley was simply looking for a peaceful life. Most of them were ambitious, hoping to become outer sect disciples. To curry favor with Guan and obtain pills, they all worked diligently. Guan made his way to his pavilion. The Blood Prison Great Saint was dozing off on the grass in front of the building, slowly absorbing the world's spiritual energy. At that moment, the door of a nearby pavilion suddenly swung open, and Yu Yingying waved him over. Seeing this, Guan sighed helplessly and walked toward her. This pavilion belonged to Lu Lingjun. Ever since Li Ya took Divine Anomaly City, Lu Lingjun had returned. She had been in secluded cultivation, but ever since Yu Yingying arrived in the valley, things had changed. Somehow, the two of them had grown close. Upon hearing that Lu Lingjun was a Grand Master in the Profound Mind realm, Yu Yingying had become highly intrigued and proactively approached her. With the backing of the Star Sea Sect Alliance, she successfully formed a close friendship with Lu Lingjun. Guan didn't even need to step inside to know what they were going to talk about. It had to be about founding the Ascension Sect. They had forcibly dragged him into their plan, promising that as long as he provided herbs, he would be guaranteed a high-ranking position in the sect in the future. As soon as he entered, Yu Yingying shut the door behind him. Guan walked into the main hall, where Lu Lingjun sat at a table covered with papers. A small white snake coiled on top of them. He casually took a seat and reached out to play with the White Spirit Demon Emperor. He particularly enjoyed stroking its head. The White Spirit Demon Emperor had concealed its true cultivation and usually acted docile. Plus, Lu Lingjun had given it instructions in private, so it had no choice but to tolerate Guan's actions. Yu Yingying eagerly sat down beside Guan and excitedly said, "Recently, my people have found traces of ascenders. And not just one." Guan scoffed. "You dragged me into this just for that? I'm not leaving the Taixuan Sect." He didn't understand what Lu Lingjun had said to make Yu Yingying so obsessed with founding the Ascension Sect. And then there was Yu Yingying herself. Despite only being at the Foundation establishment stage, she had spies stationed across the sea. Guan had once eavesdropped on her conversations with Lu Lingjun and learned that her grandfather was one of the Sea Lords of the Star Sea Sect Alliance. That meant he was at least at the roving immortal stage. This revelation left Guan feeling a bit annoyed. I met Yu Yingying first, yet she told Lu Lingjun everything while keeping it from me? Since you two are so close, why don't you just go off together? Yu Yingying giggled. Of course, I'm not asking you to recruit them. With your cultivation, meeting them would be impossible. I'm just letting you know that the foundation of the Ascension Sect is almost complete. Lu Lingjun nodded. I plan to establish the Ascension Sect beyond the 3 dynasties. The Taixuan Sect will also support us. Guan wasn't surprised by this. The Taixuan Empire's position was quite awkward, located at the southernmost part of the continent. The Taixuan Sect had discovered spiritual mines in the demon race's territory, but other sects kept snatching them away, preventing the Taixuan Sect from expanding northward. If the Ascension Sect could be established, other sects might not immediately see it as a threat. In the future, the 2 sects could cooperate from within and outside, making it impossible for other sects to suppress their development. Guan had no interest in meddling with the sect wars of the 3 dynasties. Likewise, the Taixuan Sect was no longer gathering disciples and certainly wouldn't beg the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path for help. They wouldn't lower themselves to that. Both the Venerable Pavilion and the Elder Hall were holding back their frustrations, determined to make the Taixuan Sect the strongest sect within the 3 dynasties. Lu Lingjun said, I plan to head south myself. I'm letting you know so you won't wonder where I've gone. Guan replied, you don't need to report your whereabouts to me. Lu Lingjun shot him a cold glance. Guan pursed his lips and said no more. Yu Yingying excitedly continued introducing information about the Ascenders. There were 5 of them, 3 men and 2 women hiding on an island controlled by the Taixuan Sect Alliance. The weakest among them was at the integration stage, and 2 had even reached the profound mind realm. There were actually many Ascenders overseas. Once they understood the rules of survival in this world, they no longer bothered hiding their origins. After all, the cultivators of this world couldn't ascend to lower realms, and the Ascenders had no interest in returning. Guan listened carefully, pondering how the establishment of the Ascension Sect would impact the cultivation world. Though Ascenders might not have the highest cultivation, their survival skills and mindset were undoubtedly exceptional. He doubted whether Lu Lingjun could truly win them over. Half an hour later, Lu Lingjun left with the White Spirit Demon Emperor. Guan and Yu Yingying saw them off. Once Lu Lingjun's figure disappeared into the sky, Yu Yingying patted Guan's shoulder and grinned. Once the Ascension Sect is established, you'll be an elder. Your fate will change. Don't forget to thank me. Guan looked at her curiously. You're not an Ascender, so why are you so enthusiastic about this? Once the Ascension Sect was established, those without Ascension backgrounds would likely be sidelined or looked down upon. After all, the sect was meant to be a gathering place for Ascenders. It's exciting. In life, how many great things can we truly accomplish? If I can leave a mark on this world, all the better, Yu Yingying said matter-of-factly. Guan narrowed his eyes. With your background, why do you sound like? He suddenly noticed something peculiar. Even though Yu Yingying retained her original form, there was a strange karmic force within her body, one that restricted her spiritual energy growth. If her cultivation couldn't advance, she would die at 400 years old, even if her natural lifespan limit was 5,000 years. Yu Yingying met his gaze and snorted. That's right. I already know my fate. I will never attain immortality. With that, she turned away, unwilling to continue the conversation. Guan didn't press further. He had simply asked out of curiosity. He had no intention of interfering in Yu Yingying's fate. He couldn't even make his junior sister immortal. How could he help someone else? Turning back, he returned to his residence to refine pills. In a few days, he would bring them to the outer sect city. By late summer, Guan was studying the Purple Star Array manual when he suddenly sensed something and glanced out the window, frowning. Why is that guy so restless lately? For the past month, Liya had been frequently using Divine Anomaly City's power. And today, he was at it again. Liya was too far away for Guan's divine sense to track, and the Taixuan Sect Alliance's restrictions along the way made it risky to probe too deeply. He didn't want to alert the sect's grand cultivators. Even without his divine sense, he could still use his soul bond with the Divine Anomaly Spirit to check on Liya's status. After a moment's hesitation, Guan asked in his mind. The Divine Anomaly Spirit quickly responded. Liya was exploring a hidden realm, one of the inheritance trials of the Taixuan Sect Alliance. If he succeeded, he would receive an ancient legacy. Using the power of Divine Anomaly City, he had already reached the final challenge, facing the remnant soul of the previous inheritor. The army of spirit wraiths couldn't take it down quickly. Upon learning this, Guan stopped worrying. Liya had been in the Taixuan Sect Alliance for over 5 years. If they had wanted to harm him, they would have done so already. It seemed they truly intended to cultivate him. Guan returned his attention to the Purple Star Array manual. Time continued to pass. Half an hour later, boom! A deafening explosion erupted in the distance, once again disrupting Guan's thoughts. What is going on today? Why so much commotion? He muttered to himself as he extended his divine sense toward the source of the disturbance. Moments later, his expression changed drastically. Reflected in his pupils was an endless stretch of ocean. At this moment, a massive rift had opened in the sea, continuously expanding. Torrents of seawater surged into the rift, forming a breathtaking waterfall. The chasm was bottomless, spanning several miles across. Guan sensed multiple divine senses converging on the scene. Others had also been drawn by the strange occurrence. Countless cultivators were rushing toward the ocean rift. This was happening in the western seas beyond the continent. As Guan's divine sense followed the fissure's path, he realized it stretched thousands of miles and was still expanding, as if it sought to cleave the ocean in two. Strangely, despite the immense volume of water pouring into the rift, the sea level remained unchanged, maintaining the spectacle. Fortunately, this oceanic fissure was extremely far from the mainland, with another landmass separating it from the continent. Retracting his divine sense, Guan returned to his reading, deciding that he would visit Seeker's Island later to gather information. On Seeker's Island, he could always hear about major events in the oceanic world. Late at night, Guan arrived at Niancho cave dwelling. As he approached a stone table, his footsteps echoed softly. Before he could react, 2 gusts of fragrant wind rushed toward him. The next moment, his arms were embraced by 2 soft, curvaceous figures. Master, Master, you're here. 2 enchanting women clung to Guan's arms, one dressed in a blue dress, the other in white. Their slender figures and delicate features exuded a mesmerizing charm, their gazes glistening like rippling water as they looked up at him. They were none other than Tianqing and Tianbei after their transformation. Wearing a mask, Guan asked, "What's that smell on you two?" Tianqing tilted her head and replied, "Miss made a special fragrance. She sprinkled it on us to cover our demonic scent so Master wouldn't dislike us." Guan remained silent, but inwardly, he was quite pleased. Freshly transformed cat demons did carry an unpleasant demonic scent, which was why he had been reluctant to let them cling to him before. Now, he allowed them to hold on to him as he walked toward the pavilion. The 2 cat demons chattered endlessly, just as talkative as Tianyao. Soon, Tianyao emerged from the house, beaming with excitement as she stood before Guan, clearly awaiting praise. However, instead of mentioning the fragrance, Guan asked about her cultivation progress. Guan sat at a stone table, enjoying the shoulder and leg massages from Tianqing and Tianbei. His gaze fell on Tianyao as he occasionally critiqued her infinite free step, feeling quite at ease. Tianyao was somewhat frustrated but had no choice but to listen attentively. After a long while, Guan finally stopped his guidance and said, "Tianqing, Tianbei, today I will teach you a divine ability. Do you wish to learn?" Hearing this, the 2 women nodded eagerly, their eyes shining with excitement. Guan raised his hand and tapped his index finger on their foreheads. In an instant, their bodies froze, and reflections of a figure demonstrating the divine ability appeared in their pupils. The figure's posture shifted continuously, revealing the secrets of the technique. What he was imparting was the Daogang vital energy. For Tianqing and Tianbei to master it, they would need many years of practice, just the right amount of time to settle their restless minds. During their massage, their hands had been a bit too playful, which slightly displeased Guan. As a small punishment, he decided to make them focus on serious cultivation. Tianyao sat down nearby, her curiosity piqued. "Master, what divine ability did you pass on to them?" Guan briefly explained Daogang vital energy, and Tianyao immediately became interested. She began acting coy, pleading for him to teach her as well. Having spent so much time together, Guan found it increasingly difficult to refuse Tianyao's requests. Seeing her enthusiasm, he sighed and nodded. Tianyao was delighted, her eyes darting around mischievously, unable to conceal her excitement. Once the 2 cat demons had regained their composure, Guan sent them off to cultivate. As soon as they left, Tianyao scooted closer, tilting her forehead forward and even closing her eyes, offering herself up as if waiting for him to pluck the fruit. Guan cursed under his breath, "Dem seductress." Then, without further hesitation, he passed on the divine ability to her. Afterward, while Tianyao was still immersed in absorbing the inherited knowledge, Guan took the opportunity to start harvesting medicinal herbs. Tianqing and Tianbei, however, were anything but obedient. Wherever Guan went, they stayed nearby, cultivating while constantly finding excuses to chat with him. By the time dawn approached, Guan finally left. Autumn arrives, the air turns cool. Guan traversed vast seas, eventually arriving at Seeker's Island. As expected, news of the oceanic Great Rift had already reached the island. Everyone was talking about it. Rumors said that the rift was still expanding endlessly, its full length now beyond estimation. Its width alone stretched over 100 miles, making people uneasy, as if the mortal world itself was about to be torn in two. During this period, Guan had even seen celestial ascension cultivators approaching the rift, but even they were powerless against it. "Senior, I heard a legend." Hu Xiaojian, walking beside Guan, spoke in a hushed, mysterious tone. Long ago, the world was submerged in the ocean, wiping out countless sects. When the seas eventually receded, living beings returned to land, and sects sprang up like mushrooms after rain. Among them was a sect called the Red Dust Sect. Its leader forged the supreme immortal treasure, Divine Anomaly City, and used it to suppress the world, eventually becoming an immortal king. Before his fall, the Red Dust Sect master supposedly split the ocean in half with a single strike. His body then plummeted into the sea, entombed forever at the bottom. His cultivation level was beyond comprehension. Some say it is his corpse's lingering power that is causing the ocean to crack apart. But who knows if that's true? Red Dust Sect. Divine Anomaly City? Guan's expression darkened. He immediately connected this oceanic rift to the seven-star spirit realm. First, they had released Divine Anomaly City. Now, they had caused this massive fissure. What exactly were they plotting? "Help me gather all the recorded legends of immortal kings throughout history," Guan ordered. Previously, the Nightshade Ghost Mother had sent him the immortal king's crown, beneath which lay the evil emperor's remains, his bones and soul. Guan had buried the crown at the bottom of the Northern Sea and never touched it since. At the time, he had assumed immortal king was just a title. But now, it seemed there had been many true immortal kings throughout history. Hu Xiaojian nodded enthusiastically. Being able to serve Guan was an honor. After following him for years, he knew he had secured a powerful backer. Serving a scattered immortal? This was the greatest fortune of his life. Meanwhile, Seeker's Island was hosting an auction in 2 days, and Hu Xiaojian highly recommended that Guan attend. The reason? A 9th-grade spirit tree sapling was up for sale. Hearing this, Guan immediately agreed. Half a day later, Guan left the auction with the 9th-grade spirit tree sapling in hand. Some scattered immortals attempted to track him, but they had no chance of keeping up. Arriving in a secluded cave residence, Guan planted the sapling. Luo High Tree, 9th grade 56/80,000/500000. A maximum lifespan of 500,000 years. If he were to kill it now, he could absorb 8,000 years of lifespan. But Guan wasn't one to kill the chicken for its eggs. The Luo High Tree could generate the Luo Weathering Sea, condensing spiritual energy and improving the surrounding environment. This mystical sea could also produce spiritual rain, which was rumored to grant enlightenment upon those bathed in it. Such a spirit tree filled Guan with anticipation. In 10,000 years, this hidden realm would finally mature. By then, if his old acquaintances had perished, he could simply enter seclusion here for a few million years. With Tian Yao'er by his side, he would never be lonely. Guan admired the Luo High Tree for a long time before leaving. 10 years later, a decade had passed, and the Luo High Tree had grown significantly taller. Tian Yao'er stood beside Guan, gazing up at the tree with him. In the distance, Tian Qing and Tian Bei were playing together. Guan had originally taken them in to serve Tian Yao'er, but since she was always in seclusion, they remained carefree and playful, their personalities unchanged. After 10 years, Tian Yao'er's cultivation had already reached the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage. Master, you've stared at it long enough. Time to go, isn't it? Tian Yao'er asked softly. Guan snapped out of his thoughts and nodded before turning to leave with her. She had urged him because she didn't want to waste more time lingering here. She had so many things to say to him. But she could sense that Guan's mood was low. This emotion persisted even as they departed. Returning to Xian Valley. Back in Xian Valley, Guan sat at his desk, holding the book Adventures of the Green Hero, unable to concentrate. He sighed inwardly, deeply troubled. The reason? Tonight, Yelan would finally unseal the cultivation suppressed by her innate reincarnation technique. Guan was now 122 years old, and Yelan was 117. She had only 13 years left before reaching her lifespan's limit. He had left this buffer in case anything went wrong. Over the years, he had sent her countless pills, ensuring she had accumulated immense cultivation. As he thought this, Guan felt somewhat relieved. Activating his divine sense, he focused on Yelan's residence in the outer sect city. Yelan sat cross-legged on her bed, cultivating. Guan could sense her suppressed cultivation loosening. He waited until midnight. Then, her cultivation fully erupted. As Yelan's suppressed cultivation fully erupted, Guan's numerous preset formations within her residence activated. Yet, despite these precautions, her sudden surge in aura still startled many cultivators. Guan couldn't deploy formations beyond his publicly known cultivation level, so while the concealment array dampened some of the commotion, it wasn't enough to go unnoticed. More and more people began gathering around Yelan's residence, curious about the disturbance. Fortunately, Outer Sect Grand Elder Lu Songhan arrived in time. He quickly dispersed the disciples and assigned guards to stand watch over the estate, an arrangement Guan had planned in advance. Guan could feel that Yelan was forming her core. He let out a breath of relief. By dawn, she had already begun stepping into the nascent soul stage. This made Guan's heart tremble. The innate reincarnation technique was truly domineering. Of course, Yelan's rapid breakthroughs were also largely due to Guan. The sheer volume of pills he had given her was beyond what most nascent soul cultivators could afford in their lifetime. For 2 whole days, Yelan remained in seclusion. However, the commotion of her advancement had drawn attention not just from the outer sect but even from inner sect elders and those in the sect main city. Guan had no choice but to stand guard outside her residence. Lu Badian arrives. As the commotion escalated, Lu Badian the sect master arrived. The moment he saw Guan, he strode toward him. Facing the sect master, Guan chose not to hide anything. He explained the origins of the Daoyan technique, and how Yelan's dramatic breakthrough was the result of him feeding her countless alchemical pills over the years. Lu Badian nodded thoughtfully. He had heard of the Daoyan technique before it was famous now because Wu Xian, the great cultivator by Li Sundao's side, had spread its reputation throughout the cultivation world. What surprised him was Guan's sentimentality. Lu Badian knew that Guan controlled 3 entire medicine valleys, and the number of spiritual herbs he received each year was astronomical. Yet, he had willingly poured all of it into Yelan's cultivation without hesitation. After a moment of silence, Lu Badian said, "I will handle this. You just focus on waiting for her." Then, he gestured to Lu Songhan. Lu Songhan understood immediately. He announced to the gathered crowd that a void transformation stage Grandmaster was undergoing secluded cultivation in the residence, and that no one was to disturb them. If news had spread that a Foundation establishment cultivator had leaped straight to the nascent soul stage in just 2 days, it would have caused a massive uproar. But if it was just a void transformation cultivator in seclusion, then few people would pay much attention. Night falls. Guan remained at the entrance, standing watch. By the time the sun set, Ye'in's aura had finally stabilized. Lu Songhan dismissed the remaining guards and left. Guan stepped inside the residence, heading toward Ye'in's room. He stopped outside her door. "Senior brother, why aren't you coming in?" Ye'in's voice called from inside. Guan took a deep breath and pushed the door open. His gaze landed on Yelan, sitting on her bed, and he immediately activated lifespan perception to check on her. Yelan, nascent soul stage, 5th level 117/600/600. Only 600 years of lifespan? Guan frowned, his heart sinking. Yelan, however, smiled at him with joy. "Senior brother, I've reached the nascent soul stage. It's unbelievable." She was ecstatic, completely unaware that her lifespan was capped at only 600 years. In her mind, nascent soul cultivators could easily live for over 1,000 years, and since she had just broken through, she assumed she had a long future ahead. The innate reincarnation technique could extend one's lifespan limit, but it couldn't directly increase the lifespan gained from breakthroughs. After all, this technique defied fate itself. Guan forced a smile. "Really? That's amazing? Junior sister, you'll have to look after me in the future." Yelan giggled. "You're the one who passed down this technique to me. Once you unseal your own cultivation, you'll definitely surpass me." Guan hadn't actually cultivated the innate reincarnation technique himself, but hearing her say that, he could only go along with it. Yelan got up from the bed and joined him at the table, eager to discuss her breakthrough experience. Meanwhile, Guan was deep in thought. How could he help Yelan attain enlightenment? So far, comprehending Dao seemed to be the best way to extend one's maximum lifespan. But achieving enlightenment was easier said than done. No matter what, he had at least extended Ye'in's lifespan by 470 years and helped her cultivation progress from the foundation establishment stage to the transformation stage. Her future would be much brighter from now on. With nearly 500 years ahead of her, who knew? Maybe she'd find her own opportunities along the way. Guan smiled and occasionally chimed in as Yelan spoke. Once she finished, he said, "I recommend you join the inner sect." Yelan nodded, her face full of longing. "If I can't progress any further in this life, at least experiencing the world of great cultivators wouldn't be a regret." From the moment Guan stepped into the room, Yelan had noticed something was off about his expression. Thinking back on all his past reminders and warnings, she came up with many possibilities. But one thing was certain: her senior brother was deeply worried about her lifespan. Yet, Yelan wasn't afraid, nor did she feel disappointed. Instead, she felt content. Without her senior brother's help, she might not have even reached the foundation establishment stage and would have remained an errand disciple for life. Everything she had now felt like a dream. "If I truly only have a few hundred years to live, senior brother, you don't have to feel regret. If fate allows, we'll meet again in the next life, won't we?" Yelan blinked and chuckled softly. Guan was momentarily stunned before smiling. "Yes, if fate allows, not even reincarnation can keep us apart." The two talked about the future and the past. This time, Guan didn't leave. Instead, he stayed the night at Ye'in's residence, and they chatted until dawn without feeling the slightest bit tired. The next morning, Guan left. Yelan walked him to the gate, watching his departing figure as a familiar feeling of emptiness crept into her heart. Now that her cultivation had advanced, she felt more and more that her senior brother was no ordinary person. Perhaps he had long since reached a certain realm. After all, he was someone the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path had personally recognized. Yelan was certain of one thing: if Guan and the Sword Sovereign had only met once, the Sword Sovereign wouldn't have used the Qinghong sword on his behalf back then. Guan had simply chosen to keep their relationship a secret to avoid trouble. Yelan could understand that. "Senior brother, I will stay by your side for the rest of my life." A smile appeared on her face, filled with anticipation. The future was far away, and she didn't want to think too much about it. She just wanted to cherish the present. For now, Ye'in's situation was settled. Unlike the Daoyan technique, which could only lift cultivation restrictions once in a lifetime, the innate reincarnation technique could be cultivated repeatedly. Yelan would continue suppressing her cultivation, only releasing it again in a few hundred years. By then, her lifespan limit should increase again. However, Guan wasn't certain whether the effects would be as dramatic as the first time. Still, it was at least a hope. In a few hundred years, his own cultivation would undergo transformations as well. Perhaps, by then, he could find a way to defy fate and change Ye'in's destiny. Compared to Yelan, though, Guan was more worried about Taixuan. That guy never put in effort when it came to cultivation. Even if he lifted his cultivation restrictions, his progress would be limited, certainly far inferior to Ye'in's. But Taixuan had long since seen through life and death. He didn't fear it. Because of that, Guan felt less regret. Everyone had their own choices. Everyone would face partings. Guan wasn't the type to stubbornly resist fate. If there was nothing he could do, then all he could do was cultivate harder and see the ultimate peak of the immortal Dao on behalf of those who could not. That summer wasn't as hot as the previous years. Inside the third medicine valley, Guan walked downstairs, gazing at the valley bustling with life. A smile spread across his face. His mood was quite good. In the distance, Yu Yingying was instructing an Xian and a few other female disciples in spell casting. Although her cultivation level was low, she knew a lot of spells. Meanwhile, the Blood Prison Great Saint was once again chasing the White Spirit Mouse. The two were evenly matched every time he was about to catch it. The White Spirit Mouse would skillfully evade him, driving him into a furious rage. But no matter how much he fumed, he refused to give up, continuing the chase relentlessly. 10 years had passed, and Lu Lingjun had yet to return. Using his divine sense, Guan discovered that her Ascension Sect was beginning to take shape. However, one of the Ascenders had offended a prominent overseas noble family, resulting in years of conflict and entanglement. Guan merely observed from the sidelines, uninterested in getting involved. Lu Lingjun had suffered multiple injuries but hadn't been in mortal danger. One thing was undeniable: Ascenders were incredibly resilient. Even when facing powerful enemies, they refused to give in. They would rather fight to the bitter end than let go of their grievances. Just then, Xiaochuan approached Gu An's senior brother. I just recruited 100 errand disciples. Do you want to take a look? Over the years, many disciples had established their foundation and left, while new ones constantly joined. The total number of disciples had surpassed 900. Since he had nothing better to do, Guan nodded and followed Xiaochuan to the grassy area at the edge of the pavilion district. There, 100 errand disciples stood nervously, whispering among themselves. Will the Valley Lord accept us? He should, right? That senior disciple brought us here himself. This third Medicine Valley isn't ordinary. Every year, several Foundation Establishment disciples graduate and enter the Outer Sect. I heard the Valley Lord is the Sect Master's disciple. The most important thing is that he's really generous. Some were excited, some were anxious, and some were so nervous they trembled. Seeing Xiaochuan and Guan approach, they all fell silent. Their eyes landed on Guan, immediately stunned by his appearance and presence. So young, so handsome. Guan swept his gaze across them, activating his lifespan perception. Over the past decades, Xiaochuan had recruited many errand disciples, some of whom had hidden talents. However, none had a lifespan limit exceeding 1,000 years, so Guan had never given them special attention. Scanning through, most had a lifespan limit of 100 or 200 years, with the occasional 300-year anomaly. Yang, Qi Refining Stage, 3rd Layer 15/97/9999. Yang, even Erlang Shen showed up? And, the same lifespan limit as in Hao? Guan's gaze locked onto Yang. He gestured toward him and transmitted a message to Xiaochuan, instructing him to call the boy forward. Yang wore a simple grey robe, his face slightly tanned. He had the look of someone who had done farm work all his life. His features were decent, and if properly groomed, he could appear quite handsome. Standing among the crowd, he was entirely unremarkable. As Xiaochuan approached, everyone held their breath, nervous yet expectant. Xiaochuan patted Yang's shoulder. Come with me. Yang was stunned for a moment before hurrying forward, feeling uneasy. He feared that Guan had taken a disliking to him. When he stood before Guan, he heard him say, "Introduce yourself." Yang snapped back to reality and quickly replied, "My name is Yang. I'm from Longhu Town in Su Prefecture. I'm 15 years old, and my family has 9 members." Before Guan could respond, Xiaochuan interrupted with a frown. "Yang? Which Yang? What Yang?" Scratching his head awkwardly, Yang said, "It's the Yang from Romance of the Gods and Journey to the West. I really like those books, so when I joined Taixuan Sect, I changed my name to Yang. My old name was Yang Xiaohe, but it sounded awful." The surrounding disciples burst into laughter. Guan let out a sigh of relief. Scared the hell out of me? For a moment, he had thought this kid was actually the Yang from Romance of the Gods. After all, a near 10,000-year lifespan was no joke. Guan had only encountered 3 individuals with a lifespan limit of 9,999 years in Hao, the Blood Prison Great Saint, and now, Yang. He carefully examined Yang again, noticing that his bones were quite unusual. His spiritual root was a mixed 5 elements root, but his physique was fundamentally different from ordinary people. This was something that only those at the Immortal Deo level could detect. His bones required an immense amount of spiritual energy to awaken and restore their full potential. In other words, if Yang never unlocked his true physical abilities, he would be no different from any other errand disciple. Without his lifespan perception, even Guan might not have noticed his unique qualities. If Yang hadn't met Guan, he would likely have lived and died in obscurity. The Taixuan Empire had very few high-level cultivators, so Yang would have almost no chance of being discovered. Xiaochuan scowled and said, "You really had the guts to name yourself after Erlang Shen? That god is known for his handsomeness, and you think you can match him?" He, too, was a fan of Romance of the Gods and Journey to the West, so he had a favorable impression of Yang. In Romance of the Gods, Guan had added the subplot of Yang Jian saving his mother on Peach Mountain, making his character more fleshed out and even more popular than Neza. The other errand disciples continued laughing, making Yang's face turn bright red. He wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Guan spoke calmly, "Choosing a new name upon stepping onto the path of cultivation is a way to express one's aspirations. From now on, you will be called Yang." Since Guan had spoken, the others didn't dare mock him further. After offering some polite encouragement, Guan explained some of the valley's rules. He also promised that as long as the disciples worked hard, he would help them reach the Foundation Establishment stage and pursue the path of immortality. With that, he turned and left. Guan would not take someone as a disciple based on lifespan alone. He would observe Yang's character first. If Yang proved to have a good heart, Guan wouldn't mind giving him a helping hand. However, if his nature was despicable, then he could live out his extraordinary lifespan in mediocrity and never amount to anything. Since Guan had singled Yang out, the other disciples quickly flocked to him, eager to form connections. Yang was overwhelmed by the sudden attention. Watching Guan's departing figure, his heart was filled with gratitude. Without Guan's acknowledgement, his name would have continued to be the butt of jokes. He clenched his fists in determination he would prove himself and earn the right to receive a foundation establishment pill one day. Back in his residence, Guan shifted his gaze to Anhao. Compared to Yayan, Suhan, and Zhen Qin, Anhao was his true disciple, the one who had inherited his techniques and martial arts. His expectations for Anhao had always been high. Anhao had already reached the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. The terrifying part? He wasn't even 100 years old yet. At that moment, Anhao was cultivating on a small island in the middle of the ocean. Liang Juxiao and Dan Bei were also on the island, instructing him. Both of them were astonished by Anhao's immense talent. If they hadn't known that Anhao had a grand celestial stage master, they would have fought to take him as their own disciple. Guan noticed that Dan Bei's cultivation level was slowly declining. Clearly, the poison from the devouring immortal scorpion couldn't be fully neutralized. He needed to find an opportunity to pass down the advanced techniques of the Yingwood primordial art to Anhao. Otherwise, Anhao might eventually be surpassed by Li Yai and Zhang Bukui. As summer faded into autumn, the third Medicine Valley gradually took on a withered, yellow hue. Yang Shi approached the Blood Prison Great Saint, respectfully offering a tray filled with flowers and fruits. The Blood Prison Great Saint lay sprawled on the ground, glancing at him lazily before asking, "Did you wash them properly?" Yang quickly nodded and replied in a small voice, "I washed them 3 times. The Blood Prison Great Saint lowered his head to sniff the offering before saying, "Not bad. Keep it up. You can leave now." Yang straightened up, bowed deeply, and then stepped away. Ever since Guan acknowledged his name, Yang had been more motivated than the other disciples. Not only was he busy handling various chores in the valley, but he also diligently attended to the Blood Prison Great Saint and the White Spirit Mouse. His enthusiasm, however, made other errand disciples look down on him, gradually distancing themselves from him. Yet, he wasn't bothered by their disdain. Instead, he felt even more hopeful. Yang was well aware of his mediocre talent. If he simply did the same tasks as the other disciples, the best he could earn was a foundation establishment pill. But even if he reached the foundation establishment stage, it wouldn't change his fate. The outer sect was full of disciples at that level, yet they still remained at the bottom. However, if he could win the favor of the Valley Master, that would be an entirely different matter. He had no talent and no background, but in his eyes, Guan was the greatest opportunity he could ever have. Yang didn't know how to deliberately curry favor with Guan, so he simply used his free time to care for Guan's mounts and spiritual pets. Standing before a wooden fence, Yang looked out at the vast Medicine Valley. Wiping the sweat off his face, his eyes were filled with dreams of the future. Being able to join this Medicine Valley was already a stroke of great fortune. Now, he had to seize this opportunity. A few days later, as late autumn arrived, an old acquaintance came to visit Guan. It was Wuju, whom he hadn't seen in years. It was Wuju's first time in the third Medicine Valley, and he was completely stunned by its vastness and grandeur. "I'm looking for Guan," Wuju said, grabbing someone nearby. Coincidentally, that person was Yang. Yang was sweeping the ground and instinctively asked, "May I ask for your name, senior? What is your relationship with the Valley Master?" "My name is Wuju. Guan and I are brothers. I've been away for years, but today, I made a special trip to visit him." Hearing this, Yang didn't dare to be careless. He quickly asked Wuju to wait while he ran off to inform Xiaochuan. Xiaochuan then made his way to Guan's pavilion, relaying the message at the door. In truth, Guan had already sensed Wuju's arrival. However, since Wuju had now mastered qi concealment techniques, Guan couldn't pinpoint his presence. So, he waited for the disciples to pass on the news instead. "Bring him here," Guan's voice came from inside the room. Xiaochuan immediately called out to Yang, who was still downstairs. Just as Yang turned around, Wuju suddenly appeared like a gust of wind, rushing past him in a blur, leaving after-images in his wake. Yang stood frozen in shock, watching as Wuju's figure streaked past him and swiftly ascended the building. Even Xiaochuan, standing on the upper floor, had his hair blown back by the force. Wuju pushed open the door, and the moment he saw Guan, he smiled. Then, he turned around and shut the door behind him. Xiaochuan finally snapped out of his daze and made his way downstairs. Meanwhile, Yang was still standing there, dumbfounded. It was only when Xiaochuan gestured for him to follow that he came back to his senses. He didn't ask any more questions about Wuju's identity, but deep inside, a fierce determination had ignited. He wanted to become a grand cultivator like Wuju. Inside the room, Guan poured Wuju a cup of tea while listening to him talk about his experiences over the years. After sitting down, Guan casually used his lifespan detection ability on Wuju, like opening a blind box. Wuju, Nascent Soul Stage, Level 8124/890/7600. After all these years, Wuju's maximum lifespan had not increased, meaning he had not gained any insights into the Dao for decades. Guan felt a bit disappointed. He had thought Wuju would continue his enlightenment indefinitely. Of course, given Wuju's current talent and status, reaching the nirvana stage before 7,600 years old would be effortless. However, it was a pity that Wuju would likely never reach the absolute lifespan limit of 9,999 years. Wuju didn't notice Guan's change in expression as he continued enthusiastically recounting his past. Guan listened carefully, reminiscing about the once timid boy who had now grown into a formidable cultivator. After a long conversation, Wuju finally spoke about his troubles. His Majesty has been treating me very well, trying to win me over. But my master has also been exceptionally kind to me, sparing no effort in nurturing me. Now, however, my master's Zhou family has not only turned against the Taixuan Empire but is also in conflict with the Taixuan Sect. Wuju's face was filled with distress. He had begun his cultivation journey in Taixuan Sect, and his bond with the sect ran deep. When the Zhou family left Taixuan Sect, it had already put him in a difficult position. That was why he chose to serve Li Sundao and distance himself from the conflicts. But now, with the Zhou family supporting the Dezhong dynasty, a three-way war was imminent, and he was once again forced to choose sides. He had come to ask for Guan's opinion. Guan sighed. Human relationships are the hardest debts to repay. After a moment of thought, he asked, "Who do you think is most important to you?" Wuju remained silent for a moment before answering, "In my heart, Taixuan Sect is the most important. Both my master and his majesty only chose me after I had already grown strong. Without Taixuan Sect, I would have never met them." He looked up at Guan, his gaze becoming more resolute. Guan smiled. "Since you've already made up your mind, I have nothing more to say. No matter what you choose, I'll support you." Wuju grinned, then sighed. "Now I just need to figure out how to face them in the future. That's simple. Just don't become their enemy. You can support Taixuan Sect without completely obeying them. There are many ways to repay kindness. You don't have to follow orders blindly." Guan reassured him. Wuju nodded in understanding. He then took out several treasures from his storage pouch and laid them on the table. Demon suppressing pill, prevents the birth of inner demons. Sleeve gold sword formation, small in size but forms a vast sword array when infused with spiritual energy. Talking cricket, useless, but it can speak and entertain you. Cloud walking boots, a high-grade magical artifact that allows the user to walk on clouds, a reward Wuju received after slaying an enemy general. Wuju introduced each treasure one by one, totaling 8 items, all with different uses. Guan pretended to refuse, but Wuju insisted. "You gave me so many pills back then, I have to repay you." After some back and forth, Wuju glared at him and said, "If you don't accept them, we're not brothers anymore." Guan helplessly agreed. That evening, as Wuju left for a meeting with the Taixuan Sect master, Guan stood on his balcony, watching him disappear into the horizon. In the fading sunlight, he noticed Yang staring after Wuju in a daze. A smirk appeared on Guan's lips. He wondered if, in the future, Yang's name shook the world, even surpassing Wuju's. Would Wuju remember that the little errand disciple guiding him today was once just a nameless nobody? His amusement for imagining people's shocked reactions was growing stronger. 5 years later, in the blink of an eye, another 5 years passed. During this time, Anhao broke through to the transformation stage, while Wuju reached the 9th level of the nascent soul stage and was on the verge of breaking through. Ever since Wuju decided to stay in Taixuan Sect, he never left again. After expressing his loyalty to Liu Badian, the elder was extremely pleased and began investing vast amounts of resources in him, building up his reputation. Now, Wuju ranked among the top 3 geniuses of Taixuan Sect, securing a position as a true legacy disciple. Meanwhile, Guan, at the age of 127, had accumulated a lifespan of nearly 1.64 million years. Though he was still far from reaching the 1 billion day milestone, he hadn't yet harvested the high-grade medicinal herbs in his secluded celestial realm, so he was greatly anticipating the boost those herbs would bring. Over the years, Guan frequently visited Seeker's Island to purchase high-grade medicinal herbs. By now, the number of 7th-grade herbs growing within his secluded celestial realm had exceeded 100,000, while the number of 8th-grade herbs had surpassed 10,000. Once they all matured and he harvested them, his lifespan would skyrocket. A new threat looms. One day, Guan had just returned from Seeker's Island when he walked into the 3rd Medicine Valley, his brows slightly furrowed. More and more scattered immortals had started eyeing him lately. He needed to consider buying medicinal herbs from other islands to avoid drawing too much attention. The price of 7th-grade herbs was astronomically high. Guan's purchasing power on Seeker's Island had already placed him among the top 10 highest spenders, naturally attracting greed and envy. As he passed by the blood prison Great Saint, he noticed Yang standing nearby, diligently scrubbing the Great Saint's body. Guan said casually, "Stop pampering him. He spends all day being lazy, only caring about eating and sleeping." Yang quickly replied, "It's no trouble. I have nothing else to do anyway." Guan didn't say more and swiftly walked upstairs. The blood prison Great Saint, however, felt that he had somehow annoyed Guan. Lowering his voice, he whispered, "Yang, come here for a moment." Hearing this, Yang immediately crouched down beside him. "Tonight, at midnight, come find me. I'll teach you a spell," the blood prison Great Saint said in a mysterious tone. Yang's expression turned strange. No, that's not necessary. I really didn't help you for any kind of reward." After all, he wasn't trying to gain favors from a demon bull, he wanted to win Guan's favor. "I don't care. You have to come." The blood prison great saint widened his eyes. Hearing this, Yang had no choice but to agree. As he stood up and walked away, his gaze naturally drifted toward Guan's pavilion. If only it were Master Guan teaching me a spell instead. The ocean rift. Inside his room, Guan sat down, spreading his divine sense, gazing eastward toward the great ocean rift. The rift had stopped expanding, but it still loomed over the ocean, drawing countless high-level cultivators to observe it. Guan watched for a moment before retracting his gaze. Without knowing what the other party intended, he had no desire to provoke them. The ocean rift had existed for many years without causing disaster. Guan hoped this period of peace would last a little longer. It would give him time to grow. He picked up Adventures of the Green Hero from the table and began flipping through it. This was the latest volume, personally delivered by Xian Tianyi. He had already read it several times, yet each time, he discovered a new flavor in its pages. Xian Tianyi might seem arrogant and unruly, but in reality, he was meticulous, especially skilled at portraying women in his writing. Deep into the night, Yang hesitated beside the blood prison great saint, words on the tip of his tongue but left unspoken. The blood prison great saint stood up and left behind a single sentence before swaggering off with his ox-like gait. "Follow me?" Yang sighed helplessly and could only follow. "Oh well, if humoring it makes it happier, maybe it'll stop tormenting me so much in the future," Yang thought to himself, his mood suddenly improving. Man and ox traveled several miles into a sparse forest, where the chirping of insects echoed in the open space. The blood prison great saint turned to face Yangshi, then began channeling his energy. Instantly, his crimson fur stirred as if ignited by blood flames, and a fierce aura erupted from within him. Yangshi's eyes widened, and he instantly became alert. This aura. Could it be that this lazy ox actually knew magic? The blood prison great saint let out a deep, guttural roar. Yang's ears rang as if an explosion had gone off beside him, and his mind buzzed in chaos. It took him quite some time to recover. When he finally regained his senses, he looked at the blood prison great saint in shock. The great ox still maintained its imposing aura, looking even more intimidating under the dark night. Yang's eyes burned with excitement as he gazed at the blood prison great saint. Lifting its head proudly, the blood prison great saint declared, "This is a technique from the blood prison divine art, called the blood prison roar. At the small accomplishment stage, it can cause opponents to become disoriented in battle. If mastered fully, a single roar could kill an enemy outright. That powerful? I want to learn it. Teach me." Yang was completely fired up. His entire perception of the blood prison great saint had undergone a drastic transformation. The blood prison great saint smirked smugly. "Training in the blood prison roar isn't easy. Are you prepared to endure hardship?" "I'm not afraid of hardship," Yang Shi responded with unwavering determination. The blood prison great saint grinned widely. Under Guan's spiritual perception, a smiling ox seemed particularly eerie. Was this guy up to something shady? Winter fades, spring arrives. As the seasons changed, the Third Medicine Valley began preparations for the spring festival once again. On this day, Wu Ju arrived. However, since Guan was absent, he could only wander around the valley. He spotted a young cultivator who had once guided him through the valley, now carrying buckets of water. Wu Ju walked over and smiled. "Hey, little brother, aren't you a cultivator? Why are you fetching water yourself?" Yang's eyes lit up when he saw Wu Ju. He would never forget Wu Ju's graceful movement techniques like an immortal descending from the heavens. He opened his mouth to respond. This is our T-train training method." His voice was hoarse and broken, his words halting and fragmented, making Wu Ju frown in discomfort. "What happened to your voice?" Wu Ju asked with a furrowed brow. "T-tra, inning." Yang struggled to reply. Wu Ju shook his head with an amused chuckle, patted Yangshi on the shoulder, and turned to leave. He only remembered Yangshi because Guan had asked for his opinion on the boy before departing. Being someone that Guan took note of naturally piqued his interest. But looking at him now, this kid's aptitude seemed rather mediocre. After so many years, his cultivation hadn't improved much at all. Unaware of Wu Ju's thoughts, Yang was already overjoyed just to be acknowledged by him. Wu Ju continued strolling through the valley. Half an hour later, he finally sensed Guan's presence. But when he turned his head to look, his brows furrowed. There were two women by Guan's side. "Where's Miss Shan?" Wu Ju thought in confusion. He had always assumed that Guan and Shen were mutually interested in each other. But now, seeing Guan chatting and laughing with two women, he was instantly displeased. "Guan, how could you do this to Miss Shan?" Guan descended with Yalan and Zhen Qin. The two women were filled with curiosity about the Third Medicine Valley, asking endless questions, which Guan patiently answered with a smile. As soon as the three landed, Wu Ju strode forward and pointed at Zhen Qin. "Guan, who is she?" His tone was harsh, making Zhen Qin look at him in confusion. He recognized Yalan as Guan's junior sister. But seeing Zhen Qin clinging to Guan's arm affectionately, he immediately felt something was off. Zhen Qin's eyes brightened. "You must be Wu Ju." Yalan nodded. "Yes, he's the true legacy disciple of Taixuan Sect who recently made a name for himself." Wu Ju. Looking at Wu Ju, she felt a wave of nostalgia. Back during the Golden Ranking tournament, she had met Wu Ju through Guan. Back then, Wu Ju had surprised her, but she never expected him to reach such heights. "Why does my senior brother always attract so many geniuses?" Guan chuckled. "This is my disciple, Zhen Qin. Let's go inside and talk." Hearing this, Wu Ju's expression softened. "When is Miss Shen arriving?" Wu Ju asked, still convinced that Guan and Shenzhen were meant to be. Guan replied casually, how would I know? Zhen Qin's gaze flickered between Guan and Wu Ju, as if deep in thought. As the four of them walked toward the pavilion, Zhen Qin kept asking Wu Ju questions enthusiastically, making him a little flustered. Before they could reach the pavilion, a figure suddenly flew over. Guan felt a headache coming on. Miss Shen. Wu Ju called out excitedly, waving at her. Yalan and Zhen Qin turned to look. Shenzhen descended beside Zhen Qin, dressed in a flowing white gown with a veil covering her face like a celestial maiden gracing the mortal realm. Her presence was extraordinary. She smiled and greeted Wu Ju, long time no see. Shenzhen had been in seclusion for years and was unaware of Wu Ju's recent fame. Her gaze swept over Yalan and Zhen Qin, filled with curiosity. Guan tried to maintain a calm expression as he introduced them to one another. The three women exchanged pleasantries, but Guan could sense the undercurrents in the air. Well, Guan, you've got quite the harem, haven't you? Suddenly, Yu Yingying appeared with a mischievous grin. Wu Ju's loud voice had drawn her attention. Seeing Yalan, Zhen Qin, and Shenzhen surrounding Guan while Wu Ju stood at a polite distance, she knew she was in for some entertainment. Guan's face darkened. Don't talk nonsense. Yalan glanced at Yu Yingying and asked, and who might you be? I'm Yu Yingying, just a humble errand girl for Guan, she said playfully, though no one believed her. What kind of errand girl dared to call the Valley Master by name? Yu Yingying smirked. Oh, by the way, Senior Lu should be returning for the festival. Guan's expression remained unchanged. Let her come if she wants. Yalan squinted at him. Senior Lu, man or woman? A woman, of course. Lu Lingjun. You Taixuan disciples should have heard of her. She's a Grand Master of the Profound Mind Realm. Yalan and Zhen Qin's faces shifted. Shenzhen, on the other hand, smiled like a crescent moon, looking at Yu Yingying with admiration. What a talent. I like her. Guan took Yayan's hand and led her toward the pavilion. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and Zhen Qin quickly followed, as if she had just won a battle. She even shot Yu Yingying a smug look. Yu Yingying rolled her eyes at Zhen Qin before turning away. Meanwhile, Shenzhen quietly trailed behind. Wu Ju remained standing in place, watching the three women's retreating figures. After some thought, he decided against following them. If they actually start fighting, I'll just step in to protect Guan. He shook his head and sighed. No wonder Guan isn't focused on cultivating, he's too busy tending to his peach blossoms. Master was right. Women are obstacles on the path to immortality, they're heart demons. With that, he continued strolling through Medicine Valley. Inside the pavilion, Guan poured tea for the three women. Yalan and Shenzhen quickly fell into conversation. Having spent years in the law enforcement hall, Yalan was tactful in her interactions, making their exchange feel both natural and harmonious. Despite the laughter and casual talk, Guan could sense an undercurrent of tension. Shenzhen suddenly turned to him and asked, after Journey to the West, will you write another book? I'd love to see what happens to Sun Wukong after he becomes the victorious fighting Buddha. Yalan and Zhen Qin had already known Guan was Panan, the famous writer. But hearing Shenzhen bring it up still made them curious, and they eagerly turned to him, waiting for his response. Zhen Qin, in particular, gazed at him with admiration. Master's cultivation talent might be mediocre, but his writing is absolutely incredible, she thought to herself. By now, more and more people had discovered Guan's secret identity. He no longer cared that Shenzhen had openly exposed him. After all, his apparent cultivation level wasn't weak anymore, he could protect himself. He shrugged and replied, no, I'm too busy researching other things. Shenzhen looked disappointed but quickly smiled and started praising Journey to the West. She preferred it over Romance of the Gods, believing that Journey to the West carried deeper meaning, perhaps even a critique of something. Yalan eagerly joined the discussion, while Zhen Qin simply stared at Guan with sparkling eyes. She had been too focused on cultivation these past years and hadn't realized how influential Journey to the West had become. It had even surpassed Romance of the Gods in popularity. An unexpected guest. Half an hour later, another guest arrived at Medicine Valley, bringing Guan much-needed relief. Lu Baitian. As soon as he entered, Yalan and Zhen Qin immediately stood up and saluted. As true legacy disciples, they had, of course, encountered Lu Baidian before. Shenzhen also greeted him respectfully. Lu Baidian, however, was more focused on something else. This kid is impressive. Look at all these beauties around him, he's even better than me. Suppressing his amusement, he said with a straight face, you three should go out and explore for a bit. I have something to discuss with Guan. Zhen Qin, ever curious, asked, Sect Master, are you close with my master? Lu Baidian glanced at her. Since she was Guan's disciple, he answered with a smile, of course. He's my chosen successor. The Golden Ranking Tournament, the world's #1 Sword Deo Tournament, the Alchemy Tournament, all of them were his ideas. From now on, you can call me Grandmaster. The room fell into stunned silence. Guan inwardly groaned. Crap. Shenzhen was also taken aback. She knew Guan and Lu Baidian were close, but she had assumed it was because of Panan's identity. She hadn't expected Lu Baidian to value him this much. Seeing Guan's troubled expression, Lu Baidian chuckled. Forget it. You don't have to leave. Stay and listen. The three women immediately bowed in gratitude, but when they turned back to Guan, their eyes were filled with suspicion. Guan felt a shiver down his spine. Liu Beidian sat down and began asking Guan what kind of tournament would be most attractive to hold next. Yelan, Zhenqin, and Shenzhen stood nearby, listening with curiosity. They were also eager to see how Guan would strategize for Liu Beidian. Guan pondered for a moment and said, Taixuan Sect has already held numerous tournaments. Though the types may vary, for most disciples, the sense of participation is lacking. Moreover, other sects have begun to imitate us. No matter what kind of tournament we hold next, it will be difficult to expand our influence. Liu Beidian nodded. This was precisely his concern. Other sects weren't foolish. Seeing Taixuan Sect's success, they started hosting similar tournaments. Especially with King Heaven Sect joining in, cultivators across the land flocked to participate, greatly diminishing Taixuan Sect's authority. To this day, King Heaven Sect remained the #1 sect in the cultivation world of the three dynasties. Shenzhen also fell into deep thought. Although the Dayu dynasty had fallen, the Daotian sect still stood strong. In fact, it had now formed a close alliance with Taixuan Sect. The stronger Taixuan Sect became, the greater the benefits for Daotian Sect. Guan continued, actually, Taixuan Sect holds the greatest advantage. We have 2 grand ascension cultivators and the mysterious sword sovereign of the righteous path. On this point, King Heaven Sect cannot compare. If we want to surpass them, why not hold a heavenly ranking tournament? No age restrictions, no cultivation level limits, purely a battle of strength, ranking only the top 100. Once word gets out, cultivators across the land will be shaken. Any sect that dares not participate will be ridiculed. If King Heaven Sect refuses to join, then in the eyes of the world, they are weaker than Taixuan Sect. If they do participate, then we'll let fair competition decide whether their Dao Lord can defeat Elder Xian or Elder Qiao. Liu Beidian's eyes lit up at this idea, but he still hesitated. A battle among Grand Ascension cultivators, what if it gets out of hand? How do we stop it? Guan thought for a moment and suggested, why not hold it in the outer sect? We can use the Sword Sovereign's presence as a deterrent. Liu Beidian frowned, clearly hesitant. In truth, even Taixuan Sect's higher UPS were wary of the Sword Sovereign of the righteous path. They had no idea what his true intentions were or where he had come from. They used to imagine that he was simply a reclusive ascetic nurtured by Taixuan Sect, hiding his cultivation so deeply that no one recognized his strength. But as more immortals emerged before them, they had to face reality. Taixuan Sect could never have produced such a powerful existence. The Sword Sovereign was simply too strong, forcing them to acknowledge the truth. If the sect master is worried about offending the Sword Sovereign, we can allocate a portion of the tournament's proceeds to the Heavenly Mending Platform as an offering to him, showing our sincerity, Guan proposed. Liu Beidian hesitated. Would that really work? Guan replied, you can try speaking before the heaven-splitting axe. The Sword Sovereign is an immortal, he will hear you. As long as you explain the stakes clearly, he should silently approve. With the heavenly ranking tournament, as long as Taixuan Sect secures the title of the #1 sect, no other sect will be able to hold a similar event. Only the strongest sect has the right to host such a tournament. If King Heaven Sect fails to claim the top spot, their morale will take a major hit. Just like the previous golden ranking tournament, the results of the heavenly ranking should be recorded and distributed freely to all cultivators. No spirit stones required. This way, we establish influence first. For the second tournament, we can start charging for the rankings. The moment Taixuan Sect made such an announcement, the matter would be sealed. Throughout history, sects had certainly considered this idea before, but none dared to implement it. Gathering the strongest cultivators in one place for direct competition was a dangerous move. If things spiraled out of control, it could bring about total destruction. But Taixuan Sect was different. They had the Sword Sovereign of the righteous path, an existence that broke all balance. Shenzhen couldn't help but say, this plan is truly ruthless. No sect can refuse. Even if they know they won't win, they'll have no choice but to participate. The more Liu Beidian thought about it, the more he saw its potential. As long as Taixuan Sect claimed the #1 spot, they could attract even more top-tier cultivators in the future. But what if Holy Lands and overseas cultivators also join? Liu Beidian asked hesitantly. Guan smiled. Wouldn't that just prove Taixuan Sect's influence? Even the Holy Lands can't resist participating. As long as our cultivators rank the highest within the three dynasties, that's all that matters. Liu Beidian found this reasoning sound and immediately started discussing the details with Guan. Mere slogans wouldn't be enough. Concrete benefits had to be set to entice more cultivators. Yelan watched as Guan and Liu Beidian discussed matters of such grand scale, feeling deeply moved. Her senior brother was destined for greatness. Zhenqin, on the other hand, wasn't thinking that far. She was already daydreaming about the tournament itself. Who wouldn't want to be the #1 in the world? Even though she wasn't qualified to compete, she still wanted to know who would claim the title. An hour later, Liu Beidian left in a hurry, not even staying for the New Year celebrations. Guan, on the other hand, took the three women downstairs to enjoy the festive atmosphere with the disciples. Medicine Valley was bustling with activity, with even a small marketplace set up. As evening approached, Lu Lingjun returned. Given the vast gap in cultivation between her and Yian's group, there was no conflict. Moreover, she seemed preoccupied and didn't bother with Guan's relationship with Yelan. Guan briefly returned to Xian Valley, drinking with the disciples before heading back to the third Medicine Valley, continuing the celebrations. The next morning, as the guests departed, disciples resumed their daily routines, and Lu Lingjun left for the sect's main city. A few nights later, Guan saw Lu Badian leading dozens of elders from the Elder Hall to the heaven-splitting axe. They set up formations to prevent other disciples and cultivators from overhearing their discussion. After they laid out the plans for the heavenly ranking tournament, there was no response from the heaven-splitting axe, so they took it as silent approval from the Sword Sovereign. Guan was already looking forward to the tournament's rewards. He could buy a vast amount of high-grade spiritual herbs again. The next morning, Gu Zong arrived with a massive group of cultivators to find Lu Lingjun. Their weakest member was at the void transformation stage, and they numbered over 100. Lu Lingjun immediately set out with them toward the south, while Gu Zong exchanged a few words with Guan before departing. Guan didn't ask what Lu Lingjun was doing. He already knew it was about the overseas ascended cultivators. A month later, Taixuan Sect officially announced the heavenly ranking tournament. Notices were quickly posted in every city of the cultivation world. At the same time, Lu Badian dispatched envoys to various sects with invitations a fait accompli. The world was shaken. Sect leaders cursed Taixuan Sect for their shamelessness, but mid and lower level cultivators were thrilled. Everyone was eager to see putting aside the Sword Sovereign, who was truly the strongest in the world. Guan rode the Blood Prison Great Saint into the outer sect city, listening to the disciples' excited chatter. Even Yangji, walking beside him, felt his blood boil. Would he ever get the chance to stand on the heavenly ranking one day? As they traveled, Yangji noticed that Guan frequently greeted others along the way. He seemed to know an astonishing number of people, including many cultivators who even had their own followers. This only deepened Yangji's admiration for him. That morning, Guan had sent Xiaochuan to deliver a message to Yangji, saying he would take him to the outer sect city. Yangji was overjoyed. This meant Guan was truly accepting him, and he wasn't the only one who thought so. Many of the errand disciples shared the same belief, leading to a wave of imitators. Soon, the white spirit mouse found itself surrounded by dozens of disciples, leaving an Xian feeling utterly helpless. As they continued forward, Guan suddenly turned to Yangji and asked, "Yangji, are you willing to officially become my disciple?" Yangji, lost in thought, was momentarily stunned. "What?" he blurted out in disbelief. Guan shot him a sharp look, making him break into a cold sweat. "Idiot! The master is asking if you're willing to formally acknowledge him as your teacher," the Blood Prison Great Saint scoffed. His tone was mocking, but in truth, he cared about Yangji. After serving as his mount for 5 years, he had grown somewhat fond of the boy and wanted to give him a chance. Others might not know Guan's true cultivation, but the Blood Prison Great Saint did. The strongest person in Taixuan Sect was Guan. In fact, he even suspected that the mysterious sword sovereign of the righteous path might actually be Guan himself. "Ah, I'm willing, master, please accept your disciple's vow." Yangji was overjoyed, immediately kneeling down on the street. The passing disciples all shot him strange looks. Guan, unfazed, accepted his vow. Only after Yangji had completed 3 resounding kowtows did he allow him to stand up. The Blood Prison Great Saint continued forward, while Yangji followed closely behind, trembling with excitement. Having spent 5 years in the Third Medicine Valley, his reverence for Guan had only grown. Outwardly, Guan appeared to be at the core formation stage, yet the valley secretly housed profound mind realm grandmasters. This realization had set off endless speculation in his mind. The Blood Prison Great Saint glanced at the trembling Yangji and suddenly felt a pang of jealousy. Why? This brat had no special qualities, he was utterly ordinary? And yet, he got to become Guan's disciple, while he, an invincible ascended cultivator, was merely a mount. The Blood Prison Great Saint felt a mix of emotions. If he hadn't been so arrogant upon ascending, if he hadn't gone after Li Ya and Zhang Bukui, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation. But then he reconsidered. If none of that had happened, even after another 10,000 years of cultivation, he might never have met someone like Guan. Even if he had, he probably would have been crushed on sight. In a way, this was a blessing in disguise. He can have many disciples, but I am his one and only mount. That makes me special. With this thought, the Blood Prison Great Saint grew excited again. After all, even a dog's worth depended on its master. Wait. Damn it! A disciple might eventually graduate and move on, but a mount, that was a lifelong relationship? 1,000 years from now, even if Guan released him, he would swear eternal loyalty, proclaiming himself Guan's mount forever. He had to make Guan his protector in the heavenly great realm? The more he thought about it, the more thrilled he became. His massive ox-like body even started trembling with excitement. Guan glanced at him, then at Yangji beside him, and suddenly felt a little concerned. Would Yangji pick up some bad habits from the Blood Prison Great Saint? Both of them seemed to be a little off. At that moment, an elderly man in ragged robes suddenly stepped in front of them, blocking the Blood Prison Great Saint's path. He stared at Guan with wide eyes, muttering in a strange, eerie tone. "A calamity is coming. The ocean will swallow all. The world-ending catastrophe draws near." The Blood Prison Great Saint halted, eyeing the old man suspiciously. Yangji was also drawn in by his words. But after delivering his cryptic message, the old man simply turned and walked away, only to stop another passing cultivator and repeat the same ominous warning. Watching the old man rant like a madman about the apocalypse calamity, the passing cultivators on the street began to murmur among themselves. Most of them didn't take it seriously and were simply curious about where this old man had come from daring to act so recklessly in Taixuan Sect. Guan, however, was half convinced. The ocean would swallow everything? He had heard similar legends before. In the vast seas, such rumors were not uncommon. And with the recent appearance of an inexplicable oceanic rift, it was hard not to give it some thought. I'm only 127 years old, why is my life so full of disasters? Guan sighed internally. However, the previous demonic cataclysm wasn't exactly a catastrophe for humanity, it was merely the result of scheming between cultivation factions. Events like that were hardly rare in this world. This time, though, if the oceanic calamity was truly coming and it was specifically targeting either him or the three dynasties, then he would have no choice but to suspect that the heavenly Deo was plotting against him. Perhaps he had involved himself too deeply in the affairs of the mortal world? His method of growing stronger without undergoing tribulations, could it be seen as an anomaly in the eyes of the heavenly Deo? To eliminate such an anomaly, yet without knowing where the anomaly was, the heavenly Deo might as well trigger an apocalypse calamity. A so-called calamity, while it was a disaster for all beings, for the heavens and earth itself, it was nothing more than a grand cleansing. Guan's thoughts wandered, but soon enough, he saw the old man being seized by law enforcement hall disciples. Even as he was dragged away, the old man continued shouting, "The ocean will swallow everything." This little episode quickly faded from people's minds. Compared to such crazy ramblings, the disciples were more interested in the heavenly rankings tournament. The title number 1 under heaven was enough to stir the hearts of countless cultivators. Guan wasn't particularly concerned. That old man had neither an exceptional lifespan nor a hidden cultivation level, he was merely at the foundation establishment stage. He took Ying to the alchemy hall, instructing him to observe carefully and learn well so that he could assist him in the future. Ying was both excited and nervous, afraid that if he made a mistake, he would disappoint Guan. By the time they returned to Medicine Valley, it was already evening. Spring passed, and summer arrived. Guan stepped into his 128th year. News of the heavenly rankings tournament had spread across the land, but its exact start date had yet to be decided. Thanks to the efforts of Taixuan Sect, nearly 90% of cultivators in the three dynasties had already heard of it. Who was the strongest under heaven? This had become the most popular topic of conversation among cultivators during their leisure time. On this day, Guan arrived at Seeker's Island. As soon as he arrived, he overheard people discussing the 10,000-year oceanic tide. According to legend, every 10,000 years, the ocean would rise, submerging entire continents. The tides would last for hundreds of years before finally receding. Not every oceanic tide was the same. In the most severe cases, the entire mortal world would be submerged, though such an event was said to occur only once in a million years. Today's cultivators had no way of calculating how long it had been since the last apocalyptic oceanic tide. But it was precisely because they couldn't calculate it that they were afraid. Everywhere across the sea, there were people preaching that the apocalyptic oceanic tide was imminent. These individuals came from various sects, claiming that they had received heavenly premonitions, seeing visions of destruction during their cultivation. The weaker ones even went insane or suffered chi deviation from the overwhelming fear. Some had even begun to connect it to the appearance of the oceanic rift, believing it to be the first sign of the impending disaster. When Guan met Hu Xiaojian, the latter immediately brought it up, his face filled with concern. The world is truly falling into chaos. First, the 7-star spirit realm and the Star Sea Sect alliance are at war, slaughtering each other. And now, there's talk of an apocalyptic oceanic tide coming. We're really living in the worst era. Hu Xiaojian complained angrily. Guan reassured him, nothing is certain yet, don't overthink it. Though the rumors were everywhere, the sea level had not actually risen. At least for now, the continent where the three dynasties resided remained unaffected. According to legend, before an apocalyptic oceanic tide erupted, it would undergo centuries of build-up, something mortals could detect. It was said that during this build-up period, spiritual energy surged from the ocean depths, increasing the overall spiritual density of the world. This accelerated cultivation across the board, as if the heavens were offering a sliver of mercy. If one could ascend beyond this world before the disaster struck, they would escape the calamity. But this only applied to high-level cultivators. To reach the celestial ascension stage within a few centuries, one would need to be at least at the roving immortal stage. Guan and Hu Xiaojian strolled through the streets, chatting as they went. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of them. It was a woman dressed in yellow, with a dignified posture, an extraordinary presence, and striking features. Her cultivation had already reached the profound mind realm. May I ask if you are Senior Meng Lang? My lord invites you as a guest. My lord is true person Tang Hai, the woman said respectfully. A profound mind realm female cultivator acting as a mere servant? What an extravagant display. Guan was about to respond when Hu Xiaojian whispered, true person Tang Hai is an honorary elder of the Seeker's Island Sea Protectorate. He is known for his integrity and has a sterling reputation. The implication was he could be trusted. Guan glanced at Hu Xiaojian before turning to the woman. Lead the way. He discreetly activated lifespan perception, scanning the yellow-robed woman. Her lifespan limit was just over 2,000 years. On the mainland, she would be a peerless genius, yet on Seeker's Island, she was just a servant. The woman bowed gracefully and turned to lead the way. Half an incense stick later, they arrived at Tang Hai Manor. Hu Xiaojian did not enter, choosing instead to wait at the entrance. The manor was enormous, filled with many attendants, all of whom were at least at the nascent soul stage. Under the guidance of the yellow-robed woman, Guan entered a courtyard, where he saw a blue-robed man sipping tea at a table. He had a refined, scholarly air, like a learned gentleman. True person Tang Hai, roving immortal stage, level 58908/27,000/27500. The yellow-robed woman stopped at a distance, bowed, and quietly took her leave. Tang Hai looked at Guan, stood up, and cupped his hands. Deist friend, I hope I haven't disturbed you by inviting you here. Please forgive the intrusion. Guan stepped forward, returning the gesture. No worries, I was free anyway. They sat down and began chatting. After some pleasantries, Tang Hai finally said, Deist friend, you've been purchasing natural treasures at an astonishing rate these past years. Many have taken notice. But rest assured, within Seeker's Island, no one dares to cause trouble. I've even helped deflect some attention. Guan wasn't sure what he meant but politely thanked him regardless. Seeker's Island's strongest cultivators were merely roving immortals he hadn't paid them much mind. Tang Hai took a sip of tea and smiled. Lately, the rumors about the apocalyptic oceanic tide have been spreading like wildfire. Regardless of whether they are true, the world is becoming increasingly unstable. For us cultivators, it would be wise to band together for mutual benefit. 10 years from now, I plan to host a private auction here in my manor. There will even be immortal Deo spirit trees up for bid. If you're interested, you're welcome to participate. As a gesture of goodwill, I'll let you purchase anything at 70% of the final price. Tang Hai stroked his beard as he spoke, his smile as warm as a spring breeze. Immortal Deo spirit tree? Guan's interest was immediately piqued. The highest grade spirit tree he had in his possession was only 9th grade. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of wonders could an immortal Deo spirit tree possess? Seeing Guan's interest, Tang Hai became even more enthusiastic. The two chatted for a long time. Eventually, Tang Hai revealed that he wanted to form a circle of roving immortals, so they could venture into ancient immortal Deo ruins together in the future. After a full hour of conversation, Guan finally left Tang Hai Manor. Hu Xiaojian had been waiting outside the entire time. Without asking any questions, he silently followed behind Guan as they departed. The third Medicine Valley. The first breeze of autumn swept through the valley. Yang stood by a wooden railing, staring at the pavilion where Guan resided, lost in thought. He had already been Guan's disciple for some time now, yet his life had not changed in any significant way. Guan had not taught him any cultivation techniques or spells, which left him feeling restless. He was already 21 years old, yet his cultivation remained stuck at Qi refining stage, level 3. He was anxious. Rumor had it that Taixuan Sect's #1 genius, and Hao, had already reached foundation establishment at his age. Time slipped away as Yang continued to stare in a daze. As dusk settled over the valley, Yang washed a batch of spiritual fruits, arranged them on a heavenly wood plate, and brought them to Blood Prison Great Saint. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a voice drifted down from the pavilion above. Come see me downstairs after dark. Yang's body stiffened, then excitement surged through him. He quickly bowed toward the pavilion in silent acknowledgement, too afraid to shout out loud lest he draw attention. An hour later, Yang stood at the foot of the stairs, freshly bathed and dressed in clean robes. His eyes frequently darted toward the windows of the pavilion above. Watching him fidget, Blood Prison Great Saint couldn't help but chuckle, occasionally teasing him, making Yang flush red with embarrassment. Suddenly, the pavilion door swung open. Yang immediately straightened his posture. Guan descended the stairs and walked toward the teleportation platform. Yang hurriedly followed, and Blood Prison Great Saint came along as well. The three of them passed through the teleportation array, arriving in Xian Valley. From there, they continued into a secluded mountain forest. Yang rode on the back of Blood Prison Great Saint, feeling both nervous and expectant. He wanted to ask when his master would start teaching him cultivation techniques, but he was afraid of being rude. They walked through the night. By the time dawn broke, Yang was beginning to feel a little dazed. Guan finally gestured for Blood Prison Great Saint to stop. Beside them, a great river stretched before them, its waters crystal clear, revealing fish and crabs swimming below. Facing the rising sun, Guan asked, Yang, do you desire a supreme cultivation technique? Yang scratched his head awkwardly and replied, if such an opportunity exists, of course I would like one. Guan didn't mind his straightforwardness. He turned to Yang and asked, what are you willing to sacrifice for the path of cultivation? This wasn't just an ordinary lesson. Guan was preparing to nurture Yang personally to keep him close by as a true disciple. Even in Hao had never received such treatment. Yang hesitated for a moment before answering, I have nothing, but my only wish in this life is to cultivate even if it costs me everything. Guan nodded calmly and said, your constitution is unique. You struggle to absorb qi, and you should have already noticed it yourself. Hearing this, Yang's face darkened instantly. Indeed, his aptitude was terrible. Even among the disciples in the Third Medicine Valley, he was considered one of the lowest ranking. Despite spending years there, he had barely advanced a single minor realm. It was precisely because of this that he so desperately longed for a higher-level cultivation technique. Guan's voice remained indifferent. I can turn you into a genius, but you'll have to endure excruciating pain, a pain beyond anything a normal person could bear. It could even shatter your body to pieces. Do you dare? Yang's heart pounded wildly under Guan's gaze. Master, you're not trying to scare me, are you? He asked hesitantly. Defying fate is never easy, Guan said. If you're afraid, I won't force you. I'll still pass on cultivation techniques and spells to you, but your path will be much slower. Yang bit his lip before cautiously asking, Master, have any of your other disciples succeeded? Guan shook his head. I have only ever accepted 2 true disciples. The others are merely recipients of my alchemical aid. Your senior brother, however, is already a peerless genius renowned across the world. Renowned across the world? Yang's mouth fell open, utterly shocked. Wasn't his master only at the core formation stage? How could he have a disciple so powerful? Could his senior brother be stronger than Taixuan Sect's greatest genius, and how? Guan saw through Yang's thoughts but didn't explain anything. Instead, he simply waited for him to make his choice. Yang had a unique constitution that required immense amounts of spiritual energy to temper his body, a process that would undoubtedly be excruciating. That was why Guan left the decision to him. No matter how great one's talent, without unwavering determination, the path ahead would be treacherous. The Blood Prison Great Saint watched Yang Shi with amusement, curious to see how he would decide. Yang clenched his teeth and said, in Romance of the Gods, Yang Jian split a mountain to save his mother and fought against the heavens. Since I've also taken the name Yang, I can't bring shame to it. Even if I'm shattered to pieces, I will have no regrets. Master, please help me defy fate. With that, he dropped to his knees. Guan's lips curled into a slight smile. The moment Yang Shi made his decision, he felt a terrifying power envelop him, sending a chill down his spine. Before he could process it, the world around him suddenly shifted. His internal organs trembled violently, and in the next instant, everything returned to normal. His feet touched the ground again, but the overwhelming sense of weightlessness made him nauseous. Supporting himself on the ground, he instinctively looked up and saw that his master was still sitting on the Ox Demon King's back. He let out a relieved sigh and asked, Master, just now. Before he could finish his sentence, a gust of sea wind blew past, instantly clearing his mind. He stood up and turned around, then froze in place. What was he looking at? This is the sea. Yang Shi stared in a daze at the vast, endless ocean stretching before him. Though he had never seen the ocean before, he had heard stories from elders how it was larger than any lake, so vast that one could never see its end, as if it were another world entirely. The Blood Prison Great Saint had already experienced the infinite free step before, but every time, it still left him in awe. This divine ability was simply unfathomable. There were no signs or warnings. The movement was so instantaneous that even a grand ascension stage cultivator like him couldn't react in time. Guan flipped off the ox's back and strode toward the island. Follow me? Yang Shi snapped out of his daze and hurried after Guan. The Blood Prison Great Saint followed as well, curious to see how Guan would help Yang defy fate. Could a talentless cultivator really transform into a heaven-chosen prodigy? He was deeply skeptical. Yang Shi's emotions were a mix of excitement and trepidation. Just that one technique alone had convinced him his master was definitely no core formation stage cultivator. Which meant, his master's words were true. He could defy fate. But he would have to endure unimaginable pain. Just thinking about it made his legs tremble. Guan noticed Yang's unease but didn't offer any words of comfort. Because sooner or later, Yang Shi would have to face this challenge himself. The mysterious island. As they walked into the forest, Yang's attention was drawn to his surroundings. The spiritual energy here was incredibly dense, and the creatures on the island were anything but ordinary. He saw a lightning-fast blue-furred rabbit, a snake as white as jade, a spider that glistened like a gemstone, and a serpent-like beast gliding through the trees like a flood dragon. Every sight filled his mind with wonder. They walked for a full half-hour before Guan finally stopped at a lakeside deep within the forest. Standing by the water, he pulled out a massive cauldron and started a fire. Yang watched as Guan flicked his fingers, releasing a streak of blue flame. He was even more in awe now. Master, what realm are you truly at? Yang mustered the courage to ask. Guan casually replied, Scattered Immortal Stage. What is a Scattered Immortal? Chi refining, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, soul transformation, void transformation, integration, profound mind, grand ascension. These are the 9 mortal stages. Beyond that is the immortal path. Nirvana is the first step into the immortal path, and Scattered Immortal is the second. Yang sucked in a sharp breath. The Blood Prison Great Saint was also hearing about the immortal path for the first time. So my master is just 2 major realms above me. He had his doubts. He suspected Guan was hiding even more. Thankfully, Yang asked what he wanted to know. What comes after Scattered Immortal? That's for you to discover in the future. Guan answered lightly. While he was willing to reveal some of his strength, he wouldn't lay everything bare. He had to keep some cards up his sleeve. Recently, he had been considering breaking through to an even higher realm. If the world-drowning cataclysm truly erupted, celestial ascension alone might not be enough. Still, he wasn't too worried. If the mortal world was flooded, he could escape into the outer heavens or create a cave realm under the sea, bringing his people with him and forming a world of his own. The trial begins. Yang continued asking about the differences between each realm, and Guan patiently answered, making Yang feel bolder. He realized his master wasn't as intimidating as he had thought. He was actually quite gentle. Guan treated all his disciples with kindness, including him. But because Yang had always seen him as someone to cling to, he couldn't help but feel pressured. Once Guan finished preparing the medicinal herbs, he instructed Yang to enter the cauldron. Yang hesitated. Do I need to take off my clothes? No need, Guan replied. Ordinary robes couldn't block spiritual energy anyway. Sitting inside the cauldron, Yang was incredibly tense. His hands gripped the hem of his clothes tightly, and sweat beaded on his forehead. The Blood Prison Great Saint stepped onto the cauldron's rim and said, "Kid, the path of cultivation is grueling. Many times, you just need to tell yourself just a little longer, just one more moment. Endure, and the pain will pass." Yang took a deep breath and looked up at him. "Senior Ox, what realm are you at?" Since his master was a scattered immortal, surely the ox was powerful as well. Otherwise, why would his master bring only this beast? The Blood Prison Great Saint glanced at Guan. Seeing him nod, the ox smirked proudly. "I am at the 8th level of the Grand Ascension stage? And I am not a mere ox demon, I am the heavenly saint of the Blood Prison? I ascended from the lower realms." He launched into an elaborate tale of his glorious history, leaving Yang slack-jawed in amazement. Grand Ascension stage, 8th level. He knew that the Taixuan Sect only had 2 publicly known Grand Ascension cultivators. Who would have thought that his master's ox was actually at that level? The shock hit him so hard that he felt like he was dreaming. Guan waved the Blood Prison Great Saint aside, and the ox had no choice but to shut up and move away, looking completely unbefitting of a Grand Ascension expert. Guan took out a pill and handed it to Yang. "Swallow it, then follow the breathing technique I taught you. I'll guide your cultivation. No matter how much it hurts, you must circulate the energy properly. Otherwise, you'll die. No god or immortal will be able to save you." Yang had just wanted to ask about the Great Luo Immortal, but Guan turned away before he could speak. So, he simply threw the pill into his mouth. As soon as it melted, his throat burned, and an unbearable heat spread through his body. At that moment, Guan's voice echoed in his ears, transmitting a technique directly into his mind. At the same time, an overwhelming force entered his body, guiding him to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. Thus, the trial began. The agony of rebirth. The technique that Guan was guiding Yangshi through was none other than the myriad forms Qi technique. This technique, derived from the Qi cultivation art, had been continuously refined until it became an advanced body tempering method. Though Guan rarely engaged in close combat, his physique was already immensely powerful. Moreover, the myriad forms Qi technique had an additional benefit: it concealed one's true aura. This would allow Yangshi to hide his cultivation level in the future, making it a perfect choice for him. Of course, Guan had no fear of Yang leaking this technique. He would eventually refine it further, reaching an even higher level. Yangshi began following the guidance of the power within him, absorbing spiritual energy while carefully remembering the breathing patterns his master had taught him. Time passed. Inside the cauldron, the medicinal broth had started to boil. Yang's skin turned red from the heat, but he didn't care about the burning sensation. What truly consumed his mind was the unbearable pain that racked his bones and muscles. Pain? The agony far exceeded his expectations. It was as if a million insects were gnawing at his bones while his muscles were being torn apart and stitched back together repeatedly. His master's voice constantly echoed in his ears, keeping his mind from spiraling into fear. As long as Guan was there, an inexplicable sense of security filled Yangshi's heart. Just hold on for a little longer, just a little longer. As time passed, the pain intensified. His hair started floating, his veins bulged grotesquely against his flushed skin, and sweat poured down his body, mixing with the medicinal broth. Then, crack! A horrifying noise echoed from within his body, sending shivers down the Blood Prison Great Saint's spine. It sounded like bones grinding against each other. For the first time, the ox felt a tinge of fear. Is he really defying fate? The Blood Prison Great Saint was shaken. In his mind, Guan had always been an immortal beyond reach, capable of incredible, godlike feats. Turning his gaze toward Guan, he found the man standing by the lake, his back facing the cauldron. His posture was calm and composed, as if this was nothing out of the ordinary. To him, altering fate is just a trivial task. What the Blood Prison Great Saint didn't know was that Guan wasn't actually altering fate, he was merely restoring Yangshi's true potential. At this moment, Guan was multitasking, one part of his mind guiding Yangshi's cultivation while the other extended his divine sense into the ocean, searching for a suitable place for his breakthrough. I wonder, what realm lies beyond celestial ascension? A flicker of excitement passed through Guan's eyes. With his current lifespan of 160 million years, he should have enough time to make the leap. But he hesitated. Should he also upgrade his cultivation techniques and divine abilities? Right now, his techniques were already at an incredibly high level, but further refining them would cost tens of millions, perhaps even hundreds of millions of years of lifespan. Would he still have enough time left to break through afterward? Suddenly, Yangshi let out a blood-curdling scream, snapping the Blood Prison Great Saint out of his thoughts. The ox flinched, feeling a deep unease. This pain seems even worse than when I absorbed divine beast blood. Yet, Guan remained indifferent. He had complete confidence in the pill he had given Yangshi. That pill wasn't ordinary, it was worth 100 supreme-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 10,000 high-grade spirit stones or 100 million low-grade spirit stones. For reference, Outer Sect errand disciples only earned 1 low-grade spirit stone per month. Even the Third Medicine Valley and Xian Valley provided higher stipends, but nothing as extravagant as this. With such a pill, Yangshi might even break through directly. It all depended on how much his body could absorb. The awakening of a monster. Time trickled by. After some time, Yangshi's screams abruptly ceased. The Blood Prison Great Saint's eyes widened in shock. He turned back toward the cauldron, and what he saw left him speechless. Yang Shi was floating above the cauldron, still in a meditative posture. His long black hair billowed wildly, his skin glowed an eerie red, and most unsettling of all, his aura made the blood prison great saint's instincts scream in warning. It was the feeling of encountering a predator. Rumble. Thunder rolled in the sky. At some point, thick storm clouds had gathered overhead, and an ominous pressure began to descend. Heavenly tribulation was forming? The blood prison great saint was horrified. Just what kind of fate is being rewritten here? This is ridiculous. Even though he had fused with divine beast blood and undergone a drastic transformation, Yang Shi's new presence still made him wary. That alone proved just how terrifying Yang Shi's new body was. Turning his gaze back to Guan, he saw that the man still hadn't moved. Even as the storm brewed above, Guan stood there, completely unshaken. It was as if he didn't consider this heavenly tribulation a threat at all. Rumble. The continuous roar of thunder echoed across the sky, causing the surrounding ocean to surge. Fierce winds howled, as if heralding an impending storm. Guan stood with his back to Yang Shi, his divine sense enveloping the vast sea for millions of miles, ready to guard against the approach of powerful cultivators. As for the heavenly tribulation that Ying had triggered, Guan wasn't particularly concerned. In the vast ocean, such tribulations were insignificant. After all, given Yang Ji's cultivation, what seemed terrifying was only relative to lower realm cultivators. Yang Ji remained seated in midair, his eyes closed in deep meditation. His robes billowed violently as heaven and earth's spiritual energy surged madly into his nose and mouth. At the same time, every pore in his body expelled scorching air currents, forming an aura of immense pressure around him. His brows furrowed as he endured unbearable pain, focusing entirely on his inner transformation. He was completely unaware of what was happening around him, even oblivious to the fact that he was floating. The thunderclaps roared like the wrathful cries of celestial deities, oppressively overwhelming. The blood prison great saint lay on the ground, his heart now calm, filled only with anticipation. He was eager to see what kind of heaven-defying fate Yang Ji would forge for himself. Boom! A sudden bolt of divine lightning struck Yang Ji, instantly reducing his robes to ashes. His body turned blackened and charred, and as the lightning dissipated, fresh blood seeped from his skin, making for a horrific sight. Within just 3 breaths, he was drenched in blood, looking like a man carved from crimson. Guan turned to observe him, his expression remaining calm. Blood prison great saint was also unfazed. He could tell that Yang Ji was not in mortal danger. One after another, heavenly lightning bolts rained down. Guan quickly noticed something unusual. These tribulation bolts contained the essence of the 5 elements. Could it be that Yang's physique could directly absorb 5 elements' spiritual energy? No wonder such an overwhelming amount of energy was needed to break the shackles deep within his bones. Too monstrous, so much so that even the heavenly Dao sought to erase him? Guan's expectations for Yang Ji grew. What kind of transformation would he undergo? Yang Ji continued to endure the lightning's wrath, his flesh torn apart and blood spraying in every direction. Yet his aura did not weaken. On the contrary, a stronger force was brewing within him. After the time it takes for a single incense stick to burn, all of Yang Ji's hair had been incinerated. His skin was stripped away, and his exposed joints revealed glimpses of white bone. The power of the tribulation intensified to an entirely new level, causing even blood prison great saint to grow anxious. Would Yang Ji suddenly perish under the next bolt? Just then, Guan sensed an approaching presence. A nirvana stage cultivator, though not particularly strong. As long as no scattered immortal or higher level beings arrived, Guan wouldn't need to intervene and forcibly take Yang away. Before long, a figure flew into the island. He passed through the mountain forests and swiftly landed by the lake. He didn't look at Guan or blood prison great saint, his gaze was fixed on Yang Ji, his expression filled with astonishment. Seeker of Immortality Daoist, Nirvana Stage, 9th Layer, 20,489/25,000/300,000. Seeker of Immortality? The name rang a bell. Guan suddenly recalled Wu Xian had once mentioned that the monk who taught him the Dao Yin technique called himself the Seeker of Immortality Daoist. He never expected this person to actually be at the Nirvana stage. That meant when Guan was still weak, there were already Nirvana grandmasters roaming the land. Had he been reckless in seizing lifespans back then, even with rapid growth, he could have easily perished at the hands of such a cultivator. He inwardly felt fortunate. Thankfully, he had been discreet. Despite his name, the Seeker of Immortality Daoist looked more like a monk dressed in deep yellow monk robes, draped in a kazeya, with a face that was youthful and strikingly handsome. Guan remained silent, but blood prison great saint was displeased. "Hey, smelly monk? Who let you in here? And you didn't even greet us," he snapped. Ever since deciding to become Guan's soul mount, his mindset had shifted completely. This monk might not respect him, but he absolutely had to respect his master. The Seeker of Immortality Daoist turned to glance at blood prison great saint, smiling faintly, before clasping his hands toward Guan and greeting him. "I am the Seeker of Immortality Daoist. May I ask for your esteemed name, fellow Daoist? And what is your relationship with this young man?" Guan replied calmly, "My name is Meng Lang. He is my disciple." The Seeker of Immortality Daoist observed Guan's aura, sensing only core formation stage cultivation. Impossible. His curiosity deepened. If he couldn't discern Guan's true cultivation, that meant this man's level was likely higher than his own. He smiled. "Meng Daoist, your disciple is extraordinary. His fate surpasses the limits of this world's heavenly Deo. He should have been buried and forgotten. But you have unearthed him, and now, the world will change because of him. Guan asked, oh, did I do something wrong? Not at all. The affairs of the heavens are dictated by change. New replaces old, the cycle never stops. There is no right or wrong. The seeker of immortality Daoist smiled and turned his gaze back to Yangji, his eyes filled with intrigue. Guan then asked, Daoist, do you know what physique he possesses? The seeker of immortality Daoist pondered for a moment before answering, it is difficult to say. He has traces of the ancient 5 elements treasure body, as well as the robust primordial tyrant body. 5 elements treasure body? Guan had once possessed this physique himself before evolving into the innate Deo body, and later transforming into his current profound saint body. Blood Prison Great Saint interrupted, are those physiques powerful? Guan was very pleased with his mount's keen observation. If he had asked the question himself, it would have been beneath his status. The seeker of immortality Daoist chuckled and replied, of course they are. In the ancient past, talent was not solely determined by spiritual roots or aptitude. Physiques played a crucial role. Those with special physiques, regardless of their spiritual roots, would inevitably become legendary rulers of the immortal Deo. He then began explaining the treasure bodies of ancient times. Exquisite treasure body, a physique with supreme comprehension, immune to demonic corruption. Fiery sun treasure body, a body burning like the sun, capable of turning into a celestial blaze upon mastery. Reverse blood treasure body, when facing death, it triggers an explosive surge of power, sometimes permanently increasing strength. And more? The seeker of immortality Daoist described 8 different treasure bodies, leaving both Guan and Blood Prison Great Saint in awe. From his words, it seemed that ancient cultivators were far stronger than those of today. Various treasure bodies flourished, numerous clans ruled the world, and even reincarnation cycles were possible, allowing supreme cultivators to seek immortality through rebirth. Guan finally spoke, Daoist, I hope you will keep today's events a secret. Although the seeker of immortality Daoist wasn't necessarily a good person, he had shared much valuable knowledge. At the very least, he didn't seem hostile. The monk nodded. Rest assured. I, too, would hate to see such a promising seedling wither. Boom! Suddenly, Yangji erupted with a terrifying surge of energy, shaking the forest and sending ripples across the lake. The thunderclouds above turned crimson. A blazing red tribulation bolt crashed down on Yang, causing him to let out an agonizing scream. The profound nether heavenly tribulation, the seeker of immortality Daoist muttered grimly. The profound nether heavenly tribulation. The seeker of immortality Daoist spoke each word carefully, his brows furrowing deeply. Profound nether heavenly tribulation? Guan recognized the name. It was the same tribulation he had faced when breaking through to the void transformation stage during his simulated cultivation evolution. Something's wrong with this tribulation? He shouldn't be facing this at his level. It's a death tribulation. Blood Prison Great Saint exclaimed in horror. This tribulation was even more terrifying than the one he had endured when ascending to the integration stage. He could sense that the profound nether heavenly tribulation was still brewing, its full might yet to descend. The seeker of immortality Daoist took a deep breath and spoke solemnly, indeed, this is a tribulation that ensures death. The heavenly Deo refuses to accept his existence. Guan thought of how another being with a lifespan limit of 9,999 years, yet when Hao underwent tribulation, he hadn't faced such a catastrophic ordeal. Could it be that, even among those at the extreme lifespan limit, there were differences in talent? That number 9,999 years was merely a threshold for mortals. But true talent had no limits. The seeker of immortality Daoist turned to Guan and warned, the profound nether heavenly tribulation is a tribulation of karma. It cannot be forcibly dispersed. If you interfere, you will be entangled in its karma. When you attempt your next breakthrough, you too will face the same tribulation or one even stronger. His voice carried a hint of regret. What a pity. This young man, a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy, was doomed to perish. Guan remained silent, gazing at Yangji. Entangling himself in a heavenly tribulation's karma? Sorry, but he didn't need to endure tribulations at all. Besides, he had already endured this exact tribulation once before and survived. He had done so without anyone's help, without external treasure, solely by his own strength. Boom! Another heavenly lightning bolt crashed down, even more terrifying than before. Guan's eyes sharpened. Suddenly he raised his sleeve and waved it. A fierce gust of wind surged forth, instantly dispersing the tribulation clouds in the sky. The dark clouds vanished. Sunlight spilled down onto the island. The tribulation was completely erased. The seeker of immortality Daoist's eyes widened in shock. His expression froze as he turned to stare at Guan. Even Blood Prison Great Saint stiffened, his mouth opening slightly, at a loss for words. The seeker of immortality Daoist felt the lingering traces of heavenly might dissipate. His expression became incredibly complex. After a long moment, he sighed and muttered, Daoist, why go to such lengths? Guan looked at Yangji, whose body was drenched in blood, and said indifferently, cultivators must face tribulations to ascend. If the heavens refuse to let him through, then let him face another tribulation instead. My disciple's fate is mine to decide. What domineering words? Blood Prison Great Saint felt his blood boil with excitement. Following this man was a blessing of fortune. The seeker of immortality Daoist studied Guan, as if seeing him in a new light. He hesitated for a moment, then finally lowered his head and gave a respectful salute. Guan accepted it with indifference. Then, they both silently waited for Yangji to awaken. They could feel his vital essence rapidly strengthening. With the tribulation gone, surging spiritual energy flooded toward him, nourishing his bones, meridians, and muscles, inducing an indescribable transformation. Time passed. Eventually, the seeker of immortality deist turned to Guan and asked, "Deist, where do you hail from?" "From the west." "The west?" The seeker of immortality deist pondered for a moment before asking, "Have you ever heard of Seeker's Island?" Guan's gaze sharpened slightly. Seeker's Island. Seeker of immortality deist. Could there be a connection? The seeker of immortality deist smiled. "Ah, so you've been to Seeker's Island before." "To be honest, I was the one who founded the island. Later, I passed it on to my disciple. The island's current fame is entirely due to him. I had no part in it." Seeker's Island's master was known to be at the roving immortal stage. Yet the seeker of immortality deist was only at the nirvana stage. Indeed, one should never judge a person by their cultivation alone. Background, influence, and connections were also a form of strength. Guan mused over this thought and then engaged in polite conversation with the seeker of immortality deist. They chatted until the early hours of dawn. Finally, Yangji's transformation was complete. He leapt into the lake, cleansing the blood and charred remnants from his body. When he emerged onto the shore, he had changed. Bathed in morning sunlight, he stood taller, his skin had become smooth and radiant, and his muscles now carried defined, powerful contours. Just looking at his physique, one could sense the overwhelming power he now possessed. Yang had directly reached the 5th level of the foundation establishment stage, and his vitality was far stronger than ordinary foundation establishment cultivators. This proved that the pills and herbs Guan had given him had not gone to waste. Of course, Yang's physique undoubtedly still held many more mysteries, which would only be uncovered through future cultivation. Guan took out a blue robe and handed it to Yangji, who quickly put it on. Seeker of immortality deist strode over to Yang and carefully examined him, growing more delighted the longer he looked, as if he had found a rare treasure. Yang, however, felt a little uncomfortable under his intense gaze. "Young friend, your master treats you exceedingly well. Do you know what kind of tribulation you just endured?" Seeker of immortality deist asked. Hearing this, Yang immediately became curious and pressed him for details. The seeker of immortality deist then began explaining the profound nether heavenly tribulation, revealing that it was Guan who had dispersed the tribulation, bearing an immense karmic burden as a result. Upon hearing this, Yang's face drastically changed. He quickly bypassed the seeker of immortality deist, ran to Guan, and knelt down. "Master, how could this disciple be worthy of such a sacrifice? I have failed you." He pressed his forehead to the ground, his voice choked with emotion. He was deeply moved yet filled with guilt. His master had defied fate for him, not only providing precious pills and herbs but also taking on the burden of karmic retribution. This kindness was beyond measure. Since childhood, he had lived a peaceful and happy life with his family. But ever since his spiritual root was tested, his world had become dark. Guan was the one who brought him hope and fulfilled that hope. Yang knew that his master could have chosen any other disciple, there was no reason it had to be him. This realization made the weight of the favor feel even heavier. Guan looked down at him and said, "Since you've acknowledged me as your master, this is simply what a master should do. Get up. I don't expect you to repay me in the future, just don't get into trouble and drag me down with you." Yang looked up and saw Guan wink at him. He immediately understood it was a joke. It was the same line Patriarch Bodhi had told Sun Wukong in Journey to the West. "Master, get up already. A grown man crying like this, what kind of behavior is that?" "All right." Watching the interaction between Guan and Yang, seeker of immortality deist felt deeply moved. He had a gut feeling that, many years from now, today's events would become a legendary tale when Yang's name shook the world. Taking 2 steps forward, he said, "Deist friend, fate has brought us together. I have a divine ability that I wish to pass on to your disciple. Would you mind?" Guan responded, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and thank the senior." Yang immediately turned to the seeker of immortality deist, cupped his fists, and sincerely expressed his gratitude. The seeker of immortality deist retrieved a secret manual from his sleeve and personally handed it to Yang. "Young friend, what is your name? I will follow your progress in the future." Yang took the manual and glanced at Guan, seeing his master nod in approval. He then replied, "My name is Yang. Yangji." The seeker of immortality deist memorized the name. He felt as if he had read it in some book before. With that, he no longer disturbed the master and disciple and took his leave. Guan then began teaching Yangji the primal heaven and earth art. The myriad forms chi technique and primal heaven and earth art were the very foundations of Guan's strength. Even In Hao had only been allowed to cultivate a lower tier version of it, showing just how highly Guan regarded Yang. Over the years, Yang had never been particularly charismatic, but Guan admired his honest and diligent nature. The kid was smart, but he did things steadily. He clearly wanted to attach himself to Guan, yet he never actively sought an opportunity to curry favor. Instead, he spent years earnestly serving the Blood Prison Great Saint and the White Spirit Mouse, which Guan found rather amusing. To Guan, Yangji was like an unpolished gem, and he looked forward to seeing what kind of person Yang would become under his careful guidance. Guan didn't expect any repayment from Yang in the future. Teaching him was simply a way to pass the time. He just wanted to train a disciple, that's all. Dusk, 3rd Medicine Valley. Guan rode the blood prison great saint down from the teleportation platform, with Yangji following beside him. Master, where have you two been? I haven't seen you in 4 days. An Xian curiously asked as she passed by. Her gaze landed on Yangji, and her eyes widened in shock as she examined him closely. Just went out for a bit. Guan casually responded, then dismounted and headed toward the pavilion. An Xian immediately walked up to Yangji, scrutinizing him. Are you really Yang? You've changed so much. Yangji had already grasped the method of the myriad forms chi technique, allowing him to suppress his aura. However, he still couldn't fully disguise his cultivation level. Feeling a bit uneasy, he explained, Master gave me a bone-tempering pill, so my skin got a little fairer. I see. Looks like Master has officially accepted you as his final disciple. An Xian smiled. She wasn't envious after all, her own master was far stronger than Guan. Although the Alchemy Hall disciples all called Guan master, it was only a title of respect with no real meaning behind it. Yang scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. Though still somewhat awkward, he now carried himself with newfound confidence. As the two chatted, more and more disciples noticed Yangji's transformation and gathered around to ask questions. In just a few days, he had gone from looking like a country boy to a refined young nobleman. This drastic change left many who knew him in shock. Before long, rumors spread about Yang becoming Guan's final disciple. Because of Yang's transformation, Guan became even more mysterious in the eyes of the disciples. Time flew by. Another spring festival arrived. The Heavenly Rankings tournament had dominated discussions throughout the cultivation world, and Taixuan Sect had finalized the tournament's date. It would be held 10 years later, during the spring festival. When Yelan and Zhen Qin visited Third Medicine Valley to see Guan, he introduced Yangji to them, openly acknowledging him as his disciple. To mark the occasion, Yelan gifted Yang a magical artifact. Zhen Qin was delighted and immediately took on the role of an elder sister, telling Yang he could seek her out in the inner sect if he ever needed anything. What they didn't realize was that Guan had deliberately introduced Yang to them to provide them with a strong backer. Since awakening his physique, Yang's cultivation speed had skyrocketed. In just 6 months, he had advanced from the 5th to the 6th level of the foundation establishment stage, an astonishing pace. At this rate, he would likely reach the core formation stage before the Heavenly Rankings tournament. Half a year ago, he had only been at the 3rd level of the chi refining stage. Aside from his rapid cultivation, Yang displayed an exceptional affinity for the myriad forms chi technique as if he had been born to practice body refinement. Even Lubadian came to Third Medicine Valley to speak with Guan, and Guan introduced Yangji to him as well. Inside the room, Lubadian examined Yangji, growing more and more surprised. This blood essence, it's extraordinary. Even though Yangji had concealed his cultivation, his aura alone made it clear that he was no ordinary man. By nightfall, Guan visited the Nianchu cave dwelling, bringing fine wine and delicacies. He sat at a stone table with Tian Yaoer, Tian Qing, and Tian Bai. Slow down, you act like you've never eaten before. Guan laughed as he watched the 3 demons wolf down their food. Still wearing his mask, he lifted his cup and took a sip of wine. Tian Yaoer wiped the grease from her lips and curiously asked, Master, you seem very happy. Guan chuckled. Not bad. I took in a disciple recently. He's got great talent and keeps surprising me. Tian Yaoer smirked. A disciple? Male or female? Male. Why, nothing. I just hope I get a chance to spar with him someday. Guan smiled. Sure. Deep into the night, Nianchu cave dwelling. Tian Yaoer smirked, a sharp glint flashing in her eyes. I won't go easy on him just because he's your disciple. Guan chuckled. That's exactly what I want. If he can't handle even you, he's got a long way to go. Tian Yaoer raised an eyebrow but said nothing more, silently making a mental note to test Yangji's strength one day. Although her natural lifespan far exceeded Yangji's, she was still a demon, which made comparisons unfair. However, in terms of talent, she was certain that Yangji couldn't match her. That being said, the way Guan spoke about his disciple made her curious. Guan wasn't one to exaggerate, and if he said Yangji had potential, then there had to be something truly special about him. The group drank and chatted late into the night, laughter echoing through the cave dwelling. After the spring festival, Guan set out to find a secluded place to break through. Afterward, he planned to visit Anhao. The new year had just passed, and all things in the world were coming back to life. Guan walked through the air, admiring the ocean scenery along the way. Despite the growing rumors of an apocalyptic tidal catastrophe, the sea remained calm, showing no signs of impending disaster. He spread out his divine sense, searching for a suitable place to break through. He had already traveled far from the mainland. His infinite free step had carried him 100 steps forward, and given his current cultivation, each step spanned a distance dozens of times greater than the mainland itself. This alone was enough to show how vast and remote this ocean region was. The spiritual energy here was exceptionally dense, far surpassing that of the mainland. Moreover, the cultivation level of the oceanic demonic beasts was astonishingly high. He even spotted a scattered immortal stage giant whale, half the size of a continent. If it opened its mouth, it could swallow the land of the 3 dynasties in one gulp, an utterly exaggerated sight. Here, the presence of human cultivators became exceedingly rare. The few he could sense were all at the immortal Deo realm. Without reaching the nirvana stage, one was simply unqualified to set foot in these waters. Finally, Guan locked his gaze onto a massive island teeming with countless creatures. It was home to a force of hundreds of thousands of demons, most of whom were demon soldiers training on the plains. The strongest demon among them had reached the scattered immortal stage, 2nd layer. Without alerting anyone, Guan, a heavenly celestial ascension stage, 9th layer cultivator, silently infiltrated the forest. Settling beneath a tree, he activated his lifespan barrier. He didn't rush into his breakthrough immediately. Instead, he spread out his divine sense to scan the surroundings. Within his detection range, he sensed the presence of roving immortals, but fortunately, there were no heavenly celestial ascension cultivators. Heavenly celestial ascension cultivators were rare no matter where they were. Mortal beings had little chance of ever encountering one after all, those at this stage could leave this world entirely. Guan expanded his divine sense to its maximum range, but even then, he did not detect any heavenly celestial ascension cultivators. Only then did he truly relax. Although he couldn't see them on the ocean's surface, if he looked up at the sky, he could see them everyday figures streaking across the heavens like meteors. Guan withdrew his divine sense and summoned his status panel. Name, Guan. Lifespan, 128/16,890,764. Physique, profound saint body. Cultivation, heavenly celestial ascension stage, 9th layer. Can I level up by throwing away 10 million years of lifespan? Advancing from heavenly celestial ascension stage, 8th layer to 9th layer had already cost him 30,000 years of lifespan. To reach an even higher realm, a single failure meant he had to wait at least another 30,000 years before attempting another breakthrough. Fail 100 times? That would cost 3 million years of lifespan. The mere thought of it made him shudder. If he could break through by burning 10 million years of lifespan, he would consider himself lucky. For this reason, he didn't dare waste lifespan on improving his techniques or physique. He decided to brute force his way through with sheer willpower. Taking a deep breath, Guan first invested 1,000,000 years of lifespan to test the waters. You cultivated by absorbing spiritual energy for 50,000 years. You attempted to break through to the free-soaring immortal stage using your mastery of the primal heaven and earth art. You began your tribulation but failed to endure the supreme Deo reincarnation. Profound heavenly tribulation breakthrough failed. You cultivated by absorbing spiritual energy for 100,000 years. You attempted to break through to the free-soaring immortal stage, but once again failed the tribulation. 50,000 years per tribulation attempt. That was brutal. Guan stared at the repeated failure notifications, his heart pounding. 1,000,000 years of lifespan wasted after only 20 failed attempts. If it took 5 million years just to fail 100 times, this was going to be a nightmare. Feeling a surge of anxiety, he clenched his teeth and threw in 5 million years of lifespan. Failure? Failure? Guan couldn't even be bothered to read the notifications carefully. As long as they didn't grow longer, it meant all attempts had failed. In the end, all 5 million years were wasted. He had failed another 100 times. Breaking through to the free-soaring immortal stage was truly impossible. No wonder he had never heard of anyone reaching this realm before. Tales of heavenly celestial ascension cultivators were common, but there were no legends of free-soaring immortals. Bringing up his status panel once more, he saw that he still had 10 million years of lifespan left. That finally calmed his heart a little. 5 million more? He refused to believe he couldn't break through. The failure notifications continued flashing before his eyes. Inside the lifespan barrier, there was no surge of spiritual energy. Above him, the tree leaves rustled in the wind, almost as if they were mocking him. It was as if even the lifespan barrier itself was taunting him. And yet, his second 5 million years were completely wasted again. At this point, he had spent 11 million years of lifespan, failing 220 times. Finally, a breakthrough? Just when he was beginning to despair, he threw in another 500,000 years. Finally, the notifications changed. You cultivated by absorbing spiritual energy for 350,000 years. You attempted to break through to the free-soaring immortal stage, endured the tribulation, and succeeded. Your cultivation advanced to free-soaring immortal stage, 1st layer. You cultivated by absorbing spiritual energy for 410,000 years. Your cultivation advanced to 2nd layer. You cultivated by absorbing spiritual energy for 470,000 years. Your cultivation advanced to 3rd layer. 60,000 years per minor breakthrough? This free-soaring immortal stage was too cruel. Finally, his lifespan barrier began to function properly. Spiritual energy surged toward him, and the land beneath his feet trembled as the entire island's spiritual energy plummeted. Panicked, countless oceanic demonic beasts surfaced. The entire ocean boiled with chaos. The island itself erupted into uproar as demon hordes howled in terror, shaking the heavens. From above the forest, numerous shape-shifted demons soared past, mistaking this disturbance for an invasion. Guan closed his eyes, feeling the changes within his body. He had finally broken into the legendary free-soaring immortal stage. Mastery of the Deo. To advance beyond the heavenly celestial ascension stage, one had to master the 5 elements Deo. Once perfected, one could comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. Everything in existence was governed by invisible, untouchable laws. To become a free-soaring immortal meant breaking free from the constraints of the world, gaining true transcendence. After fully completing his transformation, Guan vanished into a streak of light, reappearing outside a mansion in the dead of night. A plaque above the entrance bore 2 words, G Residence. He had arrived not through teleportation, but through his Deo itself. This was the power of a free-soaring immortal. Guan gazed at the G Residence before him. Through his Dao-infused golden core, he had descended upon a place connected to his karma. That's right, descended, not teleported. Teleportation, no matter how fast, left behind traces in space. Descent, however, was different. It ignored the very fabric of space, breaking free from the rules of the world. He had arrived not as a traveler moving between locations, but as someone who simply existed wherever his Dao reached. It was an utterly otherworldly experience. Guan stepped toward the entrance. This was his birthplace, the place where he had grown up. With one step, he crossed the threshold, now walking through the courtyard. A lamp-carrying elder servant approached from the other side. The flickering light illuminated his wrinkled face, his old eyes filled with exhaustion. The old man walked straight toward Guan, and then he passed right through him. Their bodies overlapped for a brief moment, yet the old servant remained completely unaware of his presence. Guan lowered his gaze, his eyes flickering with realization. This was the true mystery of the free-soaring immortal stage. Mortal beings could neither perceive nor touch him. No wonder there were no legends of free-soaring immortals in the world. For the first time, Guan truly felt invincible. The G residence was the starting point of his life, and he still held deep feelings for it. He had lived well here from a young age, aside from that one time he crashed into a flower bead and nearly had his hand chopped off. Other than that, his days had been peaceful. He had never been bullied by the G family's younger generation. Conflicts between family members occasionally arose, but they never escalated to the point of irreconcilable enmity. After 100 years away, looking at the G residence again, he felt both familiar and estranged. Familiar, because the furnishings and environment had hardly changed. Estranged, because the people were different. The G family had many branches, and the G residence he was in was merely one among thousands. There were G family branches spread across all three dynasties. Before the demonic cataclysm, the G family had taken refuge in the 7-star spirit realm, but only the main family and the upper echelons of each branch had gone. After the catastrophe ended, those who had taken shelter there returned to their respective homelands to continue developing the family. Guan had even seen G family branches over the ocean. However, those branches remained close to the mainland, not daring to venture too far, as the creatures of the sea were powerful, and high-level demonic beasts were all too common. The strongest cultivator in this G residence was at the integration stage. Thinking back, there was a time when an integration stage expert was someone he had to look up to. Suddenly, Guan sensed a faint soul presence, sparking his curiosity. He immediately headed in that direction. Along the way, shadows passed him by, some directly crossing paths with him. He even walked straight through courtyard walls, as if everything around him were mere illusions. He spotted a familiar face, his old guard from back then, the very one who had nearly chopped off his hand. 100 years had passed, and the man's hair had turned white with age. He no longer had that fierce and intimidating demeanor. Instead, he looked kind and gentle. Guan merely glanced at him without any thought of revenge. After all, it had been his own fault for breaking the flower bead back then, and the guard had only been doing his duty. Besides, the gap between their realms was now insurmountable. They weren't even in the same world anymore. Why would he hold a grudge? The G residence was vast, but Guan wandered through it leisurely as if taking a stroll through a garden. An hour later, he arrived at the source of the mysterious soul's presence. The ancestral hall. He passed through the doorway and saw rows of ancestral tablets, each belonging to a past patriarch of the G family. The soul was hidden within the main ancestral tablet. Guan approached and read the name inscribed on it. Ji Zhan. Deep within the tablet, an old man's soul lay curled up, seemingly napping. The soul was concealed within karmic force, not in an ordinary alternate space. No living being could detect its presence through divine sense alone. Ji Zhan turned in his sleep, as if dreaming. He remained unaware that someone was observing him. Guan cast his lifespan perception toward him, but all the readings came back as zero. Not even his cultivation level was displayed. Ji Zhan was intricately connected to the entire G residence through karmic threads, one of which was linked to Ji Xuanyu. Ji Zhan was Ji Xuanyu's ancestral patriarch. Tracing Ji Xuanyu's karmic thread, Guan noticed a strange distortion. Even he couldn't see through that section clearly. Something was wrong with Ji Xuanyu's karma. It felt eerie, as if at some point, he had suddenly become a different person. Upon closer inspection, the anomaly had appeared when Ji Xuanyu was 10 years old. Guan didn't dwell on it. Investigating Ji Xuanyu wasn't his purpose here. Given that Ji Xuanyu possessed an innate Dao sigil, it wasn't surprising for his karma to be unusual. He didn't stay long and soon turned to leave the ancestral hall. Deep within the tablet, Ji Zhan suddenly sat up, scratching his head as he muttered, "Strange, why did I feel uneasy just now? Could it be that the Ji family is facing another calamity?" He sighed, "It's all because of that dim 7-star spirit realm. Sigh, the younger generation these days has no ambition, always relying on others. Too bad I can only watch. Hopefully, she can restore the Ji family to its former glory." With that, Ji Zhan lay back down and continued his slumber. To him, time was meaningless. He was used to immersing himself in dreams, enjoying the endless cycles of his own self-created reincarnation. Dawn at the shore. As the morning sun rose over the horizon, Dan Bei stood on the beach, gazing into the distance with a pale face. During the Battle of Divine Anomaly City, he had been stung by a devouring immortal scorpion from the 7-star spirit realm, and the venom still lingered in his body. A figure emerged from the forest behind him. It was the Taixuan Sect's prodigy, Dan Juxiao. "Master, that Braden Hao is unbelievable." I taught him my divine technique, and he mastered it in a single night. This is just unfair. As he approached, Dan Juxiao ranted, frustration evident in his voice. Just mentioning Anhao's talent made him furious. He had completely conceded defeat. Anhao's talent and comprehension were clearly superior to his own. Dan Bei remained silent, still staring into the distance. Master, what are you looking at? Dan Juxiao asked, unable to hold back his curiosity. Dan Bei finally snapped out of his daze and replied, something is wrong with the spiritual energy over the ocean. I suspect some kind of phenomenon is occurring. It might be related to the rumors of the apocalyptic sea tide. Dan Juxiao frowned. Apocalyptic sea tide? I bet it's just another scheme from the 7-star spirit realm. That giant rift appeared way too conveniently. Dan Bei didn't respond. He found such discussions pointless. At that moment, a radiant multicolored light descended from the sky, landing beside them. Both of them turned to look and saw a mysterious figure shrouded in dark purple demonic energy. Dan Juxiao's eyes widened in shock. The sword sovereign of the righteous path. Dan Bei would never forget how Guan had effortlessly slain 2 roving immortals in that battle. He immediately bowed in respect. After all, Guan had once saved his life. Thank you for taking care of my disciple all these years, Guan said. Just as Dan Bei was about to reply, Guan suddenly appeared right in front of him. Before he could react, Guan reached out with his right hand, placing 2 fingers on Dan Bei's chest. In an instant Dan Bei couldn't move. Master. Dan Juxiao panicked and instinctively tried to rush forward. Don't move. Dan Bei shouted in a commanding tone, even using his spiritual power to hold Dan Juxiao in place. Senior is removing my poison. Dan Bei took a deep breath and muttered, his eyes filled with complex emotions. As Guan's spiritual power entered his body, he suddenly realized how insignificant he was. Compared to this power, even roving immortals were pitifully weak. Was the celestial ascension stage truly this terrifying? Even though Dan Bei himself was at the roving immortal stage, he had no confidence in ever reaching celestial ascension. Though it was just 1 stage above him, he had no idea how to even begin breaking through. Dan Juxiao was overjoyed. His master's poison had long been a thorn in his heart, yet he had been helpless to do anything about it. Now, Anhao's master had easily removed it. A few moments later, Guan withdrew his hand. I'd like to speak with my disciple alone, he said. Without another word, he turned and walked toward the forest. Dan Juxiao quickly bowed and didn't dare to stop him. A meeting between master and disciple. Deep within the island's mountainous region, several hundred miles away from Dan Bei and his disciple, Anhao sat cross-legged on a mountain slope, diligently cultivating. Nascent soul stage, 4th layer. Even now, his progress remained astounding. Standing behind him, Guan silently observed his disciple's current cultivation level, feeling a wave of emotion. At only 94 years old, Anhao had already reached the 4th layer of the nascent soul stage. Surpassing Li Sundao was only a matter of time. He was still the fastest cultivator Guan had ever known. At 128 years old, Guan himself had reached the 9th layer of the free immortal stage, an accomplishment unparalleled in history. Breaking the silence, he said, judging by your progress, you haven't been slacking off. Anhao's eyes snapped open. Seeing his master, his face lit up with joy, and he quickly leaped to his feet, excitement barely contained. Master, why are you here? Guan replied casually, just came to check on you. Hearing that, Anhao became even more elated. He stepped closer, bombarding Guan with eager questions. Gone was his usual composed demeanor standing before his master. He was once again the lively, mischievous youth of old. After chatting for a while, Guan finally got to the main point. How is your practice of the Yangwood primordial art coming along? Anhao's spiritual root talent was unique. It wasn't just a powerful single spiritual root. Rather, each of his elemental roots was at the heavenly spiritual root level. In other words, he could cultivate all 5 elemental arts to their highest potential. For him, practicing the primal heaven and earth art wasn't considered abandoning a previous cultivation method to start over, because both arts originated from the same source. Anhao immediately nodded, excitement in his voice. It's going great? I've already cultivated Yangwood. This type of spirit wood can devour spiritual energy. It's incredibly dominant. He spoke enthusiastically, listing out his achievements, eager to prove himself in front of his master. After all, he rarely got to see Guan, and he didn't want to disappoint him. Once Anhao finished, Guan said calmly, I'll pass down a higher-level cultivation technique to you. Yangwood primordial art is merely the foundation of this technique. Anhao's eyes lit up instantly. He nodded excitedly. This technique must remain a secret, Guan warned. It will easily attract tribulations. Also, once you start cultivating it, your heavenly tribulations will become even fiercer than those of other cultivators. You must be prepared. Anhao suddenly realized something. Heavenly tribulations are influenced by cultivation techniques? No wonder my tribulations always shock everyone. Guan continued, recently, I took on another disciple. Your junior brother is also extraordinarily gifted. His talent rivals yours. As his senior brother, you must set an example. Don't let him surpass you. Junior brother? Anhao frowned, instantly becoming tense. If someone else had said this to him, he would have scoffed, convinced that no one in the world could match his talent. But since it came from Guan, he didn't doubt it for a second. It turned out there really was someone whose talent equaled or even surpassed his own, and this person was younger than him. A sense of urgency immediately filled his heart. Master, what's my junior brother's name? He asked cautiously. Guan simply smiled. One day, you will meet. When the time comes, you'll recognize each other because you both cultivate the same technique. Anhao's mind started racing. Could it be Liya? He thought back to Liya's mastery of the Taixuan frightening god sword. But in the next moment, he dismissed the idea. Liya was older than him, and in his eyes, wasn't even close to being a true genius. At best, he was ordinary. After passing down the primal heaven and earth art to Anhao, Guan didn't linger on the island for long and quickly departed. From the sky, he saw towering waves surging in the distance, originating from the place where he had broken through. The sheer volume of spiritual energy he had absorbed caused the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to sink, inevitably shaking the ocean. Fortunately, there were no human-inhabited continents in that sea region. The creatures capable of surviving there all had cultivation, so even if the islands were submerged, they wouldn't necessarily perish. Besides, the waves were merely sweeping across rather than causing the sea level to rise. Guan only gave it a brief glance and didn't dwell on it. There was no need to burden himself unnecessarily. He carried goodwill in his heart, doing his best to avoid harming innocent beings. However, if his cultivation unavoidably implicated them, then so be it. He would never stop moving forward because of it. Upon returning to Taixuan Sect, Guan first wandered around Xian Valley. Lujujia and the errand disciples had long since grown accustomed to his absence. Although Guan frequently visited Xian Valley, everyone knew that his main focus was in the intersect Medicine Valley, and they understood. Without him around, they actually felt less pressure. After staying for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Guan finally made his way to the third Medicine Valley. Compared to Xian Valley, the third Medicine Valley was much livelier. Stepping down from the teleportation platform, Guan swept his gaze across the area, instantly perceiving the past of every errand disciple in sight. For him, the 100-year lifespan of a mortal was but a fleeting moment. He turned his eyes toward an Xian and peered into her past. Sure enough, he saw his own figure. If he could see the past of mortals, then so could other free-soaring immortals. This made him even more certain of his decision. It was fortunate that he had remained in Taixuan Sect. If he had wandered the world freely, the karma he created would have only grown larger. If one of those hidden free-soaring immortals caught sight of him and found his rate of growth unreasonable, it could spell trouble. Guan walked up to the wooden fence of the garden, lifting his gaze. His vision had far surpassed what it once was, making him all the more aware of the vastness of the heavenly great realm. The name was well deserved. This continent alone was already far larger than Earth from his past life, yet within the entirety of the great realm, it was no more than a speck of dust. As his vision expanded, he saw more and more celestial ascendants moving about. He could even see the world beyond. The starry seas glowed brilliantly, filled with endless wonders. Some starlight rivers surged like great tides, countless stars tumbling within, while some vast nebulas resembled a creation divine tree, standing at the center of the cosmos, guiding all things. Guan's gaze was drawn to the great suns illuminating heaven and earth. Beyond the heavenly great realm, there weren't just one or two suns, there were 7, each incomprehensibly massive, revolving around the realm in some mysterious pattern that ensured the cycle of seasons and day-night balance. With his eyesight, he could tell that each of these 7 suns housed a colossal, enigmatic being. Some were avian, some were beasts, and some even took human form. Each of them exuded an awe-inspiring presence. The sun's surfaces were shrouded by some kind of barrier, preventing Guan from perceiving their true forms or probing them with his lifespan perception. He only took a fleeting glance before withdrawing his gaze. He had no desire to disturb whatever dwelled within them. A free-soaring immortal could easily traverse the heavens and venture into the outer cosmos, but Guan had no such intentions for now. Staying in Taixuan Sect was good enough. He had no urgent enemies to face, no pressing need for adventure. If he truly wished, he could roam the world unseen below the free-soaring immortal realm. None could perceive or interact with him. Guan turned his gaze toward the distant horizon. His vision extended across millions of miles in an instant, sweeping rapidly through vast seascapes. He saw even grander continents, countless conflicts, wars between nations, battles between grand masters of the immortal Dao, and divine beasts revered as gods soaring through the heavens, with mortal beings prostrating before them. Yet there were also places where even his vision could not penetrate, places where, perhaps, free-soaring immortals lurked. Such locations were either far removed from the mortal world or nestled deep within the bustling territories of humans and demons. He even spotted a continent teeming with immortal cultivators, where the lowest realm was Nirvana stage, a sight that left him astonished. Luckily, that continent was unfathomably distant. Even for Nirvana stage cultivators, crossing such distances was nearly impossible. The journey was filled with perilous lands. He had just witnessed a scattered immortal being devoured by a colossal sea beast in an instant. That scattered immortal had been moving at a speed beyond mortal comprehension, yet it mattered not. The sea beast swallowed him whole before he could react. Guan felt as if he were on an expedition, uncovering the world's secrets. It was exhilarating. He couldn't stop. He didn't know how much time had passed when Yu Yingying suddenly appeared beside him, asking, "What are you thinking about? You've been staring off for a long time." Guan withdrew his gaze, turned to her, and smiled lightly. "I was wondering just how vast the Starseed Sect Alliance truly is and how big the world outside must be." Yu Yingying laughed. "If you want to explore the ocean, I can arrange it for you. As for the size of Starseed Sect Alliance, even I don't know. The seas it controls are vast beyond imagination, easily tens of thousands of times larger than this continent. And that's just my rough estimate. Guan nodded slightly. A domain tens of thousands of times larger than the continent? That was certainly vast, but to him, it still wasn't that big. He could see even further beyond. Did the Taixuan Sect Alliance have any free-soaring immortals? Perhaps, but he doubted they resided in the mortal world. Even though Guan could gaze across the world, he had yet to see another free-soaring immortal. It was as if their kind could not perceive one another. Perhaps that was the true meaning of free-soaring? You know, Yu Yingying mused, the Taixuan Sect Alliance's internal trials are coming up soon. I wonder if Xian Tianyi will make a name for himself this time. Guan raised an eyebrow. Are there any entry requirements? Li Ya, Zhang Bukui, and An Hao had all joined Taixuan Sect Alliance. Guan was eager to see if they could carve out a reputation for themselves. There aren't any. Anyone under 1,000 years old can participate. Oh, right, Li Ya from Taixuan Sect will likely enter. That divine anomaly city is a pseudo-supreme immortal treasure. A lot of geniuses will be challenging him. Yu Yingying smirked mischievously, clearly anticipating the chaos. They continued chatting, mostly about the Taixuan Sect Alliance. Though Yu Yingying had no desire to return, she took immense pride in her sect and subtly belittled Taixuan Sect. This only made Guan more eager for Taixuan Sect's future. Who knew? 10,000 years from now, would Taixuan Sect surpass Taixuan Sect Alliance? Though Guan had reached the 9th level of free-soaring immortal, he was only 128 years old. Forget the distant future, he was already eager for tomorrow. Guan and Yu Yingying chatted for a while longer before he moved to another location to continue observing the heavenly great realm. Far to the west, he saw a towering mountain range amidst a vast desert, shrouded in an endless storm of golden sand. Atop the highest peak stood a grand palace, radiating golden light, with a steady stream of monks flying in and out. More importantly, this palace was another place his vision could not penetrate, meaning it likely housed a free-soaring immortal. The world was vast indeed. It seemed that not all celestial ascendants or higher-level beings left the mortal realm. As the days passed, Guan continued to observe the world whenever he had free time. But what intrigued him the most was the north. There lay an unimaginably vast continent, the largest he had ever seen. Yet, despite his enhanced vision, he could only make out its outer edges. The moment his gaze tried to go deeper, it was blocked by an invisible force. A mystical power surrounded this land, something omnipresent, something profound. It had to be fate itself. Even Taixuan Sect had accumulated a similar power, but compared to that northern continent, it was as insignificant as a grain of rice before the sun. Guan speculated that this must be the strongest region in the entire heavenly great realm, though he couldn't confirm it through mere observation alone. The continent was so far from the Three Dynasties' territory that crossing the mountains and seas to reach it would be more difficult than the legendary journey to the west. Thus, the first spring of Guan's free-soaring immortal stage passed. Despite stepping into an entirely new realm of cultivation, he continued living as he always had, wandering between different medicine valleys, visiting the outer sect city to read, sharing drinks with old friends. His life was leisurely and content. In the forest, wearing a blue robe, Yang Ji attacked Guan relentlessly, his movements swift and precise. His punches and kicks carried immense force, but Guan remained stationary, casually countering each strike as if he had all the time in the world. The faster Yang Ji moved, the slower Guan seemed in comparison. Then, with a single kick, Guan sent Yang Ji flying backward. The young disciple crashed into a tree, shaking loose a cascade of leaves. This time, Yang Ji didn't have the strength to get up. He had exhausted all his energy. Yet, rather than feeling frustrated, he looked at his master with eager anticipation. He knew he could never match Guan, but he longed for his evaluation. The path of body cultivation is not so narrow, Guan remarked, his gaze steady. Your fists and feet can serve as weapons, but so can every part of your body. Seeing his disciple's rapid progress, Guan felt a sense of satisfaction. Yang Ji's growth rate was astonishing, even greater than An Hao's back in the day. Perhaps it was the lingering effects of that pill. Regardless, Guan was impressed. He decided on a goal. Reach the nirvana stage within 500 years. Until then, Yang Ji was forbidden from venturing into the outside world for training. At most, he could visit his family. Yang Ji was unaware of the cultivation target his master had set for him. Standing up, he asked, Master, should I focus on cultivating the myriad forms Qi technique or the primal heaven and earth art? And what about the heaven and earth Dao Gang energy you taught me? All of these techniques feel incredibly profound. I can't possibly master them all at once. Take your time, Guan advised. There's no need to rush your breakthroughs. Build a solid foundation first. Yang Ji nodded in agreement. Under Guan's guidance, he lacked nothing. He had pills, resources, and even had no personal expenses. There was truly no reason for him to rush. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly asked, Master, when do you plan to participate in the grand ranking tournament? Ever since his master had defied fate to change his destiny, Yang had firmly believed that his master was the strongest cultivator in the world. Whether it was the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path, the Dao Lord, or even the Seven-Star Spirit Realm and the Taixuan Sect Alliance, none of them could possibly be his master's match. He longed to see his master's name shake the world. If that happened, as his disciple, he would also share in the glory. Guan looked at him with a stern expression and said, Are you cultivating immortality to show off, or to pursue eternal life? If it's just to show off, you can go wander the mortal world right now and become a top-tier martial artist. Yang thought his master was angry and quickly explained, of course, it's for eternal life. Master, I was wrong. I was just listening to the other disciples talk about the ranking tournament and got curious. Guan did not let him off the hook so easily. Taking the opportunity to temper his disciple's character, he said earnestly, let's not even discuss the fact that your physique is currently rejected by the heavens. If people find out about it, you could invite disaster upon yourself. There are many in this world who already know their fate. I am strong, but there will always be someone stronger. No matter how powerful a wandering immortal may be, there will always be those beyond them. If cultivators didn't have to fight for opportunities, then they should at least cherish what they already have. Don't flaunt yourself. Don't look down on the people of this world. Yang was covered in cold sweat, filled with guilt. Recently, he had indeed become somewhat arrogant. Watching the disciples in the valley struggle in the chi refining stage while he had already reached the foundation establishment stage, he couldn't help but feel superior. As your master, I don't expect anything in return, but I also don't want you to become reckless and arrogant. Since you are cultivating the Dao, you should understand that fate is real. If you stray from the right path, the heavens will punish you in the end. I do not want you to become someone who covets vanity and status. Do you understand? Guan continued, his words striking Yang so deeply that his eyes reddened. Yang wasn't moved because of the lecture, but because his master had once again emphasized that he expected nothing in return. This stirred something inside him, making him feel even more undeserving. He knew exactly what was in his heart. Even though he had undergone a transformation, he still had desires, still had a darker side. It was precisely because of these feelings that he felt ashamed. Look at his master, clearly an immortal, yet he never used his strength to bully the weak. He stayed in Taixuan Sect, living among mortals, never acting superior. He should learn from his master and become a true cultivator. Master, Yang opened his mouth to speak, but before he could finish, he was interrupted. Let's go. Time to head back. Guan turned and left, and Yang hurried to follow. As summer waned, Guan rode atop the Blood Prison Great Saint, returning from Horizon Valley. Along the way, the Blood Prison Great Saint cursed 3 monkey demons endlessly, even pleading with Guan to unseal some of his cultivation, at least enough to reach the core formation stage. No rush. This is a good opportunity to temper your temperament. You're too hot-tempered, and your words are too sharp. If you don't learn to control it, you'll invite disaster sooner or later. Guan said casually as he flipped through a peculiar book in his hands. It was something Luo Hun had obtained from Li Sundao. According to Luo Hun, this book was comparable to Adventures of the Green Hero. And indeed, it was. The land of the 3 dynasties had many scholars, and there were always people who wrote better than Xian Tianyi. However, this book wasn't a travelogue, it was about romance and intrigue in the imperial city. Hearing Guan's words, the Blood Prison Great Saint instantly lost his enthusiasm. He knew his own flaws, but whenever he got into an argument, if he didn't beat the other party to a pulp, he wouldn't feel satisfied. Hostile intent detected. Zhou Yu harbors killing intent toward you. Would you like to use lifespan perception on him? Zhou Yu, the former venerable pavilion of Taixuan Sect? Guan frowned. Why was this guy suddenly harboring killing intent toward him? Could it have something to do with Wuju? The Zhou family had already left Taixuan Sect, which had caused quite a stir. Many Taixuan Sect disciples despised them, considering them traitors, especially since they had defected to King Heaven Sect. Today, Taixuan Sect's greatest rival was King Heaven Sect. The disciples believed that if Taixuan Sect wanted to become the top sect in the cultivation world, they had to surpass King Heaven Sect. Guan's divine sense spread across the entire continent, searching for Wuju's presence. He quickly found him. Wuju was deep in the border mountains of the Taixuan Empire, inside a dilapidated monastery, facing off against several cultivators. At that moment, Wuju furrowed his brows tightly, his hands clenched into fists within his sleeves. Zhou Yu, clad in black robes, stood before him with an imposing presence, while the other Zhou family cultivators looked at Wuju with clear disapproval. Wuju, our Zhou family invested so many resources into you. Without us, you wouldn't be where you are today. Do you really intend to be ungrateful? A female cultivator said coldly. The others chimed in as well, their tones carrying veiled threats. Wuju gritted his teeth and retorted, Taixuan Sect has also shown me kindness. If joining the Zhou family means betraying Taixuan Sect, wouldn't that make me just as ungrateful? Zhou Yu spoke slowly, Jewer, while the world may seem peaceful now, more and more oceanic cultivators are arriving. The cultivation world will eventually face a great calamity. From what I know, not even the sect master or the supreme elder know the true identity of the sword sovereign of the righteous path. If the sword sovereign were to leave one day, Taixuan Sect would be wiped out instantly. Wuju responded firmly, impossible. Why would Taixuan Sect be the only one to fall? Is King Heaven Sect absolutely safe? Besides, Taixuan Sect has other grand masters beyond the sword sovereign. I believe Taixuan Sect is stronger than King Heaven Sect. With those words, he had officially severed ties with Zhou Yu, who was now working for King Heaven Sect. Zhou Yu's face darkened immediately. Think carefully. If you betray the Zhou family, you will be our enemy. Out of respect for our master-disciple bond, I will let you go today. But in the future, if we meet, I will kill you to uphold the honor of the Zhou family. Not just you, but everyone connected to you, such as your only brother in Taixuan Sect, Gu An. Not just Guan. All the friends you've made in the sect's main city will die as well. Zhou Yu truly didn't want to let Wu Ju go. His talent was simply too high comparable to An Hao's. King Heaven Sect had no one who could match An Hao. Moreover, Wu Ju had no background and was alone in the world. If he married into the Zhou family, they could ensure their bloodline remained strong. Wu Ju's expression turned grim. He took a deep breath and asked, "How long have you been investigating me?" The moment Zhou Yu mentioned Guan, he panicked. There were still Zhou family spies inside Taixuan Sect. Zhou Yu replied calmly, "From the day you became my disciple, I already knew everything about your connections. It's not too late to change your mind. In the future, you can even bring those you care about into King Heaven Sect." This time, he didn't mention Guan because he couldn't bring Guan over. Boom! A thunderous bolt suddenly struck, too fast for anyone to react. Zhou Yu was instantly obliterated. All the Zhou family cultivators were shocked, their expressions frozen in disbelief. And in the distance, Guan merely sighed. Hopefully, the Zhou family knows their place. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Wu Ju was stunned, his back pressed against the monastery's wall. He quickly steadied himself, his eyes widening as he stared at the charred ground where Zhou Yu had stood just moments ago. Thick smoke rose from the scorched earth. The other Zhou family cultivators were just as dumbfounded. "Master," one of the disciples called out anxiously, but no response came. "This is bad. There's a Taixuan Sect Grandmaster nearby," a female disciple exclaimed before vanishing in an instant. The rest of the Zhou family members also fled without hesitation, completely disregarding Wu Ju. Wu Ju stood frozen in place. After a brief moment of hesitation, he turned and left as well. As he hurried away, a single question echoed in his mind: was Zhou Yu dead or alive? And more importantly, who was behind that lightning strike? There was no way it had been a coincidence. Zhou Yu had been standing in that exact spot, only for a bolt of lightning to strike at that very moment? The odds were too absurd. Meanwhile, Guan still sat atop the blood prison great saint, gazing lazily at the book in his hands. Killing Zhou Yu had only granted him 92 years of lifespan. How utterly dull. Hopefully, the Zhou family knows their place and doesn't keep harboring ill intent toward me. Otherwise, they can't blame me for being ruthless. Though Guan chose to cultivate quietly and keep a low profile, that did not mean he was someone the Zhou family could afford to provoke. Fortunately, in the days that followed, no more members of the Zhou family showed any hostility toward Guan. It wasn't because they feared him after all. To the outside world, he was merely in the core formation stage. No, the real reason was that no one believed a newly advanced core formation cultivator could have wiped out Zhou Yu, who was at the 9th level of the integration stage, without even being present. Whoever had killed Zhou Yu had to be a powerhouse at the profound mind realm, possibly even the grand ascension stage. Clearly, Taixuan Sect was sending them a warning. Inside a vast and resplendent palace, thousands of cultivators gathered. The palace hall was massive, with a central corridor over 100 meters wide. On either side, towering teleportation arrays continuously flashed as cultivators arrived one after another. Amid the crowd, An Hao stood still, glancing around with curiosity. He was utterly fascinated by his surroundings. "I heard that the famous Li Ya from Divine Anomaly City is participating in this entrance examination," one cultivator murmured. "Divine Anomaly City? You mean that immortal Dao Supreme Treasure?" "That's right. Li Ya sure is lucky. I can't imagine how strong he must be now that he wields an immortal Dao Supreme Treasure. Let's just hope he's not allowed to use it during the test. Otherwise, how the hell are we supposed to compete? Huh? If he doesn't use the treasure, then he's just another small-time cultivator from a barbaric land. Not even worth mentioning." Hearing the murmurs around him, An Hao sighed inwardly. The influence of an immortal Dao Supreme Treasure was truly terrifying. Li Ya's name had already spread into the Starseed Sect Alliance, stirring up hostility among the new disciples even before he had arrived. Just as he was thinking about it, a familiar voice rang out. "An Hao, long time no see. This time, it's my turn to win." An Hao turned his head and saw two men approaching him. One of them radiated a faint demonic aura. It was none other than Li Ya and Zhang Buqi. Li Ya carried himself with absolute confidence, his eyes burning with determination as he stared at An Hao. Meanwhile, Zhang Buqi wore a face full of curiosity. Looking at Li Ya, whose face was full of fighting spirit, An Hao remained indifferent. If it were before, he might have looked forward to a duel with Li Ya, but now, the only thing on his mind was that junior brother he had never met. Li Ya possessed a supreme immortal treasure, making him vastly different from before. Naturally, An Hao no longer saw himself as Li Ya's match. However, setting aside the supreme immortal treasure, An Hao truly didn't think Li Ya was qualified to be his opponent. Li Ya assumed An Hao was hesitant to fight and said, "Don't worry. When facing you, I won't use that treasure. But if it's against others, I won't hold back. It'll be the perfect chance to showcase the might of Taixuan Sect." Zhang Buqi, standing beside them, snorted. "I don't mind you using that treasure. In fact, I'd love to test its sharpness myself." An Hao looked at Zhang Buqi. He had encountered him before. Back then, Zhang Buqi and Li Ya were already inseparable, though they hadn't officially introduced themselves. An Hao was quite interested in Zhang Buqi. He could sense the immense vitality within him. In terms of raw strength, Zhang Buqi was undoubtedly stronger than Li Ya. "What's your name?" An Hao stared at Zhang Buqi and asked. "Zhang Buqi," he replied, "Li Ya's sworn brother." Li Ya's mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't deny it. and Hao nodded and said nothing more, turning away. Li Ya grew intrigued. Taking a step forward, he suggested, "We three all hail from Taixuan Sect and joined the Star-Sea Sect Alliance in the same batch. Regardless of wins and losses in the future, how about we support each other?" And Hao nodded, not objecting. In his heart, Taixuan Sect still held a high position. Helping fellow disciples was natural to him. Li Ya and Zhang Bukui stepped forward, standing beside An Hao, and started chatting about their past experiences. At first, An Hao wasn't particularly interested, but as he listened, he gradually found himself drawn in. These two were such battle maniacs. Before long, Zhang Bukui and Li Ya started bickering, shifting blame onto each other. An Hao suddenly felt a bit envious of them. No matter where they went, they had each other's backs. Thinking of his junior sister, An Xin, An Hao let out a sigh. Even he felt that fate was unfair. While Li Ya and the others were making their mark in the Star-Sea Sect Alliance, far away in Taixuan Sect, Guan and his disciples were living their lives as usual, just as they had for the past decade. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Guan had reached the age of 139. That summer, Taixuan Sect was preparing to host the Heavenly Rankings tournament, plunging the sect into an unprecedented level of excitement. In the attic of 3rd Medicine Valley, Guan examined his status panel. His lifespan had recovered to 8 million years. He was quite satisfied. Back when he broke through to the free-soaring immortal stage, just maintaining his lifespan barrier had consumed nearly 1,000,000 years of his lifespan. Gaining 4 million years over the past decade was steady progress. His next goal was to push his lifespan to 100 million years. At that point, he would focus on fully enhancing his attributes before attempting another breakthrough to a higher realm. Though his lifespan was increasing at a rate of 4 million years per decade, making 100 million seem like a distant goal, Guan wasn't in a hurry. He still had an ace up his sleeve: the otherworldly celestial realm. The 7th grade spirit herbs inside the otherworldly celestial realm weren't something that matured within mere decades. Additionally, Guan regularly planted high-grade seeds there every month. What he was currently focused on was collecting immortal Dao spirit trees. Last year, during Daoist Tang Hai's private auction, an immortal Dao spirit tree had appeared. Unfortunately, the price skyrocketed to an astronomical amount, and since Guan had been consistently purchasing high-grade medicinal herbs, he couldn't afford it. The one who won the tree was a powerful Grand Master from the Star-Sea Sect Alliance, a cultivator with a strong background and vast wealth. However, Guan wasn't about to make an enemy over a single tree. An immortal Dao spirit tree wouldn't instantly grant him 1,000,000 years of lifespan. Besides, Taixuan Sect had maintained a good relationship with the Star-Sea Sect Alliance for years. His disciple, An Hao, was also thriving within the Star-Sea Sect Alliance, so there would be future opportunities. With the Heavenly Rankings tournament approaching, Guan saw a perfect chance to accumulate wealth. He was looking forward to the excitement to come. Standing up, he prepared to head to Xian Valley. An old acquaintance had returned. Descending the stairs, Guan called for Yang, then used the Blood Prison Great Saint to teleport to Xian Valley. Over the years, the disciples of Xian Valley had grown familiar with both the Blood Prison Great Saint and Yang, fully aware of their connection to Guan. Instead of heading upstairs, Guan began patrolling the valley's gardens, with Yang and the Blood Prison Great Saint following closely behind. A decade had passed. Now 32 years old, Yang had reached the 2nd level of the core formation stage. At his age, this was an exceptional cultivation speed, making him one of the top prodigies of the era. However, considering that at age 20, Yang had only been at the 3rd level of the qi refining stage, his potential was even more staggering. Yang continued to conceal his cultivation, appearing as if he was only at the 7th level of qi refining. Having cultivated myriad forms qi technique and primal heaven and earth art, his vital energy was incredibly powerful. Guan estimated that even nascent soul cultivators wouldn't be able to withstand his sheer physical strength. Under Guan's guidance, Yang had become more composed, neither arrogant nor impatient, exuding the demeanor of a true senior disciple. "I heard that the Dao Lord of King Heaven Sect has arrived," Yang casually remarked while chatting with the Blood Prison Great Saint about the Heavenly Rankings tournament. The Blood Prison Great Saint was also quite interested. The two discussed others but never mentioned their own cultivation levels, a habit instilled in them by Guan over the years. After a while, a figure streaked across the sky. It was Li Ya. Yang turned his head, a look of curiosity flashing in his eyes. What a powerful aura. Li Ya rode his sword like an immortal descending from the heavens. Sheathing his sword, he quickly approached the edge of the garden and greeted Guan. Guan smiled. "Senior brother Li, what brings you here?" "Wait a moment." Li Ya nodded but couldn't help glancing at Yang. Though Yang's cultivation level seemed low, his presence was extraordinary. Who is this person to junior brother Gu? Li Ya wondered. After handing over some medicinal herbs to a miscellaneous disciple, Guan led Yang toward Li Ya. Introducing Yang, Guan had him greet Li Ya. "Yang greets senior uncle," Yang said, cupping his fists with a composed demeanor. Though Li Ya's aura was formidable, it was nowhere near Guan's. If Guan hadn't concealed his cultivation, there was no way they could be considered fellow disciples. Hearing this, Li Ya asked curiously, "Are you the Yang from Romance of the Gods?" Yang nodded. "I've loved Romance of the Gods since I was a child. After joining the sect, I changed my name to reflect my aspirations." Li Ya chuckled and pulled out a treasured sword from his storage pouch, handing it to Yang. Yang glanced at Guan. Seeing his master nod in approval, he accepted the gift. Liya then pulled Guan toward the attic, signaling Yang to follow, something that made Liya hesitate for a moment. Yang is my true disciple, Guan explained with a smile. I'm teaching him everything I know. Let him come along, he should broaden his horizons. Liya took another look at Yang. I see, in the future, if he runs into trouble while traveling, he can always come to me. Yang quickly thanked him. Guan chuckled to himself. Liya had guessed his intent, but got it completely wrong. I'm not helping Yang find a backer. I'm helping Liya find one. After heading upstairs, Liya began recounting his experiences in the Taixuan Sect Alliance. He had now become a true legacy disciple, though among the true legacy disciples, his cultivation level was the lowest, his main reliance being Divine Anomaly City. Though Yang had joined Taixuan Sect late, he had still heard of Divine Anomaly City. To think that the Taixuan Sect disciple who had seized Divine Anomaly City decades ago was none other than his senior uncle? He suddenly had a suspicion. Did his master secretly help Liya win Divine Anomaly City? By the way, I heard that the Taixuan Sect Alliance has internal ranking assessments. Did you participate? Guan suddenly asked. Liya's expression immediately stiffened. I did. My ranking was decent. I made it into the top 100. I became a true legacy disciple through my own strength. Guan clearly didn't believe him. Over the years, Liya had relied heavily on the power of Divine Anomaly City. I heard and Hao also participated. How did he rank? Guan pressed further. Liya's face became even more awkward. Yang's eyes lit up as he asked, Master, are you talking about An Hao, the #1 genius of Taixuan Sect? Guan nodded. That's right, it's him. Yang fell into deep thought. Liya hesitated before vaguely responding. His ranking was good too. Without using Divine Anomaly City, I really couldn't match him. Guan raised an eyebrow. Oh, you two fought again. Liya was stifled. Guan is doing this on purpose, right? Trying to embarrass me in front of a junior? He had indeed fought An Hao. He had relied on Divine Anomaly City to suppress many Grand Masters. But when he faced An Hao, he had chosen not to use it, wanting a fair fight, and ended up suffering a crushing defeat. That battle had become well known within the Taixuan Sect Alliance, with An Hao stepping over his name to rise in fame. It was a bitter memory for Liya. Though frustrated, he didn't regret it. An Hao had always been his target, and he wanted to know just how far apart their strength truly was. Guan, however, was quite pleased. So my disciple beat Liya? That feels oddly satisfying. No, this mentality is dangerous. Quickly changing the subject, Guan shifted the conversation to the Heavenly Rankings tournament. Liya explained that he had returned because Taixuan Sect had summoned him back. The sect needed the power of Divine Anomaly City to deal with powerful overseas cultivators. Since this was Taixuan Sect's first time hosting the Heavenly Rankings tournament, Liu Baidian wanted to ensure their sect retained the #1 position even if the opponents were cultivators from the Holy Lands or overseas Grand Masters. Guan chuckled. Liu Baidian really has no shame. Still, he couldn't blame him. After all, in cultivation battles, magical treasures were part of a cultivator's strength. Besides, who didn't rely on powerful artifacts? Well, aside from Guan himself. Senior Brother Li, what do you think of my disciple? Guan suddenly asked. In 500 years, I'll have him compete in the Great Rankings tournament. Maybe by then, you'll be facing him. Liya glanced at Yang. His cultivation is a bit low. If he wants to fight for the #1 spot in the world, he'll need some serious fortune. Yang remained silent, standing obediently by Guan's side. Guan laughed. I don't know about that, but I have a feeling that my disciple is blessed with great fortune. One day, his name will shake the world. He sighed. Though I don't know if I'll live to see that day. I still hope that when the time comes, you two will support each other. The path of cultivation is difficult. Relying on oneself alone is not enough. Hearing this, Liya felt a pang of sorrow. He knew that Guan's talent was limited, and he couldn't pursue longevity like himself. Liya spoke seriously. Don't worry. Your disciple is my disciple. As long as I live, I will protect him with my life. If anyone wants to harm him, they'll have to step over my dead body first. Yang looked at Liya, a change appearing in his gaze. Liya had returned once again, bringing Guan plenty of gifts: cultivation herbs, exotic magical artifacts from overseas. Just as Guan was about to exchange pleasantries, Liya couldn't be bothered with the formalities and simply leaped out the window, leaving Guan in silent contemplation. Yang sighed in admiration. This senior martial uncle was quite the character. Though Liya seemed unreliable, his actions and words left a good impression on Yang, especially since Liya had previously vowed to protect him with his life. Just for that, Yang fully accepted him as his martial uncle. After spending some time in Xian Valley, Guan took Yang and the Blood Prison Great Saint to the outer sect city. With the Heavenly Rankings tournament approaching, cultivators frequently streaked across the sky, not just from Taixuan Sect but also from across the land and seas. Regardless of the tournament's outcome, Taixuan Sect was bound to make an enormous profit this time. Guan was quite curious about how much of the earnings would be allocated to the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path. Days passed. 5 days later, the weather remained scorching hot, yet the outer sect city was packed inside and out due to the imminent tournament. At the southern gate, an uncountable number of cultivators had gathered, forming a vast sea of people. The scene was grand beyond words. Following their gazes upward, a massive battle platform hovered in the sky, encircled by 72 enormous banners. It spanned over 100 miles in diameter, with a faint golden glow emanating from its base, forming a radiant golden stage that seemed to blot out the sky. This was the Luotian Pagoda Battle Formation, purchased by Taixuan Sect from the Taixuan Sect Alliance at an exorbitant cost. Specifically designed for high-level cultivator duels, it consumed an astronomical amount of spiritual energy to maintain. It was rumored that Taixuan Sect had already begun channeling the sect's underground spiritual veins to sustain it. Every city and medicine valley under Taixuan Sect had formation arrays projecting a live feed of the Luotian Pagoda Battle Formation. These transmission arrays weren't particularly valuable, so even Xian Valley had been outfitted with one, allowing all its disciples to watch the battles. 3rd Medicine Valley. In the Pavilion District, over 900 disciples had gathered. Some sat cross-legged on the ground, others on benches, all gazing at the sky screen projection, eagerly waiting for the tournament to begin. Though the duels had yet to start, excitement already buzzed among the disciples. Guan sat at a stone table, leisurely enjoying some refreshments. Yang, an Xin, Xiaochuan, and Yu Yingying sat at the same table, engaged in a lively discussion about the tournament. They mentioned many renowned cultivators, especially the powerful Oceanic Grandmasters who had made a name for themselves in the Three Dynasties region over the past decade. Their presence had added an element of unpredictability to the tournament's outcome. These oceanic cultivators had temporarily taken residence in the region, leaving behind numerous opportunities and propelling the cultivation world forward. Many had also earned widespread admiration. Yu Yingying brought up a particular Oceanic Grandmaster Immortal Lord in yellow robes. He claimed to be the reincarnation of an immortal, possessing extraordinary divine abilities. The Taixuan Sect Alliance had tried recruiting him, but he refused. His movements were elusive, rarely seen. What made him truly admirable was that he preferred mentoring those with mediocre talent. She believed Immortal Lord in yellow robes had the best chance of seizing the #1 spot in the tournament. Xiaochuan couldn't help but grumble. What are these Oceanic Grandmasters even doing here? Isn't this just bullying? Yu Yingying replied, the Three Dynasties may be weak, but the 7-star spirit realm isn't. Once its cultivators participate, they'll naturally draw in other Grandmasters looking to make a name for themselves. Of course, there might be other hidden agendas at play. This tournament is far from ordinary. Too many powerful cultivators have arrived. An Xin nodded. I heard there are 500 registered participants, with half coming from overseas. The cultivators from the Three Dynasties only make up a third. Aside from Li Ya, the weakest competitor is at the Profound Mind realm. Many cultivators backed out upon seeing the registration list, which led to this situation. Yang remained silent, gazing at the sky screen projection, his eyes full of longing. The title of #1 in the world, how captivating it was. Guan didn't join their discussion. He understood the tournament's level far better than they did. Currently, there were 5 scattered immortals within Taixuan Sect, 17 Nirvana stage cultivators, and over 100 Grand Ascension cultivators. If nothing unexpected happened, the sects of the Three Dynasties region wouldn't even make it into the top 20, let alone win the tournament. Their only hope was Li Ya, who controlled Divine Anomaly City. Moreover, Guan sensed the presence of a roving immortal lurking in the mountains outside Taixuan Sect. Their purpose remained unclear. This tournament was no longer just about the strength of the Three Dynasties cultivation world. Guan, however, remained unfazed. If Taixuan Sect faced the threat of annihilation, he would intervene. If not, then even if the sect lost, he wouldn't step in. If they weren't strong enough, they had to accept it. At midday, the Luotian Pagoda Battle Formation finally activated. The 72 banners trembled, radiating golden light that quickly coalesced into a towering palace, vast and translucent, allowing everyone outside to see the battles within. Today, the first Heavenly Rankings tournament of Taixuan Sect shall commence. A powerful voice resonated across the entire sect. I am Lu Badian, Sect Master of Taixuan Sect, and I hereby announce the tournament rules. Only victory matters, but no fatal injuries are allowed. Lu Badian's voice carried through the sect via the formation screens, silencing the crowd. Guan turned to an Xin. Get some more refreshments. An Xin quickly left to comply. After Lu Badian finished explaining the rules, he was about to announce the first match. The first battle will be between King Heaven sects. Before he could finish, an overwhelming aura descended upon Taixuan Sect, cutting him off. Hold it. An ancient voice resounded through the heavens, shaking countless cultivators to their core. Someone was intervening in the tournament? Even Yang and the others beside Guan tensed up. Before the tournament begins, may I challenge the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path? I am the Lord of Blue Fall Island Deist Biluakang. You may call me Biluakang Genren. His words sent shockwaves through Taixuan Sect. Someone dared to challenge the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path? Yu Yingying frowned. Biluakang Genren? Why is he interfering? Has he pledged allegiance to someone? Xiaochuan quickly asked, what's his cultivation level? Is he also an immortal? Yu Yingying nodded. Yes, but I don't know his exact level. He's far beyond someone like me. I've only heard rumors. At that moment, a figure appeared within the Luotian Pagoda Battle Formation. Countless cultivators looked up, watching his image projected across the sect. He wore a blue robe, his posture tall and dignified. In his hand was a long staff, while his white hair was neatly bound beneath a jade crown. His face was old yet imposing. At the tip of his staff, blue flames blazed, coiling like dragons and serpents, exuding an aura of mystery. Biluakang Genren? A profound pressure blanketed the sect, filling all who gazed upon him with instinctive reverence, as if they were mortals gazing at the boundless heavens. On heavenly mending platform, the high-ranking members of Taixuan Sect gathered Liu Beidian, Ji Hantian, Ancestor Xian Quan, and others. Zhou Yujian stood beside the heaven-splitting axe, his gaze sharp and hostile toward Biluokang Genren. This sudden challenge reeked of ill intent. Yet Zhou Yujian wasn't worried. In fact, he was excited. It had been far too long since the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path had fought. Would the legend finally reappear? Though the legend of the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path endured, many overseas cultivators remained unaware of his true strength. Liu Beidian narrowed his eyes as he gazed at the Luotian Pagoda battle formation, his expression cold. As expected, someone has come to stir up trouble. The real question is who sent him. If the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path refused to fight or lost, Taixuan Sect's control over the tournament would be greatly weakened, perhaps even leading to its complete collapse. The sect would then be in mortal danger. Ancient Grand Master Gu Zong glanced at Liu Beidian and murmured, "Sect Master, this person's name does not appear in the registration records." Liu Beidian nodded. He remained composed as he said, "Then let's watch and see." It's about time the overseas cultivators witnessed his power. The other high-ranking members of Taixuan Sect also showed expressions of anticipation. For the disciples of Taixuan Sect, the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path was an unrivaled existence, a legendary figure who had personally shaped the sect's reputation. To the sect elders, however, he was much more than that. He was the strongest cultivator they had ever witnessed. Suppressing internal sect uprisings, slaying demon ancestors, executing immortals, eradicating cursed demons, these were not just stories but feats they had seen with their own eyes. Third Medicine Valley. Even without looking at the expressions of the disciples around him, Guan already knew he had no choice but to step forward. He let out a soft sigh. "It's been a while since I've drawn my sword." Leaning back against the stone table, Guan swirled the wine in his cup, a faint smile playing at his lips. Yang Ji had been watching his master closely. Noticing Guan's subtle change in demeanor, he felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be? Was his master truly the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path? For years, Yang Ji had speculated about this. After all, no sect should be capable of hiding two figures so terrifyingly powerful. His thoughts were interrupted by Biluokang Genren's voice, which once again echoed across the sect. "Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path, are you afraid to show yourself? Or do you simply look down upon me, a mere cultivator from a remote island?" His mocking tone ignited outrage within the sect's disciples. Any reverence they had felt toward his powerful aura was now overshadowed by anger. They wanted their champion to respond. They wanted their hero to teach this arrogant outsider a lesson. The sky darkens. Rumble. Dark clouds suddenly swirled overhead, the bright sky turning black in an instant. The once serene sea of clouds above Taixuan Sect began to churn violently. Countless cultivators looked up in shock. Inside the Luotian Pagoda battle formation, Biluokang Genren also raised his gaze, his expression darkening. He let out a cold snort. With a flick of his wrist, his long staff trembled, unleashing an overwhelming force of law energy. Two enormous azure dragons coiled into existence within the battle formation, their bodies stretching for over 100 miles. The sheer size of the dragons stole the breath of every cultivator watching. Slowly, the two dragons raised their heads and let out deafening roars that reverberated through the heavens. It is said that the Sword Sovereign's swordsmanship reigns supreme over the world. "Let's see if it can break my formation today." Biluokang Genren's voice boomed once more. With a wave of his sleeve, dozens of magical artifacts shot forth, embedding themselves between the two dragons. Wind and fire erupted around them, coiling along their bodies. The dragons expanded even further, their massive heads piercing through the top of the battle formation, extending toward the sky. Because the Luotian Pagoda battle formation had yet to fully close, Biluokang Genren's power could still spill out beyond its boundaries. The stars descend. And then, the thunderous storm clouds suddenly parted. A vast, endless starry sky appeared above, revealing brilliant constellations that shone through the darkness. In that instant, every living being, whether on the ground, in the sky, or even within the deepest mountains, found their eyes involuntarily reflecting the stars above. The moment the celestial star-suppressing infinite sword was unleashed, a vast celestial spectacle unfolded across the sky, dominating the vision of every cultivator within Taixuan Sect. Previously, when the demon ancestor attacked the northern frontier, this sword formation had appeared before, but only frontline cultivators had witnessed it. Now, however, 90% of Taixuan Sect's disciples were seeing it for the first time, and without exception, they were all left in utter shock. Especially the disciples who had only joined in the past few decades, they were completely dumbfounded. A sword formation that could change the very color of the heavens. Just how many years of cultivation did it take to reach such a level? Inside the heavenly Buddha battle formation, Bai Luo Genren found himself locked in place by the sword intent of the celestial star-suppressing infinite sword. He bore the greatest pressure of all. The instant the boundless starry sea manifested, he felt his spiritual power freeze within his body. The sheer suppressive force made his heart pound uncontrollably. His expression turned grim, a hint of regret surfacing in his heart. He had assumed that the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path was merely at the roving immortal stage. After all, the Sword Sovereign had only ever slain scattered immortals before. Even if he wasn't a match for him, he should have at least been able to gauge his true strength. But now, as he faced the Sword Sovereign's sword intent, a distant memory surged within him, the same feeling of insignificance he had experienced 10,000 years ago. The gap between them was immense, at least an entire major realm. If he was a roving immortal, then the Sword Sovereign must be heaven and earth. Bai Luo Genren gritted his teeth and murmured. This time, he didn't attempt to call upon heaven and earth. He knew there was no escape. His only option was to grit his teeth and fight. For a brief moment, Taixuan Sect fell into stunned silence. Then, an earth-shattering roar erupted across the sect. Countless disciples cheered with their fists raised high, while the high-ranking cultivators atop the heavenly mending platform were equally thrilled. Beside the heaven-splitting axe, Zhou Yujian even dropped to his knees, bowing in reverence. Inside the Third Medicine Valley, over 900 disciples erupted in excitement, chanting the Sword Sovereign's name. For the first time, Yu Yingying witnessed the Sword Sovereign in action. Her mouth hung open in astonishment, her face filled with disbelief. Yang, too, was utterly shaken. What kind of sword formation is this? This is insane. He couldn't help but glance at Guan, only to find his master wearing the same expression of shock. So, the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path isn't master? That made sense after all. He hadn't sensed any spiritual power leaking from his master. Just as he was pondering, Guan's voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Watch closely. See how much you can comprehend. Yang's eyes widened, and he inhaled sharply. Master, is the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path. But this sword formation. How did he do it? He didn't even move. Yang had thought he already had a firm grasp of cultivation after reaching the core formation stage, but today, his master's techniques completely shattered his understanding. The celestial star-suppressing infinite sword hovered high above, far from Third Medicine Valley. No one would have imagined that the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path was hiding here. Even Yang had believed that the Sword Sovereign resided in the vast star sea, gazing down upon the countless living beings below. At that moment, the stars within the vast star sea began to radiate light. One by one, countless stars plummeted from the heavens. More and more stars fell, densely packed together, carrying the terrifying aura of a collapsing sky. The world fell completely silent. The entire realm gazed up in awe-stricken silence, as if witnessing a divine miracle. Countless falling stars radiated sword energy, causing the forests across mountains and lands to shake violently, while dust and debris swept into the distance. Inside the inner sect city, Li Ya stood within a courtyard, staring at the celestial star-suppressing infinite sword in the sky, his heart filled with shock. Was the Taixuan frightening god sword truly this powerful? He turned to look at the divine anomaly spirit perched on his shoulder and asked, "Can the power of divine anomaly city withstand this sword?" "Withstand? Damn it, I nearly got killed by him before, and you're asking me that?" The divine anomaly spirit felt the overwhelming sword intent in the sky and immediately confirmed that the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path was indeed his former master. It replied in its usual childlike voice, "I don't know." Its innocent tone was completely at odds with its internal panic. Li Ya didn't dwell on it and continued watching the celestial light screen, eager to see if Biluo Genren could withstand the Sword Sovereign's strike. The celestial sword descends. Faced with the endless barrage of star-forged sword energy, Biluo Genren roared in fury, raising his staff high. Vast surges of mana poured into two azure dragons, their bodies entwined with blazing flames and fierce winds as they soared skyward to meet the oncoming sword rain. A deafening dragon's roar shook the heavens. Countless cultivators held their breath. The endless sword energy clashed with the two massive azure dragons high in the sky. The massive dragons, like towering mountain ridges, were immediately halted in place. Starting from the dragon heads, the terrifying sword energy ripped through their bodies, shattering them piece by piece into howling azure winds, sweeping across the entire realm. In the blink of an eye, both azure dragons were annihilated by the falling star swords, an unstoppable force. Biluo Genren was bathed in sword light, his eyes widening in sheer terror. As the endless cascade of sword energy descended into the Luotian Pagoda battle formation, a blinding celestial sword light erupted, dimming the entire world. Countless beings shut their eyes, unable to withstand the radiance. Nothing could be seen. The only sound was the howling wind. A few moments later, some cultivators managed to reopen their eyes. More and more people looked toward the celestial light screen, and when they finally saw the battlefield, their hearts pounded violently. The Luotian Pagoda battle formation was still standing, but the golden light at its base flickered chaotically, on the verge of collapse. Within the battlefield, Biluo Genren was half kneeling, still holding his staff in a defensive stance. However, the staff in his hands was only half intact, blackened, and smoldering. His entire body was covered in blood, his hair disheveled, his figure battered and broken. He trembled uncontrollably, his bloodshot eyes filled with utter disbelief and terror. Above, the star-filled sky slowly faded, signaling the end of the battle. An overwhelming sense of fear and regret surged through Biluo Genren's heart. Luckily, he had challenged the Sword Sovereign before the tournament officially began. Otherwise, if this had been a true battle, he would have died. He couldn't even withstand a single strike from the Sword Sovereign. Clenching his teeth, Biluo Genren struggled to stand, then turned and fled at full speed, escaping from the Luotian Pagoda battle formation, disappearing into the far horizon. When he arrived, he was arrogant and boastful. When he left, he was silent and broken. The world erupts in cheers. A thunderous wave of cheers erupted across the realm. Unbelievable. So this is the power of the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path. That Biluo Genren was so arrogant before, yet he lost so miserably. If not for the rules set by the sect master, I think he would have been completely annihilated. Obviously, when the sword sovereign makes a move, how many can survive? I heard that even the vice sect master survived his attack. Could it be that the vice sect master is also an immortal? The disciples of Taixuan Sect ridiculed Biluo Genren, while praising the sword sovereign's power. Even cultivators from other sects were thrilled, though the grand masters preparing for the tournament were now filled with anxious dread. After witnessing this one strike, no one dared act recklessly. Just that single sword intent was enough to make them lose all desire to fight. The morale of Taixuan Sect soared. The entire sect celebrated as if it were the new year, the air filled with excitement and jubilation. As the sword intent illusion finally faded from the sky, the Luotian Pagoda battle formation fully restored itself. The first official battle begins? The first battle of the Heavenly Rankings tournament, Zhou Ziyu of King Heaven Sect versus Gu Xian of Taixuan Sect. Lu Batian's voice echoed once more, this time brimming with dominance, as if he himself were the sword sovereign. As his voice fell, Zhou Ziyu and Gu Xian both flew into the battlefield. Zhou Ziyu's expression was complicated, while Gu Xian stood confident and full of spirit. Before the fight began, the two exchanged a few words, with Gu Xian smirking, mocking Zhou family's foolish decision. Inside Third Medicine Valley, Guan stood up and said, "You all keep watching. I need to grab something from my room." An Xian and Xiaochuan nodded, while Yu Yingying was still entranced by the sword sovereign's might. Yang watched Guan's departing figure, a thought surfacing in his mind. He couldn't care less about Biluo Genren's fate. His mind was replaying the celestial star-suppressing infinite sword. He had always thought that wielding a sword required an actual blade. But just now, his master had summoned a sword formation purely through his will without even lifting a hand? Unbelievable? A surge of fiery ambition filled Yang's heart. One day, I will create a divine ability like that too? Biluo Genren's escape. Covered in blood, Biluo Genren flew away from the continent at full speed. His mind was in complete turmoil, terrified that the sword sovereign of the righteous path would pursue and kill him. At the same time, his eyes burned with rage. Damn the 7-star spirit realm! Their intelligence was so inaccurate? No wonder they sent me. They were using me as cannon fodder. How despicable! Biluo Genren gritted his teeth, seething with hatred toward the 7-star spirit realm. Pulling out a medicinal pill, he quickly swallowed it, accelerating his flight. However, just as he flew past a remote island, a hand suddenly pressed down on his shoulder. His face turned pale, unable to react in time. A force of unimaginable power instantly crushed down on his body, causing his flesh and bones to plummet toward the island below. Boom! The forest in the depths of the island exploded in a cloud of dust, shaking the entire land mass, while waves surged across the surrounding ocean. As the dust settled, trees lay toppled and a massive crater emerged in the earth. Bathed in sunlight, Biluo Genren knelt in the center of the crater, his shoulder pinned down by a dark purple demonic hand. With trembling eyes, he turned his gaze behind him, and what he saw horrified him. Standing there, shrouded in a dark aura, was none other than Guan, his body radiating the fearsome presence of the 9 extremes yin-yang body. Biluo Genren was overwhelmed with terror. He struggled, but to his absolute despair, he found himself unable to move, unable to even release his soul from his body. At this moment, he was as powerless as a mere mortal, completely incapable of resistance. His terror reached its peak, and a deep despair settled over his heart. Sword Sovereign, I. His voice trembled, but before he could finish his sentence, a terrifying divine sense surged into his mind, obliterating his consciousness. The execution of Biluo Genren. The ocean winds howled, sweeping away the remaining dust, causing Biluo Genren's tattered robes to flutter in the air. Guan raised his hand, casting the soul-searching technique. Within moments, he had scoured through Biluo Genren's memories. Then, without hesitation, his right palm ignited with the 3 pure true flame, swiftly engulfing Biluo Genren's body. Even if Biluo Genren had only been acting under orders, he had dared to challenge him. That alone meant he had to die, because if Guan had not been strong enough today, it would have been him who perished instead. In my past life, there was an old saying, being merciful to your enemies is being cruel to yourself. Guan reached out and retrieved Biluo Genren's storage ring, his mind already turning toward the 7-star spirit realm, unveiling the truth behind the 7-star spirit realm's plot. Through Biluo Genren's memories, Guan discovered that the one who ordered him to challenge the Sword Sovereign was indeed the 7-star spirit realm. However, Biluo Genren had never seen their true form. Instead, he had only interacted with a ghostly figure that had come to negotiate with him. The ghostly entity had promised Biluo Genren that if he agreed to the mission, he would be granted an opportunity to hear a great Dao sermon from the 7-star spirit realm. Unfortunately, Biluo Genren's memories didn't specify what kind of Dao sermon it was. But judging from the excitement and greed on Biluo Genren's face in the memory, it was undoubtedly something incredibly rare and valuable. Could it be the Dao sermon of a celestial ascension realm cultivator? Does the 7-star spirit realm have a free-soaring immortal in their ranks? Guan fell into deep contemplation. Regardless, after today's events, the 7-star spirit realm had now completely set their sights on the Sword Sovereign of the righteous path. He had to find a way to test their true strength. If they didn't have a free-soaring immortal, then they would be eradicated. A cold killing intent surged through Guan's heart. If the 7-star spirit realm wasn't eliminated, he would never have peace of mind. Third Medicine Valley, the Heavenly Rankings tournament continues. After returning downstairs, Guan sat back at the stone table, watching the intense battles of the Heavenly Rankings tournament alongside his disciples. Defeating Biluo Genren had earned him over 70 years of lifespan, a decent gain. Biluo Genren had lived for over 70,000 years, yet he had been stuck in the same minor realm for over 10,000 years. He had spent those years desperately searching for an immortal opportunity, which was precisely why the 7-star spirit realm had lured him into taking action. Guan felt no sympathy for Biluo Genren. Everyone must take responsibility for their own choices. Now, what he was contemplating was how to deal with the 7-star spirit realm. If they hadn't plotted against him, he might have left them alone. After all, delaying time worked in his favor. The tournament heats up. The first battle of the Heavenly Rankings tournament was still ongoing. Among cultivators of the same realm, determining a victor was difficult. Gu Xian and Zhou Ziyou were both at the profound mind realm, and it was obvious that they held deep grudges against each other. Both were fighting with everything they had, providing an exhilarating spectacle for the spectators. It's said that the Zhou family has completely withdrawn their disciples from Taixuan Sect, while the Gu family has done the opposite, fully supporting it. This battle isn't just about strength, it's a battle of pride. With the sword sovereign of the righteous path here, how could the Zhou family be so short-sighted? Who knows what kind of lies King Heaven Sect fed them? It's rumored that the sword sovereign of the righteous path has never taken action against other sects. Perhaps some sects are still delusional, thinking they have a chance to win him over. If battles between profound mind realm cultivators are already this intense, I can't imagine what a grand ascension battle would look like. Throughout Taixuan Sect, cultivators engaged in heated discussions about the Heavenly Rankings tournament, while the ongoing conflict between the Zhou family and Taixuan Sect spread across major cities. Seated beside Guan, an Xian and Xiao Chuan were actively discussing the matter, while Yu Yingying, a disciple from the Star Sea Sect Alliance, mocked the Zhou family's foolishness. They actually believed King Heaven Sect's lies. From her perspective, the only reason the sword sovereign of the righteous path remained in Taixuan Sect was personal preference. Even if the entire 3 dynasties pooled all their resources together, they wouldn't be able to tempt him. Meanwhile, Yang pondered the question. What exactly did Taixuan Sect possess that made his master stay? First battle, Gu Xian's victory. With Gu Xian's victory, the first battle came to an end. As the host sect, Taixuan Sect had dominated the spotlight. Even the overseas cultivators had begun to re-evaluate their perception of the sect. Though Taixuan Sect's foundation was still weak, its momentum and fortune had become an unstoppable force. Second battle, the overseas cultivators. The second battle was a duel between overseas cultivators. Guan suspected Liu Baitian had manipulated the match UPS, but it didn't matter. Since the tournament followed a knockout format, losing meant elimination. For those competing for first place, the only thing that mattered was the final victory. Even if some cultivators had complaints about the rankings, they wouldn't dare lose face in front of the entire world. This match was a grand ascension battle. The combatants unleashed earth-shattering divine abilities, causing the lower layers of the Luotian Pagoda battle formation to radiate golden light. The grand ascension battle lasted nearly 2 hours before a winner emerged. Yet, the spectators remained captivated, their excitement unshaken. Third day, Yelan and Zhen Qin joined Guan. On the third day, Yelan and Zhen Qin came looking for Guan to watch the battles together. They had specifically come because Li Ya was scheduled to fight today, and they wanted to witness his divine abilities firsthand. Sitting beside Guan, Yelan reminisced about their early days in Xian Valley. Looking back, neither she nor Zhen Qin ever imagined they would reach this point. Once, they had believed that reaching the Foundation Establishment realm would have been a great success in this lifetime. But now, through a combination of luck and opportunity, they had both reached the transformation stage. By age alone, they would be considered once-in-a-century prodigies. But deep down, they knew they weren't true geniuses. Thus, their humility remained intact, and they still held deep reverence for the path of cultivation. Guan, too, became lost in his own memories. Helping the people around him live better lives gave him a sense of fulfillment. Cultivation should not be about severing emotions. At least, that's what I believe. Li Ya's battle begins. As noon approached, it was finally Li Ya's turn to fight. When Gu Zong called out Li Ya's name, the entire Taixuan Sect erupted into thunderous cheers. Divine Anomaly City had long since become legendary. Although Li Ya's talent might not match in-house, his supreme immortal treasure ensured that no one dared underestimate him. Clearly, Li Ya had returned to help Taixuan Sect fight for first place. The disciples' excitement was uncontrollable. Listening to the cheers from all directions, Guan smiled. A century ago, before Li Ya left Xian Valley, he had boasted that he would one day become famous across the world. Now, he had achieved his dream. I hope that 1,000 years from now, you will stand even higher, with even more people chanting your name. Li Ya vs. The Deist Elder. Inside the Luotian Pagoda battle formation, Li Ya stood tall, with a small, pitch-black spirit creature perched on his shoulder. The divine anomaly spirit bared its teeth and waved its claws at his opponent, a Deist Elder at the 3rd level of the Nirvana stage. The Elder's expression was grim. Damn Taixuan Sect! If he won, it wouldn't be honorable due to the massive gap in cultivation. But if he lost, his reputation would be utterly ruined. Why wasn't Li Ya matched against a scattered immortal? Were they using him as a sharpening stone? Taking a deep breath, the elder summoned his magical artifact, preparing for battle. Li Yai wasted no time. With a single thought, he summoned Divine Anomaly City. From within his body, Divine Anomaly City flew out, rapidly expanding until it loomed over the battlefield, enveloping him in a phantom fortress that occupied a massive portion of the arena. The appearance of Divine Anomaly City sent shockwaves throughout Taixuan Sect. For most cultivators, this was their first time witnessing its power firsthand. Their excitement soared. The outcome of the battle was already decided. Although it was supposed to be a duel between Li Ya and the Daoist Elder, in reality, Divine Anomaly Spirit would be fighting in his place. Yet, even inside Divine Anomaly City, Li Ya would still feel immense pressure. If he faced a free-soaring immortal, the battle wouldn't last long, he'd be crushed instantly. Of course, there were no free-soaring immortals in the tournament. The only one had already been killed by Guan. The battle within the Luotian Pagoda battle formation. The moment Divine Anomaly City materialized, the entire Taixuan Sect erupted into a frenzy. For most cultivators, this was their first time witnessing the legendary immortal treasure in action. It's actually real? The legendary Divine Anomaly City. With this treasure, how could Li Ya possibly lose? Even a Nirvana stage Grandmaster has no chance against him. Within the Luotian Pagoda battle formation, the Daoist Elder felt his heart sink. He had already known that Li Ya possessed Divine Anomaly City, but seeing it in person was an entirely different experience. Its majestic and eerie presence dominated the battlefield. Damn it! How am I supposed to fight against this? His face darkened. Even if he managed to injure Li Ya, the battle's true challenge wasn't him, it was Divine Anomaly City itself. Divine Anomaly Spirit takes action. Inside Divine Anomaly City, the pitch-black Divine Anomaly Spirit sat atop Li Ya's shoulder, yawning lazily. As the Daoist Elder summoned his magical artifact, Li Ya simply gestured with his hand. The entire Divine Anomaly City trembled, and a surge of boundless ghostly energy flooded the battlefield. Then, a legion of ghostly wraiths burst forth from the depths of the city, their howls piercing the air as they swarmed toward the Elder. The Elder's pupils shrank in horror. Each spirit wraith was formed from pure soul energy, capable of devouring divine sense and shattering protective barriers. With a low growl, the Elder swung his golden staff, unleashing a massive wave of cleansing fire, attempting to burn the ghosts away. But the flames were instantly extinguished. Before he could react, hundreds of spectral hands latched onto him, attempting to tear apart his soul. This isn't a fair fight. He let out a furious roar, pushing his Nirvana stage cultivation to the limit. A burst of divine radiance erupted from his body, forcing the spirits to momentarily retreat. But before he could counterattack, a single ghostly claw shot forward, piercing straight through his barrier and slashing across his chest. Blood splattered. The Elder's expression twisted in pain. This battle was already lost. His mind wavered as he realized this was no longer a duel. It was a slaughter. Li Ya's victory, Taixuan Sect reaches its peak. Moments later, the Daoist Elder, covered in bloody gashes, collapsed to one knee, his aura weak and fading. Li Ya stood motionless within Divine Anomaly City, his expression indifferent. From start to finish, he had not even lifted a finger. The ghostly wraiths faded back into Divine Anomaly City, their task complete. A few heartbeats passed in absolute silence. Then, a thunderous roar of cheers erupted throughout Taixuan Sect. Li Ya has won. Taixuan Sect's strength is unstoppable. With Divine Anomaly City, who can rival him? For the disciples of Taixuan Sect, this victory was exhilarating. Even the overseas cultivators who had looked down on Taixuan Sect now reconsidered their opinions. Though Taixuan Sect's heritage was still shallow, its fortune and momentum had reached their peak. Meanwhile, Guan observed everything with a faint smile. Watching Li Ya bask in the glory, Guan thought to himself. 100 years ago, he swore he would become famous across the world. Now, he has fulfilled that vow. I wonder how high can he climb? Will he be able to break past fate and reach Nirvana? One thing was certain, Li Ya's lifespan had not increased. And that meant he still hadn't truly transcended fate. The tournament narrows down, the strongest contenders appear. A month passed in a flash. The Heavenly Rankings tournament, which had begun with 500 competitors, had now been reduced to only 30 remaining cultivators. Among them, besides Li Ya, the weakest were already at the Grand Ascension stage. Apart from Li Ya, the two most talked about figures were the yellow-robed immortal lord, Yankishan of the Taixuan Sect Alliance. Yankishan was a scattered immortal at the 9th level. In terms of raw power, only the yellow-robed immortal lord could match him. Midnight, a secret meeting. Deep within the inner sect city, inside a secluded mansion, a lone figure sat in silent meditation. It was Yankishan. Dressed in a tight-fitting black robe, his elegant yet domineering aura radiated throughout the chamber. His robe was embroidered with golden dragons and tigers, exuding a regal presence. As he focused on restoring his energy, a sound suddenly echoed through the room, soft footsteps approaching. Yankishan's eyes snapped open. The moment he looked up, a dark purple shadow appeared before him. His heart stopped for a moment. Before he could react, the shadow spoke, its voice calm yet oppressive. What is the Taixuan Sect Alliance's stance on the 7-star spirit realm? Yankishan's expression shifted immediately. This presence, this aura. His breath caught in his throat. Could it be? His mind raced, recalling the legendary sword technique he had witnessed earlier. There was only one person it could be. He clenched his fists and spoke cautiously. Senior, are you the sword sovereign of the righteous path? The purple shadow remained silent, but Yenkishin already knew the answer. His heart pounded wildly. He had witnessed how even a Nirvana stage Grandmaster had been utterly crushed by the celestial star-suppressing infinite sword. Even a scattered immortal like himself stood no chance. He took a deep breath, choosing his words carefully. If he's here to talk, that means there's room for negotiation. He lowered his gaze, considering his next move. A life-checking glance, the Sword Sovereign's insight. Guan's gaze swept over Yenkishin, and with a mere thought, a stream of lifespan data appeared before him. Yenkishin, scattered immortal, 9th level, 14,590/25,000/50,000, a 50,000-year lifespan. He has the potential to reach the free-soaring immortal stage. Guan silently noted the information. He was in no rush. He wanted to hear Yenkishin's answer first. The truth was, Guan didn't actually need to ask this question. The Taixuan Sect alliance had long been at war with the Seven-Star Spirit Realm. But this wasn't just about gathering information. Guan wanted to gauge the Taixuan Sect alliance's attitude toward the Seven-Star Spirit Realm. Yenkishin finally exhaled deeply and spoke. To be honest, our feud with the Seven-Star Spirit Realm has lasted tens of thousands of years. At this point, it's irreconcilable. Before long, the Taixuan Sect alliance will launch a full-scale assault against them. Yenkishin analyzed the political situation on the continent, deducing that the Sword Sovereign must be planning to oppose the Seven-Star Spirit Realm. He then recalled something critical. The Taixuan Sect's Xiantianyi had publicly denounced the Seven-Star Spirit Realm after returning to the Taixuan Sect alliance. Guan nodded. After the Heavenly Rankings tournament, return to the Taixuan Sect alliance and gather every piece of intelligence on the Seven-Star Spirit Realm, especially information on their strongest cultivators. I only need the information. In return, you will be rewarded. This transaction is between you and me. It does not involve your sect. You must not tell anyone about this deal. Hearing this, Yenkishin's face lit up with excitement. The Sword Sovereign wants to destroy the Seven-Star Spirit Realm. Without hesitation, he responded. Understood. No need for rewards. I'll gather the information for free. Guan remained expressionless, his voice calm but firm. Good. But do not inform the Taixuan Sect alliance just yet, at least, not for now. Understood, senior. Yenkishin nodded, his tone respectful. At that moment, the dark purple shadow vanished into thin air, leaving behind only the lingering pressure of its presence. Yenkishin finally released the breath he had been holding. The pressure of facing the Sword Sovereign of the righteous path was far beyond what he had ever experienced before. Just now, he had felt as though he had been walking on the edge of a blade, one wrong move away from instant death. His palms were drenched in sweat, and yet, his eyes burned with anticipation. The Seven-Star Spirit Realm, they're doomed. He chuckled softly to himself. A silent departure, Guan's next move. Having finished his conversation with Yenkishin, Guan's divine sense withdrew from the mansion. Outside, the night sky stretched endlessly, with the Heavenly Rankings tournament still ongoing in the distance. He stepped into the void, his figure fading as he teleported away. His destination not back to Third Medicine Valley. Instead, he headed deep into the wilderness, beyond the borders of Taixuan Sect's territory. His true goal was to find a way to test the strength of the Seven-Star Spirit Realm. After all, if they lacked a free-soaring immortal, then he would erase them from existence. The battles for the top 30 in the Heavenly Rankings tournament had become even fiercer than before. At this stage, winning against an opponent of the same realm took a long time unless there was a significant gap in cultivation level. Day after day passed. More and more cultivators flocked to Taixuan Sect to watch the tournament. The entire cultivation world was talking about it, and those who showcased their skills in the tournament became famous across the land, earning the admiration of countless cultivators. After half a month, only 15 contestants remained. Xiao Dai from Taixuan Sect once again advanced due to a bye, successfully securing a place in the top 15, which sparked much discussion. Everyone could tell that Taixuan Sect was protecting Xiao Dai. However, since his family, the Qiao clan, hailed from the Seven-Star Spirit Realm, most people dared not openly question his advancement. Li Ya also made it into the top 15, but his condition was worrying. The high-intensity battles had caused constant internal injuries to his physical body, and when mortals fought against immortals, their very souls could be damaged. Every advantage came with a cost. Guan did not offer much help to Li Ya. He needed Li Ya to truly fear the power that far surpassed his own. Regardless of the specifics, Taixuan Sect had already succeeded. None of the King Heaven Sect disciples made it into the top 15, and the highest-ranking competitor from the Three Dynasties Sect Alliance only reached rank 29, a Dao Lord from King Heaven Sect. With 2 cultivators from Taixuan Sect in the top 15, the sect had firmly established itself as the leading power in the cultivation world of the Three Dynasties. 10 days later, only 8 cultivators remained in the fight for the top spot. Taixuan Sect still held 2 positions, one being Li Ya, who was using the Divine Anomaly Spirit as his substitute, and the other was Xiao Dai, who had advanced through buys. Elite 8 battles. In the first match, Xiao Dai was eliminated, finishing in 8th place. Relying on the power of Divine Anomaly City, Li Ya made it into the top 4 but ultimately fell short, stopping at 4th place. His energy was completely drained, and he fainted inside the formation just after summoning an army of spirit wraiths. However, the disciples of Taixuan Sect were not disappointed. Instead, they deeply respected Li Ya. After all, He was just a little over 100 years old, yet he had shouldered the sect's honor and responsibility, securing 4th place in the Heavenly Rankings tournament, an impressive achievement. During the previous Golden Rankings tournament, Li Ya had encountered An Wu early on and failed to even break into the top 500. This time, securing 3rd place, Guan felt that he had no regrets. As Guan had expected, the final battle for the championship was between Immortal Lord in yellow robes and Yan Qixin. Their duel lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, and in the end, Yan Qixin conceded. Taixuan Sect remained lively. The influx of cultivators and the taxes collected from resource transactions left the sect's upper echelons grinning from ear to ear. The first Heavenly Rankings tournament had been a great success. With such a high-profile lineup, other sects couldn't possibly imitate it. It wasn't until autumn that Taixuan Sect finally returned to peace. Before leaving, Li Ya visited Guan. The two talked for 2 hours before Li Ya left with a carefree demeanor. This time, he had indeed become a hero, stealing the spotlight. In the Three Dynasties cultivation world, his fame had even surpassed that of Immortal Lord in yellow robes and Yan Qixin, not just because he was a fellow sect member, but also due to his young age and legendary journey. But none of that had much to do with Guan. To him, the Heavenly Rankings tournament was merely a minor interlude. What truly excited him was the storage pouch found before acquiring the heaven-splitting axe. It was a supreme-grade storage pouch filled with an immense number of spirit stones. After settling the accounts, Guan felt that Taixuan Sect had treated him fairly and had shown great sincerity. The disappearance of that storage pouch also delighted the upper echelons of Taixuan Sect, as it reinforced their belief that their sect's relationship with the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path had grown even closer. Taixuan Sect moved swiftly. The records of the Heavenly Rankings tournament were quickly spread throughout the cultivation world and were even distributed for free. Through these records, cultivators learned about the backgrounds, cultivation levels, and astonishing power of the tournament's top contenders. Unconsciously, their perception of Taixuan Sect soared. After all, the sect had managed to gather so many immortals for a grand battle. Taixuan Sect was undoubtedly the #1 sect in the cultivation world. Kangzhou, Taixuan Empire, Imperial Palace Garden. In the Imperial Garden of Taixuan Empire, Li Sundao, clad in a dragon robe, sat at a table, flipping through the Heavenly Rankings records, and remarked with a soft chuckle. Taixuan Sect played this beautifully. With this book, the entire world will now see them as a sect capable of summoning immortals. Across from him sat a woman, Zhang Qiang. Behind her stood 2 figures, both ghost cultivators from the 13 fiends of the 9 Nether Path. Behind Li Sundao, stood 2 Grand Master-level cultivators, one of whom was Yi Liuyun, who had once cultivated in Horizon Valley. Zhang Qiang smiled and said, "But isn't your majesty the one who benefited the most? Prince Li Ya has become famous across the world. Who doesn't know he is your son now?" At the mention of Li Ya, her emotions became complicated. She and the Nightshade Ghost Mother had risked their lives exploring Divine Anomaly City, yet in the end, it was a younger generation who reaped the rewards. How could she not feel envy and disappointment? What made it worse was that, during her time as Outer Sect Grand Elder of Taixuan Sect, she had learned about Guan's social circle, and the person closest to him was Li Ya. That kid is unbelievably lucky he actually has such a powerful senior brother. And with her own presence, Guan could live a peaceful life in Xian Valley even if he never left. Thinking of this, Zhang Qiang smirked. Li Sundao put down the Heavenly Rankings records and said, "I've assessed Gathering Flower Sect's strength. But even if I unify the world, Gathering Flower Sect won't be able to topple Taixuan Sect." Zhang Qiang replied, "There's no need to overthrow them, as long as we can establish ourselves firmly." She had no intention of competing with Taixuan Sect. After all, Gathering Flower Sect's true master was the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path. Why would they need to fight for dominance? Besides, Guan was still inside Taixuan Sect. Li Sundao nodded. "Tianwei is no longer a threat. If you assist us in conquering Great Zhang Empire, I will ensure that as long as I reign, Gathering Flower Sect will be upheld as a righteous section." He highly valued Gathering Flower Sect. Their strength was anything but ordinary. Zhang Qiang nodded and continued discussing her sect's demands while Li Sundao listened attentively. Autumn Medicine Valley. Leaves fluttered in the autumn breeze, rising from the Imperial Garden and drifting into the distance. Time flew like a shuttle. A falling leaf landed in Guan's palm. It was another autumn. Standing by the wooden fence, Guan admired the scenery of Medicine Valley. 2 years had passed since the Heavenly Rankings tournament ended, and Yan Qixin had yet to return, making Guan wonder. Just then, Yang Ji arrived, holding a long weapon, a 3-pointed double-edged saber, modeled after the weapon in Romance of the Gods. Over the past 2 years, his aura had grown even stronger. Even while suppressing his cultivation, he still exuded an intimidating presence. "Master, a cultivator is at the valley entrance. He claims to be an old acquaintance of yours, Zhou Tanzhu." Hearing this, Guan turned to look, feeling a surge of emotion. He had once slain Zhou Yu, and now, seeing Zhou Tanzhu again, how could his heart remain completely still? Guan turned to look at Zhou Tanzhu, feeling a mix of emotions. He had killed Zhou Yu, and now, seeing Zhou Tanzhu again, how could his heart remain unaffected? Fortunately, Zhou Tanzhu was unaware of this past event. Guan took a step forward and headed toward Zhou Tanzhu, with Yang Ji following closely behind. A reunion with Zhou Tanzhu. Thinking back to their first meeting decades ago, Zhou Tanzhu had once visited Taixuan Sect as a guest. At the time, he had effortlessly defeated all disciples below the 100 Luo level. By chance, he had come across Guan's disciple, Yayan, practicing his spear techniques. Amused, he had offered some guidance which meant thoroughly beating Yayan to a pulp. Guan had been forced to step in. They had fought, and in that battle, Zhou Tongzhou had finally met his match. That encounter had sparked their mutual respect. Later, Guan had ridden Taixuan Immortal Venerable, and the second male lead in the novel had been based on Zhou Tongzhou. To Guan's surprise, even after all these years, Zhou Tongzhou still remembered him. Before he could speak, Guan had already approached from behind and greeted him with a smile. Deist Zhou, it's been a long time. Hearing this, Zhou Tongzhou turned around. Upon seeing Guan, his face lit up with a smile. Decades had passed, but Zhou Tongzhou was still as proud and unrestrained as ever, his aura of a peerless genius impossible to conceal. Since I came to Taixuan Sect, how could I not pay you a visit? Zhou Tongzhou chuckled. This medicine valley of yours, quite impressive. I must say, I didn't expect you to accomplish so much. The two began exchanging pleasantries. Zhou Tongzhou was visiting as a representative of Absolute Mountain Sect for a friendly exchange. He hadn't come alone, several talented disciples from his sect had also accompanied him. However, he had chosen to travel separately. The real reason Zhou Tongzhou sought out Guan was that, years ago, he had encountered one of Guan's disciples, Yeji. That disciple of yours, his cultivation may not be high, but his comprehension of spear arts is truly remarkable. He has already grasped spear intent. Hearing this, Yangji, who stood nearby, raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Yayan his senior brother? But as he listened, he gradually realized something. Yayan was probably just another Medicine Valley errand disciple. He had never truly received Guan's personal teachings. His status as a senior brother was likely only in name. Master is truly incredible. Even with just a little guidance, he can nurture a genius. A challenge between peers. As their conversation drew to a close, Zhou Tongzhou's gaze sharpened. It has been years since we last met. How about a sparring match? I'll suppress my cultivation to match yours, what do you say? Among his peers, Zhou Tongzhou had only ever lost to two people. Lucian, Guan. His loss to Guan had been because he had restricted his own cultivation at the time. Now, he wanted to see the difference again. Seeing Guan hesitate, Yangji suddenly spoke up. If you're suppressing your cultivation, why not let me fight in Master's place? Zhou Tongzhou frowned and turned to Yangji, about to refuse. However, the moment his gaze met Yangji's eyes, an inexplicable chill ran down his spine. For some reason, he was suddenly reminded of Lucian, the monstrous talent of their generation. Fine, Zhou Tongzhou smirked, his eyes gleaming with battle intent. Let's see if you can compare to your master. The two errand disciples playing chess nearby looked up, sensing the tension in the air. Just as they were about to spectate, Guan calmly pressed their heads down. Focus on your game. Then, he led Zhou Tongzhou and Yangji away. A crushing victory. They arrived at an isolated grove outside Medicine Valley. The battle began. Moments later, Zhou Tongzhou clutched his chest, his expression one of complete disbelief. Before him, Yangji still held his kicking stance, calm and composed. You're seriously at the qi refining stage? Zhou Tongzhou couldn't help but ask. Yangji lowered his leg and replied. We both fought without using spiritual energy. Does cultivation level even matter? Hearing these words, Zhou Tongzhou nearly coughed up blood. He felt like his ribcage had been shattered. How the hell is this kid so strong? After all, Zhou Tongzhou himself was a body cultivator, and he had even refined his body with the golden suppression physique, making his defense near impenetrable. Yet, this qi refining stage brat had nearly crushed his bones with a single kick. At that moment, Yangji seemed even scarier than Lucian in his eyes. Again, Zhou Tongzhou gritted his teeth. He refused to believe it. How could he be unable to defeat a mere errand disciple? Everyone said Taixuan Sect's fortune had skyrocketed in recent years, but could it really have risen to the point where even a random errand disciple could best him? What a joke! He was the Zhou family's #1 genius. Yang beckoned to him, a gesture that only fueled his rage. The two quickly clashed again. Guan could tell that Zhou Tongzhou's physique was unique, but unfortunately for him, his opponent was Yang. And Yang's physique was comparable to the ancient treasure body. According to the Seeker of Immortality Deist, as long as an ancient treasure body matured properly, it was destined to become an immortal lord. No matter how talented Zhou Tongzhou was, he was still beneath the immortal Dao. 200 years ago, there were no rumors of anyone reaching the Grand Ascension stage on this continent. Barely anyone had even heard of the Profound Mind realm. Compared to Yang's physique, Zhou Tongzhou's golden body of demon suppression was the difference between a mortal and an immortal. It posed no real threat at all. Their movements intertwined, fists and kicks clashing with relentless speed, each strike as swift as a storm. The blood prison great saint, drawn by the commotion, slowly approached from the edge of the forest. Eventually, in his desperation, Zhou Tongzhou accidentally infused his attack with spiritual energy, forcing Yangji back. Yang steadied himself, shook his right hand, and furrowed his brows. Facing Yang's gaze, Zhou Tongzhou's face instantly flushed red. Fine, I lost. Hearing this, Yangji's brows relaxed. Since beginning his cultivation under Guan, this was his first real duel. He cared deeply about the outcome. If he had lost, wouldn't that mean he had let down his master's teachings? Guan chuckled. This kid's got brute strength, but a cultivator can't rely on raw power alone. Consider it an unfair advantage on his part. Winning or losing doesn't matter now. Hurry up and thank Senior for his guidance. Yang Ji immediately cupped his fists and sincerely expressed his gratitude. The more genuine he was, the darker Zhou Tangzhou's expression became. At that moment, Zhou Tangzhou noticed a suspicious-looking demon ox wandering nearby and couldn't help but ask, "Is that ox yours?" Guan thought to himself, "You're not thinking of challenging the ox, are you?" "Yeah, what do you think?" "Good quality." Guan asked with a hint of pride, hoping to steer the conversation away from the duel and give Zhou Tangzhou some face. Zhou Tangzhou scoffed. "Looks decent, but its stance is a bit off." Hearing this, the blood prison great saint's bull eyes widened. Just as he was about to lash out, Guan shot him a glare, forcing him to hold back. Guan then invited Zhou Tangzhou to the valley for a chat, but he refused, saying he had other matters to attend to. Guan didn't press the issue and simply watched him leave. Yang scratched his head and asked, "Master, did I offend him?" Guan looked at Zhou Tangzhou's departing figure. "Don't worry about it. Letting him learn that there's always someone stronger out there isn't a bad thing." Guan actually had a good impression of Zhou Tangzhou. The guy fought recklessly, but the fact that he was willing to give pointers to fellow cultivators he barely knew showed he had a good heart. His conflict with the Zhou family was hidden in the shadows, and it shouldn't affect his personal interactions with Zhou Tangzhou. Besides, Zhou Tangzhou's visit to Taixuan Sect was likely an attempt by the Zhou family to mend relations. There was no deep enmity between them. Perhaps one day, they could let go of past grievances. "Master, did I make any mistakes in that fight?" Yang asked humbly. Guan didn't hold back and began his critique. The blood prison great saint approached with a pitiful look in his eyes. Only after Guan gave his head a few pats did his mood improve. "He's just a mortal. Why get worked up over him?" Guan's words instantly made the blood prison great saint grin. The Absolute Mountain Sect was a righteous sect within the Taixuan Empire. During the last demonic cataclysm, they had fought valiantly and had always maintained a good relationship with Taixuan Sect. Now, their genius disciples had come to spar with Taixuans, causing quite a stir. Pan An's book Taixuan Immortal Venerable remained famous within Taixuan Sect, and it was no secret that the Zhou Tangzhou in the story was based on the Absolute Mountain Sect's Zhou Tangzhou. Many were eager to see his performance. Zhou Tangzhou easily crushed multiple Taixuan disciples, displaying the same brilliance from decades past until he met Wuju. With no suppression of cultivation, only relying on pure skill, Zhou Tangzhou was no match for Wuju, cementing Wuju's reputation as a true genius. Wuju was Taixuan Sect's rising star after Anhao. His cultivation speed was astonishing, and he had even been a golden ranking genius. With his victory over Zhou Tangzhou, any lingering doubts about him were erased, and Taixuan disciples grew even more eager to see what he would accomplish. Full moon night. Liu Beitian and Guan drank together inside a house. Wuju sees you as his only brother. Li Ya treats you as the most important person in his life. That Zhang Bukui views you as his only elder. And then there's Anhao, his sister even became your disciple. Ji family's Ji Xuan you grew up with you. Even Gu Yu from Guzong is close to you. Damn brat, and you still say you have no ambition to be the next sect master. Liu Beitian glared. He truly admired Guan. He always managed to befriend geniuses, and his relationships with them were all incredibly strong. Of course, he understood why. Guan was genuine in his interactions with people, which wasn't easy. Most people adjusted their attitude depending on who they were dealing with. Even Liu Beitian himself, despite trying to treat all disciples equally, wouldn't bother looking twice at a passing ordinary disciple. Guan chuckled. Heaven has treated me well. I truly don't want to be sect master. With so many geniuses in Taixuan Sect, why would we lack a leader? No matter how many geniuses there are, you can't pick just anyone. A sect master needs to command respect. My cultivation isn't high enough to command respect. Before I die, I'll pass my cultivation to you, and you'll step straight into the profound mind realm. By the time you're on your deathbed, I'll have reincarnated 10 times over. Oh, so you're playing hard to get? Hoping I'll pass it to you sooner. They began bickering, but Guan had no interest in Liu Beitian's cultivation. Me, a free-soaring immortal, needing your integration stage cultivation? One breath of spiritual energy from me is stronger than your entire life's worth of cultivation. That night, after Liu Beitian left, Guan quietly departed as well. Yan Qishan had finally arrived. Under the cover of night, Yan Qishan rode the clouds, soaring past the full moon like an immortal. He was contemplating how to face the sword sovereign of the righteous path. Even though he was working for him, the thought of meeting him filled him with immense pressure. Just then, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. His heart nearly stopped. With a thunderous crash, the sea of clouds beneath him dispersed, and he was forcibly slammed into the forest below. By the time his feet touched the ground, his heart was lodged in his throat. His mana was sealed. He couldn't move a muscle. Such terrifying suppression? For the first time, fear gripped his heart. Then, the hand lifted. Yan Qishan spun around and saw the sword sovereign of the righteous path. He immediately bowed. Senior, wasn't that a bit too? Senior, wasn't that a bit too? Yan Qishan couldn't help but protest as he struggled to calm his nerves. Then, a thought flashed in his mind. He suddenly remembered a certain book that had been circulating within the Starsea Sect Alliance recently, a book about the sword sovereign of the righteous path. According to the book, before the sword sovereign killed someone, he always placed a hand on their shoulder first. At the time, he had dismissed it as an embellishment by the author, Xian Tianyi. But now, it was real. Wait, could it be? He was about to be silenced. Yan Qishan's face turned deathly pale, his entire body trembling. The dignity of a scattered immortal and the second-ranked expert on the heavenly rankings was nowhere to be seen. The higher one stood, the more they feared losing what they had. The Sword Sovereign could suppress him with just one hand. Who knew how terrifying his true power was? How could he not be afraid? Guan spoke calmly. Where is it? Yan Qishan quickly retrieved a scroll from his storage ring and presented it with both hands, his voice trembling slightly. This contains all the information I gathered through my family and master's connections. While not entirely complete, it provides a general picture of the 7-star spirit realm's strength. Guan reached out and, with a mere gesture, the scroll flew into his hand. He sent his divine sense into it, effortlessly dispelling all the restrictions placed on it. Yan Qishan stood to the side, tense and on edge, as though the Sword Sovereign might strike him down at any moment. He didn't dare to run, it would be pointless. Instead, he could only try to prove his usefulness. After a moment, Guan looked at him and said, "You did well. Our deal, no one else knows about it, correct?" Yan Qishan hurriedly nodded. "Only my master is aware, and I only told him that a mysterious senior with a grudge against the 7-star spirit realm wanted this information. He didn't ask further questions. Aside from me, no one knows it was you." Guan nodded in satisfaction. Yan Qishan hesitated for a moment, then spoke up. "Senior, dealing with the 7-star spirit realm should not be taken lightly. If you're willing, why not consider joining forces with our Starseed Sect alliance? Based on the intelligence I gathered, the leader of the first star cave is a celestial ascension expert who ascended to that realm 50,000 years ago. Even our sect master has no certainty of victory against him." Guan raised an eyebrow. Celestial ascension, are they supposed to be strong? His casual remark left Yan Qishan utterly speechless. Strong? Yan Qishan opened his mouth, but suddenly, he realized something. Was the Sword Sovereign not ignorant of the celestial ascension realm, but simply so powerful that he didn't care? His gaze towards Guan instantly changed. He wanted to kneel on the spot. "You performed well," Guan suddenly said, his tone casual. "Tonight's conversation, if a single word leaks out, I'll find you no matter where you hide. And nothing will stop me." Yan Qishan shuddered violently and immediately bowed in submission. "I swear I will never speak of this." Before he could react, Guan stepped forward, placed 2 fingers on his forehead, and a surge of invisible force flooded his mind. His body stiffened, his eyes turning vacant. Under the moonlit sky, within a serene courtyard, Ji Xuanyu sat cross-legged inside a pavilion, both hands weaving intricate seals as she cultivated. A middle-aged man in a long robe strode towards her. His face was stern, his aura commanding. Stopping at the pavilion's entrance, he sighed. "Xuanyu, have you still not made your decision?" Ji Xuanyu remained silent. "The innate Dao sigil is indeed extraordinary, but our Ji family cannot protect it. Furthermore, the Ji family has already pledged allegiance to the 7-star spirit realm. We have no choice but to trust them," the man said with a heavy tone. Ji Xuanyu opened her eyes and met his gaze with unsettling calm. Her expression was so unreadable that it made his heart uneasy. Ji Qinqin felt extremely uncomfortable under Ji Xuanyu's gaze. At some point, he had begun to find his own daughter unfathomable. Even though his cultivation level was higher than hers, he always felt that she was dangerous. He had even suspected that she had been possessed by someone else, but after thorough examinations, he found no traces of soul possession. Ji Xuanyu slowly spoke. "Father, do you know the origins of the innate Dao sigil?" Ji Qinqin frowned and said, "The innate Dao sigil is an inheritance left behind by ancient immortals. It chooses its master through the cycle of reincarnation. Those who possess it have exceptional talent, and with each breakthrough into a new major realm, they naturally receive its inheritance. Xuanyu, it was I who introduced you to the innate Dao sigil back then. Of course, I haven't forgotten its importance. But the sigil is not unique in this world. The Ji family has reached a bottleneck in its development. We need a force like the 7-star spirit realm to open a path overseas. Your sacrifice for the family will not go unrewarded." Ji Xuanyu stood up, gazing at Ji Qinqin from within the pavilion. The moonlight was like flowing water, and the night wind was bitterly cold. Ji Qinqin felt irritated by his daughter's stare. Just as he was about to speak, Ji Xuanyu interrupted. "The innate Dao sigil within me has granted me a heavenly eye. Do you know what I have seen with it?" Looking at her exquisitely beautiful face, now utterly cold and emotionless, Ji Qinqin felt an inexplicable unease. He pressed, "What did you see?" Ji Xuanyu stepped forward, moving past the stone table and toward the pavilion's exit. With each step, her presence surged, her expression as icy as a celestial goddess from the heavens. Her gaze never left Ji Qinqin. "I saw the 7-star spirit realm shattering, its lands reduced to ruins, and its people slaughtered by the millions, rivers running red with blood. I saw the Ji family facing destruction, the Kailan wailing in sorrow. I saw you, father, beheaded, your eyes still open in death." Ji Xuanyu's voice was not loud, nor was her tone particularly heavy, yet each of her words struck Ji Qinqin's heart like a thunderclap. The innate Dao sigil was the culmination of an ancient immortal's cultivation. No one truly understood the extent of its power. Not even the Ji family knew what abilities Ji Xuanyu's sigil possessed. Standing on the steps, Ji Xuanyu looked down at Ji Qinqin and said, "If the Ji family only wanted my innate Dao sigil, I might not have refused. But you also want me dead. Tell me, how should I possibly agree to that?" Ji Qinqin remained silent. He wanted to say something, but when he met Ji Xuanyu's gaze, he felt that any words would be meaningless. "No matter what nonsense you say, this matter is already decided. Your time is running out. With a flick of his sleeve, Ji Qinkan turned and left. Watching his departing figure, Ji Xuanyu was not angry. Instead, a trace of disdain appeared on her face. At dawn, Yan Qishan opened his eyes and found himself still in the forest. The figure of the sword sovereign of the righteous path was already gone. He recalled the inherited memories in his mind, his expression complex. Deo-breaking divine light. He hadn't expected the sword sovereign to grant him such an inheritance. He had explicitly stated that no payment was necessary, yet the sword sovereign still chose to do this. Such generosity earned his deep respect. At the same time, he understood that if word of this spread, the sword sovereign would not let him off easily. The sword sovereign of the righteous path was a cultivator who clearly distinguished gratitude from resentment, a man of his word. Yan Qishan could sense that the Deo-breaking divine light was no ordinary technique. This was an extraordinary opportunity. After much thought, he decided to visit Taixuan Sect. Regardless of everything else, since the sword sovereign had chosen to live in seclusion within Taixuan Sect, befriending the sect would be a way to show his gratitude. Moreover, he felt this might be an opportunity for himself. Perhaps, with Taixuan Sect's help, his path in cultivation could be smoother. Having made up his mind, he turned and flew toward Taixuan Sect. Third Medicine Valley. Meanwhile, in the Third Medicine Valley, Guan was leading the disciples in morning exercises. Over 900 disciples practicing together was a grand sight, and even Yang was earnestly participating. The autumn air was crisp, and spiritual energy was abundant. Guan was in a great mood, his face beaming with a bright smile. Seeing his cheerful expression, the disciples' spirits lifted as well. After the exercises, Guan didn't leave. Instead, he pulled Xiao Chuan aside for a game of chess. Other disciples wanted to watch, but he refused them. As Xiao Chuan sat down, he said excitedly, "Senior brother, I won't go easy on you. I've won 17 games in a row recently." He neatly arranged the black and white pieces on the board and made the first move. Guan followed suit and casually asked, "How's your cultivation progressing? Have you been taking the pills I gave you on schedule?" Xiao Chuan was 3 realms below Guan, already approaching his lifespan's limit. Guan planned to help him break through in the next 2 years. Unlike Li Ya and Zhen Qin, who roamed the cultivation world, Xiao Chuan had little ambition and simply helped Guan manage medicinal herbs. But in Guan's heart, Xiao Chuan was irreplaceable. In this life, Xiao Chuan had been the one by his side the longest. Their bond was already that of family. Xiao Chuan answered absent-mindedly, "Yeah, I've been taking them properly." What he was really thinking about was how to crush Guan in this game and leave him stunned. Yet, as soon as he placed a piece, Guan followed swiftly, playing at a rapid pace. At first, Xiao Chuan didn't mind, but soon, the speed put immense pressure on him. To make matters worse, Guan kept asking him questions, forcing him to respond while playing, which completely threw him off. Guan, of course, noticed Xiao Chuan's growing frustration. This was all intentional. Watching Xiao Chuan struggle, Guan found it immensely amusing. Suddenly, Guan asked, "Xiao Chuan, have you thought about leaving the mountain to get married and start a family?" Xiao Chuan's head shot up in alarm. "Senior brother, are you trying to get rid of me?" Guan rolled his eyes. "Life is meant to be experienced. I'm just suggesting you marry and have children. You can always come back whenever you want. But if you're not interested in women, that's fine too." Xiao Chuan, now 138 years old, had never experienced romance. As his senior brother, Guan felt it was his duty to guide him. Though Guan himself hadn't been involved in such matters in this life, he had already experienced them in his previous one. To him, it wasn't a big deal, but Xiao Chuan was different. Xiao Chuan turned bright red. "That doesn't seem right. What's wrong with it? I'll even give you some money so you can buy a house in town. Once you settle down, matchmakers will come knocking. Live a normal life for 20 or 30 years, maybe it'll do you good," Guan said lightly, placing another piece on the board. His move completely cornered Xiao Chuan. Shameless? How could he pull this kind of move in a chess match? Xiao Chuan's thoughts were a mess, but he couldn't deny that Guan's words had struck a chord. Guan had another motive in sending Xiao Chuan down the mountain. He wanted to see if experiencing the mortal world would help Xiao Chuan achieve enlightenment. Enlightenment was a mysterious thing. Even free-soaring immortals couldn't force someone to comprehend the Dao. Yet, if one could attain enlightenment, it could even extend their lifespan. After much persuasion, Xiao Chuan was utterly defeated in the game. Guan stood up, smiling. "Think it over. If you decide, just come find me. You'll always be my junior brother, and I'll always protect you." Hearing this, Xiao Chuan's mood lifted. As he turned his head, he saw Guan walking away. For some reason, he felt that Guan had made these arrangements because he was worried about his impending lifespan limit. A smile appeared on Xiao Chuan's face. Guan also smiled to himself. "Little guy, you think you can beat me? Try again in 800 years. That day, Yan Qishan's visit to Taixuan Sect caused a stir among the upper echelons of the sect. Liu Badian personally received him, and the two had an extensive exchange. 3 days later, Yan Qishan departed. Soon after, Taixuan Sect officially announced that Yan Qishan, ranked second on the heavenly rankings, had become their guest elder. This news ignited excitement throughout the entire sect. It was rumored that Yan Qishan had left behind numerous cultivation techniques and spells and had even promised that if Taixuan Sect ever faced a crisis, they could summon him with a magical artifact. In gratitude, Taixuan Sect began to widely publicize Yenkishin's deeds, shaping him into the sect's strongest cultivator. His addition sent ripples throughout the cultivation world. Various dynasties and sects began scrambling to strengthen diplomatic ties with Taixuan Sect. However, King Heaven Sect remained eerily silent, its morale visibly low. Seasons changed, winter arrives. Xian Valley. Snow drifted gently from the sky as Guan stood by his window, admiring the winter scenery. His divine sense stretched across the vast continent. Dealing with 7-star spirit realm required a careful approach. The realm was vast, and overseas forces such as the 5-star caves posed additional complications. Attempting to take them down in one fell swoop would be difficult and might alert other overseas factions or hidden grandmasters. Thus, Guan planned to first eliminate the 6-star cave and 7-star cave within the continent before making his next move. His divine sense swept over the world, monitoring the small pocket dimensions scattered throughout the land. He was patiently waiting for unrest within the 7-star spirit realm to provide an opportunity to strike. Since the emergence of Divine Anomaly City, many powerful oceanic cultivators had traveled inland, including members of the Starsea Sect Alliance, who had long been investigating 7-star spirit realm. Battles between the two factions frequently erupted across the continent. Guan intended to wait for Starsea Sect to cause significant turmoil before launching his own attack. His goal was simple: annihilate the 7-star spirit realm's high-ranking cultivators, ensuring that their influence on the continent was completely erased. Once that was achieved, Starsea Sect would inevitably press northward, forcing 7-star spirit realm to focus on defending its borders rather than maintaining control over the mainland. On this day, Guan sensed a unique power stirring within 7-star spirit realm, something unusual, something intriguing. His divine sense honed in on the source of the disturbance. What he saw deepened his curiosity. This world truly hides many dragons in the shadows. The forces lurking in the dark are quite formidable. He mused to himself before turning away from the window. Sitting at his desk, he picked up a copy of The Secrets of Taixuan. The more books you read, the more you understand what is truly timeless. Classics never grow old. Page by page, he read on. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Guan's lifespan had once again surpassed 100,000 years. On this day, he closed his book and stored it in his spatial pouch, then stood up and stepped out of his pavilion. The scorching summer sun blazed overhead, cicadas chirping in the trees. The sight stirred a memory 15 lifetimes ago, when he first arrived in Xian Valley, stepping into cultivation. His gaze landed on Lu Jujia, who was teaching newly recruited errand disciples. For a moment, Lu Jujia's silhouette overlapped in Guan's mind with that of Zhang Chunkaio. 100 years had passed. The world had changed, but some things remained the same. Guan smiled faintly. Now, he needed to decide which magical artifact to use in the upcoming battle. Simply crushing his enemies with raw power would be far too dull. After much contemplation, Guan decided to use the Tiangzu sword. This divine sword had been a gift from Li Ya and was one of the 3 imperial swords of the Taixuan Empire. Though imperial swords were no longer of much use to him, the Tiangzu sword's exquisite form made it worth wielding. He also recalled how Lu Lingjun fought using dual swords. He thought, why not try dual wielding as well? Against 6-star cave and 7-star cave in the 7-star spirit realm, he truly felt no pressure. Descending the stairs, Guan made his way to Lu Jujia, who immediately bowed upon seeing him and introduced 2 new disciples. The 2 errand disciples were visibly nervous before Guan, very different from how Li Ya and Meng Lang had once been impatient toward Chang Sundan and Zhang Chunkaio in the past. Now, Taixuan Sect's position in the Taixuan Empire had far surpassed what it had been a century ago. It was no longer merely the strongest sect in Taixuan, but the leading sect of the entire cultivation world, second only to the legendary Holy Lands. Instead of putting on airs and emphasizing rules, Guan simply offered gentle words of encouragement, leaving the 2 new disciples both shocked and honored. After he left, their anticipation for life in Xian Valley grew immensely. Rather than heading toward the 3rd Medicine Valley, Guan walked toward the mountain forests beyond the valley. He took his time appreciating the scenery along the way. It had been many years since he had last strolled through the lands surrounding Xian Valley. Back then, he had run wild through these mountains with Xiao Chuan, living carefree days. It's only been 100 years, and I already feel nostalgic. What will it be like after 10,000 years? Shaking off these thoughts, Guan composed himself. Today was the perfect opportunity to invade the 7-star spirit realm. A great upheaval was about to unfold there, and he would seize the moment. The marriage at the Ji family estate. Sunlight spilled into the courtyard of the Ji family estate, where Ji Kinkan and a group of Ji clan members laughed and conversed merrily. Above them, a multitude of cultivators hovered in the sky, their presence akin to celestial beings, each radiating an air of extraordinary talent. The Ji family estate, perched atop a mountain peak spanning dozens of miles, overlooked a vast sea of clouds. Below, dense fog churned like an ocean, with mountain peaks rising from the mist like immortal sanctuaries. The clouds stretched endlessly, making it feel as though they were truly above the 9 heavens, the sun hanging just above their heads. Ji Hantian's discontent. Leaning against the courtyard door, Ji Hantian stood with his arms crossed, eyes shut. His furrowed brows betrayed his foul mood. Seeing this, Ji Kinkan approached and chuckled. Grandfather, the auspicious hour is nearly upon us. Why not step outside to greet the Luo clan? Ji Hantian opened his eyes and let out a cold snort, flicking his sleeves as he strode away. Ji Qinkan remained unfazed. He understood that Ji Hantian had long resented the 7-star spirit realm, but that was all. It was resentment. For the sake of the family's prosperity, Ji Hantian would endure. With Taixuan Sect's rising dominance, the Ji family had stopped pressuring Ji Hantian to leave the sect. In fact, they now supported him again, seeing him as an additional pathway for the clan's future. Turning back, Ji Qinkan's gaze landed on the wedding chamber of Ji Xuanyu, where a red double happiness symbol was plastered on the door. Staring at it, his unease momentarily lessened. Yet, the memory of Ji Xuanyu's words that night still unsettled him. The arrival of the Luo clan. Boom! A deep drumbeat echoed across the heavens. A golden streak of light descended from the horizon, halting before the Ji family estate gates. In the distance, thunderous hoofbeats and beastly roars rang out. 9 colossal horses pulled a golden palanquin down the radiant golden road. 2 female cultivators, looking as if they had descended from the heavens, leaned out from the palanquin's side windows, scattering flower petals from woven baskets. The petals danced upon the wind, dispersing into the air before transforming into flocks of magpies, which soared above. From surrounding mountain estates, cultivators emerged, soaring into the sky or rising from the clouds below, eager to witness the spectacle. What an extravagant procession. As expected of the Luo clan. I heard that Luo Yeshan has broken through to the Grand Ascension stage. Is it true? It should be. Achieving the Grand Ascension stage just after turning 500 is monstrous talent. Ji Xuanyu isn't ordinary either. They say she was born with an innate Dao sigil, blessed with boundless fortune. A perfect match for Luo Yeshan. With this marriage, the Ji family will soar. If they produce an immortal, they might even gain access to 5-star cave for cultivation. Though each mountain estate housed its own family, these clans were merely low-ranking within the 7-star spirit realm, nowhere near the Luo clan's level. Thus, they could only look upon the Ji family's fortune with envy. Luo Yeshan's arrival. At the end of the Golden Road, a procession of cultivators soared forward, parting the clouds as they descended. They landed in formation along both sides of the Golden Road, stretching all the way to the Ji family gates. There were at least 1,000 of them, each clad in golden robes, their presence commanding. As the 9-horse palanquin arrived at the estate gates, its curtains lifted. A man in a crimson robe stepped out. His regal bearing, handsome features, and piercing gaze made him appear as if a celestial star sovereign had descended. His long hair was tied beneath a jade lotus crown, and his eyes gleamed as if absorbing the entire universe. Seeing him disembark, the Ji clan cultivators hurried forward to greet him. Luo Yeshan smiled and asked, "Is Xuanyu ready?" He had spent years in seclusion, only meeting Ji Xuanyu once. Sensing the innate Dao sigil within her and admiring her beauty, he had instructed his family to arrange the proposal. Beyond that, he had barely given the matter a second thought. In his mind, the Ji family would undoubtedly agree. And they had. The reason for delaying the wedding until this year was simple: he had finally broken through to the Grand Ascension stage. Before that, he had cared only about his cultivation, and Ji Xuanyu had merely been an afterthought. An elder of the Ji family stepped forward with a smile. "She is ready. We can depart at any time." Luo Yeshan nodded. "Our Luo clan has already invited 6-star cave and 7-star cave's esteemed families, even some 5-star cave seniors, to witness the ceremony. It will be grand, rest assured." His words were tactful, and his demeanor polite yet commanding. The Ji clan cultivators beamed, offering their gratitude. Raising his gaze toward the Ji family estate, Luo Yeshan's eyes glowed with anticipation. He could already sense the aura of the innate Dao sigil. A rebellion at the altar. Just then, the gates of Ji Xuanyu's courtyard opened. Draped in a phoenix coronet and embroidered robe, Ji Xuanyu emerged, flanked by 2 female attendants. A red veil covered her face, revealing only her snow-white chin. Her hands were gently folded before her abdomen, her posture elegant and poised. Seeing her already dressed, Ji Qinkan let out a breath of relief. Yet, as she stepped forward, she abruptly halted and ripped off her red veil. Flames ignited in her palm, reducing the veil to ashes in an instant. Then, she coldly locked eyes with Luo Yeshan and smiled faintly. The bride's defiance. A chill ran through the Luo clan cultivators as they watched Ji Xuanyu's unexpected action. Her expression was icy, her gaze piercing, and though the smile on her lips was faint, it sent a wave of unease through Luo Yeshan. Frowning, he asked, "What is the meaning of this?" The surrounding Luo clan cultivators also furrowed their brows. Was Ji Xuanyu about to reject the marriage? The Ji clan patriarch immediately ordered, "Quick, fetch a new veil." His gaze then shifted toward Ji Qinkan, his expression filled with displeasure. Before Ji Qinkan could speak, Ji Xuanyu suddenly took flight, soaring 100 feet into the air. None of the Luo clan cultivators stopped her. Instead, they watched with amused curiosity. Did she really think she could defy the 7-star spirit realm? Above them, thunderous clouds churned, forming a roiling storm. In the midst of the lightning-filled clouds, a colossal figure loomed, standing as if beyond the heavens, gazing down upon the world like a primordial deity. Yet, Ji Xuanyu did not look up. She simply stared at Luo Yeshan, her voice calm yet distant. "You mortals interfere with my trial in this lifetime, truly, how irritating." Her words rippled through the heavens, her tone emotionless, and yet, her voice felt strange even to the Ji clan cultivators, as if she were someone else entirely. A sense of foreboding flickered across Luo Yeshan's face. He soared up to meet her, his expression darkening as he asked, "Who are you? One by one, Luo clan cultivators ascended, surrounding Ji Xuanyu in the sky. The clouds above them convulsed violently, sending crackling lightning cascading downwards. Within the storm, the colossal figure's presence grew even heavier, its gaze unwavering. Yet, Ji Xuanyu did not flinch. Instead, she calmly met Luo Yeshen's eyes. Some karmic ties are beyond your grasp. Disturbing my cultivation, even the cycle of reincarnation will not spare you. At her words, a vast aura erupted from her body. From her forehead, golden flames surged forth, forming a towering phantom figure behind her, an ethereal reflection of herself, 100 feet tall, exuding a power that surpassed even the grand ascension stage. Ji Xuanyu raised a hand toward the sky, and so did the phantom behind her. With a single gesture, the phantom's palm shattered the storm, obliterating the rolling thunderclouds. When the phantom's hand lowered, a cultivator was trapped within its grasp, the very colossal figure that had once loomed above. His face was now filled with terror. Before he could even utter a word, golden flames erupted, consuming him whole. In mere moments, he was reduced to nothingness, not even ashes remained. Audacious. Seeing that the phantom summoned by Ji Xuanyu had directly slain a grand master of the Luo family, the other Luo family cultivators were instantly enraged. They each took out their magical artifacts, preparing to kill her on the spot. Just as Luo Yeshen was about to speak, the phantom behind Ji Xuanyu suddenly erupted with golden flames, sweeping across the heavens and earth in all directions. The surrounding cultivators had no time to evade and could only instinctively defend with their spiritual and magical power. As the golden flames swept through, the entire world changed in an instant. The sky turned crimson, and countless meteors fell from the distant heavens, each one stirring up a wave of air, creating a spectacular sight. Ji Xuanyu stood high above, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, but her expression remained indifferent, her brow never even twitching. Behind her, the phantom burned with golden flames, its forehead shimmering with mysterious Dao patterns. She lifted her right hand to her lips, murmuring an incantation. Layers of golden runes emerged from within her, rapidly expanding, and within just 3 breaths, they had enveloped the entire sky. I never expected an innate Dao sigil to contain such a will. I wonder which ancient senior we have disturbed. An aged voice echoed through the air as a grey-robed elder appeared, stepping forward to shield Luo Yeshen. Luo Yeshen hurriedly raised his hand in salute, his posture deeply respectful. The grey-robed elder did not turn around, his gaze remained locked onto Ji Xuanyu. A scattered immortal alone is not enough, Ji Xuanyu's voice rang out once more. The elder's face changed drastically as he swiftly pulled out a jade staff. Boom! A terrifying wave of golden flames surged forward. The elder resisted with all his magical power, but even so, Luo Yeshen behind him felt a searing pain not only on his body but in his very soul. Impossible. Who is she, really? Luo Yeshen was in utter disbelief. The Ji family members below were equally stunned. Was Ji Xuanyu's innate Dao sigil truly capable of wielding such terrifying power? Ji Qincan suddenly recalled something Ji Xuanyu had told him 3 years ago, and an uncontrollable chill ran down his spine. The grey-robed elder, despite his scattered immortal cultivation, was unable to withstand the vast golden flames. Bloodstains began to appear on his skin, and Luo Yeshen behind him fared no better. The other Grand Masters of the Luo family attacked from all directions, attempting to besiege Ji Xuanyu, but as soon as their magic approached the golden flames, it melted away instantly. They could not harm her at all. The mountains across the land trembled violently as if on the verge of collapse, alarming countless cultivators in their secluded cultivation caves. More and more figures rose into the sky, staring at Ji Xuanyu in disbelief. Under their gaze, the golden flame phantom behind Ji Xuanyu raised its right hand, its fingertips slicing through the sky, leaving deep rifts in its wake. When it finally halted, the space along its path shattered instantly. Golden flames wreathed the edges of the rifts, forming a massive ring of light. Blood trickled evermore from the corner of Ji Xuanyu's mouth, but her gaze remained utterly unwavering. Then, the golden flame phantom reached into the light ring and pulled out a colossal golden fan. The fan's surface resembled maple leaves, covered in ancient runes, as though it contained entire worlds within. As the golden fan descended, the heavens began to collapse, space warped and shattered, clouds dissipated, and towering mountains crumbled into dust. Cultivators residing in this land scrambled in terror, like headless flies, overwhelmed by sheer panic. Retreat at once. The grey-robed elder, now drenched in blood, bellowed as he struggled to resist the golden flames. Even Luo Yeshen, though in slightly better condition, was starting to suffer from skin corrosion. Luo Yeshen gritted his teeth, just about to turn and flee. But at that very moment, the golden flame phantom swung its fan. A single swipe unleashed a scorching tide of flames, sweeping across half the sky. Every cultivator in its path was instantly reduced to ash, their remains transforming into golden motes of light, like embers scattering in the wind. Neither the grey-robed elder nor Luo Yeshen had a chance to escape, both vanished into golden dust. The Ji family cultivators, along with the surrounding clans, stood in stunned horror, their faces pale with shock. Ji Xuanyu tilted her head slightly, gazing down at Ji Qincan. The Ji family members tensed, none daring to meet her eyes. Everyone in the Ji family knew the truth: Ji Xuanyu had been meant to be sacrificed. She had never wanted to be married off. The Luo family has suffered so many casualties. How will the Ji family survive in the future? Ji Xuanyu's icy voice rang through the ears of every Ji family member. Ji Kinkan, Ji Hantian, and the others felt a bone-chilling cold rise from within, spreading throughout their bodies. Ji Xuanyu's eyes turned blood-red in an instant. Xuanyu, what exactly are you trying to do? Ji Hantian asked hurriedly. Notably, the golden flames had only burned the Luo family. The other clans were spared, allowing their cultivators to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Ji Xuanyu, her blood-red eyes gleaming, turned her gaze to the horizon. A massive black rift had suddenly torn open in the sky, and from within, numerous figures emerged, swiftly charging toward them. Each one of them radiated an aura even stronger than the grey-robed elder. A terrifying killing intent locked onto Ji Xuanyu. She lifted her right hand once more, and the golden flame phantom behind her raised its colossal fan in kind. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before her. Ji Xuanyu's pupils contracted in shock. Even though her eyes had turned completely blood-red, the emotion in them was clear. Guan, wielding the 9 extremes yin-yang body, stood before her, gripping 2 swords, Tiangzu's sword in one hand, Qinghong's sword in the other. Both blades were shrouded in dark purple demonic energy, their true forms concealed. Without hesitation, he swung his swords. Sword light illuminated the heavens. A blinding white arc of sword chi swept across the sky, erasing the 7-star realm Grand Masters charging toward Ji Xuanyu before they could even see Guan's figure. They were reduced to ashes in an instant. You have successfully seized Luoku, scattered immortal stage, 7th layer, 590 years of lifespan. You have successfully seized Deist Genlan, scattered immortal stage, 9th layer, 387 years of lifespan. You have successfully seized Lu Changfeng, scattered immortal stage, 7th layer, 1032 years of lifespan. Lines of text appeared before Guan's eyes. He turned to look at the battered Ji Xuanyu, inwardly startled. This innate Dao sigil possessed unimaginable power. It was already on par with the roving immortal stage, but Ji Xuanyu could barely endure it. Her vitality was rapidly draining away. Withdraw your divine ability, he said, using the hoarse and steady voice of the sword sovereign of the righteous path. Ji Xuanyu smiled faintly. The cycle has begun, it cannot be reversed. Guan's gaze shifted to the golden flame phantom behind her. He could tell that its soul aura was identical to Ji Xuanyu's. This power wasn't hidden within her, it was summoned from elsewhere. He cast his lifespan probe on the phantom, but nothing appeared. Did the sword sovereign come just to help me? Ji Xuanyu suddenly asked. Guan replied, I came to eradicate the 7-star realm. Blood dripped from Ji Xuanyu's eyes as she smiled. This life was too short. Sword sovereign, I hope we meet again in the next one. In the next moment, her body erupted with golden light before shattering into motes of energy. A golden sigil emerged, absorbing all the golden light before quickly merging into the golden flame phantom. The phantom wielded the colossal fan once more, unleashing an apocalyptic golden inferno, piercing through the heavens just as a mighty presence descended from the darkness beyond. A celestial ascension cultivator had arrived. Inside the palace, the continuous sound of Dao lectures echoed, immersing the cultivators in the plaza, making it difficult for them to extricate themselves. Guan, carrying his twin swords, stepped forward. Against the 7-star spirit realm, he had no intention of committing outright slaughter. He only wanted to eliminate the higher UPS, dispersing the 7-star spirit realm from this continent. If he were to annihilate the entire realm, the surrounding great powers would inevitably grow more wary of him, possibly even provoking the arrival of stronger beings. As Guan walked through the disciples of the 7-star spirit realm, each step he took resisted the sermon-like voices from the palace. The disciples behind him awoke one after another. Upon seeing him, they were startled, hurriedly rising to their feet and drawing their artifacts and divine weapons in preparation for battle. Yet Guan merely walked past them, neither looking back nor halting his steps. Who is he? What does he want? I can't see through his cultivation, we'd better not act rashly. After all, there's a divine lord overseeing this place. Could he be from the Taixuan Sect? No, this seems like the demonic shadow divine art, a technique from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion of the Taixuan Empire. I've seen it before. The one who mastered it to its peak was the reclusive sword sovereign of the righteous path from the Taixuan Sect. Sword sovereign of the righteous path? These 4 words sent a tremor through the hearts of the disciples in the plaza. How could they not have heard of him? This was a figure who had once forced the 1st-star cave master, the Divine Soul Lord, to retreat. Rumor had it that after that battle, the Divine Soul Lord vanished, and no one knew where he had gone. Some within the 7-star spirit realm speculated that he had been slain by the sword sovereign of the righteous path. Regardless of the truth, one thing was certain: the sword sovereign's power was something the 7-star spirit realm feared greatly. The disciples gathered in the plaza were all either geniuses or high-status individuals within the 7-star spirit realm. They had access to certain inside information, such as how Lin Jingtian of the Lin family had perished at the hands of the sword sovereign of the righteous path. In an instant, more and more disciples in the plaza woke up. No matter their cultivation level, none dared to approach Guan, let alone try to stop him. It wasn't long before Guan arrived at the steps leading to the palace. Now that he was closer, he could better perceive the palace's grandeur. It radiated a Dao presence he had never encountered before, one that made it easier to comprehend Daoist techniques. This alone was proof that the palace was constructed from extraordinary materials, possibly even containing a powerful formation. Inside the palace, only one person resided. A celestial ascension realm cultivator? Even stronger than the Earth Gang Divine Lord from before? Previously, the strongest figures in the 6-star cave and 7-star cave had only been at the roving immortal stage. But now, there were suddenly 2 celestial ascension cultivators. Clearly, the 7-star spirit realm had long been prepared. Fortunately, Guan had not come recklessly before. The only reason he dared to come now was because he had confirmed that the 7-star spirit realm did not have a free-soaring immortal. The Taixuan Sect wouldn't have lied to him if the 7-star spirit realm truly had a free-soaring immortal. They would never have allowed the Taixuan Sect to oppress them so easily. Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path, what irreconcilable hatred do you have against my 7-star spirit realm? An ancient voice rang out from the palace, echoing across the land. The restless disciples in the plaza immediately quieted down. This voice belonged to a senior from the 5-star cave, a figure whose name struck awe across the overseas territories. Surely, he could suppress the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path? The 7-star spirit realm contained many minor worlds, each existing independently without connection. Thus, they had no way of sensing the battle that had taken place in the G family's minor world. They had no idea. But the Celestial Ascension cultivator inside the palace knew all too well. Breeding the demon ancestor, creating the dread fiend, toying with the lives of this continent's people, what enmity do you speak of? Guan's voice resounded, making every cultivator in the plaza turn pale. Though they had heard whispers of such rumors, hearing the Sword Sovereign himself tear away the veil of deception still left them in disbelief. After all, the 7-star spirit realm prided itself on being a beacon of the righteous path. Boom! The grand palace doors flung open, and a violent gust howled outward, stirring the demonic energy around Guan and forcing the disciples in the plaza to stagger backward. From the depths of the palace, a figure emerged. A man in a feathered robe, his features strikingly heroic, with the phantom of a white crane behind him. His aura was otherworldly, exuding an immortal air. He strode forward to the steps, gazing down at Guan from above. You, cloaked in demonic energy, have come to this holy land seeking justice? Don't you find that laughable? The feather-robed man spoke, his expression indifferent. Wanli Divine Lord, Celestial Ascension Stage, 3rd Layer 158082/26000/3100000. Guan saw the prompt before him, his expression remaining unchanged. He could sense that Wanli Divine Lord was stalling for time. Several other Celestial Ascension cultivators were rushing to his location. But that was precisely what Guan wanted. Demon or not, immortal or not, if the heavens won't judge you, then I will. Upon hearing this, Wanli Divine Lord laughed, as if he had just heard the most ridiculous joke. The demon ancestor was born from the very fate of the heavens. It can be slain, but never truly eradicated. The 7-star spirit realm has sacrificed generations to suppress it. The dread fiend is even more abhorrent. Do you know how many lives have been lost sealing it? Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path, do you have any idea how much the 7-star spirit realm has sacrificed to protect this continent? How many of our disciples have died fighting sea forces and demons? You only see the suffering of the people. Have you ever considered what we have endured? Wanli Divine Lord's voice carried a powerful conviction, shaking the hearts of the disciples in the plaza. Indeed, as disciples of the 7-star spirit realm, how could they not know the truth? Many of them had lost loved ones in battles against the oceanic powers and demon hordes. Now, they looked at Guan with anger, as if he were the true villain. But Guan stood still, silently watching Wanli Divine Lord. When the latter finally finished speaking, Guan calmly asked, "The dread fiends across the continent have all been eradicated by me. Then why do I sense more dread fiends within your palace?" Silence. The entire plaza fell into an eerie stillness. All eyes turned to Wanli Divine Lord. His voice turned cold. "Nonsense. Do you expect me to let you enter and investigate?" Boom! Thunderclouds rapidly blanketed the sky, a vast, oppressive aura descending upon the land. Wanli Divine Lord visibly relaxed. The 7-star spirit realm was established as the mortal world's holy land by the immortal Deo. How dare a mere fiend accuse us? One voice after another, domineering and regal, echoed across the heavens. High above, within the churning vortex of thunderclouds, a golden mirror appeared, its frame engraved with divine beasts, its surface a ghostly blue, flames of crimson surrounding it. The supreme immortal treasure 7-star mirror? In front of the mirror, a figure hovered. A man in a purple robe, twin orbs of fire floating over his shoulders, a crescent moon behind his back radiating spiritual mist. He gazed down upon Guan like an emperor overseeing his domain. Tianyi Realm Lord, Celestial Ascension Stage, 7th Layer 187034/42000/4900000. Guan examined the lifespan before him, feeling somewhat satisfied. This battle had drawn out 7 Celestial Ascension cultivators. And at this moment, Guan alone stood against the entire land. The divine light of the 7-star mirror was dazzling, illuminating the expressions of every disciple in the 7-star spirit realm gathered in the square. At this moment, these disciples realized that something was terribly wrong. Those lofty celestial ascendants seemed to be preparing to abandon them. Shouts, pleas for mercy, wails, and curses rang out in succession. Yet, Guan, who was being watched by 7 celestial ascendants, simply stared at the 2 treasured swords in his hands. Master of the Tianyi realm gazed down at Guan and asked, "Do you have any last words?" The origins of the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path were mysterious. He had even slain celestial ascendants. A trace of fear lingered in Master of the Tianyi realm's heart. He worried that an even more terrifying existence stood behind the Sword Sovereign, which was why he hesitated to act immediately. If there was no powerful backer, then today, he would never let the Sword Sovereign walk away alive. Guan lifted his head, looking at the 6 celestial ascendants in the sky, and asked, "Are all your reinforcements here? Or is there anyone else coming?" As soon as these words left his mouth, all 7 celestial ascendants' expressions changed drastically. Arrogance? They had lived for countless years across multiple epochs, yet they had never met someone so brazen. With an immortal Deo Supreme treasure in their possession and 7 celestial ascendants working together, how dare this man still act so recklessly? For a moment, the master of the Tianyi realm considered many possibilities. He even entertained the thought that the Sword Sovereign of the righteous path was stronger than celestial ascendants. But then, he dismissed the idea. How could such an unfathomable being be hidden away in this remote corner of the continent? Shouldn't he have already ventured beyond the heavens in pursuit of the great Deo's fortune? Sensing the overwhelming power of the 7-star mirror, a sharp glint flashed in the master of the Tianyi realm's eyes. Regardless of whether he surpassed celestial ascendants, since he had slaughtered so many powerful cultivators in the 7-star spirit realm, this matter could not simply be overlooked. Without hesitation, he raised his hand. The 7-star mirror, towering 10,000 feet high, trembled violently and unleashed an even more terrifying pressure. The entire square fell into sudden silence as the voices of the disciples were abruptly cut off. They watched in despair as their skin began to fester, their flesh melting away. Just then, an immense power enveloped them, instantly dispelling their suffering. Their eyes widened in disbelief, and they instinctively sought out the source of this power only to see Guan. "Do you understand now? This is the so-called Holy Land that you believed in." Guan's voice rang out, making the disciples' faces twist with complicated emotions. They were geniuses of 6-star cave and 7-star cave, thinking themselves indispensable to the 7-star spirit realm, believing they carried its future. Yet now, they were being abandoned without cause. How could they possibly accept this? At that moment, Wan Li Divine Lord also flew beneath the 7-star mirror, joining the 6 others. The 7 of them aligned in formation, shining like the Big Dipper as they suspended themselves beneath the mirror. Their magic power merged with the 7-star mirror's energy, amplifying its oppressive might. Guan looked up at them and sighed inwardly. So this is the power of an immortal Deo Supreme treasure? He could sense that the 7-star mirror's current might had already surpassed the celestial ascendant realm. Even cultivators in the first 3 layers of the free-soaring immortal stage would struggle to withstand it. Of course, even if they couldn't resist, escaping would be easy. Suddenly, a new thought crossed Guan's mind. He spoke, "Tell me, if I were to shatter this dark sky, would you all bring light back to this land?" The 7 celestial ascendants frowned. The disciples in the square were stunned. Before they could react, Guan swung his sword. His right hand gripped the Tiangziu sword. Twisting his wrist, he turned his palm downward, slashing upward with the blade. His posture was casual, his strike seemingly devoid of force. Yet as his sword cleaved the heavens, the flames and turbulent winds raging across the sky were instantly extinguished. The 7 celestial ascendants before the 7-star mirror didn't even have time to react before they were reduced to ashes. Boom! The 7-star mirror trembled violently as the sword aura struck it. The thunderclouds above were instantly severed, allowing sunlight to pour through. The tens of thousands of geniuses in the 7-star spirit realm square were left utterly dumbfounded. They had personally felt the overwhelming power of the master of the Tianyi realm and the 7-star mirror, a force far beyond their comprehension. Even under the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path's protection, they had expected an intense battle. But that didn't happen. One sword strike annihilation. Utter devastation? It was as if those celestial ascendants were no more than misty clouds in the sky. Violent gales swept across the land, rolling away the lingering spirit fog that shrouded the mountains, revealing landscapes stretching as far as the eye could see. The spectacle was magnificent beyond compare. Only the 7-star mirror remained in the sky. The colossal 7-star mirror swiftly withdrew its energy. Its frame trembled for a moment before it began plummeting downward. You have successfully seized 25,709 years of lifespan from the Master of the Tianyi Realm, Celestial Ascendant Realm, 7th Layer. You have successfully seized 10,041 years of lifespan from Wan Li Divine Lord, Celestial Ascendant Realm, 3rd Layer. You have successfully seized 18,116 years of lifespan from Xiaolang Divine Lord, Celestial Ascendant Realm, 5th Layer. A total of 6 lines of notifications flashed before Guan's eyes, making him frown slightly. One was missing. He distinctly remembered that there were 7 celestial ascendants. One of them was Thousand-Faced Divine Lord, a cultivator at the 4th layer of the Celestial Ascendant Realm. He was certain all 7 had been reduced to ashes. There was no way one could have escaped. Did this man have another body somewhere else? If so, why did the system still register his lifespan? Guan's divine sense expanded rapidly, scanning the entire continent, yet he couldn't find a single trace of Thousand-Faced Divine Lord. This was eye-opening. A cultivator capable of escaping from him, stronger even than the Master of the Tianyi Realm? Thousand-Faced Divine Lord was certainly a force to be reckoned with. With a single battle, Guan had gained over 80,000 years of lifespan. He had already accumulated 50,000 years from slaughtering the Luo family cultivators, meaning he had obtained nearly 130,000 years of lifespan. Not bad at all, saving him several months of effort. More importantly, he had erased a major threat. Guan raised his hand, collecting the now shrunken seven-star mirror into his grasp. His divine sense pierced into it, forcibly shattering layers of restrictions before quickly finding the immortal spirit and making it recognize him as its master. The windstorms continued to rage as the surviving cultivators in the square stared at him in stunned silence, only now realizing they were still alive. Suddenly, a single disciple fell to his knees, bowing his head to Guan. One after another, more cultivators followed suit, kneeling and kowtowing. Over 10,000 people prostrate before Guan, a sight both grand and awe-inspiring. The fate of the seven-star spirit realm is now in your hands, Guan declared. If you continue the ways of the past, calling yourselves a holy land while practicing the demonic path, I will return. And next time, it will be your leaders who perish. With that, he raised his left hand, gripping the Qinghong sword, and slashed toward the Grand Palace. Boom! A single streak of sword aura cleaved the palace in two, reducing it to ashes. As the Grand Palace crumbled into ashes, a swarm of demonic souls burst forth. Their sinister aura filled the air, men and women, even beast-like creatures howling in agony as they disintegrated into nothingness. These were malevolent spirits-sealed demons. Though their destruction brought Guan no additional lifespan, it sent an overwhelming shock through the disciples of the seven-star spirit realm. A holy land, nurturing this many sealed demons? The realization hit them like a thunderbolt. They had been abandoned by the very sect they once revered. And now, they saw the truth beneath its glorious facade. The seven-star spirit realm was steeped in darkness. Before they could collect themselves, Guan was already gone. Far away, at the horizon, a teleportation array flickered into existence. Waves of cultivators poured through the portal, arriving at the square, but the young geniuses who had just witnessed the impossible remained frozen in place. They stood in stunned silence, replaying the events over and over in their minds. Everything felt like a dream. Meanwhile, in a dark palace, a woman in a violet robe sat before a towering wall, staring at 6 extinguished oil lamps. Her brows furrowed deeply. On her shoulder, a childlike ghost widened its eyes in shock before screeching, "The Realm Master is dead? How is that possible?" The highest row of oil lamps represented the seven-star spirit realm's ruling elite. Among them, the master of the Tianyi realm's lamp was the largest, shining like a celestial body. And now, it had vanished, a silent testament to his demise. Just then, a figure materialized out of thin air beside the violet-robed woman. The moment he appeared, he vomited a mouthful of blood. Without hesitation, he dropped to the ground, entering meditation to suppress the violent backlash surging through his body. The violet-robed woman turned toward him, her frown deepening. "Thousand-faced divine lord, what happened?" she asked, her voice sharp. The man sitting in meditation was none other than the thousand-faced divine lord, the one who had escaped Guan's strike. Dressed in a flowing cyan robe, his long hair cascaded over his shoulders, and his features were so delicate they could be mistaken for a woman's. But right now, his pale complexion and trembling lips betrayed his terrifying experience. 6-Star Cave was ambushed. His voice trembled as he spoke. The Realm Master and the others thought the Starcy Sect Alliance had launched a large-scale assault, so they rushed to reinforce the defenses. But instead, we ran into him, the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path. A look of absolute terror flickered in his eyes as he continued, his voice hoarse. "He killed us all with a single sword strike. The 7-star mirror's power couldn't even block his sword aura. Now, the 7-star mirror belongs to him." The thousand-faced divine lord exhaled shakily. When he finally lifted his gaze, despair burned deep within his pupils. "He's too strong. In front of him, celestial ascendants are nothing but dust. Had I not sensed danger beforehand and used my secret art to shift my primary soul and sub-souls, I would have perished along with them. Even so, the death of my sub-soul has left me heavily injured. It will take me at least 10,000 years to recover." A violent shudder ran through him as the image of the Sword Sovereign's casual slash replayed in his mind. He turned to the violet-robed woman, saying gravely, "Second Cave Master, the 7-star spirit realm is finished. We've lost 7 celestial ascendants in a single day, and with the 7-star mirror in his possession, we don't stand a chance against the Starcy Sect Alliance. We must make a decision quickly." The violet-robed woman, second cave master of the 7-star spirit realm. She fell into silence. For some time now, the 7-star spirit realm had been under relentless suppression from the Starcy Sect Alliance. She had even considered the possibility of their downfall, but she never imagined it would happen so soon. 7 celestial ascendants, annihilated in a single day. The foundation of the 7-star spirit realm erased in an instant. "Make a decision." She finally spoke, her voice low and eerie. "But what choice do we have? The gates of the divine anomaly realm have already opened. Once the calamity descends, our karma will be inescapable. Even if we flee beyond the heavens, it will be useless." The thousand-faced divine lord forcibly stabilized his injuries before speaking again. "I don't care. I'm leaving the 7-star spirit realm. I've cultivated for over 100,000 years. I refuse to see it all destroyed in an instant. If you ever need my help in the future, I will not refuse. But I will never face the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path again." With that, he rose to his feet. Bowing slightly to the second cave master, he vanished without a trace. The dark palace fell silent. Only the second cave master and the ghostly child on her shoulder remained. The flickering candlelight cast twisted shadows on the walls, monstrous, clawed figures, like demons ready to break free.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.